Battling Records of the Chosen One, Chapter 1452 to Chapter 1506. Victory! Victory! Many people shouted and cheered for Hua Luhong. Hua Luhong took a deep breath and strode forward. Her spirit, energy, and essence surged out from her slim and slender body. There was a battlefield at the foot of Dao Observation Mountain that was covered in a restrictive formation. Once one stepped onto it, it would be impossible to turn back. A girl is too weak. Get someone else. Xianxia frowned and shouted with a gloomy expression. He seemed very dissatisfied and looked down upon Hua Luhong. The people from the Empire's camp were furious. This was clearly a form of humiliation that was deliberately trampling on Hua Luhong's dignity. Lin Sun frowned and asked, "Can I admit defeat in such a battle?" "No, you have to fight." Sure, you shook his head. Lin Sun fell silent. Kill. Hua Luhong's expression was icy cold. As soon as she stepped onto the arena, she turned into a shadow and charged at Xianxia. Clang, a crimson divine sword shot out from the center of his brows and slashed out. "I told you, you can't." Xianxia's eyes were gloomy. His entire body surged with silver lightning, and he swept the bronze halberd in his hand, causing a terrifying waterfall of lightning to sweep through the sky. The battle broke out just like that. Hua Luhong fought Xianxia with all her strength and exerted everything she had learned. Even Lin Sun had to admit that Hua Luhong's combat strength was extraordinary. Unfortunately, her opponent was even stronger. It wasn't long before the hearts of the experts from the Empire's camp sank. They could see that Hua Luhong was in a worrying situation. She was fighting with all her might, but Xianxia seemed extremely calm, like a cat playing with a mouse. After over 100 moves, Hua Luhong noticed that the situation was bad. She didn't hesitate to exert her strongest trump card, and it seemed as if she wanted to take her opponent down with her. "Let's end this." Right at this moment, Xianxia exerted his killer move. The halberd carried a terrifying thunderstorm as it smashed through the void, causing the world to lose its color. All sorts of phenomena appeared, such as the collapse of stars and the wailing of ghosts and gods. Bang! A shrill cry resounded amidst the deafening collision, and then the battle came to an end amidst the dust and smoke. There was no miracle. Hua Luhong was defeated. Her delicate body was pierced by Xianxia's spear, and she hung in midair while blood poured out from her chest like a waterfall. No! Many people in the imperial camp cried out in grief and indignation. Hua Luhong's eyes dimmed as she gazed at the Empire's camp. Her lips trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something, but unfortunately, she no longer had the strength to speak. Not only had Xianxia's spear shattered her heart, but it had also shattered her soul. "I said you can't, you really can't." Amidst the ferocious laughter, Xianxia shook his hand, and Hua Luhong's body that was hanging on the spear suddenly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. A woman who was not inferior to men in the Empire's camp, who had an extremely bright future, was now dead. The way he died was incomparably miserable. No one could forget the dim gaze she shot over before her death, and it seemed as if she was bidding farewell, yet also seemed as if she was feeling guilty for being unable to obtain victory. Many people's eyes reddened as they clenched their fists. Lin Sun's dark eyes were cold. He was silent, but it was hard for him to calm down. He had predicted that such a debate was destined to be bloody and cruel. But when he saw such a beautiful woman as Hua Luhong being brutally pierced through by the enemy and turned into flesh and blood on the ground, he knew that it was really hard to bear. This is the debate of Daoist Mountain. You either win or die. Zhao Xingye's low voice sounded in Lin Sun's ears. According to the rules of the debate, I can stay and continue to fight if I win this battle. I hope I can meet someone who can catch my eye this time. Don't let me down again. On the battlefield, Xianxia smiled coldly, revealing his snow-white teeth. On the side of the imperial camp, all the people looked gloomy and angry. Can I appear in different order? Lin Sun's dark eyes were cold, and he couldn't restrain his killing intent anymore. It made him feel depressed to see a defeated opponent swagger in front of him. No, this is the rule. Unless you have the ability to break the rule, you can only adapt to it. Zhao Xingye sighed softly. You're still the same as before, good-looking but useless. In my opinion, from now on, your empire should withdraw from the debate, lest you say that we bullied you. In the distance, the experts of the alliance of 10,000 races sneered with pride and disdain. Damn it! Sure, you and the others gnashed their teeth. Hua Luhong was brutally killed, and she was despised and humiliated by the opponent. Who could bear such a feeling? Calm down, everyone. I will avenge Hua Luhong. The second one to fight was Song Wuk. He took a step and came to the battlefield, attracting all eyes. Brother Song, you must kill him. Be careful. The experts of the empire all spoke out, hoping that Song Wuk would win and kill Xian Luozi to avenge Hua Luhong. I know you, Song Wuk. You're also a powerful figure of the empire. I hope you won't let me down. Xian Luozi said coldly, holding the big halberd. Xian'ao is a kind of turtle in the sea, right? Song Wuk said slowly. Bastard. Xian Luozi's face darkened, and he rushed out. Boom, a great battle broke out. Xian Luozi and Song Wuk exchanged blows. Their combat strength was equal, and the battle was extremely intense. The sky and earth changed colors, and the sun and moon lost their light. Terrifying divine radiance spread out between the two, crushing the void into disorder. Destructive phenomena occurred frequently, shaking the heavens and the earth. Gradually, the experts of the empire and the alliance of 10,000 races wore solemn expressions. They stopped talking and focused their attention on the battle. This battle was extremely tragic. Before long, both Xian Luozi and Song Wuk were injured, and their bodies were dripping with blood. However, the two seemed to be unaware of it, and each was more ruthless than the other. This was unacceptable to the empire. Song Wuk was one of the top figures on their side, but he had not been able to take down Xian Luozi until now. This also shocked the alliance of 10,000 races. They probably did not expect Song Wuk to be able to fight against Xian Luozi. Boom, after hundreds of rounds, Xian Luozi roared and took out a jade-green saber, smashing it hard on Song Wuk's back. The latter immediately coughed up blood, staggered, and fell to the ground. But at the same time, Xian Luozi's chest was torn open by Song Wuk's saber, and blood flowed out like a waterfall. Both of them had suffered heavy injuries from this attack. Exclamations of surprise resounded in the battlefield. Both sides could not help but feel nervous. Die. Song Wuk gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet. He waved his sleeve, and 3 peerlessly sharp saber lights flashed out. They formed a triangular formation and smashed towards Xian Luozi. This was his trump card. Impossible. Xian Luozi's expression was distorted. He swung his halberd as if he was fighting with his life on the line. He burned the last of his strength and charged forward. The two of them clashed. Amidst terrifying explosions, Xian Luozi's body was broken, and he fell to the ground with a thump. He was barely breathing. On the other side, Song Wuk also coughed up blood and fell to the ground. The space between his brows had cracked, and he had suffered heavy injuries. However, he did not know where he got the strength to struggle to get up at this moment, and he walked step by step to Xian Luozi's side. His firm and ruthless attitude shocked and worried everyone in the Empire's camp. Meanwhile, the alliance of 10,000 races turned pale with fright and shouted, "Xian Luozi, get up, get up!" Pfft. In the end, Xian Luozi could not get up either, and his head was chopped off by Song Wuk. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, and his face was distorted with anger. Song Wuk fell to the ground with a thump. His face was deathly pale, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. However, as if relieved of a heavy burden, he looked at the Empire's camp and said, I won." After saying that, he fainted and lay on the ground. This battle ended in an especially tragic way. Song Wuk killed his opponent, but he himself fell into a coma because of his heavy injuries. It was worrying and making it impossible for people to feel happy. On the Empire's side, everyone's faces were shrouded in grief and anger, and their eyes were red. Song Wuk was so powerful, but he had won in such a way. It was too tragic, and they could not accept it for a while. Lin Sun sighed inwardly, and his eyes became even colder. On the alliance of 10,000 races side, the powerhouse's expressions were cold, and they were also filled with hatred. I will avenge Xian Luozi. With a thunderous roar, Niu Tunshan, who was as majestic as a mountain, rushed to the battlefield. His whole body was surging with tide-like dark light, and his cold eyes were like lightning, overflowing with divine light. He stood there casually, but there was a domineering air of supremacy. In an instant, the atmosphere in the field became oppressive. Lin Sun rubbed the jade slip in his palm, which had the word 6 written on it. This made him feel depressed. He did not hate his opponent for being arrogant and fierce, but he hated that he had no chance to step on the battlefield. This feeling was too suffocating. On the Empire's side, the third person to step on the battlefield was a man named Chai Winshan from the Green Deer School of the Empire. Even when facing Niu Tunchen, he was not afraid. He took the initiative to attack and used the strongest power in his life. Unfortunately, Niu Tunchen was too strong, even more terrifying than Xianluozi. In just a few dozen rounds, Chai Winshan was killed. His head was smashed by Niu Tunchen's slap, and his body was kicked out and exploded in the air. In the rain of blood, Niu Tunchen looked cold and said softly, "Too weak, not enough for me to warm up." Next. The Empire's camp clenched their fists, looking sad and indignant. It was painful and sad that their companions were killed, and now they were humiliated like this, which drove them crazy. The fourth person to step on the battlefield was a man named Liang Xiao, a young talent from the Empire's military. He was usually very low-key. But as soon as he stepped on the battlefield, he burst out amazing power. Unfortunately, after more than 100 rounds, Liang Xiao had been forced into a dangerous situation and was doomed to be defeated. But unexpectedly, in this hopeless situation, Liang Xiao actually executed a secret technique that allowed him to self-detonate and take his enemy down with him. Although he died, he heavily injured Niu Tunchen in one go. "I hope to fight side by side with you in the next life and feast on the blood of the enemy." This was Liang Xiao's laughter before he died. It was indescribably open-minded, resolute, and unafraid of death. Liang Xiao wanted to perish together with Niu Tunchen, but he failed in the end. He was dead. And Niu Tunchen was only seriously injured. This made all the people of the Empire feel a kind of unspeakable anger. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their chests were full of hatred. "I hope to fight side by side with you in my next life and feast on the blood of the enemy." These words were extremely heroic and resolute. He was courageously facing death with equanimity. However, when these words entered the ears of everyone else, they couldn't help but have the impulse to cry. The alliance of 10,000 races was also shocked by Liang Xiao's death, but they couldn't help sneering. Self-destruction? What a coward! What a shame! Tut tut tut, this is called sacrificing oneself to die. Unfortunately, it's useless. These sarcastic words made Shi Yu and the others' eyes turn red. Even Lin Sun almost couldn't hold back his killing intent. He finally realized the cruelty of the debate. It was too torturous. Next. On the battlefield, Niu Tunchen shouted with a cold face. He was seriously injured, but he still looked mighty. He didn't put the people of the Empire in his eyes at all. "As you can see, I'm injured. If you want to take advantage of me, come on." His voice resounded through the audience, full of dominance. "Old Niu, why don't you let me go? There are fewer and fewer opponents." Kun Xiu said in a faint voice. He had long black hair, which was entwined with strands of silver electric arcs, making him look like a son of God bathed in thunder and lightning. "Humph. If I win, I will have the chance to continue fighting." Niu Tunchen snorted. This kind of dialogue seemed to regard the people of the Empire as prey. It was also a kind of contempt and disdain for them to fight for. Lin Sun's black eyes were surging with frightening coldness. He said, "You don't have to fight. When I go on stage, I will play with you one by one." His voice was calm, but there was a chilling cruelty in it. Hearing this, some people on the side of the alliance of 10,000 races sneered, some were disdainful, and some snorted. Lin Sun said no more. He was worried that he couldn't control himself. The fifth one to fight was Zhao Jingfeng. As the seventh prince of the empire, Zhao Jingfeng didn't flinch at this moment. In other words, he rushed into the battlefield with full of anger. When the war broke out, Zhao Jingfeng's eyes were red. He had never fought so desperately before. Boom, a purple spear swept out from his palm and set off a dazzling rainbow. It could be seen that his entire being was vast and mighty, and his bravery was matchless. This battle shocked heaven and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. Zhao Jingfeng displayed all of his abilities and fought madly. His hair was disheveled and his blood was boiling. Even though Lin Sun and Zhao Jingfeng had conflicts and disputes at the beginning, he couldn't help but be moved at this time. But Niu Tunshan was too strong. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still able to fight evenly with Zhao Jingfeng. In fact, he was even able to force Zhao Jingfeng back several times. This caused the expressions of the experts on the Empire's side to change. Niu Tunshan was ranked first on the 10,000 races combat power ranking. Everyone knew that he was extremely powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. At the 600th exchange, Niu Tunshan let out a deafening roar. This was his innate divine ability, the demon ox roar of great strength. This roar was powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers, shatter the void, and annihilate all living beings. Vaguely, behind Niu Tunshan, there seemed to be a jet-black divine bull, stepping on the starry sky, raising its head and roaring, throwing the void into chaos. Oh no! Shiryu and the others were shocked. Zhao Jingfeng staggered as if he had been struck by lightning. His 7 apertures were bleeding, and even his divine soul was shaking. Puff, taking advantage of this opportunity, a bright blade flashed, like a rainbow piercing through the sun, cutting the void and splitting Zhao Jingfeng's body into 2 halves. There was a dead silence, and no one spoke. All the people of the Empire opened their eyes wide. They couldn't accept it. How could it be possible? Niu Tunshan was already seriously injured. How could he kill Zhao Jingfeng? 7th Prince. After a long while, someone cried out in sorrow. In the past, Zhao Jingfeng might be extremely fierce and violent, but this time he fought for the Empire without fear of death. Who wouldn't be moved? This guy is still a prince, but he is so weak. He can't even beat a seriously injured Niu Tunshan. To be honest, your empire should withdraw from the competition in the future. 5 games in a row, 4 losses, and 1 win. Shame. On the side of the alliance of 10,000 races, the sarcastic remarks were endless. All the people of the empire were about to go crazy, but they couldn't roar. No matter how unwilling and resentful they couldn't change the bloody reality. Even Zhao Xingya's jade-like face was filled with coldness. Zhao Xianxia, you'd better keep calm. If you dare to intervene and break the rules, you'll bear the consequences. In the distance, Niu Jinyu shouted, his voice shaking the field, full of deterrence. Humph. Zhao Xingya said coldly, the competition is only halfway through. Do you really think you can win? Ha ha ha, who doesn't know how to talk tough? I'm only worried that this time all the top figures of your empire are dead. I'm afraid there will be no place for your empire in the bloodthirsty battlefield in the future. Niu Jinyu laughed, high-spirited. Suddenly, the other experts of the alliance of 10,000 races also laughed. Go ahead and scream. I hope you can still scream later. At this moment, Lin Sun moved. In an instant, his figure appeared on the battlefield. His black eyes were frighteningly cold, and the depths of his pupils were burning with endless killing intent and anger. He had never been so eager to fight. Brother Lin, you must win. Behind him, people were shouting. They had lost many battles and several people died one after another, which made them depressed and crazy. They longed for a victory to sweep away the decline. Lin Sun's appearance gave hope to many people, because everyone knew that he was very strong. However, there were still some people who felt nervous. They were worried that Lin Sun might encounter an accident and be defeated again. Don't worry. Since I'm standing here, I won't leave. I'll kill whoever comes to me until I kill all my enemies. At the end of his words, Lin Sun's black hair flew in the air, and a monstrous killing intent rushed out, sweeping through the sky and earth, causing the clouds to collapse and the world to tremble. The cold killing intent made many experts of the alliance of 10,000 races feel cold in their hearts and their faces changed slightly. But at this moment, Niu Tunshan suddenly laughed, you are indeed a top figure, but did I say I would fight with you? After saying that, he turned around and swaggered away from the battlefield, laughing as he walked, the winner can choose to fight or not. Now that I'm seriously injured, how can I let you take advantage of me? All the people present were stunned. On the side of the empire, everyone was trembling with anger. This shameless thing feigned a spear and retreated without a fight. The alliance of 10,000 races was stunned at first, and then they sneered as if they had succeeded in playing a trick. You want to take advantage of me but can't. Are you so angry that you want to vomit blood? How laughable. It's like a pitiful worm threatening and roaring at a divine dragon in the sky. What's the use? It only looks funny and humble. These words were extremely harsh and full of sarcasm. Even Niao Jinyu couldn't help but smile. He raised his thumb and praised, "You deserve to be the descendant of our Herculean ox tribe. You are brave and resourceful, and can advance and retreat freely." On the side of the empire, people's faces were extremely livid. Lin Sun was fooled as soon as he came on the stage, which was very humiliating. It doesn't matter. Come one by one. In the end, you, Niao Tunchen, must come on the stage. At that time, I allow you to laugh like this. Lin Sun looked calm, and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Where's your opponent? Get up here." "Humph. You're courting death." A young man with dark green skin and a single horn on his forehead stepped out of the battlefield. He held a pair of shiny sabers in his hands, which looked extremely sharp. By Yunqing of the Jade Scale clan, he was an extremely famous fierce strong man with the cultivation of the 8th retribution of longevity realm. He was ranked in the top 10 of the list of 10,000 races. By Yunqing, chop him into pieces. Those outsiders were shouting, their expressions excited. Do I need you to remind me? Bai Yunqing smiled indifferently. Whoosh. Whoosh, as soon as his voice fell, he had already attacked. The two sabers in his hands suddenly swept through the air, shining with dazzling light, like a pair of heavenly sabers. It was incredibly fast and terrifyingly fierce. When the saber swept through, the void was torn apart, leaving two straight cracks. Everyone could see that Bai Yunqing went all out as soon as he attacked. Without any reservation, Niao Jinyu couldn't help nodding secretly. Bai Yunqing didn't underestimate the enemy. He even realized that Lin Sun was extremely difficult to deal with, so he went all out at the first time. This was undoubtedly the wisest thing to do. Niao Tunchen, Meng Lianqing, Kongxiu, and others also saw this and felt relieved. They were really worried that Bai Yunqing would underestimate the enemy. After all, Lin Sun was indeed not easy to deal with. As far as they knew, Lin Sun and Li Duxing were the most threatening in the Empire's camp. Boom, the saber light flashed, and in the end, there was a deafening sound of a storm. The white saber chi was like a torrent, covering the sky and earth, terrifying and shocking. This was Bai Yunqing's trump card, and it could be called the strongest combat force. On the Empire's side, many people's faces changed. No one expected that Bai Yunqing would show such fierce power as soon as he attacked, which was frightening. Lin Sun stood still. Around him, surging blood chi turned into bright divine rainbows, and a rain of light rose up, making him look like a god of war bathed in divine light, emitting invincible power. Bang, bang, Lin Sun didn't dodge or even resist. The two terrible and boundless saber lights hacked on his body, producing a deafening sound of collision. Lin Sun didn't move at all. The two saber chi were blocked by the clear light around Lin Sun, and then they were obliterated inch by inch. It was as if he was invincible. All the people present were stunned. Bai Yunqing's heart suddenly tightened, his pupils contracted, and his face changed abruptly. He knew something was wrong. However, when he just wanted to dodge, Lin Sun had already stretched out a pair of palms. He grasped the void. Like a giant palm from the sky, it covered all directions, grasped Bai Yunqing's body, and then tore him apart. Puff, blood splashed. Bai Yunqing's body was torn apart, and his blood poured down like a waterfall. Clatter, the thick blood rain poured down, scarlet and dazzling. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a demon, bathed in blood but not stained by it. His black hair fluttered, and his black eyes were blazing like lightning. Even someone as formidable as Bai Yunqing had been forcefully torn apart during the first collision. This scene seemed to be too bloody, and it was extraordinarily shocking. Ah! Bai Yunqing screamed, and his torn body suddenly turned into a green unicorn jiao. The upper half of his body fled and broke free. But even so, the audience was still stunned. In an instant, the battle had just begun, and the winner had been decided. It was so sudden that people couldn't believe it. How could this be? Bai Yunqing had used his strongest combat power, but his body was torn apart in one move. The overmatches of the alliance of 10,000 races were all shocked. Before, they were shouting excitedly, full of disdain and contempt, and mocking Lin Sun. But at this moment, they were all shocked, and their eyes widened. Not to mention them, even Bai Yunqing himself found it hard to accept and believe it. He knew that Lin Sun was very strong, so he went all out from the beginning, thinking that he could catch Lin Sun off guard and kill him. But it turned out that he was in such a miserable situation. On the side of the empire, it was completely boiling at this moment. After being suppressed for so long, they finally saw such a shocking scene, so they couldn't help shouting and being extremely excited. Before, Hua Luhong was brutally killed, then Song Wuke was seriously injured and fainted, and then Chai Wenshan, Liang Xiao, Zhao Jingfeng and others were killed by Niu Tunchen one by one. It was so sad and indignant that their hearts were blocked and depressed to the extreme. Now, Lin Sun appeared and tore his opponent apart in an instant, so that they finally saw the light. You deserve to die. Bai Yunqing was furious and mad with hatred. Just now, he almost died. If he hadn't been a green unicorn Jiao, he wouldn't have died even if he cut off his own body. Otherwise, that blow alone would have been enough to kill him. Bai Yunqing never thought that he would encounter such a terrible killing. Boom, bloody light surged on his broken body. No one knew what kind of secret technique he used, but he instantly recovered to his original state. Moreover, this was not just a healing technique. Even his aura was much stronger than before. Jade Qilin life extending art. The eyes of many beasts lit up. This was the innate ability of the Jade Qilin race. On the Empire's side, many people's hearts tightened. They had just seen a glimmer of hope, and they were afraid that something unexpected would happen. If that happened, the hard-won victory would be reversed. If that was the case, people would definitely go crazy. Even Lin Sun was surprised, but he snorted and took the initiative to attack. Don't waste any more time. Boom, his figure was like an illusion as he flashed out explosively, and then he struck out with a simple punch. It was utterly without any flashiness, and it was direct, simple, and overbearing. In fact, this was the most terrifying part. No matter how many secret techniques or profound techniques you use, I'll smash my fist over and use strength to destroy all techniques, Bai Yunqing roared. He had no choice but to fight against Lin Sun. He waved his shiny saber, and the white saber chi covered the sky, sharp and dazzling. This kind of cultivation method was amazing, but it was doomed to be in vain. Clang, in the earth-shaking collision sound, Bai Yunqing's two sabers were shaken off. His arms were broken by Lin Sun's punch, and his flesh, tendons, and bones were broken into pieces. In the painful roar, Bai Yunqing's face was distorted, and his heart was filled with great fear. He felt desperate. He couldn't believe that there could be such a terrible power in the longevity realm. Lin Sun's punch was not over. The breath of the great way pervaded the air, and the vast and boundless fist energy was overwhelming, oppressing the sky, and could shake the universe. Bai Yunqing was horrified and howled incessantly. However, he was enveloped by the terrifying force of the punch, causing him to be utterly unable to move and be forcefully suppressed. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying force of the punch assaulted him like a comet. Puff, this punch broke his body, and his flesh and blood splashed in the void like collapsing snow foam. Bai Yunqing tried to protect his spirit and escape, but he was drowned by the blazing fist energy in an instant and died completely. A strong man ranked in the top 10 of the combat power list of all races was killed, dead. There was dead silence. The strong men of the alliance of races were shocked, and it was difficult for them to accept that Bai Yunqing had been killed in just 2 moves. On the side of the Empire, there was an earth-shattering cheer. The dust had settled. They had won this battle. And it was a beautiful victory. According to the rules, Lin Sun could choose to leave, but at this time, he did not move, like a rock rooted in the battlefield. Continue, don't waste time, Lin Sun said, his calm and cold voice resounding. Arrogant. Niu Tunchen, graceful peacock, Meng Lianqing, and the others all frowned. If you don't like it, then come. Lin Sun's words were simple, and his eyes were cold. Before, these foreign races were arrogant and looked down on the people of the Empire. Their words were full of sarcasm and disdain, and they even killed Hua Luhong, Zhao Jingfeng, and the others in an extremely cruel way. At this moment, only blood for blood, violence against violence, could Lin Sun vent the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Just you wait, I'll kill you later. Graceful Peacock's words were cold. Silver arcs of electricity flowed around his body, and his killing intent was revealed. Lin Sun glanced at him and looked away. If it were not for the rules of the battle, he would not have said anything at all, and he would not have given his opponent a chance to say anything. He would have killed him directly. I'll fight you. A powerhouse from the alliance of 10,000 races rushed out and stepped onto the battlefield. This was a descendant of the demonic elephant tribe. His body was dozens of feet tall, and his muscles were like rocks. He glowed with a brilliant golden light and emitted shocking waves. His name was Xianxia, and he was an immortal-level king in body refinement. Die! Xianxia roared as soon as he rushed onto the battlefield. His huge figure was like an ancient demonic elephant as he stepped on the sky and cracked the earth, his killing intent soaring. A pair of arms formed a seal, and it was as if a mountain from beyond the heavens smashed down with terrifying momentum. Boom, Lin Sun did not retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to rush out and attack in the simplest and most domineering manner. Compared to Xianxia, his thin figure seemed very small, but under his charge, all of Xianxia's secret techniques were shattered. That terrifying fist energy seemed to be all-conquering and capable of annihilating all techniques. Demon subduing prohibition, kill. Xianxia's expression changed, and he used his innate magic. In a flash, his whole body had turned into a giant elephant with a height of hundreds of feet and a body like a mountain. His whole body was pitch black, and his whole body was rolling with dazzling black light. The elephant's trunk was dozens of feet long, like a whip hanging from the sky. Roar! The giant elephant roared, shattering the void. It stepped down, and a pair of black tusks, like a big halberd, stabbed at Lin Sun fiercely. On the side of the empire, many people's expressions changed, and they held their breath. The innate magic of the demonic elephant tribe was extremely unusual, and its destructive aura was monstrous. For example, if this demon-subduing prohibition was used by someone in the Saint Realm, it was enough to break the sky, overturn the universe, and sink mountains and rivers. Boom, the demonic elephant stepped out, causing the nearby void to collapse. The terrible force spread, oppressing the world and making it wail. The pair of tusks of the demonic elephant, like the pitch-black spear of the barbarian god, pointed directly at Lin Sun. That's it. Lin Sun suddenly jumped, and his hands stretched out like lightning, each holding a tusk, and then his body suddenly exerted force. Crack! Crack! The sharp and frightening tusks were so strong, but at this moment, they were twisted and broken by Lin Sun like crispy carrots. There was an exclamation in the field. This scene was too shocking. Go to hell! The demonic elephant let out a terrible roar in pain, and a trunk like a falling whip slammed down, shattering the void. However, Lin Sun didn't dodge. He suddenly grasped the air with his palm and fingers, and then a huge green palm firmly grasped the elephant's trunk. Boom, Lin Sun grabbed its trunk and swung it hard. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the huge figure of the demonic elephant was swung up and then smashed to the ground. The earth shook, and the dust and gravel splashed like a big earthquake. The huge body of the demonic elephant was smashed into a bloody mess, and a big pit was smashed on the ground. Boom! 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 Lin Sun didn't stop. He held the elephant's trunk and constantly smashed the body of the demonic elephant, like driving a pile. From a distance, it was like an ant swinging an elephant and smashing it, forming a very impactful visual effect. The earth trembled, blood splashed, and Xianxia's shrill scream of pain was heard, which made people feel cold all over and dumbfounded. In the end, Xianxia's flesh and blood were shattered, and his muscles and bones were broken. His huge body was disintegrated and badly mutilated. Even the strong people of the empire were dumbfounded. This was like a king carrying a cauldron. He was so brave that he was about to smash the demonic elephant. In the end, with a crack, the elephant's trunk was broken, and then Xianxia returned to his human form. He coughed up blood, and his body was broken and riddled with holes. I give up, he roared. Puff, Lin Sun answered him with a punch, which smashed his body. His whole body exploded, and blood rained down. Xianxia became the second foreign king to die in the hands of Lin Sun. The surroundings were perfectly silent since a long time ago, and it was extremely silent. In this battle, Lin Sun was still strong and domineering. Under his hands, the powerful Xianxia was like a weak chicken, ravaged and beaten at will, without the strength to resist. This was so horrifying that the people of the Alliance of 10,000 Races felt a chill in their hearts, and their faces froze. Too strong, too exciting. Someone shouted excitedly on the side of the Empire. The others were also very excited. Lin Sun's unparalleled power made them all excited, shocked, and excited. Continue. Lin Sun was calm and composed. His dark eyes were cold as he glanced at the Alliance of 10,000 Races. His unparalleled spirit made the faces of those foreign races ugly. Many foreign races were shocked and angry. Niao Tunshan, Meng Lianqing, Kong Xiu, and others were awestruck. Just 2 battles had made them realize Lin Sun's strength. I said, when I stand here, none of you can escape. Lin Sun looked cold. Niao Tunshan and the others' faces darkened. For them, this kind of coldness and indifference was a kind of humiliation and provocation. In the whole bloodthirsty battlefield, who dared to look down on them like this? No one has ever dared to threaten or look down on us. This person deserves death. A foreign race king's voice was cold and furious. This was a gray-haired youth. He was very strong, and his identity was obviously not ordinary. Many people looked at him with fear and awe. He was an Huatian, a descendant of the Dragon Falcon clan, a terrifying powerhouse ranked 4th on the myriad races combat strength list. If it were me, this kid would definitely die. Kong Xiu's face was gloomy and murderous. Lin Sun turned a blind eye to this, or directly ignored it, and said, continue. It was still the same word, but it was full of disdain. This made the powerhouses of the Myriad Races Alliance so angry that they gritted their teeth. Their eyes glowed with anger, and their auras were terrifying. The people from the Empire's camp heaved a sigh of relief. They felt comfortable all over and were dripping with joy. From the beginning of the battle until now, the Empire side had been suffering continuously. Outstanding figures had died one after another. The atmosphere was bleak and oppressive, and their hearts were heavy. At this time, Lin Sun had won 2 rounds in a row, sweeping away the declining momentum, making people's blood boil. I'll kill him. Amidst a clear and calm voice, a slender figure walked out from the Myriad Races Alliance's camp. As soon as she appeared, the atmosphere fell silent and attracted everyone's attention. Meng Lianqing of the Golden Phoenix clan, she was dressed in a golden dress, and her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her entire body emitted a dazzling golden light, like a goddess who had walked out of an immortal forest and descended to the mortal world. Kill him. The Myriad Races Alliance's camp was restless. They shouted loudly to cheer for Meng Lianqing. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes and sensed a unique aura on this woman. She seemed to be only at the 9th tribulation realm, but there seemed to be a terrifying beast hibernating in her body. As she stepped forward, the world trembled and rumbled. The rocks near the battlefield collapsed and turned into dust. The void was chaotic. The surface of her body was covered in a layer of an illusory golden divine halo, and it was extremely dazzling as it circulated. Back then at the peak of Mount Fengsuan, I was careless and lost to you. This time, it won't happen again. Meng Lianqing's voice was cold, and the aura she emitted was terrifying. Everyone in the Empire's camp held their breaths, and their expressions changed slightly. Even Li Duxing revealed a solemn expression. In the Myriad Races Alliance's combat strength ranking, Meng Lianqing had always been ranked 1st and 2nd, equally matched with Niao Tunshan. This holy maiden from the Golden Phoenix race was not only powerful, but the power she controlled was also extremely terrifying. Back then, all of you weren't my match even when you teamed up, let alone this time. Lin Sun looked calm, and his black eyes became colder and colder. In the eyes of others, Meng Lianqing was a beautiful woman who could only be seen from afar and could not be profaned. But in the eyes of Lin Sun, she only had one identity. Enemy. You're too arrogant. You'll definitely lose. As Meng Lianqing spoke, she stepped forward. Her golden sleeves shook and suddenly unfolded. Golden divine light swept out and covered Lin Sun. She was extremely proud and arrogant, and also extremely conceited. When her sleeves moved, Dao light swirled about, resplendent like multicolored clouds. Within her sleeves was a world, carrying terrifying power. Lin Sun was still very simple. He stepped out and stretched his arms. His physical strength was transformed into one battle seal after another, condensing in the void. This was the illusory battle seal that matched the 9 pure sacred body scripture. With the power of qi and blood as the foundation, each battle seal had the power to suppress the universe and scare away ghosts and gods. In an instant, Meng Lianqing's attack was shattered, and her offensive was also blocked. Huh? Meng Lianqing's clear eyes narrowed. She had the capital to be conceited. With her vast divine power, she was confident that she could defeat all the enemies in the same realm as her. In her opinion, although Lin Sun's physical strength was strong, he was only in the 7th tribulation realm after all, 2 realms lower than her. Therefore, she was full of confidence in this battle. But she didn't expect that her offensive was blocked as soon as they started fighting. You have some means. A strange golden pattern appeared in Meng Lianqing's palm, which was a kind of innate bloodline power. Clang, in an instant, the golden pattern swept out and turned into a golden divine sword. It was horizontal in Meng Lianqing's palm, sharp and murderous, golden phoenix bone sword. This was the life treasure of the golden phoenix race. It was nurtured by the power of their origin bloodline and had unfathomable power. This shocked everyone. The golden phoenix bone sword was too sharp. The beam of light was terrifying and seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Even Lin Sun was a little surprised. It wasn't fear, but he didn't expect that the innate power of the golden phoenix race was so unique and rare that it could evolve into a divine sword that contained magical power. With the sword in hand, Meng Lianqing's aura abruptly changed. It was incomparably swift and fierce, and it was as if there were countless strands of sword qi lingering around her. Together, they emitted a ringing sound, revealing a monstrous killing intent. This scene was too terrifying, giving people an unstoppable sense of killing. Slash. With a thought in Meng Lianqing's mind, a golden river of sword qi rose into the sky. It was as if there were thousands of sword qi surging in it, rolling densely and covering the sky and earth. There was a burst of exclamations, and many people's hearts were in suspense. There was a burst of exclamations from the alliance of 10,000 races. Swish, around Lin Sun, clear divine rainbows suddenly appeared. Shang Qing, Yu Qing, Tai Qing, Ling Qing, Yuan Qing, Su Qing and other Dao lights were arranged. Looking carefully, Lin Sun's body was glowing and spurting out Dao light. All kinds of Dao lights turned into a big abyss, rotating around Lin Sun. Crack! Crack! Many golden sword qi swept over, but they were all swallowed up, crushed and turned into powder by the big abyss. However, there were still patches of golden sword qi piercing over, bright and dazzling, showing infinite murderous intent. Boom! The big abyss around Lin Sun was pierced by many sword qi. It suddenly shook violently and was about to enter Lin Sun's body. Good. Kill this bastard. Seeing this, some experts of the alliance of 10,000 races couldn't help but shout excitedly. However, all of a sudden, a deafening sound of friction rang out, accompanied by a shocking burst of light. Many people felt a piercing pain in their eyes. The big abyss around Lin Sun roared as if it had completely awakened from silence. All of the sword qi was completely crushed and destroyed. Boom! Caught off guard, Meng Lianqing suffered a backlash. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and she quickly retreated. There was a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. It was actually blocked. How could a body-tempering 7th tribulation eminence be so powerful? In the field, the cheers of the experts of the alliance of 10,000 races came to an abrupt end. The excitement on their faces froze, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. It seems that you are destined to repeat the same mistake this time. Is this what you call having a bad memory? Lin Sun stepped forward. His black hair fluttered, and the big abyss around him surged. All kinds of clear Dao lights surged, making his might appear extremely powerful. Meng Lianqing's pretty face darkened. Being ridiculed like this made her angry. Slash. In his palm, the golden bone sword flew up, transforming into a golden rainbow that cut through the sky and slashed out. Boom! At the same time, Lin Sun had already stepped forward and raised his fist to attack. This posture was undoubtedly very domineering and direct. He carried out a strong suppression. Bang! 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 On the battlefield, sword energy shot out and fist force rumbled. The two instantly clashed. However, in just a few breaths of time, Meng Lianqing's offensive was completely disintegrated. She began to be attacked by Lin Sun, causing her to fall into a passive state. Lin Sun's offensive was too fierce. He advanced step by step, pushing forward without taking a single step back. Every punch was like a stormy sea, shattering the sword energy. It was so fierce that it was a complete mess. Bang! A moment later, accompanied by an earth-shaking collision, the golden Luan bone sword in Meng Lianqing's hand was directly smashed away, wailing incessantly. As for Meng Lianqing, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her blood and chi roiled, and her right arm spasmed. From the impact of the violent fist force, she staggered back, her beautiful face pale and filled with disbelief. She couldn't imagine it, it wasn't just Meng Lianqing. At this moment, everyone present was shocked and in disbelief. They could see that Lin Sun's body refinement cultivation was 2 levels lower than Meng Lianqing's. But the combat strength he displayed was completely not something that could be possessed at this level. It was unimaginably terrifying and inconceivable. Kill! Meng Lianqing fiercely gritted her teeth. In her body, a terrifying aura awakened and emerged, causing her power to soar by a large margin. Vaguely, a divine halo appeared behind her head. A golden Luan appeared within it, striking the 9 heavens like a divine being. Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, changed his expression slightly. The power of the Saint Realm? No, it wasn't the true power of the Saint Realm, but it was no longer something that could be possessed on the path of immortality. Obviously, this Meng Lianqing used a power that didn't belong to her. She's willing to part with the power of the Golden Luan ancestor. This is a method that damages one's Dao foundation. However, it can be seen that this Meng Lianqing is highly valued. Niao Jinyu's eyes flashed as he recognized it. This made his heart calm down. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun also felt the danger. Or rather, from the moment Meng Lianqing stepped onto the battlefield, he felt that there was an extremely tyrannical power in this woman's body. Now, he finally recognized that this was the power of a saint. No wonder she was so conceited. It turns out that she had this power to rely on. Unfortunately, for me, it's no different from facing a fake saint, this thought flashed through Lin Sun's mind. Boom, a phantom of a golden Luan had already broken through. Its golden wings flapped, exuding a divine aura and power, which made the world dim. In the field, there were countless exclamations. Everyone realized the horror of this blow. But what surprised everyone was that at this moment, Lin Sun leaped into the air, still barehanded, and rushed up to kill. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sounded. Bright light surged and covered the entire battlefield. It was too blazing and terrifying, making it difficult for people to see clearly what was going on. This, regardless of friend or foe, everyone's heart was in their throat. They all realized that this blow was destined to determine the winner. But, what would the result be? You can die in peace under this blow. In the distance, Meng Lianqing's pretty face was pale, and her vitality was greatly damaged. No one knew better than her what a great burden and backlash it would cause to oneself when using such divine power. But as long as she could kill Lin Sun, everything was worth it. But when the light rain in the fierce battle disappeared, Meng Lianqing saw a scene that she couldn't accept. P.S. 2 consecutive updates. In the smoke and light, Lin Sun's tall and proud figure appeared. He stood there, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and his aura was surging like that of a demon. Unscathed, under the attack of that sage-like golden phoenix's shadow, he was actually not injured at all. Meng Lianqing's eyes widened, and her pale face showed a touch of confusion. How was this possible? There was a dead silence. Regardless of friend or foe, all of them stood there in a daze. The previous blow was so terrifying that it made people's hearts hang in their throats, but no one had expected the result. Lin Sun was safe and sound, Xianxia was stunned, and a touch of surprise rose between her eyebrows. In her estimation, Lin Sun should be able to block this blow, but he would inevitably be seriously injured. She even began to calculate the odds of winning if there were only a few strong people left on the Empire's side after Lin Sun left the arena. She never thought that Lin Sun would give her an unexpected surprise. This is actually a saint artifact that possesses miraculous defensive power. In the distance, Niu Jinyu's eyes flashed, bursting out a terrible divine light. Only then did he notice that in front of Lin Sun, there was a blood-stained mottled bronze shield, emitting an ancient and vast aura, with a solemn and restrained sacred aura. There was a dead silence. Those strong people of the Alliance of 10,000 Races couldn't accept it. Such a powerful blow couldn't do anything to this guy. How was this possible? In the silence, Lin Sun put away the bronze shield and walked towards Meng Lianqing. His expression was cold and indifferent. Tap. Tap. The sound of his footsteps was not loud, but in this silent atmosphere, it was like a big drum beaten by the god of war, beating hard on everyone's heart. Meng Lianqing's expression changed abruptly, and a chill emerged in her heart. What kind of monster was he to possess such terrifying and heaven-defying combat strength in the longevity 7th tribulation realm? At this moment, she felt fear. But this was a debate, and there was no way out. Either win or die. This was what made Meng Lianqing feel desperate. In the past, she had participated in the debate, and even killed her opponents easily many times in the previous debates. At that time, she was disdainful of the opponents who had died in her hands. She didn't take them seriously at all, so she naturally couldn't understand the feeling of despair. Now that Meng Lianqing had experienced it, she realized that she was walking into the shadow of death. The strong unwillingness stimulated her desire to survive. Before Lin Sun approached, she had already let out a shrill scream and waved her sword to kill. Whoosh, the golden Luan bone sword soared into the sky and emitted clanging sounds. It was like a golden divine rainbow as it streaked across the sky and sliced space apart. But when it got close to Lin, it was blown away by a punch and fell to the ground hard, splashing stone chips and dust all over the ground, wailing incessantly. Puff, Meng Lianqing, who was already heavily injured, coughed up blood, her body trembling. On the side of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Their hearts were filled with worry, anger, and shock. Everyone could see that Meng Lianqing couldn't hold on much longer. Make her admit defeat. I'll give you a chance to admit defeat in the next match. Suddenly, Graceful Peacock spoke with an icy cold voice that carried a strand of unwillingness. His words caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. This suggestion was undoubtedly very tempting. It was tantamount to giving each other a way out. But unfortunately, Lin Sun directly refused. I said, with me on this battlefield, all of you will die. His voice was unquestionable. On the side of the Empire, everyone could not help but feel their blood boil and their hearts surge. They were infected by Lin Sun's resolute and disdainful attitude. On the other hand, the faces of Graceful Peacock and the other powerhouses of the Alliance of 10,000 Races all darkened, their eyes filled with murderous intent. In the previous battles, they had never been so aggrieved. Meng Lianqing's heart was already completely cold. She knew that she had no chance. Then, a cold light flashed in her eyes as she seemed to have made a decision. But at this moment, Lin Sun had already arrived. His speed was unbelievably fast. Originally, he was walking, but now, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Not good. Meng Lianqing's expression changed abruptly as she dodged with all her might. Boom, a bright fist light suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded in her field of vision, turning into a fist that seemed to cover all directions. It was omnipresent and unavoidable. Then, she only felt her vision go black as her chest had been punched open. Puff, her body was directly torn apart by the invincible fist energy and then shattered into pieces, turning into a scarlet rain of blood that filled the sky. On the verge of death, she felt a sense of unpreparedness. There were too many things she did not say, too many things she did not do. All of these turned into a kind of unwillingness and were replaced by death. You don't have the qualifications to perish together with me, Lin Sun said indifferently. His figure was tall, bathed in the clear light of the Tao, and his whole body exuded the power of a demon. Not far away, the rain of blood was falling. This bloody scene immediately shocked the audience. Meng Lianqing was killed. This time, all the powerhouses of the Alliance of 10,000 Races felt a serious threat, and they were all frightened. Meng Lianqing was a peerless figure ranked first and second in the combat power list, but in the end, she was mercilessly killed. This shocked many people and made their hearts heavy. At this point in the battle, Lin Sun first killed Bai Yunqing, then killed Long Jia, and now even killed Meng Lianqing. He won 3 battles in a row. Every battle was extremely bloody. Every battle was domineering and ruthless. Everyone could see that Lin Sun was very strong, stronger than they had expected. Thinking about it, they were fearless before, and scrupulously mocking and despising the powerhouses of the empire. But now, as Lin Sun won 3 battles in a row, they could not laugh anymore, and their faces were covered with a thick haze. Even Saint Niu Jinyu's face was gloomy. Continue. Lin Sun said, his voice cold and ruthless, resounding through the audience. It was another continue, but for the powerhouses of the alliance of 10,000 races, the feeling was completely different. Earlier, they saw Lin Sun's move as a provocation, thinking that he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and was courting death. But now, when these 2 words fell into their ears, it was like the sound of a death knell, causing their faces to change slightly. The real battle results were there, the blood was still spreading, and even Meng Lianqing was killed. Who dared to look down on him? Who dared to mock and ridicule him? He was definitely a terrible person. Damn it, this guy won 3 battles in a row, and he still won't give up? And Hua Tian snorted coldly and gritted his teeth, his face gloomy and livid. Niu Tunchen, Kong Xiu, and the other powerhouses looked uncertain. On the side of the empire, there was a burst of cheers. Everyone's face was lit up, and they were overjoyed. Lin Sun's successive victories really boosted their morale. The main reason was that not only were the defeats just now depressing, but in the past years, the empire had been suppressed in the debates. They could not raise their heads, shed too much blood and tears, and felt extremely humiliated. But now, Lin Sun stood alone on the battlefield like an undefeated god of war, killing so many foreign powerhouses that even their hearts were cold. How could they not be happy? Continue? It has been many years since anyone dared to despise the powerhouses of the alliance of 10,000 races, but today, in such a place, they were killed to the point of fear. It is indeed very humiliating. Niu Jinyu's voice was like thunder, shaking between heaven and earth. The powerhouses of the alliance of 10,000 races all looked ashamed. When facing Lin Sun, they were indeed frightened just now, which was really a bit shameful. If you feel humiliated, then show your courage and fighting spirit and kill this boy. Niu Jinyu shouted. Wave after wave of fighting spirit soared into the sky, arousing the fighting spirit of Niu Tunchen and others and making them restless. Why are you so arrogant? He is just one person. How can he be a match for all of us? He is doomed to die. He will pay with his life. And Hua Tian shouted. In the past battles, we won repeatedly and killed people of your empire, but we were not as arrogant as you. What are you proud of now? At this moment, the angry rebuke of the alliance of 10,000 races formed a sharp contrast with the cheers of the empire. Lin Sun's figure remained motionless, and his expression was cold. It's useless to bark like a dog. If you have the guts, get up here. Kill. Suddenly, a foreign powerhouse rushed out, unable to restrain his killing intent and anger. This was a man with burning hair and a body full of molten lava flames. His breath was extremely violent and frightening. Boom! As soon as he attacked, the earth collapsed, the molten lava swept out, melting the void, and the breath of destruction was terrible. Unfortunately, in just a few rounds, Lin Sun broke his neck with a slap, and then stepped on his body, breaking him into pieces. Continue, Lin Sun said coldly. Even though he had gone through many battles, he was still unstained and unscathed, and even his breath had not weakened much. The eyes of the powerhouses of the alliance of 10,000 races were red, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. For consecutive defeats was unacceptable to them. I hate you so much. Niu Tunchen roared to the sky, his eyes red, and he was about to go crazy. At this moment, he probably understood how Lin Sun felt when he was waiting. He didn't hate the enemy's arrogance, but he hated that he didn't have a chance to show up. The Empire's camp was completely boiling. For consecutive victories, this sort of achievement had never been achieved in the previous debates, except for Xian Luozi, who was killed by Song Wuk. There were only 5 people left on the alliance of 10,000 races side. It could be said that even if Lin Sun withdrew from the battlefield at this moment, the Empire had already gained a certain advantage. After all, Li Duxing, Shiyu, and the others had not appeared yet. But Lin Sun did not. He stood there like an immovable rock, determined to kill to the end. No one knew that he had been holding back, fearing that he would expose too much strength and cause some unnecessary accidents. For example, if Niu Jinyu, the sage, knew that no one present was a match for him, would he fly into a rage out of humiliation and break the rules? No one could say for sure. Therefore, Lin Sun had been holding back, like a patient fisherman. Every time he revealed his power and combat strength, he would steadily suppress one of the beasts without appearing too shocking. For example, when he killed Meng Lianqing, he could have directly blocked that level of attack without relying on the blood-stained bronze shield. If not for that, with his chi refinement cultivation of the 8th retribution of immortality, the outcome of the battle would have been decided in an instant when he killed the 4 previous opponents. P.S. Don't worry, everyone. I won't describe such one-sided battles one by one. Also, there's another important matter. On the 12th of this month, Goldfish will be attending the annual meeting. The trip will be about 8 days, so she definitely won't have much time to write. Therefore, since yesterday, Goldfish has been working hard to save chapters, trying her best to ensure that she can update as usual when she goes out. To be honest, I'm under a lot of pressure. My writing speed has always been slow, but Goldfish will do everything she can to provide updates to everyone. I also hope that everyone will vote for me after reading the book. The 5th one to fight against Lin Sun was Huatian. He had long gray hair, and the depths of his eyes were surging with 2 kinds of strange silver and black lightning, which was extremely terrifying. He came from the Dragon Falcon clan, an extremely ancient clan whose ancestors had once given birth to a real sage king. As soon as the battle began, it entered an extremely intense state. The world was filled with roars and divine brilliance. Half of Huatian's body was covered with silver lightning, and the other half was covered with black lightning, showing the charm of yin and yang. The lightning was mainly used for killing, and after combining with the power of yin and yang, it emitted a destructive aura that surprised Lin Sun. Perhaps his opponent's strength wasn't enough to make him afraid, but this strange and terrifying talent was an eye-opener for Lin Sun. For every race to be able to survive for countless years, they definitely had their own foundation and reliance. However, Lin Sun didn't show mercy. In just a moment, he pressured Huatian into a dangerous situation. Huatian obviously felt that something was wrong, and he exerted his trump card to fight desperately. Mysterious Yin Lightning, cleanse evil. Mysterious Young Lightning, destroy all living things. He roared and chanted an obscure secret incantation. A jet black lightning blended into a dazzling silver lightning, and suddenly showed a kind of gray color like the beginning of chaos. At the same time, a terrifying destructive aura swept out, surging, and thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This secret method was so amazing that even Lin Sun was surprised, but it still didn't pose a great threat to him. Boom! As the world shook violently, a big abyss appeared in Lin Sun's palm, and in an instant, it swallowed the strange yin and yang lightning and then turned it into powder. At the same time, this palm pressed fiercely on Huatian's body, and his whole body seemed to fall into a whirlpool. His body was obliterated inch by inch, and his blood trickled down to the ground. The way he died made many people's scalps go numb. In the end, even Huatian's spirit couldn't escape and was obliterated completely. At this point, Huatian had fallen. Lin Sun obtained 5 consecutive victories. This series of surprises made the powerhouses of the empire excited and happy, and they couldn't help but be shocked and in a trance. Only then did they realize that Lin Sun was stronger and more terrifying than they had imagined. Thinking of the beginning when Lin was regarded as a vermin by many people in the camp, they all had an indescribable weird feeling in their hearts. At this time, if those people waiting in the camp knew Lin's achievements, they would be shocked. Meanwhile, on the side of the alliance of 10,000 races, all of their faces were ashen. Even Saint Niu Jinyu's expression was ice-cold, as if he was forcefully suppressing the violent emotions and killing intent in his heart. Continue. Lin Sun said indifferently. You still want to fight? The one who asked was Graceful Peacock. He couldn't accept this, his anger boundless. The winner can choose to continue fighting, unless one of you can defeat me. But that is impossible. Speaking of this, Lin seemed to realize something. He looked at Xiao Kong and said, Why, are you afraid? Graceful Peacock's face turned red, and she said angrily, "Why would I be afraid of you? Is it your turn next?" Lin Sun looked calm. His words made Graceful Peacock's expression stagnate. "Since it's your turn and you're not afraid of me, why waste time?" Lin Sun's lips were curled up in a mocking smile. The Empire's camp burst into laughter. Before, Graceful Peacock was the most arrogant, regarding the Empire's strongmen as prey. But now, he didn't dare to fight. The reason was obvious. He must have been shocked by Lin Sun's bloody means. "Graceful Peacock. It's nothing but death. Why do you have to be so arrogant and be laughed at for no reason?" Niao Tunshan roared angrily. "This is the debate. It's your turn." Niao Jinyu also said coldly. "If the alliance of 10,000 races didn't fight, how could they keep a foothold in the bloodthirsty battlefield?" "I'll kill you." Graceful Peacock's expression changed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stepped onto the battlefield, exuding a terrible murderous aura. Obviously, he had been forced into a corner. A cornered rabbit would bite, and a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone Graceful Peacock. Boom, in an instant, he took out a treasure. It was a golden halberd. With a roar, he charged at Lin Sun like a madman. But Lin Sun moved faster than him. His figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Graceful Peacock. "Kneel." With a roar, Lin Sun snatched the golden halberd from Graceful Peacock. Then, he struck out with his palm and pressed down like a curtain covering the sky. Bang! Graceful Peacock didn't have time to react. His shoulder collapsed, his tendons and bones shattered, and his body was forced to kneel on the ground. One blow. In an instant, Graceful Peacock, a king of the 8th tribulation of Longevity realm, was suppressed. He knelt on the battlefield in an extremely humiliating manner. It was too fast. Many people didn't have time to react before the battle ended. For a time, a strange silence actually appeared in the surroundings, and everyone in the surroundings seemed to be stunned. Graceful Peacock had been the most arrogant before. Now, he was the fastest to lose. In terms of true combat strength, Graceful Peacock was only slightly weaker than Meng Lianqing. He was stronger than Hua Tian, Bai Yunxing, and the others who had died in Lin Sun's hands. But now, he was the fastest to lose. This was unexpected and made people's hearts tremble. They couldn't help but realize a problem. Had Lin Sun not used his full strength in the previous battles, otherwise, how could such a scene have happened? "Stand up." In the distance, Niao Jinyu's angry roar sounded. This was too embarrassing. He couldn't bear to watch Graceful Peacock being forced to his knees with a single strike. Graceful Peacock can die, but not in such a humiliating manner. Niao Tunshan was also flustered and exasperated as he roared. However, no matter how they shouted, Graceful Peacock, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't react at all. He was like a statue. "He's already dead. It's useless to shout," Lin Sun said. His words were earth-shattering. When everyone looked again, they found that Graceful Peacock's aura had been severed. There were no longer any signs of life. Everyone was dazed. It turned out that this blow had not only forced Graceful Peacock to his knees, but it had also killed him. He had died in a kneeling position. This way of death was undoubtedly extremely humiliating. This man really deserves to die. Niao Jinyu couldn't hold back his anger any longer and roared. A loud shout, like a heavenly drum beating, almost exploding Lin Sun's soul. The aura of the divine way was terrifying. At the critical moment, Xianxia waved his sleeve and obliterated the sound waves emerging in the void, resolving the terrible consequences. "Niao Jinyu, do you want to break the rules?" Xianxia said coldly. "Humph." Niao Jinyu took a deep breath and said coldly, "Can't you see that I'm just venting my anger?" "Try again." Xianxia was full of murderous intent. Niao Jinyu said expressionlessly, "Don't worry, no one will break the rules of the battle. We can afford to lose." On the battlefield, Lin Sun's spirit was stable and was not affected, but it made him vigilant and further verified his speculation. Once these sages were angry, they would absolutely dare to do whatever they wanted. Fortunately, he had held back from the beginning and didn't expose too much of his combat power. Otherwise, Niu Jinyu, a sage, might make some trouble. Xiao Kong was dead. This was the sixth opponent killed by Lin Sun. On the side of the alliance of 10,000 races, only Niu Tunshan and two others were left. It could be said that the situation had completely tilted to the imperial camp, which had an obvious overwhelming advantage, but no one cared about this now. The imperial camp was speculating whether Lin Sun could continue to kill all enemies on the battlefield and create an unprecedented record. Go on. The two familiar words came out of Lin Sun's mouth again, making the atmosphere gloomy and solemn. The seventh one to set foot on the battlefield to fight against Lin Sun was a character who was even inferior to Bai Yunsheng. Perhaps he could be regarded as the top and dazzling among his peers. But in Lin Sun's eyes, he was not strong enough at all. Even the strong in the imperial camp felt that this person was no different from courting death. Sure enough, in just a few blinks of an eye, this descendant from the Bloody Lion clan was killed. He screamed in pain before he died. Why can't I admit defeat? Why? His screams made Niu Jinyu's face darken. The imperial camp sneered. Admit defeat? Have all of you ever shown mercy in the past mock battles? No, this was called blood for blood, and a tooth for a tooth. It was time to let you taste the feeling of despair and grievance. The eighth one to fight was a strong man from the Dragon Whale clan named Lan Shouhai. He looked inconspicuous, but his combat power was unexpectedly strong. This surprised the imperial camp because they clearly remembered that Lan Shouhai was not in the top 10 of the alliance of 10,000 races at all. But the strength he showed in the battle was not inferior to Meng Lianqing's. There was no doubt that he was a fierce character hidden in the alliance of 10,000 races, a trump card. If it weren't for Lin Sun this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. At least in the imperial camp, perhaps only Li Duxing could compete with Lan Shouhai. Fortunately, Lin Sun was there. This battle was extremely fierce from the beginning. Lan Shouhai fought with his life on the line. He was desperate, not afraid of death, as if he was crazy. His ruthless and resolute attitude made many people feel bitterly disappointed. But in the end, Lan Shouhai was defeated. Even though he had hidden his strength before, it was destined to be insufficient in the face of Lin Sun, who had been suppressing his strength. Boom! In the terrible roar, Lan Shouhai's head was smashed, and his headless body was thrown high before falling to the ground with a thud. The imperial camp all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then they all became excited. This was Lin Sun's 8 consecutive victories, except for Xian Luozi, who was killed by Song Wuke, and Niu Tunshan, who chose to withdraw from the battlefield. The other 8 alien kings were all killed by Lin Sun alone. At this moment, Xianxia finally laughed, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. At this moment, Niu Jinyu's face was as gloomy as water, and he was furious. P.S. If nothing goes wrong, the next update will be 2 updates in a row. In this way, you don't have to stay up late to wait. The cold wind blew, and the battlefield was dead silent. All eyes were fixed on the unshakable demon-like figure. Lin Sun, who had won 8 battles in a row and killed 8 experts of the alliance of 10,000 races, had shocked everyone. Damn it! Damn it! On the side of the alliance of 10,000 races, except for Saint Niu Jinyu, Niu Tunshan was the only one left. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. Before the battle, he had never thought that such a tragedy would happen. His companions were bleeding and dying in front of him. The feeling of anger and grievance almost drove Niu Tunshan crazy. Even the people of the empire were in a trance and shocked, speechless. 8 kills in a row, except for Xian Luozi, who was killed by Song Wuke. Niu Tunshan was the only one from the alliance of 10,000 races who was qualified to participate in the battle. Everyone was excited. In the past years, the empire had been suppressed and shrouded in humiliation. But today, Lin Sun reversed the situation. He killed all the enemies one after another and made them bleak. Even Xianxia did not expect that Lin Sun would give her such a big surprise. This reminded her of the crazy words Lin Sun had said before they set off. He was only worried that his opponents would not be strong enough. Now it seemed that it was not a crazy word, but a fact. Niu Jinyu said nothing. His face was as gloomy as water, and the anger in his eyes was terrible to the extreme. He did not expect such a loss. It was terrible. If the news of this battle spread, the morale of the alliance of 10,000 races would suffer a heavy blow. How could they raise their heads in the bloodthirsty battlefield in the future? Do you still want to fight? Lin Sun opened his mouth in the silence. There was an indescribable disdain and contempt in this sentence, which was particularly harsh to Niu Tunchen and made him feel depressed. In the past, it was the alliance of 10,000 races who despised the empire in the battle, but now it was the other way around. How could Niu Tunchen accept this? Before, you were worried that you would be seriously injured and I would have the upper hand. Now, I have fought 8 battles, which is not much worse than you at that time. Let me ask you, do you dare to fight? Lin Sun said indifferently. Every single word was like a blade that stabbed fiercely into Niu Tunchen's heart, causing his eyes to almost split apart from rage. He was completely unable to restrain himself and roared loudly. Why wouldn't I dare? Wait. But at this moment, Niu Jinyu shouted to stop him. You've already participated in the debate and won the glory that belongs to you. There's no need for you to continue fighting. Although Niu Jinyu's words were dignified, everyone could see that he was not optimistic about Niu Tunchen and was worried that Niu Tunchen would be killed by Lin Sun. Ancestor, how can we endure such humiliation and hatred? Niu Tunchen screamed, his voice filled with unwillingness. Hee. Lin Sun showed a cynical smile. The Empire's camp was also filled with disdain. Although he didn't say anything, it made Niu Tunchen's hair stand on end. He didn't listen to the advice at all and rushed into the battlefield. Niu Jinyu was furious and was about to stop him. In the distance, Xianxia suddenly emitted a boundlessly terrifying aura. He locked onto Niu Jinyu from afar and said coldly, "You want to break the rules? Ask me if I agree first." Niu Jinyu's eyes opened wide with rage while the ruthless aura emanated from his entire body, and it caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to wail and quake. But in the end, after staring at Xianxia for a moment, he took a deep breath and said, very good, very good. If there's a chance in the future, I'll have a taste of your skills. Xianxia said indifferently, then you'd better wash your neck first. Niu Jinyu snorted coldly, his face gloomy. At the same time, Niu Tunchen had already taken action. He took out a golden trident, and his majestic body rushed out violently. His figure and spirit were terrible, and his murderous spirit was monstrous. Go to hell! He roared, and the trident swept across the sky, rolling up endless golden light. It was peerlessly sharp and domineering, tearing the void as if tearing a canvas. Clang, Lin Sun waved his fist and smashed the blow. The golden light danced all over the sky, shaking the trident and bending it suddenly. It seems that you can't do it either, Lin Sun said indifferently. Kill. Niu Tunchen's eyes were red. Although he was furious, he didn't let it get to his head. Their clan was famous for their strength, and the secret method they practiced was extremely unique. The more angry they were, the more terrifying their combat power would be. It was similar to Lin Sun Jiazi's wrath secret method. Boom, the trident swept across the sky, and the golden color turned into a magnificent and deep purple, and the halberd was filled with a surging holy aura. This was a holy treasure. Everyone in the imperial camp in the distance felt their hearts tighten, and their expressions changed slightly. Niu Tunchen's power was too fierce, like an angry ox demon god. Even looking at it from afar, it made people feel oppressed. Bang, the halberd swung down, and the earth cracked and exploded. A long crack was torn in the void, and the purple holy light pointed straight at Lin Sun. Even Lin Sun had to admit that Niu Tunchen was indeed one of the top figures on the list of myriad races. Not only did he have the cultivation of the 9th retribution of immortality, but the talent and holy treasures he mastered were also extremely powerful. Unfortunately, Niu Tunchen was not a peerless figure. In other words, none of the cultivators who had died in Lin Sun's hands had set foot on the peerless path. All of this was destined. They were both on the path of immortality, but their cultivation foundation was no longer comparable to Lin Sun's. Even if they had an advantage in cultivation, it was useless. Boom, without hesitation, Lin Sun still clashed with Niu Tunchen with his bare fists. His punches were simple and direct, but the power that erupted from each punch was extremely terrifying. That was the martial power of the divine realm. Exerted by Lin Sun with the foundation of the peerless path, its power had long been shocking. If Niu Tunchen hadn't had an advantage in cultivation and fought with a holy treasure, which made up for his shortcomings in Cultivation Foundation. He wouldn't have been able to withstand even one punch from Lin Sun. Rumble. A fierce battle broke out. In a blink of an eye, the two had fought hundreds of rounds, and the sky and the moon were dim. Terrifying rumbling sounds of collision and dazzling and resplendent light of the Tao swept through the surroundings, and it caused the expressions of all to change and be astounded. I'm not as good as Lin Sun. Li Duxing, who had always been silent, opened his mouth at this moment, and there was a touch of uncontrollable shock on his face. With only the power of body refining, Lin Sun had crossed 2 levels of cultivation and fought evenly with Miao Tunshan, who had a holy treasure in his hand. This made Li Duxing a little incredulous. Not only him, but also Shiryu and others were a little numb from the shock. First, Lin Sun killed 8 times in a row, and then he fought fiercely with Miao Tunshan. So far, Lin Sun's strength and power were so strong that they all felt incredible. This is the peerless path. Zhao Xingyan murmured. She knew very well that the cultivation of these young disciples in the mortal world might have improved by leaps and bounds in the bloodthirsty battlefield for more than 10 years. But in the end, he had missed a rare opportunity to become a peerless figure. Why were practitioners so obsessed with seeking opportunities on the road of cultivation? This was the reason. Often, a chance was enough to change one's achievements on the road of cultivation. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamation in the field. In the battlefield, Miao Tunshan coughed up blood and staggered back by Lin Sun's invincible and mighty fist. Although Liang Xiao died earlier, he caused you to suffer heavy injuries. Perhaps you think that killing him is nothing, but it's precisely because of this injury that you, who was already weak to begin with, became even weaker. Lin Sun looked cold. Thinking of the strong practitioners who died in Miao Tunshan's hands, his black eyes were full of cold killing intent. It's impossible. You have fought 8 times. How can you still be so powerful? Miao Tunshan roared, full of shock and anger. One of the main reasons why he refused to listen to Lin Sun's advice and wanted to fight with Lin Sun was that he thought Lin Sun had consumed a lot of energy and was an arrow at the end of its flight. Unexpectedly, this was not the case. There are still many things you don't know. While Lin Sun was talking, he didn't hesitate at all. His momentum was like a devil, domineering and extremely powerful. In just a moment, Miao Tunshan was suppressed and couldn't raise his head. He was seriously injured, and blood kept flowing from his mouth and nose. He was panting, his hair was disheveled, and his face was livid and ferocious. Everyone could see that he was unable to turn the situation around. That was to say, this time, Lin Sun was very likely to kill all the enemies on the opposite side and create a miracle that was enough to make everyone stunned. You can't. Suddenly, Lin Sun rushed forward, and his fist was as bright as a round of cyan sun, blasting towards Miao Tunshan. No. Miao Tunshan roared and dodged crazily, but it was too late. But at this critical moment, something strange happened. Little bastard, don't be arrogant. With a cold and furious voice, Saint Miao Jinyu actually took action. In the blink of an eye, he teleported in the void and appeared on the battlefield, slapping towards Lin Sun. It seemed to be an understatement, but the power contained in it was terrible enough to make anyone desperate. All the people under the Saint realm were like ants. This was not an exaggeration, and Miao Jinyu was a true saint. His speed was too fast. He was so fast that the people in the imperial camp in the distance had no time to react. The situation at this time was also extremely dangerous. Who could have thought that a saint like Miao Jinyu would disregard his face and break the rules to attack Lin Sun, a junior? At this moment, only Lin Sun was extremely calm. From the beginning of the debate, he had been holding back. What he worried about was that in the debate, some accidents would happen because he revealed too much strength. Now, an accident did happen. Whoosh! At the moment when Miao Jinyu appeared, Lin Sun's figure, which was originally rushing forward, suddenly flashed in the void and retreated to the distance at a faster speed than before. Even Miao Jinyu didn't expect that at this time, Lin Sun could detect the danger in advance and dodge so fast. Obviously, Lin Sun had been holding back. Boom! On the battlefield, the earth shook and the void collapsed, showing a terrible scene of everything collapsing. This was the horror of a saint's blow. But in the end, Lin Sun missed it and narrowly avoided it. Everything happened in an instant. The process was so thrilling that it was like a trip to the gate of hell, which others couldn't understand at all. You're courting death. Suddenly, Zhao Xingye's figure appeared on the battlefield. She clenched her hand into a fist and turned it into a holy seal. Dong, it was just a single strike, but it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The entire area showed signs of collapsing. At the same time, she waved her left sleeve, and a gentle force wrapped Lin Sun and moved him out of the battlefield. Humph. Niu Jinyu's dark face was gloomy because he failed to kill Lin Sun. Zhao Xingye's attack also made him realize that the opportunity had been missed. Open! He didn't have time to think about it. With a shout, he suddenly raised his hand, and a black light condensed, blocking Zhao Xingye's punch. Boom, the two collided, and the huge battlefield burst into pieces. However, the miraculous thing was that the seemingly barren Dao mountain didn't move at all, and it didn't suffer the slightest damage. There was a burst of exclamations in the field. All the strong people on the side of the empire retreated, looking shocked and angry. No one expected that at the critical moment of killing Niu Tunchen, Niu Jinyu, a saint, would attack Lin Sun strongly regardless of his manners and dignity. Thinking that Lin Sun was doomed to die if he didn't dodge in time, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Despicable. As a saint of the great Strength Ox Demon clan, you trample on the rules of the battle. You have no shame. Damn it. Sure, you and the others all cursed. In the distance, Niu Jinyu and Zhao Xingye had separated. He looked cold and gloomy and said, "Rules? Aren't we the ones who make the rules? From now on, the rules of the battle will be abolished." Shameless. Zhao Xingye's eyes were like lightning, and her expression was cold. She didn't expect that Niu Jinyu would be so unscrupulous for Niu Tunchen. Ha ha ha, Zhao Xingye, you should know that it won't be long before a great opportunity comes in the mulberry forest. The strong people who enter the forest are destined to win. At this time, do you think it is necessary to continue such a battle? Niu Jinyu laughed and said in a cold voice, "What's more, even if I break the rules, what can you do to me?" When a saint did not place dignity in his eyes at all, other than anger, disdain, what else could they do? At this moment, Shiryu and the others were trembling with anger. With great difficulty, the Empire's camp would be able to obtain an unprecedented victory in this debate and wipe away their previous humiliation. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen at the final juncture of the debate? "I'll kill you first." Zhao Xingye's long hair fluttered in the wind as he attacked without hesitation. She seemed to be peerlessly beautiful and alluring, but once she made a move, she seemed to be peerlessly murderous and ruthless, and her actions were even straightforward without the slightest hesitation. Boom, terrifying purple Saint Dao law surged from Zhao Xingye's graceful figure. It was divine and dignified, and its aura shook the 9 heavens. As she strode forward, a violet phoenix flashed out. It spread its wings and let out a clear cry that was dazzling and resplendent. Shockingly, it was completely formed from pure energy of Saint Dao laws. That level of attack caused everyone to be dumbstruck, and their hearts trembled. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Amidst his loud shout, divine light erupted from Niu Jinyu's body, and his imposing aura shot into the sky. It caused the clouds in the surroundings to collapse, and his imposing aura was so strong that it caused others to feel suffocated and tiny. Boom, the battle broke out. This was a real holy war, which was too terrifying. Lin Sun took Shiryu and others out of this area at the first time and hid far away. Even so, watching the sages fighting in the distance, everyone was still frightened and horrified. The power of the Saint Realm was too terrifying. Don't worry, everyone. This time, Niu Jinyu is doomed to suffer. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. He was not comforting them, but he had great confidence in Zhao Xingye. Young man, don't be too confident. Now Zhao Xingye has no time to care about other things. I'm afraid that you will die first. A cold, old, and hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Not far away in the void, a thin figure of a black-robed old man appeared. His whole body was like a shadow, covered with black light, which made it difficult to see his appearance. But at the first sight of him, Lin Sun and others had a thought in their minds at the same time. He was the holy dark blood witch of the voodoo barbarian camp. It's him. Shiryu and others were shocked. Their hearts sank to the bottom, and they felt cold all over. They vaguely felt that this was like a conspiracy. As soon as the holy war broke out, the divine dark blood witch appeared. It was not like a coincidence at all, but like a premeditated plan. Brother Niu, you concentrate on the battle. When I kill these little guys, I will come and kill Xianxia with you. The divine dark blood witch's voice was hoarse, revealing endless coldness. He put his hands on his back, and suddenly, the area turned into darkness. An indescribable and terrifying pressure of the holy way spread out. It turns out that you have already joined hands. Xianxia, who was fighting fiercely in the distance, said coldly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she was extremely calm and did not lose her temper. Bullshit. I don't want to join hands with others. Niu Jinyu shouted. It was true. Even he did not expect that the divine dark blood witch would appear. If they had really joined hands to deal with Xianxia, there was no need to hold this debate and watch those young strongmen being killed. Xianxia's clear eyes flickered. She was too lazy to guess and identify. In short, today was destined to be a fierce battle. Boom, thinking of this, her offensive became more and more fierce and decisive. At the same time, the divine dark blood witch had also looked at Lin Sun and others with indifference, as if he was looking at dead people. A group of ants. He flicked his sleeve, and his movements were casual and extremely casual. As a very senior true saint, in the eyes of the divine dark blood witch, Lin Sun and others were not a threat at all. What he cared about was the battle in the distance. This time I can take this opportunity to eradicate the Empire camp in one fell swoop. In the debate, the top figures of the alliance of 10,000 clans have almost been wiped out. In the future, they are destined to be at a disadvantage in the competition with the Voodoo Barbarian camp. They are also not a concern. Unfortunately, if Niu Jinyu had cooperated with me earlier, the Empire camp would have been doomed to disappear more than 10 years ago. But fortunately, it's not too late now. No matter how angry Niu Jinyu is, he is destined not to refuse my help. The divine dark blood witch's eyes flickered. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. At this moment, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, which made him quite happy. However, as soon as he thought of this, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he felt that something was wrong. Whoosh, a pair of illusory black wings suddenly appeared behind Lin Sun. They were like the color of the eternal night, giving people a sense of ethereal and spiritual charm. Then, Lin Sun and the people around him disappeared out of thin air before the power of the divine path could kill them. Space moving, the divine dark blood witch's face changed slightly. What kind of treasure was this? How could it have such a magical effect? Whoosh, the next moment, under the scan of the divine sense of the divine dark blood witch, he noticed that Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air in an area 3,000 miles away. Humph. It's a waste to leave this treasure in the hands of an ant like you. Give it to me. The divine dark blood witch snorted coldly, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, he appeared 3,000 miles away and stretched out his hand to slap Lin Sun. Boom, the terrifying power of the divine path entangled in his palm, causing the void to explode. It was indescribably terrifying and swift. At this time, Lin Sun had just put Shiryu and others into the endless Great Path Tower. Facing this attack, the wings on his back flashed again. His figure disappeared again, causing the divine dark blood witch's attack to miss. Damn it! The divine dark blood witch's face darkened, and his heart became more and more greedy. A magical holy treasure could actually allow an ant in the longevity realm to achieve the power of space moving, which was comparable to a saint's teleportation ability. This was simply incredible. The divine dark blood witch had lived for so long and had seen many holy treasures, but he had never seen such a magical treasure. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but attack again. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, the figures of Lin Sun and the divine dark blood witch flashed in the space moving between mountains and rivers. One chased while the other fled. Their speed was shocking. Amazing. If I have this treasure, the power I can unleash will definitely not be so simple. The more the divine dark blood witch chased, the more surprised he became. With his strength, he couldn't catch up with Lin Sun in the first place, which was incredible. At the same time, he became more and more greedy. He realized that the pair of black wings behind Lin Sun definitely had an extremely shocking origin. Haha, little guy, you're not a saint after all. Even with this treasure, you can only move 3,000 miles. Do you think you can escape from me? The divine dark blood witch sneered. Old beast, catch up with me first. Lin Sun's expression was cold. The wings behind him were the wings of burning god that he had obtained in the heaven accessing place. The greatest use of this treasure was space moving, which was no different from the moving technique mastered by saints. It could be said to be incredible. But the only drawback was that using this treasure with cultivation below the saint realm would consume one's spirit and life. In serious cases, it would even hurt the foundation of the Great Tao. The mysterious woman had once reminded Lin Sun that he shouldn't use this treasure unless it was a critical moment of life and death. The current situation was obviously a matter of life and death. How could Lin Sun hide this treasure and not use it? However, if one paid close attention, they would find that although Lin Sun was dodging, he didn't escape far. Instead, he was circling around the Guandao mountain. Back in the ancient wasteland, he had killed many true saints with the help of the killing Buddha heart. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the power of a true saint was. However, his expression was still calm at the moment. Even if he was being chased by a true saint, he didn't panic at all. Without the killing Buddha heart, he wasn't afraid, otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of going to the dangerous mulberry forest at all. It should be soon, Lin Sun silently calculated in his heart, thinking about the situation on Xianxia's side. If the divine dark blood witch knew that Lin Sun, who was regarded as an ant by him, was thinking about another thing instead of panic and despair when being chased by him, who knew how he would feel? After a while, the dark blood divine shaman was a little impatient. The most important purpose of his coming here was to help Niu Jinyu kill Xianxia together. In this way, the imperial camp was destined to be destroyed. He didn't want to waste too much time on a small fry like Lin Sun. Little bastard, you will definitely die. When he caught sight of Lin Sun's figure again, the dark blood divine shaman let out a roar and suddenly took out a white bone hammer and smashed it. Boom! A terrifying aura of the divine path emerged from the white bone hammer. As it smashed, the mountains and rivers within a radius of 100 miles exploded with a loud bang. Everything, be it rocks or plants, was crushed into powder. It should be known that the bloodthirsty battlefield was covered with extremely strong laws of heaven and earth. Everything in the world was difficult to break. However, the attack of the dark blood divine shaman turned 100 miles of mountains and rivers into nothingness. From this, it could be seen how terrifying a true saint was. This time, when Lin Sun dodged, he was almost hit and killed. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to let his imagination run wild. He had indeed killed many true saints in the past, but that was with the help of the Heart of Slaughter. If he were to face such an old monster alone, he would not be able to rely on his own strength to do so. Boom! 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 In the following time, the dark blood divine shaman repeatedly took out the white bone hammer as if he had gone mad. Mountains were smashed, rivers were smashed, and the earth was riddled with holes. The reason was very simple. With his status and realm, it was very shameful to bully the weak. But now, he still couldn't defeat Lin Sun. This made him feel a little ashamed and angry. And Lin Sun's situation began to become bad. As time went by, his own essence, qi, and spirit were being consumed violently. He could only hold on for half an hour at most. At the same time, in front of the Taoist mountain, Xianxia, who was fighting fiercely, had a flash of cold light in his clear eyes. He seized an opportunity and suddenly turned his palm over, and a mutton-fat jade bottle several inches high appeared. Niu Jinyu, who was rushing over, narrowed his eyes and felt a sense of crisis. But when he was about to react, boom, a strand of terrifying energy of the Saint Tao suddenly sprayed out from within the jade bottle, and it condensed into a seemingly material spear. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress the heavens and the earth to the point of exploding. Not good. Niu Jinyu's expression changed abruptly, but it was already too late for him to dodge. He could only face it head-on with all his might and swing the purple trident in his hand with all his might. This treasure came from Niu Tunshan, and he was the one who gave it to Niu Tunshan. In Niu Zhentian's hands, the saint treasure's power was completely unleashed. Bang! The great halberd collided with the battle spear, but it only took an instant for the halberd to fly out of his hands. On the other hand, Niu Jinyu's wrist was almost broken from the impact. His entire body suffered the impact of an incomparably terrifying force, and he fell fiercely. Puff, during this process, he actually coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kill. Xianxia had already caught up. Seizing this rare opportunity, he slashed down with the silver saber in his right hand. With a bang, even though Niu Jinyu had blocked this slash, it shook him so much that he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He had completely lost the upper hand. Xianxia closed in on him step by step, not giving him any chance to breathe at all. He swung his saber to kill, and the saber chi swept across the universe in all directions, causing the mountains and rivers to pale in comparison. Bang bang bang, amidst the dense sounds of collisions that sounded like thunder, Niu Jinyu had fallen into a complete disadvantage, and he was constantly being beaten back. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. His tanned face was filled with shock and anger. Previously, in the battle with Xianxia, he even had a slight upper hand. However, because of the power of the Suet Jade bottle, everything was reversed, and he was directly at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed and injured. Until now, Niu Jinyu still could not understand what kind of treasure the Suet Jade bottle was, and how it could have such terrifying power. It felt like he was facing a pincer attack from two true saints. However, he did not have much time to think. Bang! After another peerlessly ferocious collision, Niu Jinyu felt intense pain in his internal organs. Everything went black in front of him. This made him so angry that he even began to curse in his heart. Why didn't the dark blood divine sorcerer come to help until now? Could it be that this old thing still wants to benefit from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam? Bang! Not long after, Niu Jinyu was smashed to the ground from the void. His face was covered with dirt, and his body trembled slightly because of the pain. However, it also allowed him to grasp a sliver of an opportunity. He charged up explosively and teleported through the air. Want to leave? Xianxia's clear eyes were steaming with terrible killing intent. A ferocious and rough white bone bow appeared in his hand, and the blood-red bowstring was pulled to the fullest. A dark and dull arrow was put on the bowstring, and an indescribable violent murderous spirit diffused from the white bone bow, which changed the color of heaven and earth. Vaguely, there were even horrible visions such as the raging of wind and thunder, the sorrowful roar of sages, and the weeping of gods and demons. Insignificant bow, blue sky arrow. Oh no! In an instant, Niu Jinyu realized that something was wrong. He was shocked, and his divine soul felt a burst of fear and pain. Without any hesitation, he fled with all his strength. Bang! At the same time, the blue sky arrow burst out. At that moment, it was as if a peerless monster appeared in this world, and the unparalleled killing intent was like a cold wave, making all things in the world wail. Niu Jinyu escaped in time and very quickly. Under the full display of space teleportation, his figure had already been 8,000 miles away. However, before he could react, a strand of black light that was dazzling like a waterfall pierced through the restraints of space and pierced through his chest. A string of blood splashed out. Niu Jinyu's eyes widened, and he looked frightened and incredulous. What kind of arrow was this? How could it be so horrible? 8,000 miles, even the space teleportation couldn't be avoided. Incomparable pain spread from his body. In an instant, Niu Jinyu knew that he had suffered a great injury, and even his divine soul had been stabbed. The most terrible thing was that a fierce and unparalleled murderous spirit was spreading from the wound to the whole body at an amazing speed. With his strength, he couldn't suppress such a fierce spirit for a while. Niu Jinyu was completely terrified. Under the stimulation of his survival instinct, he ran with all his strength, and soon disappeared into the distance. Up to the heavens, down to the yellow springs, blue sky arrow. As expected of the blue sky arrow, in front of the Taoist mountain, Xianxia was also in a trance, and her heart was shaking. Many years ago, when she was still a King Realm practitioner, she had borrowed Lin Sun's bow and arrows to kill enemies. At that time even she could not exert the true power of the pair of bow and arrows. But now, it was different. She was already a true saint, but she didn't expect that the pair of bow and arrows would be so powerful, so shocking. It made her feel a wave of fear. What a pity, he still escaped. Xianxia sighed in her heart and didn't chase after him, because there was an even more troublesome old guy. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart tightened. Could Lin Sun really last until now? Swoosh, Before she finished her thought, she had already disappeared. What kind of power is that? How can it be so shocking? The eyelids of the dark blood divine shaman, who was chasing Lin Sun, twitched. He noticed that there was an extremely terrifying and fierce spirit between heaven and earth. He didn't know that it was the power of insignificant bow and blue sky arrow. But this discovery made him feel uneasy. Did something abnormal happen on Niu Jinyu's side? The dark blood divine shaman frowned. He decided not to hold back anymore and used all his strength to take down Lin Sun in the shortest time. Buzz, the white bone hammer appeared and shone brightly. The dark blood divine shaman took a deep breath, and his aura suddenly became much stronger. He used the space diversion and appeared 3,000 miles away. His divine sense locked on Lin Sun, and the white drum hammer was ready to rush out. At this moment, a dark stripe tore through the void, fast, incredibly fast. Like a ray of light, it tore through time and space, reflected in the world, and also reflected in the pupils of the dark blood divine shaman. It was that fierce spirit. In an instant, the dark blood divine shaman's face changed dramatically. He used all his strength to smash the white bone hammer, not daring to hold back at all. Bang! In the deafening collision sound, the land within 1,000 miles with this place as the center burst into pieces like a piece of paper being crushed. That kind of destructive power destroyed mountains and rivers, crushed grass and trees, collapsed the void, and wiped out all things in an instant. In this collision, a corner of the dark blood divine sorcerer's white bone hammer was forcefully shattered. Cracks appeared on its surface as it flew backward. The dark blood divine shaman himself was bleeding from his 7 apertures. His skinny body seemed to be pressed by a mountain, and he staggered back more than 30 meters in the void. When he finally stabilized his figure, his facial features were distorted because of the pain, and he let out a muffled groan. All of this happened too suddenly. The dark blood divine shaman was caught off guard, and he never expected that such an attack could be so terrible. Old thing, do you want to kill me together? Do you think you can do that? Xianxia had already broken through the air, and the insignificant bow in his hand was pulled to the fullest, and the blue sky arrow was shot out. Bang! The void was chaotic, and the wind and thunder were surging, like the sound of death. Humph! I'll kill you next time. Without hesitation, the dark blood divine shaman turned around and fled. He had sensed that something was wrong. Xianxia had come to kill him. Did it mean that Niu Jinyu had been defeated? Even the dark blood divine shaman had guessed that Niu Jinyu was also defeated by this pair of magical and terrifying bows and arrows. However, why hadn't he heard that Xianxia had such a pair of peerless murderous weapons before? The dark blood divine shaman was very unwilling. This time, he thought that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he kill Xianxia, but he could also destroy the imperial camp, so that his voodoo barbarian camp would have an absolute advantage in the confrontation with the alliance of 10,000 races in the future. He never thought that in the end, it was all in vain. Not only that, even he was injured and had to flee. Thinking of this, the dark blood divine shaman was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. However, the next moment, he did cough up blood, because an arrow turned into a flowing light, broke through the void and hit his back. The beast skin armor on his back suddenly exploded apart. Even though it had blocked this attack, the terrifying impact of the jade drop arrow had blasted him flying, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. At this moment, dark blood grand shaman was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He didn't dare to think any more and turned into a shadow, breaking through the air. Buzz, the blood-red bowstring of insignificance bow was pulled to the fullest again, but this time it didn't shoot. Zhao Jingshuan's arms trembled slightly, and her pretty face suddenly turned pale. An irritable and dull killing intent was hitting her body. Without hesitation, she put away this pair of strange bows and arrows. She used this pair of bows and arrows once to defeat Niu Jinyu, and twice in a row to deal with Dark Blood Grand Shaman. Although Niu Jinyu and Dark Blood Grand Shaman were defeated and escaped with injuries, Xianxia was a little overwhelmed. What a pity, she took a deep breath and looked at the direction where Dark Blood Grand Shaman escaped, feeling a little regretful and a little frightened. The power of insignificance bow and blue sky arrow made her, a true saint, only able to draw the bow 3 times, which was amazing. But they were injured after all. In the distance, Lin Sun came over with a relaxed look. That's right. According to my estimation, the injuries that Niu Jinyu and the Dark Blood Divine Sorcerer suffered this time will take at least a year and a half to recover completely. During this period of time, I'll do my best to get rid of these two old things. Zhao Xingye's clear eyes were full of killing intent. Lin Sun said, "This is indeed a great time to eradicate the voodoo barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races. Speaking of which, thank you for your help this time." Zhao Xingye looked at Lin Sun with a smile on her beautiful face. She raised her hand and returned the Great Way Infinite Bottle, Insignificance Bow, and Blue Sky Arrow to him. Before coming to participate in the debate in Taoist Mountain, she had mentioned to Lin that there was likely to be a great opportunity in the mulberry forest soon. At that time, those who entered the mulberry forest more than 10 years ago would be killed. Songyun Mountain, the camp of the empire. The setting sun shone. All the strong in the camp were waiting quietly in front of the camp gate. No one left. "I don't know whether our empire can reverse the situation in this debate." Many people were talking in a low voice, and the atmosphere was a little depressing and tense. Shiryu and Yi Qi were also there. Although they were very confident in Lin and Li Duxing, they became a little worried as time went by. They were afraid that the news would be bad, which would be a great blow to the Empire's camp. "I'm back." Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. Voila! Everyone stopped what they were doing, stood up, and looked into the distance. In the void, a treasure ship broke through the air, led by Zhao Xingye, followed by Shiryu, Li Duxing, and others. "He came back alive. Haha, we won. We won." Cheers erupted in the camp. Everyone's hearts were lifted, and they revealed expressions of ecstasy and excitement. As long as someone came back alive, it meant victory, because everyone knew that once one lost in the debate, it would mean death. The treasure boat landed in the camp. Zhao Xingye returned to the top of the mountain alone, while Shiryu, Li Duxing, and the others were welcomed by all the masters in the camp. "Quick, tell us about the process of the debate." "Yeah, how did our empire win this time?" Many people were curious, and their faces were full of anticipation. Some powerhouses couldn't help sighing. After more than 10 years, the empire finally won a great victory in the debate. Who wouldn't be excited? What? The seventh prince, Hua Luhong, Liang Xiao, and Chai Wenshan are all dead? Someone exclaimed in shock and revealed a sorrowful expression, causing the originally clamorous and cheerful atmosphere to become much quieter. They sacrificed for the empire. "Everyone, when we leave the bloodthirsty battlefield, we must bring their ashes back to the empire," someone said firmly, which aroused many echoes. "Where is Lin? Why don't I see him?" Suddenly, Ning Meng and Yi Qi's faces changed and they shouted. At the same time, Shiryu told them that Lin Sun had killed 9 overmatches of the alliance of 10,000 races. For a time, exclamations of shock resounded incessantly in the surroundings, and an uproar arose. All of them felt their blood boil while their hearts surged, and they were repeatedly shocked. "Brother Lin, you alone dominated the battlefield and killed a group of enemies. You're really worthy of the title of the best in the capital," someone exclaimed. "In the past, we ridiculed Brother Lin as a worm and envied the treatment he enjoyed. Now it seems that we are just like frogs at the bottom of a well, ignorant and ridiculous." Someone was ashamed. "With Brother Lin, the voodoo barbarian camp is destined to be no match for our empire in the next debate." Someone looked forward to it. He'd just spoken up to hear when he was interrupted by Shiryu. There won't be any more debates in the future. Then, he told them about the holy war that suddenly broke out at the end of the debate, which aroused many angry voices. They all scolded Niu Jinyu and Dark Blood Holy Shaman for being despicable and shameless. However, when they learned that the 2 sages were seriously injured and fled, they couldn't help laughing again. This was called going for wool and coming home shorn. It was also at this time that people knew that Lin Sun stayed in the Tao Observing Mountain and was practicing in front of the stone wall at the top of the mountain. He would finish in a month. "Everyone, get ready. When His Highness Zhao Xingye recovers his strength, we will set out to destroy the voodoo barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races." Shiryu shouted in high spirits. Everyone agreed loudly and rubbed their palms. A debate would not only wash away the shame of the empire, but also change the situation of the empire. They had a great opportunity to wipe out the other 2 forces, Tao Observing Mountain On the cliff plateau at the top of the mountain, there was a continuous stone wall. When Lin Sun set foot here, he immediately felt an indescribable aura of the Great Way, which was ethereal and lofty, which made people awe. When he looked at the stone wall again, he saw numerous engraved diagrams that were like the trajectory of the Great Tao. They appeared to be messy and complicated, but when he looked closely, he found that they were filled with a boundlessly profound aura. As soon as Lin Sun looked at it, he only felt a bang in his mind, and then he lost all his thoughts. His body and mind were drowned by the endless power of the Great Way. In a trance, he seemed to see that on the barren and desolate cliff plateau, there were many auspicious lights of the Great Way, countless spiritual flowers and herbs emerged, lush vegetation, dense forests, tall bamboos, entwined vines, and intertwined old herbs. In the sky, green, blue, red, and jade auspicious clouds were floating, flowing with the light of the Great Way, auspicious and sacred. There were real dragons, immortal phoenixes spreading their wings, green oxen walking, white deer holding Ganoderma, and spirit monkeys in groups. Everything was magical. Clang, a bell rang. At the end of the cliff plateau, a figure was sitting on the ground, but it gave people the feeling that he was sitting above the ninth heaven, giving people a sense of infinity and greatness. Then, bursts of the Great Way like the sound of nature sounded, floating between heaven and earth, mysterious and wonderful. On the cliff plateau, the grass and trees bent down, as if listening quietly. Creatures such as real dragons, immortal phoenixes, green oxen, white deer, and spirit monkeys were all lying in different places, as if they were enlightened. There was silence between heaven and earth, only the sound of Great Way lingered. Lin Sun seemed to be blessed. He sat cross-legged, relaxed his body and mind, and felt quietly. He didn't know the height of heaven and earth, nor where he was. He completely forgot himself. It turns out that you have put your Tao here. It was still the barren and desolate cliff plateau. No one knew when the figure of the mysterious woman came out of the heaven accessing place. She put her hands behind her back, glanced at Lin Sun who was sitting on the ground, and then looked at the stone wall not far away. In her eyes, there were a total of 1,839 carvings on the stone wall, and each carving was the manifestation of the Great Way, representing a kind of Great Way imprint. She knew that these markings of the Great Tao belonged to the martial emperor that had fallen here, and they were the comprehensions of the Great Tao that he had cultivated throughout his life. This wasn't a true inheritance or technique, but something that an emperor realm cultivator had comprehended along the way. It was much more precious than ordinary inheritances and techniques. He has set foot on the top, and he can only learn from it, but it is enough for him to benefit greatly. Soon, the mysterious woman withdrew her gaze, and her expression was calm from beginning to end, and she was not affected by the carvings of the Great Way. Unfortunately, it is just some understanding of the Great Way, not the foundation of your own Great Way. Otherwise, I can know what Emperor Tao you are seeking. The mysterious woman put her hands behind her back, and after a moment of silence, she floated away. In front of the stone wall, Lin Sun completely forgot himself and was unaware of all this. 3 days later. Under the leadership of Xianxia, the imperial camp attacked Xianxia Mountain, where the voodoo barbarian camp was located. The battle could be said to be like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Xianxia Mountain was covered in bright red blood. Unfortunately, Dark Blood Holy Sorcerer and Yin Gemini had already evacuated in advance and were not on Xianxia Mountain. Later, Zhao Xingye took everyone to Wanji Mountain, where the Alliance of 10,000 Races was located. This time, he directly pounced on empty air. The place had long since been deserted, leaving only a mess on the ground. Obviously, with the injuries of Dark Blood Holy Sorcerer and Niu Jinyu, both the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the Alliance of 10,000 Races knew that the situation was hopeless, and they made preparations to evacuate in advance. Although they failed to kill all the opponents, everyone in the Empire knew that the Empire would dominate the bloodthirsty battlefield in the future. As for the other two camps, they existed only in name. 10 days later. At the entrance of the mulberry forest, Zhao Xingye looked at it from a distance. The grey fog was rolling, covering the whole universe. Nothing could be seen clearly. But it made Zhao Xingye's heart palpitate, as if there were extremely terrible things in the depths of the foggy world. Finally, she turned around and left. 30 days later. On the top of Taoist Mountain, Lin Sun suddenly woke up from meditation and opened his eyes. Lin Sun, time's up. At the foot of the mountain, Xianxia, who had been waiting there for a long time, said. Senior, please wait a moment. Lin Sun nodded, and then walked to the edge of the cliff, looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance with his deep and clear black eyes, his clothes fluttering. And from his lips, a sentence came out softly, I want to break through the realm. Where is the doom? P.S. In order to make it more convenient for everyone to read, I will update 2 chapters every day at 10 a.m. and 10:05 a.m. in the future. I want to break through. Where is the tribulation? 1 sentence, 8 words, lightly floated out. But when it spread out, it was like thunder sweeping the sea of clouds, shaking all directions. For a time, the heavens and the earth were filled with the echoes that surged like thunderclaps, and it even caused space to ripple violently. At the foot of the mountain, Xianxia suddenly raised his head, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. In the sky, a touch of ink-like tribulation cloud was condensed and accumulated, gradually covering the sky of the top of Taoist Mountain. The darkness was like an eternal night. Dull, oppressive, and horrible breath of destruction spread with it. Within 1,000 miles, the wind and clouds changed color. On the edge of the cliff, Lin Sun stood with his hands behind his back. His dark eyes were deep, without sadness or joy. For a month, Lin Sun listened to the sound of the Great Way and forgot himself. Now when he woke up, Lin Sun's cultivation suddenly rose like a lake water that had been suppressed for a long time. His body refining cultivation stepped into the 8th retribution of longevity in body refining. His chi refining cultivation also reached the extreme level of perfection. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't spit it out and break it. Then, the opportunity to advance came at this moment. In the depths of the tribulation cloud, there was thunder in the shape of a python rolling. It was dazzling and emitted a suffocating breath of destruction. Lin Sun's mind was calm. The mystery of the Great Way that he had comprehended over the past month was like a clear spring, flowing up and down his body. The carvings of the Great Way were like the enlightenment of the Great Way described by an emperor. Because the cultivation of the practitioner was different, the mystery they comprehended was also different. For example, what Lin Sun comprehended belonged to the mystery of the path of longevity. Stones from other mountains could be used to improve jade, and the enlightenment of an emperor on the way to immortality made Lin Sun draw inferences about other cases from one instance. He examined himself and made up for his shortcomings. In this 1 month of enlightenment, he realized a new transformation on his way to immortality. Lin Sun didn't wait too long. The 9th tribulation of longevity tribulation, came. A large net, like a dense thunderstorm, fell from the depths of the tribulation cloud in the sky. The dazzling thunderbolts were like dragons and pythons, with the peerless breath of destruction. Lin Sun stepped on the void and went up step by step. His clothes were fluttering, and then he sat cross-legged like a rock, without any movement. Only his black hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. The next moment, the rolling thunder struck down and covered Lin Sun entirely. Every single bolt of tribulation lightning possessed the might to annihilate any king on the path to longevity, and it was unimaginably terrifying. When they descended together and acted on a single person, the scene could absolutely be said to be world-shocking and boundlessly terrifying. But from beginning to end, Lin Sun didn't take any action. He sat there cross-legged, using his own strength to resist and neutralize it. He was like an old monk in meditation. Even when the 8 winds assaulted him, he remained unmoved. Dazzling arcs of electricity and sparkling lightning sparks splashed and surged in his body, creating deafening collisions. It wasn't long before his body started to crack inch by inch, and bright red blood flowed out. He seemed to have transformed into a person made of blood, but his expression was still completely calm. His calm, composed attitude didn't seem like he was overcoming tribulation at all, and it seemed like he was borrowing the might of tribulation lightning to temper himself. Xianxia had already retreated to a very far place before the thunder came. She watched the tribulation silently, and her mind couldn't calm down. She had also experienced the 9 tribulations of longevity, but its power was far less terrifying than that of the tribulation in front of her. She had also seen others go through the 9 tribulations of longevity, and they were also far inferior to the tribulation triggered by Lin Sun. This is the tribulation of the top figures. Xianxia marveled in her heart. And the way Lin Sun passed the tribulation moved Xianxia, even beyond her imagination. When people went through the tribulation, they were all like facing a formidable enemy, as if they were facing a test of life and death. They were extremely cautious and dignified, and they couldn't wait to use all their means. But Lin Sun, he did nothing, he just sat cross-legged in the void, like a Buddha sitting on a lotus throne, or a Taoist ancestor sitting on a futon, calm and relaxed. All sorts of tribulations descended. No matter how they struck, no matter how his body was damaged, and no matter how his body was heavily injured, he didn't seem to notice at all. Xianxia felt an indescribable shock for the first time since she started cultivating. It was like witnessing a miracle happening. At the same time, a shocking change was taking place in the depths of the mulberry forest. Clang, in a grand and mysterious palace with 9,999 steps, the sound of a bell rang out. At this moment, all the horrible creatures scattered in the mulberry forest stopped what they were doing and looked at the same place at the same time. This big opportunity has finally come. An extremely gorgeous fiery red demonic flower flashed out from within a swamp. Every single petal was branded with the mark of the Tao, and a ray of light flowed within its stamen while strands of a divine rain of light drifted out from within it. The rain of light transformed into a myriad of strands of hazy sword chi that rumbled. Whoosh, the fiery red demonic flower flashed gently and disappeared. I've been silent for countless years, just for today. Whoever stops me will be the enemy of my Tao. A huge ravine of thousands of meters suddenly appeared on a barren and dry plain, and a huge flood dragon, whose whole body seemed to be made of emerald jade, rose into the sky. In that instant, just the aura emanating from its body was enough to turn this entire plain into dust and annihilate all living things. Clang, in another pitch-black ravine, a broken bronze halberd flashed in the void and disappeared. Myriad Tribulations Emperor, I'll definitely help you grasp this opportunity you left behind. A blood-red moth flew out from the roiling blood-red mist. It was only the size of a palm and looked extremely small, but its wings seemed to be made of divine gold of the Tao, and they were stained with blood-red tears. Boom, it flapped its wings, and wind and thunder surged between heaven and earth, but its figure had already disappeared. We should also leave. On a lonely peak, a man in a purple robe took a deep breath, and a shocking divine light shot out from his eyes, tearing the void apart. The supreme ruler of the empire, Zhao Yuanji. Beside him was the empress in plain clothes, Zhao Tailai, who was dressed like a rich merchant, and the thin, white-haired dean of Green Deer Academy. It's been more than 10 years, and this big opportunity has finally come. This time, Imperial brother, you must grasp this opportunity. Zhao Tailai sighed with emotion. More than 10 years ago, they'd entered the mulberry forest in search of opportunities and fortune. All along the way, they'd encountered countless peerless dangers. They'd also fought with many opponents. It was already very difficult for them to persist in the mulberry forest until now. The Myriad Tribulations Emperor fell, and he used the source of chaos as his tomb to leave a big opportunity in the world. Such ability, such elegance, even in death, is worthy of admiration. The Dean of Green Deer Academy sighed with emotion. Yuanji, aren't you going to wait for the little fellow that Lu Boya is looking after? The Empress asked softly. She wore plain clothes, and her black hair was coiled into a bun. She was graceful and elegant. Zhao Yuanji was stunned, and then he realized who the Empress was talking about. He couldn't help but smile. As long as he returns to the lower dimensions, do so will definitely send him here. In the past, I owed Lu Boya a lot of favors. If that child really comes, I'll fight for an opportunity for him. I wonder how high that kid's cultivation is now. If his cultivation isn't enough, then even if there's an extremely rare opportunity, he won't be able to obtain it. Zhao Tailai grinned. He should be able to step into the absolute king realm. The Dean of Green Deer Academy thought for a moment, and then said seriously, a child taught by Lu Boya will definitely not be bad. Actually, I'm a little worried about Wu Jiucheng of the Voodoo Barbarian tribe and Go Tianqing of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Wu Jiucheng is the most unfathomable old monster of the Voodoo Barbarian tribe, and Go Tianqing is the younger brother of Emperor Qing. Both of them have powerful people following them, so we have to be careful. The Empress said softly. Zhao Yuanji nodded and said indifferently, apart from these two old things, in fact, What we should be most afraid of are the creatures that have been dormant in the source of chaos for countless years. After a pause, he said, "Do you remember that white cicada? Its origin is not simple. We can barely fight it to a draw if we join forces. If it also joins in, it will be more troublesome than Wu Jiucheng and Go Tianxing." The Empress, Zhao Yuanji, and the Dean of Green Deer Academy all narrowed their eyes, thinking of that white cicada. A few years ago, when they were looking for an opportunity, they met that white cicada by chance. The latter was extremely cold and violent, and would attack at the slightest disagreement. If they had not joined forces, the consequences would have been absolutely unimaginable. More importantly, they all knew that in addition to that white cicada, there were many terrifying creatures in the source of chaos, all of whom had been waiting for this great opportunity. In other words, there were 4 forces competing for this great opportunity. One was the camp of the Empire, one was the camp of the Voodoo barbarians, and one was the alliance of 10,000 races. The last one was the terrifying creatures that had been dormant here. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, Zhao Yuanji and the others had found out that the terrifying creatures that had been dormant here were not in cahoots. On the contrary, there was a relationship of competition and hostility between these terrifying creatures. If these terrifying creatures were in cahoots, Zhao Yuanji and the others would have given up long ago. After all, these terrifying creatures were too powerful. Let's go. If that boy comes, he will definitely go to the Palace of 10,000 Tribulations. We will meet him there. After a while, Zhao Yuanji made a decision. Immediately, the group of people broke through the void and left. It's finally here, on a magnificent, holy, and translucent tree of ice and snow. A golden cicada was lying quietly on a fat leaf of ice and snow. Its voice was clear, sweet, and gentle, with a hint of gratification. The world is changing, and the great era is coming. An opportunity has appeared. Ah, bye, are you happy? Humph. On the top of the ice tree, a white cicada snorted coldly. Don't talk nonsense. We have been trapped here for countless years. Now that the opportunity has come, shouldn't we also take action? The golden cicada's voice was still gentle and calm, as if it would never get angry. It said, "Don't worry. We are not greedy for that opportunity. We just want to leave. It doesn't matter if we seize the opportunity and then leave." The white cicada's voice exuded a gust of ghastly coldness. Slap, as soon as it finished speaking, the white cicada's body staggered as if it had been slapped. Then, the golden cicada's gentle voice sounded. Ah, bye, don't make trouble. White cicada was silent for a while, then suddenly let out a hysterical roar. How many times has it been? After so many years, can you get rid of this bad habit of yours? Call me White Emperor, not Abai, who is like a cat or dog. His voice was filled with endless anger, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Golden Cicada said gently, "But you have not become an emperor, and this great opportunity does not belong to you. Before you become an emperor, let me call you Abai one more time." Inexplicably, there was a trace of melancholy in his voice. But White Cicada did not appreciate it. His voice was cold and ruthless. If this great opportunity is given to others, it is a waste. Moreover, those trash want to think about such an opportunity? They are simply asking for death. At this point, White Cicada's tone became gentle. As long as you help me this time, I will allow you to continue calling me that in the future. Remember, only you are allowed to. Golden Cicada was silent for a while, then sighed. "I said, this great opportunity does not belong to you. After we leave this place, I will help you find a path to the Emperor realm that belongs to you." White Cicada suddenly became irritable, and said angrily, "I have been trapped here for so long, wasting so much time, and I am only waiting for a chance to leave. I will not." His voice shook the heavens and the earth, causing the area within 1,000 miles to be enveloped in a terrifying and murderous aura. It was as if the entire world was about to collapse, and this was only caused by White Cicada's angry voice. Golden Cicada was silent for a while, then said, "Ah, bye, stop messing around, okay? In the past, you were never so irritable and disobedient." Strangely, White Cicada was silent, as if remembering the past. "If you make a move, no one can compete with me for this great opportunity, but you have rejected me time and time again. You said that I would not be so irritable in the past, but in the past, you would not treat me like this either. White Cicada's voice was low, with a trace of disappointment. Whoosh, on the ice and snow tree, Golden Cicada spread its wings and flew up, its body surging with golden light. In an instant, it turned into a young man with a strange appearance and a gentle expression. He was dressed in hemp clothes, barefooted, and had a wooden hairpin in his hair. From head to toe, he gave off a feeling of being untainted by a speck of dust. He looked to be extremely young, and his eyes were clear and bright like an infant's, yet he emanated the aura of great wisdom and freedom. Just like the flowing clouds in the sky or the bright moon in the well, they were quiet and peaceful, yet they could cover the sky and reflect all things. Bai Chan was shocked and stood there in a daze. In the boundless years of the past, the golden cicada had never revealed itself, and it had always been lying dormant on the leaves of the tree as it comprehended a meditation that seemed to never end. But now, the golden cicada had revealed its true form. If I don't let you have a look, you definitely won't be satisfied. Since that's the case, I'll take you to have a look. The barefooted youth smiled. That warm smile dispelled all the killing intent in this area, and all living things seemed to be influenced. Plants sprouted from the ground, swaying happily in the wind. You finally agreed, Bai Chan seemed to be extremely excited, and it cried out loudly. After that, its figure flashed and transformed into a petite young girl. The young girl wore a white dress, and her skin was soft and smooth like the purest white jade in the world. Her long hair was tied behind her head to reveal a pretty and beautiful face. Her brows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were like lacquer, causing her to be extremely beautiful. If they didn't see it with their own two eyes, no one would dare believe that the white cicada with an icy cold, ruthless, and terrifying aura would actually transform into a white-clothed young girl that looked to be only a little over 10 years of age. Moreover, her appearance was still so beautiful. The young girl arrived by the young man's side and revealed a happy smile. That's what you said. Come, let's go right now. Her voice became clear, melodious, and pleasing to the ear like a string of swaying wind chimes. Bai, this is more like you. The young man sighed with emotion, and then he looked at the sky and said, the sound of the bell is all living things. After countless years, this bell has finally sounded, yet no one is listening to it. How lonely is it? The young girl that called herself the White Emperor but was called beyond absent-mindedly. She knew that in the young man's heart, there had always been a great wish. He hoped that all living things in the world could become saints one day. But she also knew that this great wish was simply absurd to the extreme, and it was destined to be impossible to realize, so she felt very bored. The young man glanced at her and couldn't help but shake his head. He said, years ago, there was once a young man who mistakenly entered this place, and I had a chat with him. Do you still remember? The young girl was startled, and she frowned. A little person from the lower 5 levels, I can't be bothered to remember. The young man smiled. It was very pleasant to chat with him. Now that I think about it, I suddenly thought of a person. Who? The young girl asked curiously. The young man said, that person came from Fengsuan Mountain. Speaking of which, that young man should be his junior brother. The young girl seemed to be very unwilling to use her brain, and she said casually, Fengsuan Mountain has tens of disciples, and they all have their own differences. How would I know who you're talking about? The young man smiled. You know, but you're just unwilling to mention him. The young girl's ink-black brows frowned, and a wisp of hostility appeared in her eyes. It's him? That bastard who fights to the point of madness? The young man shook his head. Let's not talk about him. Fengsuan Mountain has 54 disciples. Including that young man, there are exactly 55. The Great Tao is 50, and the Heavenly Evolution is 49. Don't you think it's very interesting? The young girl was startled. The young man had already strode away, and he softly chanted, if all living beings don't suffer, then hell will be empty. If all living beings become saints, then the heavens can be settled. This path has never existed before, and I alone seek it. His voice was faint, and gradually became inaudible. The young girl curled her lips, and muttered, Golden Cicada, oh Golden Cicada, you're so annoying. As she spoke, she hurriedly followed after him. The sacred divine tree of ice that towered into the heavens suddenly turned into a piece of ice leaf, and landed on the young man's shoulder. Boom! At the peak of Daoist Mountain, the tribulation thunder rumbled, and it had already reached its final moment. Lin Sun stood unmoving, but his body was already extremely damaged. Only his spirit, qi, and spirit were as firm as one, and he was calm and composed. Not long after, the clouds and thunder stopped, and the tribulation dispersed. Heaven and earth returned to its previous clarity. Above the void, Lin Sun's broken body was bathed in the bright lightning, and the injuries all over his body recovered at an amazing speed. In the distance, Xianxia let out a long breath of turbid air, and the shock between her eyebrows gradually faded away, replaced by a touch of emotion. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that someone could survive a peerless tribulation in such a calm and composed way. "Senior, we can go now." Before long, Lin Sun's voice sounded. Zhao Xingya looked up and saw that Lin Sun's body had recovered without any damage, and his whole breath was more restrained and calm than before. But if one carefully tasted it, he would find how terrifying the hidden power was under this calmness. This was the 9 retribution of longevity on the peerless path. Not only that, Zhao Xingya noticed that Lin Sun's physical strength had obviously undergone an extremely amazing change. "You used the tribulation thunder to refine your body before?" Zhao Xingya couldn't help asking. Lin Sun nodded calmly. A month of enlightenment in front of the stone wall had benefited him a lot, and he no longer had any worries about the tribulation. That was why he dared to use the power of the tribulation thunder to refine his body. He would never have dared to do this before. Now, he had reached the 9 retribution of longevity in both chi refining and soul refining. After the baptism of the tribulation thunder, his body refining cultivation had also improved steadily. It wouldn't be long before he could enter the 9 retribution of longevity. It was worth mentioning that the cultivation of soul refining and chi refining had always been complementary. Even the power of Lin Sun's soul was far stronger and more powerful than that of chi refining. All of this was inextricably related to the meditating magic he had been practicing since he was young. Moreover, practicing the meditating magic in the absolute domain made Lin Sun's spirit divided into 3 parts, which guarded the power of the past, present and future respectively, so that the cultivation of the soul refining realm was at an unprecedentedly powerful level until now. But on the path to immortality, that was the extent of what the power of refining souls could achieve. If he wanted to improve further, he had to become a sage. "Do you want to go back to the camp and have a look?" Zhao Xingya asked. Lin Sun was stunned and said, "Of course." On the same day, Lin Sun returned to the camp of the Zhongyun Mountain Empire and received an unprecedented welcome. A grand banquet was set up, and Zhao Xingya personally entertained Lin Sun. A group of strongmen sat down and looked at Lin Sun sitting beside Zhao Xingya. They couldn't help but think of the time when Lin Sun first arrived at the camp 2 years ago. At that time, Zhao Xingya also held a banquet to entertain Lin Sun. However, the atmosphere at that time was not warm, and there were not many strongmen participating. Shortly after that banquet, Lin Sun received all kinds of special treatment, which aroused jealousy of many people. Later, they even regarded him as a worm. But now, everything was different. Lin Sun alone killed 9 strongmen in the debate and stabilized the situation. Because of this great prosperity, the Empire camp was swept away, the situation was reversed, and the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races were destroyed. Thinking of all this at this time, people couldn't help but feel like they were dreaming. Naturally, no one mentioned the word worm anymore. The banquet was very lively. Everyone was toasting to Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't refuse anyone. Even Qin Feiyu came to toast to him, he didn't ignore or refuse. This made many people sigh with emotion. Lin Sun was really different from them, and his path of cultivation was destined to be different. Perhaps because of this, he wouldn't bear a grudge against some small conflicts and grievances. That night, after the banquet, Lin Sun got together with Shiryu, Ning Meng, Yi Qi, Gong Ming, Li Duxing, and others. They chatted a lot and drank a lot. Li Duxing was also drunk. He, who had always been a man of few words, became a chatterbox again. He talked a lot of useless nonsense to everyone. That night, Lin Sun kept drinking, laughing, listening, and remembering. He knew that such meetings, gatherings, and talks would only be fewer and fewer in the future, The next morning, Lin Sun left quietly with Zhao Xingye without saying goodbye. It was not a farewell unless they were separated by life and death, so there was no need to say goodbye or see them off one by one. That's the entrance to the mulberry forest. 2 hours later, Zhao Xingye led Lin Sun to a huge barren canyon. The end of the canyon was covered by a vast gray fog. Zhao Xingye looked there and said softly, more than 10 years ago, the emperors had already entered. In addition, the voodoo barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races also entered. Lin Sun looked at the scene at the end of the canyon and found that it was indeed different from that year. Back then, when he came here, although there was fog, it was very little, and it could not be said to be too dangerous. But at this time, just standing outside the entrance, Lin Sun felt a sense of danger coming to him. What on earth was hidden there? Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, "Senior, how should I go to meet the emperors and the others?" "Take this token and follow its aura." Zhao Xingye had already prepared a golden jade token engraved with mysterious Tao patterns and handed it to Lin Sun. "Remember, be careful." Lin Sun nodded and immediately asked, "The emperors and the others, what realm are they at?" He had speculated about this question many times and asked many people, but unfortunately, no one had given the answer so far. Quasi-emperor. Zhao Xingye gently spat out these 2 words, but it was earth-shattering, making Lin Sun's heart tremble and stunned. Quasi-emperor, the weight represented by these 2 words was enough to make any saint feel suffocated. Even the old fox Zhao Tai is a quasi-emperor? Lin Sun couldn't help asking, as if he couldn't believe it. Zhao Xingye couldn't help smiling and said, "It's normal that you find it hard to believe. In the empire, people are subject to the order of heaven and earth. Not to mention the quasi-emperor, even the king of sages will be restrained and their realm will be suppressed. The empire is like a small pond, and the quasi-emperor is like a dragon. If he wants to survive in the pond, he can only turn himself into a fish. But strictly speaking, the empire is not a small pond. You should have realized that with the occurrence of the upheaval, the order of heaven and earth of the empire is completely different from the past. In short, the reason why the emperors are willing to stay in the empire is to wait for the arrival of this upheaval and seize this great opportunity." At this point, Lin Sun managed to calm down a lot and said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect that the empire would be so powerful." Thinking about it, a barren place that was regarded as a lower world by the ancient Desolation realm, but there were many emperor-to-be experts hibernating. If this news spread to the ancient Desolation realm, who would dare to believe it? Not only our empire, but also the voodoo barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races. Zhao Xingye said calmly, "The ancient Desolation realm is extraordinary. It is vast and magnificent, hundreds of times better than the mortal world. However, there is no ultimate, one of the 4 ancient Tao ruins, in the ancient Desolation realm. There is also no origin of chaos like the mulberry forest. This is where the foundation of the lower realm lies." Speaking of this, Zhao Xingye looked at Lin Sun and said, "Have you ever wondered why Lu Boya chose to stay here?" Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. "Is it also because the mortal world is very unusual?" Zhao Xingye nodded. "I didn't understand it before, but since I became a saint, I remembered some things in the past and found that the mortal world is really unusual. When you become a saint in the future, you will understand it. It's useless to say more now." Lin Sun nodded and collected his thoughts. He looked at the entrance of the mulberry forest in the distance and said, "Senior, goodbye." After saying that, he went straight forward. "Remember to be careful of the overmatches of the other 2 camps. These days, I have been looking for the traces of the enemy in the bloodthirsty battlefield, but I have found nothing. I suspect that Niu Jinyu and the Dark Blood Holy Shaman have also entered the mulberry forest with their subordinates," Zhao Xingye reminded. Lin Sun couldn't help turning back and said, "Senior, aren't you curious about the big opportunity that broke out in the mulberry forest?" Zhao Xingye shook his head. "I can't reach that big opportunity. It's better to stay in the bloodthirsty battlefield and escort the young people of the empire." Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, "It's a blessing for the empire to have you. Go ahead." Zhao Xingye smiled and waved his hand. Lin Sun said no more and turned into the depths of the fog. As soon as he entered the foggy world, Lin Sun seemed to have changed into a different person. His qi was running all over his body. Although he looked calm, his whole body was like a fully drawn bow. There was an extremely strange power in the gray fog, which limited the spiritual awareness to a range of 3,000 meters. Lin Sun had to be vigilant. He didn't forget that the old man Du once said that there were not only saints, but also great saints, sage kings, and emperors to be found in the mulberry forest. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, Lin Sun was sure that there were more than one emperor to be found. This was too horrible. If it weren't for an opportunity to break the forbidden Tao test, Lin Sun would never have stepped into this place. This was the path of seeking. Whether in the empire or in the ancient desolation realm, Lin Sun's name had been known all over the world and was respected by countless overmatches. But behind all these achievements and glory, there were countless efforts and sacrifices, just like how fierce the 10 years of fighting in the absolute summit domain was. Just like the mulberry forest in front of him, who among his peers dared to risk his life like him, clang, the broken sword swept out and was ready to go. Insignificant bow and blue arrow were also slung on Lin Sun's back. All this was a kind of vigilance and caution. Buzz in his hand, the golden jade token given by Xianxia flowed a strange wave and guided him forward. Lin Sun moved forward in silence, looking alert. The world was silent, and the gray fog filled the air. The dead silence made people's hair stand on end. 2 hours later. In the distant fog, suddenly there was a shrill scream. Lin Sun suddenly stopped, and his expression was uncertain. The location of the scream happened to be on the road ahead of him. But in the end, Lin Sun decided to take a detour. He would rather avoid it than risk his life. It was a joke. If he met a true saint, it would be okay. But if he met a terrible existence above the great saint, he would definitely die. Lin Sun made a big detour and walked thousands of miles away. Then he started to move again according to the guidance of the golden jade token. But it didn't take long for his face to sink. Because under the guidance of the golden jade token, he could only go back to the original path. Can't I get around it? Lin Sun was silent for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to go and have a look. Soon, a huge mountain that seemed to be made of iron and stone appeared in the gray mist. Lin Sun stepped up until he reached the top of the mountain. Then he found that a thick white bone ropeway was built on the cliff, leading to the depths of the gray fog. The white bone cableway was made up of many giant beast bones, and could only fit one person at a time. It floated above the misty abyss, and when the mountain wind blew, the white bone cableway swayed and made rustling noises. Lin Sun glanced around and looked down at the golden jade token in his hand. Finally, he decided that if he wanted to go on, he had to take the white bone ropeway in front of him. Whoosh, Lin Sun snapped his fingers and shot a stone into the high sky of the abyss. But halfway, the stone burst into pieces with a bang. At the same time, a group of bloody bats suddenly swept out from the depths of the high fog, making a ferocious and cold shriek. Each bloody bat was the size of a millstone, with blood-red wings and sharp fangs. The breath they exuded was even more terrifying. They appeared in groups and rushed towards Lin Sun. From a distance, they looked like a bloody torrent, which was extremely frightening. Whoosh, Lin Sun retreated without hesitation. But to his surprise, those bloody bats stopped in front of the white bone ropeway. Floating in the void, they stared at Lin Sun with scarlet eyes and let out a sharp shriek like a ghost's cry. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Sun, but they dared not leave the abyss penetrated by the white bone ropeway. Lin Sun was a little relieved. Then he realized that the sharp shriek he heard just now came from these ferocious bloody bats. Master, these are blood-resentful bats. They feed on the souls and hostility of the strong. They are the most violent and bloodthirsty. In ancient times, they were regarded as ominous creatures and hated by gods and ghosts, Little Silver said. Judging from their aura, they should have eaten the souls of saints to have such a ferocious aura. Lin Sun immediately frowned. He also noticed that those blood-resentful bats were unbelievably powerful. They were only slightly weaker than the pseudo-saints he had seen before. In the outside world, such a blood-resentful bat was enough to dominate and bring disaster to a region, making even longevity tribulation monarchs' hearts turn cold. But here, they appeared in groups. It seems that if I want to cross this white bone ropeway, I have to kill them first. A cold light surged in Lin Sun's black eyes. When he left the absolute domain back then, he had killed a pseudo-saint. At that time, he was only at the longevity 7th tribulation realm, so it was very difficult for him to kill them. but now, he was already at the longevity ninth tribulation realm. Even if he encountered a pseudo-saint, he would not be afraid. Clang, the broken blade, which had been ready for a long time, swept out. At the same time, Lin Sun also moved. The qi and blood around his body rumbled, and the 9 pure Tao light flowed out of his body, turning into a huge abyss. In the acupoints in his body, 3,000 Taishan sword qi hummed. Poof, in an instant, the blood-resentful bat at the front could not dodge in time. It was torn apart by the sharp light of the broken blade, and its body exploded. The group of blood-resentful bats became restless and attacked crazily. They let out extremely shrill cries that shook the world. Visible to the naked eye, rolling blood-colored sound waves surged and spread. Slash. Lin Sun did not dodge. He was extremely fast, and in an instant, he had already charged into the swarm of blood-resentful bats. The broken blade danced like lightning. Around him, the 9 pure Tao light that had turned into a huge abyss also circulated crazily. Rumble for a moment, a fierce battle broke out, and blood splattered everywhere. From afar, Lin Sun looked like a sharp blade as he charged up the white bone ropeway. Everywhere he passed, the blood-resentful bats were either killed by the broken blade or crushed by the 9 pure Tao light. The thick smell of blood and shrill cries spread continuously. The scene was bloody and terrifying. Puff. Puff, numerous millstone-sized blood-spirit resentful bats exploded into pieces and transformed into a mist of blood that suffused the surroundings. Like a sharp awl, Lin Sun stepped on the white bone ropeway. His speed was not fast, but it was not slow either. After all, those blood-spirit resentful bats were not ordinary. Their fighting capacity was comparable to Niu Tunchen and Meng Lianqing. Lin Sun was able to fight his way out of the encirclement alone. If this scene was seen by the strong people in the camp of the Empire, they would be shocked again. Whoosh, however, to Lin Sun's surprise, as he stepped on the white bone ropeway, hundreds of blood-spirit resentful bats rushed out of the gray mist above the ropeway. Endless, the scene was like the outbreak of a beast tide. The whole world was filled with deafening shrill shrieks. Such creatures were good at sound wave attacks. Now they were shrieking together. If it were any other strong person, he would not have been able to hold on. But Lin Sun did not flinch. Clattered dense strands of grand mystery sword qi flashed out from his body, and they were dazzling like a peerless divine ray of light as they transformed into the hellish annihilation sword formation that suddenly circulated. In an instant, dozens of blood-spirit resentful bats were mercilessly slaughtered, the thick blood poured down like a waterfall. The scene was extremely shocking. But Lin Sun looked calm and didn't stop from the beginning to the end. The snow-white broken sword swept through the air. Controlled by the divine consciousness, Lin Sun performed the 6 cuts of Tian Yuan, which was extremely fierce and murderous. Around him, the 9 pure Tao light evolved into a big abyss, which was not only a terrible defensive means but also a killing move to crush the opponent. The sword formation evolved by Taishan sword qi opened the way in front of him. The brilliant sword qi crisscrossed with irresistible force all the way. At this moment, Lin Sun's 3 cultivation, soul refining, body refining, and qi refining, were running at the same time. The power burst out was enough to shock even a sage. It could be seen how powerful the attack of these blood-spirit resentful bats was. Otherwise, Lin Sun would not have been forced to fight with all his strength. After a while, Lin Sun came to the end of the white bone ropeway. It was a cliff of a majestic mountain. There was a crack in the cliff for people to pass through. Seeing this, Lin Sun rushed over without hesitation. Even though he wasn't afraid of those blood-soul vengeful bats, these monsters were too numerous and seemed to be inexhaustible, causing him to be extremely vexed. Boom, but before Lin stepped on the other side of the white bone ropeway, a white bone hammer suddenly rushed out of the crack in the cliff and smashed at Lin. It was too fast, it was like a long-planned strike, waiting for Lin Sun to show up. Moreover, the aura emitted by the white bone hammer was vast, divine, and mighty to the extreme. At this extremely dangerous moment, a pair of black burning god wings appeared on Lin Sun's back. His figure flashed and avoided the attack. At the same time, Lin finally saw the attacker clearly. Dark blood divine witch, his skinny figure was like a shadow, standing on the cliff path with a cold expression. "It's you again, old bastard." Lin's face darkened. Not long ago, he'd been pursued by the dark blood holy shaman during the Dao Observation Mountain tournament. How could he not recognize this old bastard? Hand over the wings on your back, and I'll allow you to come over. The dark blood holy shaman's expression was cold, and his eyes flickered with a terrifying divine light. Lin Sun remembered that before he came here, he'd heard a sharp screech. Obviously, this was the attack of the sanguine resentful bats when the dark blood holy shaman crossed the white bone ropeway. Old bastard, you're seriously injured and have no choice but to escape here, but you still have the time to think about my treasure. How bold of you. Lin Sun sneered. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, a group of sanguine resentful bats pounced at Lin Sun. He couldn't care about anything else and had no choice but to fight. Seeing this, the dark blood holy shaman couldn't help but sneer, little thing, humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. You're already in a desperate situation, and you're still unwilling to hand over a treasure? He had nothing to fear. Because he'd explored this place, he knew very well that as long as Lin Sun was on the white bone ropeway, he would be attacked continuously by the sanguine resentful bats. And the only way out was now under his control. Behind the dark blood holy shaman, there was a man and a woman. The man had handsome features and pale skin, and his whole body was shrouded in a layer of shadow. The woman exuded the aura of light. She was extremely beautiful, dignified, like a goddess. They were the two voodoo barbarians known as the twins of light and darkness. Is he the one who killed Niu Tunshan and Meng Lianqing? Asked the man. His name was Dark Spirit, and he looked at Lin Sun with a touch of disgust. Of course it's him. He's not a saint yet, but he can pass through the white bone ropeway alone. His combat power is really terrifying. The woman's eyes flashed coldly. Her name was Light Floating Qingguang. Holy shaman, kill him quickly. We can't let you live. Dark Spirit's face was gloomy. He sensed an unprecedented threat from Lin Sun, which made his heart palpitate. Okay. The dark blood holy shaman nodded. With a buzz, the white bone hammer swept up again and rushed to Lin Sun. Boom! Terrible divine power emerged from the white bone hammer at an incredible speed. The destructive aura it produced was so strong that all the sanguine resentful bats along the way were smashed into pieces. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and with an unprecedented burst of strength, he swung the broken blade horizontally. Bang! In the sound of the collision, Lin Sun staggered back more than 30 meters. His whole body trembled, and he was so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood. However, his eyes lit up. This was his first battle after stepping into the 9th retribution of the longevity realm, and his opponent was a true saint. Although this attack made him feel extremely uncomfortable, he had blocked it after all. In the past, this was something Lin Sun would never have dared to imagine. It should be known that a true saint was completely different from a false saint. It was not easy to say that those under the saint realm were like ants. But now, he had indeed blocked it. This, in the distance, Dark Spirit and Light fucking were shocked. They almost couldn't believe it and felt that it was unimaginable. In the eyes of a saint, the king on the path to immortality was also like an ant. But now, this attack was blocked by an ant, who would dare to believe it? Humph. If I hadn't been seriously injured by Xianxia, do you think I would still be alive after this attack? The dark blood holy shaman's face darkened. He seemed to feel embarrassed and angry. Boom, as he spoke, he attacked again without hesitation. The white bone hammer flew through the air, flowing with divine power, and tore through the air toward Lin Sun. However, at this moment, the burning god wings on Lin Sun's back flashed, and he disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the dark blood holy shaman. And in his palm, the great Dao immeasurable bottle that seemed to be polished from sheep fat appeared. Although the bottle was only a few inches large, the dark blood holy shaman's heart trembled when he saw it, and he felt a fatal threat. Oh no, just as he was about to dodge, he saw a shining spear shoot out from the great Dao immeasurable bottle. This was the power that Xianxia had left behind. It was the full power of a true saint, and with the support of the great Dao immeasurable bottle, the power of this attack had multiplied. At this moment of life and death, the dark blood holy shaman suddenly roared, "Little bastard, you won't survive either." Boom, the terrifying sound of the collision resounded and shook the universe. A terrifying wave of energy swept through, causing the entire world to wail. But strangely, whether it was the white bone cableway or the nearby cliff walls, they were not damaged by this terrifying wave of energy. However, the dark blood holy shaman's skinny figure was pierced by a spear, and his entire body was sent flying. He let out a shrill cry of pain. As for Lin Sun, his figure was also sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and he fell into the abyss below the white bone cableway. The abyss was covered in a hazy gray mist, and Lin Sun's figure quickly disappeared. The dark blood holy shaman and Guang Fucking, who had narrowly escaped death, were stunned. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The scene just now had shocked them so much that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They could not believe that the dark blood holy shaman could be pierced and sent flying. Oh no! Let's go check on the Lord Holy Shaman. Suddenly, the dark blood holy shaman shuddered, and he flew into the distance. In this dangerous and terrifying mulberry forest, if the dark blood holy shaman died, with his and Guang Fucking's strength, they would not be able to move an inch. Guang Fucking's body stiffened, and he hurriedly chased after him. Soon, the two of them saw the dark blood holy shaman. His body was broken and shattered, and only a wisp of his primordial spirit was left swaying in the void. He looked extremely miserable. Lord Holy Shaman. The two of them were filled with grief and indignation. Even now, they could not understand how Lin Sun could actually injure the dark blood holy shaman. This was simply too unbelievable. The treasure in this boy's hands is too magical. If not for that, I would not have suffered such injuries. The dark blood holy shaman panted, and his voice was hoarse. He only had a wisp of his primordial spirit left, and his body had already turned into a pile of flesh and blood. This filled him with hatred. A dignified true saint had been injured to this extent by an ant-like thing. This was a great humiliation. However, this boy was also hit by my palm and fell into the abyss. He will definitely die. The dark blood holy shaman gritted his teeth. It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead. The dark blood holy shaman murmured. He did not dare to imagine that if Lin Sun was still alive, it would be a terrifying nightmare. He could injure a true saint even though he was not a saint. Just the thought of it made his heart tremble. Lord Holy Shaman, how are your injuries? Guang Fucking asked worriedly. I won't die. The dark blood holy shaman gritted his teeth. However, I need to meditate here for a period of time. You guys protect me. Alright. The dark blood holy shaman and Guang Fucking nodded. At the same time, Lin Sun's body continued to fall in the mist of the abyss. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, and his consciousness was blurred. The dark blood holy shaman's desperate palm had also seriously injured him. If it was not for his amazing physique refining strength, he would not have been able to withstand such a killing blow. At this moment, out of instinct, Lin Sun struggled with all his might and wanted to fly up. However, what chilled him was that there was an invisible taboo force in the abyss that pressed down on his body. Not only was he unable to struggle, but his body was also being pressed down continuously. After an unknown period of time, there was a loud bang. Stinky mud splashed everywhere, and Lin Sun's body was smashed into the mud. The intense pain made his vision go black, and he almost fainted. P.S. Thank you, Blue Feather Breeze, for your gift. Lin Sun felt a strong pain all over his body, making him dizzy. This time, he was seriously injured. How could the destructive power of being hit by a true saint be ordinary? Old bastard. Lin Sun gritted his teeth. At the same time, he was frightened. A true saint, who had been seriously injured by Xianxia before, could still burst out such power in a desperate fight. It was really terrible. It was also at this time that Lin Sun deeply realized the meaning of the word all the people under the saint realm are like ants. This was the saint realm. Strictly speaking, it was the power possessed by a true saint. It was almost impossible to kill a true saint by crossing a great realm. After a while, Lin Sun struggled to get up from the ground, but his body suddenly sank. He was oppressed by an invisible taboo force and fell to the ground again. What's this? Why is the abyss full of such strange power? Lin Sun's heart sank, and he glanced around. The surrounding area was covered by thick gray mist, and he could vaguely see that the place he was in was a swamp. The strange thing was that the swamp was scarlet red as if it was dyed red by blood, and it emitted a disgusting stench that assaulted the nose and caused one to feel nauseous. Pieces of decayed broken bones were floating on the swamp, like the withered lotus leaves growing in the bloody swamp, which was extremely horrifying. Were these the corpses of the strong people who died here? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes, and a sense of unsteadiness suddenly arose in his heart. He felt goosebumps all over his body, as if there was some horrible existence lurking in the depths of the mist at the bottom of the abyss. Silver, help me protect. Lin Sun didn't dare to question and ordered. Whoosh! Silver rushed out and glanced around with a dignified look. He also noticed that this place was extremely strange, which made him feel very depressed and palpitate. Clatter! At the same time, Lin Sun had run the power of the law of immortality, and took out a healing medicine to swallow, and began to heal himself with all his strength. Crack! But it didn't take long for the sound of bones breaking suddenly sounded in the grey mist, which was particularly harsh in this silent atmosphere. Little Silver's heart tightened, and with a clang, he drew his sword and waited. Lin Sun was secretly anxious. If a battle were to break out at this time, he would only be able to exert 30% of his combat strength at most. Moreover, because of his heavy injuries, if he were to forcefully engage in battle, it was extremely likely that the foundation of his great path would be damaged. However, his expression remained calm. He remembered the token that Du So had given him, and he also remembered that he still had one more chance to seek help from the mysterious woman. If he was really forced into a desperate situation, Lin Sun wouldn't mind using these trump cards. The grey mist tumbled, and a white skeleton creature that looked like a fox walked out of the mist. Its entire body was broken and dark, and it didn't even have any flesh, blood, or fur. However, when it appeared, a boundlessly terrifying aura spread out along with it. In particular, its empty eye sockets burned with blood-red flames. When it stared at Lin Sun and Little Silver, both of them stiffened and felt like they were suffocating. It was too terrifying. It was just a broken skeleton creature, but the aura it emitted was even more terrifying than that of a saint. What the hell was this? Little Silver and Lin Sun looked at each other in shock. It was certain that this broken skeleton must have been a fox with extremely powerful cultivation when it was alive. Boom! The white-boned fox didn't move at all, but a fierce and bloody force suddenly came out, sweeping towards Lin Sun and Little Silver like a landslide and a tsunami. At this moment, the two seemed to be imprisoned. They didn't even have the power to struggle, let alone resist. The gap in strength was too great. It was like an ant facing the attack of a dragon, which was despairing. Buzz! But at this moment, a ray of dim yellow mottled light emerged from Lin Sun's body. With a gentle sweep, the fierce and bloody aura that swept out disappeared. Then, a dim yellow oil lamp appeared above Lin Sun's head. The light swayed and sprinkled mottled halo, bringing a kind of quiet and peaceful power. No blame lamp, this magical treasure was obtained by Lin Sun from the skeleton boatman in the forbidden land of Styx River in the domain of despair. It was with this lamp that Lin Sun was trapped at the bottom of Styx River without suffering. Until now, Lin Sun still clearly remembered that the skeleton boatman once said, "One day, if you go to the ancient way of starry sky, please use this lamp to guide those lonely souls and wild ghosts who are lost on the way." According to the skeleton boatman, the pursuit of Tao was like a boat sailing in the sea of bitterness. If there was no lamp to guide, how could one illuminate the way forward and return? The higher the realm, the more difficult the Tao was. As long as one pursued it, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't be lost on the Tao. The name No Blame Lamp implied that there was no blame to be blamed and no mistakes would be made. What Lin Sun really remembered was that the skeleton boatman once told him that the Tao was unknown and a lamp could illuminate the unknown. If he encountered an unsolvable dilemma when he became a saint, he could inject a drop of heart blood into this lamp, and there might be a chance to solve it. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that the No Blame Lamp would appear at this critical moment and solve a fatal problem for him. At this time, the dim light of the No Blame Lamp swayed and covered Lin Sun with a layer of illusory luster. What moved Lin Sun most was that the pair of blood-red eyes of the white-boned fox showed a touch of confusion after seeing the No Blame Lamp, and then became so excited that the bones all over its body were rattling. It seemed to want to approach, but it didn't dare, hesitating and hesitating. But Lin Sun could clearly feel that this white-boned fox seemed to see a kind of hope. The fierce aura emitted from its body disappeared without a trace, and its breath became gentle and calm. In the end, it even squatted on the ground and looked at the no-blame lamp quietly. This scene was so strange that Lin Sun and Little Silver were a little stunned. After a while, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief and realized that with the no-blame lamp, the white-boned fox should not commit murder again. Inexplicably, Lin Sun once again thought of what the skeleton boatman had said: "Please use this lamp to guide the lonely souls and wild ghosts who are lost on the way." Lin Sun looked at the white-boned fox in the distance thoughtfully. Was this the reason? Did it need the no-blame lamp to guide it? Dong. Dong. In the gray mist, suddenly there was a dull sound of footsteps, like surging thunder, and then a huge figure appeared. This was a skeleton giant, but he was wearing a broken blood-stained ancient armor and carrying a huge blood-red broken sword on his back. The bones all over his body showed a kind of dark gold, branded with the traces of the Great Way, but they were all fragmented, blurred, and damaged. The aura of this skeleton giant, carrying the blood-red broken sword and wearing broken armor, was even much stronger than that of the white-boned fox. Lin Sun and Little Silver were stiff all over. Here came another terrible guy. Roar. The white-boned fox squatting on the ground let out a roar. When it looked at the skeleton giant, its gentle aura was replaced by a fierce and bloody aura. It seemed to be extremely vigilant and aware of the danger. The skeleton giant ignored it. In its empty eye sockets, there was also a pair of burning blood-red eyes, like a pair of torches. When it saw the no-blame lamp with a dim yellow halo, the skeleton giant suddenly became motionless, as if it was stunned, and the terrible aura around it also converged. Later, it did not hesitate to sit on the ground, with the broken sword on its back across its knees. Its back was straight, like a peerless sword master. Seeing this, the white-boned fox gradually calmed down. It squatted on the ground and stared at the no-blame lamp with gentle eyes and an indescribable strange expression. Seeing this, Lin Sun and Little Silver concluded that as long as there was the no-blame lamp, no matter how many terrible monsters rushed at them, there should be no accident. "Master, what should we do?" Little Silver transmitted his voice. "Don't move first. Wait for me to recover from my injury, and then choose an opportunity to act," Lin Sun instructed. He took a deep breath, no longer paying attention to the white-boned fox and the skeleton giant, and seized all the time to start healing. Surprisingly, the white-boned fox and the skeleton giant seemed to turn a blind eye to this, and there was no reaction at all. At this point, Lin Sun was completely at ease. However, Lin Sun himself didn't know that with the appearance of the no-blame lamp here, under the abyss, in the gray mist in all directions, horrible auras that had been silent for many years began to wake up from the silence. Then, they all gathered here. Whoosh, a huge bone bird came across the sky, and its fierce aura shook the gray mist in all directions. Looking carefully, the shape of the bone bird was very similar to the legendary immortal phoenix. However, its wings were broken, and its body was incomplete. Although its bones were as crystal as divine gold, they were filled with wisps of death chi. Soon after, a corpse that looked like the old turtle appeared. The giant skeleton was like a mountain of bones, and it was missing one of its 4 hooves. When it strode over, heaven and earth shook, as if a continent was moving horizontally. Whoosh, then, a tree with a withered body and broken branches appeared. It was thousands of meters high, with wisps of thunder and lightning flashing on its trunk, exuding a horrible aura of destruction. Every horrible monster had a fierce aura when they appeared, but when they saw the no-blame lamp, their fierceness faded away, just like the white-boned fox and the skeleton giant. They waited there quietly, looking at the lamp. It was as if that lamp was their only hope. Little Silver saw all this. Although he knew that there should be no danger with the no-blame lamp, he was still nervous to the extreme. He was sure that once any of these horrible monsters took action, they could definitely kill him and Lin Sun easily. However, even he couldn't figure out what was going on with these horrible monsters. They didn't seem to be completely dead, but they were neither human nor ghost, with a frightening appearance and horrible aura. Time passed little by little. Lin Sun also noticed all this, but his heart gradually calmed down. He knew that with the no-blame lamp, there would be a chance to get out of trouble. His top priority was to completely recover from his injuries as soon as possible. 2 days later. Lin Sun, who was meditating, was suddenly awakened by a low, vigorous and intermittent voice. "Go home, go home." Lin Sun opened his eyes and saw a strange and horrible monster standing not far away. P.S. This is an automatic update. For the sake of the 2 consecutive updates on time these days, don't forget to vote for it. It was a heart riddled with holes. It was only the size of a palm, and its color was dry and black. But the breath it emitted was so horrible that all the other monsters nearby retreated. Lin Sun was stunned. Was the heart talking? Go home. The broken heart said in a low voice again. Master, I suspect that this is the heart of an emperor. Little Silver's expression was grave, and his body was stiff as he transmitted this message. Lin Sun took a deep breath. The heart was riddled with holes and filled with the breath of time, but it still had such a horrible momentum. It was really surprising that it should be from an emperor. But my injury hasn't healed yet. Lin Sun plucked up his courage and said tentatively. Go home. The broken heart seemed to remember only the word go home and kept repeating it. Lin Sun glanced at other monsters and found that after 3 days, 7 horrible creatures of different shapes had gathered nearby. There was a bone fox, a bone giant, a bone fairy phoenix, an old bone turtle, a scorched tree, a big bone snake, and the broken heart in front of him. Among them, the broken heart was the most terrible. Lin Sun sensed his own condition and found that his injury had almost recovered by half. It would take at least 7 days for him to recover completely. This was with the help of the law of immortality and the divine medicine. Otherwise, the recovery would be slower. But at this time, Lin Sun didn't know whether to continue healing. Because the breath of the broken heart had been locking on him, repeating the word go home in a low, intermittent voice. But I don't know where your home is. Lin Sun said again. But the response was still go home. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning. He vaguely felt that the 7 monsters not far away seemed to be extremely powerful, but seemed to have no consciousness. Only an instinctive will drove them to act. They were like the living dead. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun stood up and held the lamp of no blame in his hand. Suddenly, the 7 monsters, who had been crawling or squatting around, stood up at the same time, ready to follow Lin Sun. Strictly speaking, they were going to go with the lamp of no blame. Seeing this, Lin Sun lifted his foot and moved forward. As expected, he found that those horrible monsters also followed him. It was like the blame-free lantern in their hands was a wisp of hope, and it was capable of guiding their path towards the Tao. Eh? What surprised Lin even more was that the taboo power that had enveloped the abyss couldn't suppress the lamp of no blame. It was as if the taboo power was the omnipresent darkness, and the innocent lamp was a torch that could burn a hole in the darkness and bring light. Lin Sun was shocked. Only then did he realize that it was so easy to get out of trouble. He flew up, and as the dim yellow shadow of the innocent lamp scattered down, sure enough, he discovered that it was no different from the outside world, and he could fly freely. Boom! Behind Lin Sun, a group of ferocious beasts also moved out, each of them looking extremely excited. Standing on Lin Sun's shoulder, Little Silver asked worriedly, Master, what if those terrible monsters are no longer afraid of the lamp of no blame when we leave this abyss? Lin Sun gritted his teeth and said, It's okay. If there is any accident, I have my own means to deal with it. But you haven't fully recovered from your injuries, said Little Silver. Lin Sun said with a strange look on his face, Little Silver, if we have these terrible monsters following us, who would dare to harm us? Little Silver was stunned, and a strange expression also appeared on his handsome little face. He raised his thumb and said, The fox assumes the tiger's might. Master, your means are so clever. Lin Sun glared at him, What do you mean by assuming the tiger's might? You don't even know how to flatter me. Little Silver grinned. Let's go. Without further delay, Lin Sun flew to the sky above the abyss. In his hand, the dim yellow shadow of the blame-free lantern was like the light that broke through the darkness, causing the taboo power to disperse. Behind him, a group of horrible monsters followed closely. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to get on the white bone ropeway in the void. Looking back, he found that those horrible monsters were calm like a group of obedient followers, and didn't reveal any abnormal killing intent. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. A mournful shriek sounded from the gray mist covering the sky. It was very familiar. Lin Sun knew that the sanguine resentful bats were coming again. Just as he was about to fight, he saw a group of horrible monsters behind him raise their heads in unison and look at the sky with blood-red eyes. Then, the bodies of the sanguine resentful bats that had rushed out of the mist just now exploded before they could react. Moreover, the mournful shriek in the depths of the mist stopped abruptly, as if they had been greatly frightened. No more sanguine resentful bats rushed out. At this time, those horrible monsters withdrew their gazes and looked at the blame-free lantern in Lin Sun's hand, and their expressions became calm again. Lin Sun saw all this. He was shocked, and his heart couldn't help beating violently and his mouth was dry. If he had such a group of horrible monsters with him, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the mulberry forest? It feels so good to assume the tigers might. Little Silver was also stunned and let out a cry of surprise. He felt like he had a group of powerful bodyguards behind him. Little Silver, that's not a good description. Lin Sun glanced at the little guy. It should be called borrowing strength to fight strength. At this moment, a cry rang out from the crack in the cliff in the distance, "You little bastard, you're still alive?" Lin Sun turned his head and immediately saw the dark blood divine shaman standing on the path of the crack in the cliff, as well as dark spirit Jin and light fucking beside him. This surprised Lin Sun. Even the power of the great way immeasurable bottle hadn't been able to kill the dark blood divine shaman completely. After 3 days of full recovery, the dark blood divine shaman had already rebuilt a new body. Although his injuries were still very serious, he had relatively recovered some of his combat strength. When he saw Lin Sun, the ant who had almost killed him, his withered old face instantly darkened to the extreme. "This time, I'd like to see how you're going to escape." The dark blood divine shaman roared angrily. Lin Sun smiled. Instead of retreating, he advanced and stepped forward. Then, the dark blood divine shaman's voice stopped abruptly. His expression changed abruptly, as if he had seen a ghost. As Lin Sun strode forward, a heart riddled with holes first appeared under the white bone cableway behind him, then a bone bird in the shape of an immortal phoenix, followed by a skeleton giant with a broken sword on its back, a scorched tree, and a white-boned fox. Every time a terrifying ferocious creature appeared, the dark blood sacred sorcerer's expression would change, and the aura around it would collapse. When an old turtle that was as large as a mountain slowly walked out, the dark blood sacred sorcerer's expression was completely frozen, and its eyeballs almost popped out. At this moment, his entire being seemed to be in a mess, and he couldn't stop gasping. The dark blood divine shaman was indeed scared out of his wits, and his soul almost left his body. The aura emitted by each of those terrifying creatures was unbelievably powerful, causing his heart to tremble. When they appeared in groups, just the aura they emitted was enough to make the dark blood divine shaman's legs tremble, and his lips tremble. As for dark spirit Jin and light fucking, they were completely dumbfounded, and their minds were shocked in an instant. This was too terrifying. Lin Sun's heart settled, and he charged toward the dark blood divine shaman in the distance without hesitation. "Old bastard, whoever escapes this time is a coward." Behind Lin Sun, a group of terrifying creatures followed him, as if they were afraid of pulling away from the lamp of no blame in Lin Sun's hand. Seeing this, the dark blood divine shaman directly broke down. He let out a loud cry, and he grabbed dark spirit Jin and light fucking as he fled frantically. He looked like a frightened stray dog. Seeing this, Little Silver almost laughed out loud. Was this really a true saint? This was simply too embarrassing. Lin Sun chased with all his might, but without the help of the wings of the burning god, there was no way he could compare to a true saint who could control space. In the end, he still couldn't catch up. The group of terrifying creatures just followed behind Lin Sun, and from the beginning to the end, they had no intention of helping him. This made Lin Sun feel helpless. This was normal. A group of fellows guided by the lamp of no blame didn't even have consciousness, so how could they listen to his orders? But even so, Lin Sun was already very satisfied. At the very least, after leaving the big abyss, these terrifying creatures didn't do anything unusual. As for the dark blood divine shaman's escape, although Lin Sun was unwilling, he could only accept it. This is the mulberry forest, and that old fellow has suffered such serious injuries. He's bound to run into a lot of dangers. Lin Sun thought about it, and finally shook his head. He stopped thinking about it and took out the golden jade pendant, then continued on his way. In his left hand, he held the lamp of no blame firmly. After passing through the narrow path on the cliff, it didn't take long before his eyes widened, and a misty mountain and river appeared. With a group of terrifying creatures following behind him, Lin Sun naturally had nothing to fear. He strode forward according to the directions of the golden jade pendant. For a moment, a strange scene appeared in the misty mountain and river. Lin Sun moved forward, and terrifying creatures followed behind him one after another, like loyal bodyguards. It was a majestic and spectacular sight. In the end, Lin Sun handed the lamp of no blame to Little Silver, and as he moved forward, he operated the law of immortality to heal his injuries. His speed wasn't fast, but it was already much faster than at the beginning. The reason was that Lin Sun really had nothing to fear now. He didn't fear any danger, and he couldn't wait for some danger to appear, so he could test the strength of the terrifying creatures behind him. It wasn't that he didn't encounter some terrifying things along the way. For example, in the misty mountain and river, some terrifying creatures swept out from time to time. There were ferocious birds, beasts, and demons. All of them had extremely powerful auras. But before they could get close, these creatures seemed to sense that something was wrong, and they fled with a bang, fleeing faster than anyone else. There were even some powerful creatures suspected to be in the Saint Realm who spied on Lin Sun from afar. It was just that when they saw the group of terrifying creatures around Lin Sun, these spying gazes disappeared completely at once. Legend had it that when the great emperor went out, all living beings would avoid him. In the depths of the mulberry forest, an ancient palace stood between heaven and earth, exuding a magnificent and immortal aura. 9,999 bluestone steps, like a ladder of the great Tao, extended from the ground to the gate of the ancient palace. In the sky, an auspicious rain of light fell, making the palace look like the residence of a deity. However, at this moment, a fierce battle had broken out in front of the stone steps. Boom, the terrifying laws of the great Tao, like a divine rainbow, roared incessantly and shook the 9 heavens. Zhao Yuanji, the Empress, Zhao Tailai, the Dean of Green Deer Academy, and a group of people were being attacked from all directions. Their opponents included the experts of the Voodoo Barbarian camp led by Wu Jiuchong, and the experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races led by Zhu Tianqing. There was also a group of terrifying creatures that lived in hibernation in the mulberry forest. They were like a fled dragon that was as green as jade, and a bronze ant that was as large as a calf. Each of them had the terrifying combat strength of a quasi-emperor, or rather, without the strength of a quasi-emperor, they would not be able to participate in this earth-shattering battle. In the battle, the Empress' pretty face was pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her slender figure trembling slightly. In the distance, Wu Jiuchong's expression was cold. Zhao Yuanji, are you still going to resist? Your woman is about to die. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing the void to explode. Wu Jiuchong was dressed in animal skin clothes, his beard and hair were scrawled, and his body was bronze in color. Every inch of his skin was branded with mysterious great Tao markings, and his aura was terrifying. He held a white bone spear, and his attacks were fierce. Any random attack had the terrifying power to destroy the universe and shake the world. He was the one who had injured the Empress earlier. It's not certain who will die yet. The Empress snorted coldly. Ridiculous, you still don't know when to retreat at this time. Then I'll fulfill your wish. On the other side, Zhu Tianqing charged over. He was dressed in a green robe, and his appearance was elegant and handsome like a young man, but his eyes were surging with an incomparably terrifying divine light. As he strode forward, the void collapsed and cracked, and the power of laws condensed into green lotuses that covered his body, making him look as elegant as an immortal. However, his attacks were extremely terrifying. Every strike of his caused a rain of light to pour down, and they transformed into a illusory 1,000-foot-long saber chi that slashed down densely. That kind of attack could easily kill any sage. Zhao Tailai tried his best to resist, but the impact made his blood and chi churn. He let out a muffled groan, and his face alternated between green and white. Don't you feel ashamed? The headmaster of Green Deer School who was nearby rushed over to help. His face was ashen and he let out a long roar. His robe fluttered in the wind and his skinny figure exuded a majestic aura. It's all for the sake of this great opportunity. What's there to be embarrassed about? This time, no matter what, Zhao Yuanji must die. Wu Jiuchong's expression was cold. While they were talking, they were fighting fiercely. They surrounded Zhao Yuanji, Goddess Empress, and the others. Cut the crap and kill him. the green flood dragon said coldly. Its body grew to more than 10 feet long, like the legendary azure dragon. A casual attack could sink mountains and rivers, and shatter the land. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, the calf-sized bronze ant waved its blade-like forelimbs. It did not say a word, but its attacks were the fiercest and most ruthless. A bunch of despicable things. You want to become emperors? Wishful thinking. Zhao Tailai cursed angrily. In his heart, he was extremely anxious. They were all injured and in a precarious situation. If this continued, it was very likely that the entire army would be annihilated here. Tailai, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Fight. Even if we die in the end, we have to drag a few of them down with us. Zhao Yuanji's purple robe fluttered in the wind. His expression was calm, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura that shook the heavens. He took out a golden square jade seal, which emitted a power that could suppress the world and pacify the 10 directions. His attacks were heavy, calm, and did not seem ferocious. However, he alone blocked the attacks of multiple quasi-emperors, Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianqing, and the others felt a chill in their hearts when they heard Zhao Yuanji's words. Their expressions changed slightly, and then they snorted coldly. Their attacks also became more and more terrifying. This time, they had to kill Zhao Yuanji no matter what. Rumble, the battle became more and more terrifying. There was no light from the sun or moon, and the heavens and earth were dark. The terrifying power of the Great Tao was like the Milky Way, sweeping across the battlefield. It was fortunate that a battle of this level had occurred near the ancient palace. If it had occurred outside, the destructive consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, quasi-emperors were above saint kings. Such a terrifying figure could destroy mountains and rivers with a flick of a finger, and shake the heavens and earth. One person could flatten a domain, and now, a group of quasi-emperors was fighting. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if a saint or great saint appeared here, once they were swept by the aftershocks of the battle, they would have no chance of survival. As for saint kings, they would also be seriously injured and forced to retreat. Puff. Before long, even with Zhao Yuanji's tyrannical strength, he could not help but cough up blood, and his clothes were dyed red. However, his expression was still calm. Only in his heart, he could not help but sigh softly. At first, when they arrived here, there was no conflict with the other experts, but when they were about to climb the stairs to enter the palace, an accident occurred. At that time, he tried to use his own power of the Great Tao to communicate with the ancient palace, which had a great opportunity. Who would have thought that it would actually cause a shocking phenomenon? This ancient palace, the sound of the bell rumbled, stirring the 9 heavens and 10 earths, emitting a fluctuation of aura, which actually formed a mysterious harmony with his body. This surprised Zhao Yuanji, and he found it hard to believe. His heart was excited, and he realized that he was very likely to win this great opportunity. But it was also because of this that it aroused the hostility and killing intent of the other experts, whether it was the voodoo barbarian camp represented by Wu Jiucheng, or the alliance of 10,000 races represented by Go Tianqing, or even the terrifying creatures that were hibernating in the mulberry forest. They all pointed their spears at Zhao Yuanji and the others at the first instance. It was true that Zhao Yuanji had caused this phenomenon, but it was also because of this phenomenon that this group of people was in danger. No matter who it was naturally impossible for them to allow this great opportunity to fall into Zhao Yuanji's hands. So, they hadn't even entered the ancient palace when the battle erupted immediately. Fortune or misfortune, even Zhao Yuanji was unable to predict this. Up until now, Zhao Yuanji didn't have extravagant hopes of obtaining this great opportunity, and he decided in his heart that even if he died in battle, he would kill to his heart's content and drag a few of them down with him. The only thing he felt regretful about was that because of him, the Empress, Zhao Tailai, and the Dean of Azure Deer Academy had been implicated and had to suffer misfortune with him. This caused Zhao Yuanji to be unable to help but feel extremely guilty. Yuanji, there's no need to feel guilty. We've already disregarded life and death when we came here. Since the situation has already come to this, why don't we fight to our heart's content and kill until the heavens and the earth are overturned? The Empress spoke as if she'd seen through Zhao Yuanji's thoughts. Ha ha ha, of course. Zhao Tailai roared with laughter. Of course. The Dean of Azure Deer Academy roared with laughter. Fight. At this moment, their fighting spirit soared. Zhao Yuanji also laughed, and madness flashed in his eyes as he said, then let's go all out. It's been so many years since our empire has fought to our heart's content in a dormant manner. He was completely released and no longer had any scruples or worries. Whether it was Zhao Yuanji, the empress, or the others, they all knew that it was a dead end before them. Even if they could kill all the experts before them, it would be useless. Because there were terrifying beings watching the battle coldly in the darkness in the distance. If these fellows who seemed to be staying out of the battle discovered that they had killed a way out, how could they possibly stand idly by and watch? When they knew that they were going to die, they had let go of everything and were no longer afraid of death. Quick, we must use our full strength. At this moment, the expressions of Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianxing, and the other quasi-emperors turned solemn and did not dare to be careless. As quasi-emperors, they knew better than anyone how terrifying a quasi-emperor's counterattack before death was when he was fighting with his life on the line. Moreover, there was more than one quasi-emperor who was fighting with his life on the line. The terrifying beings watching coldly from afar were also agitated at this moment. They realized that this unprecedented battle was about to enter the stage where life and death would be decided. Bang! Not long after, the huge bronze ant was sent flying by Zhao Yuanji's palm strike and a palm print was left on its body as it cried out in pain. But at the same time, Zhao Yuanji was also injured by the joint attack of the other experts. His body staggered and blood dripped from his lips. All of you despicable things, go to hell. On the other side, Zhao Tailai was like a crazed demon. His hair was disheveled and his body was riddled with injuries. Blood flowed continuously and he looked extremely horrifying. But he was completely unaware of this and continued to fight with his life on the line. The Empress and the Dean of Green Deer Academy were the same. They were constantly injured in the battle but none of them flinched or gave way. The tragic battle caused the heavens and earth to wail. It was a ghastly and shocking sight. However, in this desperate battle, Wu Jiucheng and many other quasi-emperors were also injured. This made them furious and their expressions darkened as they became extremely vigilant. They were afraid that the counterattack of Zhao Yuanji and the others before death would land on them. Even they were extremely afraid of the consequences. Yuanji, I have to go first, the Empress said suddenly. Suddenly, the Empress spoke. Her countenance was snow white while her body swayed, and her plain clothes were completely dyed red with blood. Zhao Yuanji's body stiffened and an unspeakable anger surged in his heart. His eyes almost popping out of his sockets, he suddenly flashed in front of the Empress and said, "If you want to go, let's go together." "Yes, let's go together." Zhao Tailai's demeanor was deranged as he let out a beast-like roar. His expression was resolute and his eyes were bloodshot. The Dean of Green Deer Academy smiled faintly and said, "How fortunate it is to be able to die with you." At this moment, they looked at each other and burst into laughter that shook the 9 heavens. Wu Jiucheng and the others looked cold and their attacks became more and more terrifying. They did not hold back at all. Everyone knew that the most terrible thing was the battle before life and death. Although they despised Zhao Yuanji and the others for overestimating themselves, they did not dare to be careless. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the distance, "Seniors. I, Lin Sun, will help you fight." The crowd of quasi-emperors could not remain calm. The combat strength displayed by those ferocious creatures was not inferior to any quasi-emperor at all. In fact, they were even stronger than any quasi-emperor. The snow-winged mystic bird was a ferocious one, it was a natural variant that had proven itself in ancient times. But it was sent flying by the white-bone immortal phoenix. The black giant ape was even more powerful and its combat power was even more ferocious. When it was a quasi-emperor, it had slaughtered countless strong enemies. But even it was so shocked that it retreated without a fight. These wandering souls have been hibernating in the abyss of calamity, suppressed by the forbidden power. "Why, did they appear today?" Someone muttered. "It's the power of that lamp." Someone seemed to have sensed it and looked at the lamp of no blame in Lin Sun's hand with a burning gaze. Instantly, everyone else reacted and looked over. Boom! But before they could gather their divine sense, it was shattered by an invisible force that blocked their probing. The reason was simple. The divine sense and gaze of these quasi-emperors could kill. If they were to land on Lin Sun, he would not be able to withstand the terrifying pressure and would die. Therefore, the heart that was riddled with holes immediately tried to save Lin Sun. This was not a conscious action, but an instinct that drove it to do so. If the lamp of no blame was their hope, then Lin Sun, who held the lamp of no blame, was their guide. Seeing this, the faces of the quasi-emperors changed again, their eyes flashing. Perhaps it was because the disparity in strength was too great, but Lin Sun did not notice anything amiss. His attention was focused on the battlefield not far away. Kill! Lin Sun roared and charged at Wu Jiucheng. Under normal circumstances, Wu Jiucheng could kill an ant like Lin Sun with a single thought. He would not even look at Lin Sun. But at this moment, his expression changed. Because as Lin Sun charged over, the 7 terrifying creatures also followed. Humph! Wu Jiucheng's expression was cold as he took out a bone sword and slashed at Lin Sun. Bang! The white bone giant, who was clad in broken armor, took out the broken sword on his back and slashed out with a simple slash. This slash seemed to carry the power of thousands of daos, causing the void to collapse and explode. The unparalleled sword chi directly broke the bone sword and turned it into powder. Furthermore, the sword chi's power did not diminish as it swept towards Wu Jiucheng, who was in the distance. Wu Jiucheng's expression changed slightly as he exerted force with his palm and suddenly pressed down, and only then was he able to disperse this wisp of sword chi, yet his body staggered from the impact. So powerful, Wu Jiucheng's heart trembled. A fellow who did not even have flesh and blood, and was only left with broken bones, actually possessed such astounding swordsmanship. This was unbelievable. Kill! Lin Sun didn't care at all and rushed into the battle. For a moment, furious roars rang out. Go Tianxing, the dark green flood dragon, the bronze ant, and the other quasi-emperor experts attacked without hesitation. That situation was definitely enough to make all living beings despair. But Lin Sun didn't suffer from the impact. Immediately, a group of horrible monsters behind him took action. Each of them emitted a shocking aura, like gods awakening from silence. For a time, the scene was completely chaotic. Originally, this battle was destined to end with the deaths of Zhao Yuanji and the others. However, at the final moment, a variable occurred. It was inconceivable that the variable came from an insignificant character that no quasi-emperor would take seriously. But it still happened. The terrifying creatures watching coldly from afar couldn't help but frown. On the battlefield, Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianxing, and the others were livid with rage. They looked like they were about to cough up blood, and they were so depressed that they wanted to go crazy. Zhao Yuanji and the others all secretly heaved a sigh of relief, a trace of emotion rising between their brows. The feeling of surviving a disaster was, of course, extremely good. However, even they didn't expect that at this critical moment of life and death, the one who gave them a glimmer of hope would be Lin Sun. A young man who had not yet become a saint. How many quasi-emperors were there? In a battle like this, even saints, great saints, and even king saints would not be able to get involved. But Lin Sun had come, and he had brought a group of terrifying monsters with him to create chaos. Without too much emotion, Zhao Yuanji and the others also took advantage of this opportunity to launch a counterattack. Together with the terrifying monsters around Lin Sun, they attacked Wu Jiucheng and the others. Boom, the battle became more and more terrifying. However, the situation was completely different from before. Zhao Yuanji and the others had broken free from the trap and there were signs of a comeback. As for Wu Jiucheng and the other quasi-emperors, no matter how unwilling and angry they had no choice but to accept this reality at this moment. Lin Sun was originally a little nervous. After all, this was a battle between quasi-emperors. As far as the eye could see, there was a terrifying torrent of the Great Way. It was no exaggeration to say that even a wisp of fighting aura could completely wipe him out if it landed on him, but fortunately, all of this did not happen. The heart, which was riddled with holes, was already close to the top of his head. On the bloodstained surface, invisible waves of power circulated, dispersing all attacks for Lin Sun. As for the other 6 terrifying monsters, they were displaying their own methods to deal with Wu Jiucheng and the others. It was also at this time that Lin Sun deeply realized how strong these terrifying monsters were. The white-boned giant held the broken sword, unstoppable. His swordsmanship was upright and steady, but it had the power to crush everything. The bare branches of the charred tree swayed, a destructive aura flowing, like divine whips, causing the void to explode and the weather to change. The white-boned immortal phoenix danced in the air, emitting a gray-bone fire that incinerated the universe. The other monsters, such as the white-boned snake, white-boned fox, and white-boned old turtle, all showed amazing means. This was also the first time that Lin Sun had such a close distance, and so clearly felt how terrifying the power of a quasi-emperor was. He even felt that it was strenuous, that he couldn't understand, and that he couldn't understand. With his eyesight and perception, he could not capture the details of the battle, nor the mystery contained in those attacks. The reason was very simple. Compared with the terrifying existence of a quasi-emperor, his current strength suddenly seemed to be insufficient. He also finally understood why Xianxia would so decisively give up the opportunity to enter the mulberry forest, saying that she could not reach such a great opportunity. Indeed, there was no difference between the Saint realm and courting death. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a terrible bombardment in the field. On the body of the dark green dragon, the white-boned immortal phoenix tore a bloody wound, scales and flesh scattered. Under the pain, the dark green dragon let out a roar, its body flashed in the void, and it directly moved out of the battlefield. Boom! Almost at the same time, the broken sword of the white-boned giant swept out and pierced the shoulder of a voodoo barbarian quasi-emperor, bringing out a string of scarlet blood. The latter screamed in pain and dodged repeatedly. Anyone could see that Wu Jiucheng and the others no longer had any advantage, and even showed signs of being suppressed. Retreat! Go! Tianqing roared. Go! Wu Jiucheng also realized that the advantage was gone. If they continued to fight, the consequences would become worse and worse. Those terrifying monsters did not chase after Lin Sun, but just guarded by his side. They were terribly silent, without any emotional fluctuations. Zhao Yuanji and the others did not chase after them either. In the previous battle, they were all seriously injured, and it was not easy for them to hold on until now. Only Lin Sun felt a little regretful. He had seen that if these 7 terrifying monsters attacked with all their strength, they could definitely cause serious damage to Wu Jiucheng and the others. The scene was silent for a while, and only the cold wind was whistling between heaven and earth. Although Wu Jiucheng and the strong barbarians, Go Tianqing and the strong people of the alliance of 10,000 races, as well as the dark green dragon and other terrifying creatures had withdrawn, they did not completely give up and were still confronting each other in the distance. Their faces were gloomy, and they talked to each other secretly, obviously unwilling to give up. At the same time, Zhao Yuanji and the others also seized the time to heal their injuries. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that we would be saved by you this time. Zhao Tailai grinned. He was bathed in blood and covered with scars, but his spirit did not diminish. Zhao Yuanji, the Empress, and the Dean of Green Deer School also smiled and sighed with emotion. Yes, even they did not expect that Lin Sun would bring them such a big surprise. This was a life-saving grace. I'm just a fox borrowing the tiger's might, Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Zhao Yuanji glanced at the 7 terrifying monsters around Lin Sun and said secretly, "You've been into the abyss of calamity?" Lin Sun was stunned, and immediately reacted. He told them about his experience in front of the white-bone cableway. When they learned that Lin Sun was seriously injured by the dark blood holy sorcerer and fell into the abyss of calamity, Zhao Yuanji and the others all had a murderous look on their faces. And when they learned that the power of the lamp of no blame had turned Lin Sun's misfortune into a blessing and obtained the protection of these 7 terrifying monsters, even Zhao Yuanji and the others felt that it was unimaginable. This also made them realize that the lamp of no blame in Lin Sun's hands must be an incomparably mysterious treasure. During the conversation, Lin Sun also finally understood why Zhao Yuanji and the others were besieged, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. In the past, he had also had a similar experience. Because of opportunities, or because of hatred, he was regarded as a target and was besieged. However, this kind of thing happened to quasi-emperors like Zhao Yuanji and the others, which made Lin Sun feel a little unreal. Only then did he realize that not only himself, but even quasi-emperors, could be besieged. Oh no, they seem to have reached an agreement with those guys who were watching from the sidelines, and they want to attack together. Suddenly, the Dean of Green Deer School frowned, and his eyes were frightening as he looked into the distance. He saw that those terrifying creatures who had been watching from the sidelines walked out one after another and approached them. There was a mysterious bird with snow-white wings, a giant black ape, a demonic flower whose entire body was fiery red and emitted sword chi. Each and every one of them had a terrifying aura. And Wu Jiucheng and Go Tianqing both looked relieved, and there was a smile on their faces. Obviously, they had convinced those terrifying creatures to join forces with them. Zhao Yuanji, do you see that? No matter who comes today, you will definitely die this time. Wu Jiucheng's voice was cold and callous. In this fight for a great opportunity, all the Taoist friends present will not allow an accident like you to exist. His voice rumbled and resounded between heaven and earth. The terrifying monsters beside Lin Sun were still silent, as if they were completely unconcerned about all this. And the faces of Zhao Yuanji and the others all darkened. These guys still did not give up. Lin Sun watched all this coldly. Because Zhao Yuanji's aura had a unique resonance with the ancient palace, he became the target of public criticism. Whether it was the voodoo barbarian camp, the alliance of 10,000 races, or the terrifying creatures living in the mulberry forest, none could tolerate Zhao Yuanji entering the ancient palace alive. Therefore, the tragic battle between quasi-emperors broke out. At this moment, although Lin Sun's arrival gave Zhao Yuanji and the others a chance of survival, at the same time, it also aroused the vigilance of those terrifying creatures who had been watching coldly in the distance. In their view, with the addition of Lin Sun and the 7 fierce creatures, the strength of Zhao Yuanji and the others had skyrocketed. Once Zhao Yuanji chose to enter the palace at this moment, whether it was the voodoo barbarian camp, the alliance of 10,000 races, or the terrifying creatures living here, no one could compete with Zhao Yuanji and the others. This was a threat that no one could ignore. Because of this, at this moment, those terrifying creatures who had been watching on the sidelines could no longer bear it and chose to cooperate with Wu Jiucheng and the others to deal with Zhao Yuanji and the others. This was the reason for the scene before them. Lin Sun could see it, so could Zhao Yuanji and the others. Their hearts sank, realizing that the situation was more serious than before. The atmosphere was oppressive, and a storm was coming. One terrifying creature after another came out, like one threat after another. Lin Sun could not help but frown and clenched the token given by Du So in his palm. Zhao Yuanji, I can give you a chance. As long as you withdraw, we will certainly not make things difficult for you. Wu Jiucheng's deep voice resounded throughout the whole place. To fight with a group of quasi-emperors, one had to pay a great price. If there was no certainty of winning, no one would risk their lives. In particular, Zhao Yuanji now had Lin Sun and the 7 extremely terrifying fierce creatures by his side. Yes, as long as you withdraw, we have no objection to other people joining in, Zhu Tianqing said in a clear voice. Zhu Tianqing spoke in a clear voice. He looked like a handsome young man, elegant and suave. Nonsense, do you really think that after forming a faction, you can point fingers at the world and order people around? Without waiting for Zhao Yuanji to speak, Lin Sun sneered. Bastard! How can a little thing like you have the right to speak? Wu Jiucheng's face darkened and he roared. Old bastard, do you dare to come out and fight? As Lin Sun stepped forward, the 7 terrifying monsters behind him moved together. This scene caused Wu Jiucheng's eyelids to twitch, and his face darkened. He was a quasi-emperor. In the past, if such an insignificant ant dared to jump in front of him, he would have slapped it to death. But now, however, he could only endure it sullenly. You only know how to rely on external forces. Be careful that your Dao heart is unstable. Wu Jiucheng said coldly. Hee hee. Lin Sun sneered, look at you old bastards. Aren't you forming cliques and oppressing people with the power of others? You still have the face to say such words? Don't you feel shameless? Wu Jiucheng's eyes were filled with killing intent. When a quasi-emperor's killing intent was aroused, the power of heaven and earth would be drawn in. Boom, but before the force caused by the killing intent could oppress Lin, it was dissolved invisibly, which made Lin feel at ease. This made Wu Jiucheng so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. As a quasi-emperor, he could not do anything to an ant that he looked down on. This feeling was too torturous. Seeing this, Lin Sun could not help but laugh coldly, his face filled with disdain. In the past, he would not have dared to look down on a quasi-emperor. But now, he was not afraid. Not to mention the fact that he had 7 monsters by his side, He still had some trump cards in his hands, so he was not afraid of making a big deal out of this. Furthermore, the reason why he spoke before Zhao Yuanji was because he was worried that Zhao Yuanji would agree to withdraw from this fight. If that was the case, Lin Sun would not be able to accept it. This was called the feeling of injustice. They were all here for the great opportunity, so why should they be forced to withdraw? Humph. Young man, the forces around you are not enough to stop us. I advise you to shut your mouth. Otherwise, the first one to die will be someone like you. Suddenly, a demonic flower appeared in the air, its petals sparkling and translucent, and the rain of light that it emitted turned into billions of sword chi. Wu Jiucheng and the others were all shocked, obviously quite afraid of this demonic flower, but then they all revealed a look of joy. With this demonic flower, they had more confidence to kill Zhao Yuanji. At this time, Zhao Yuanji and the others also narrowed their eyes, their expressions solemn, clearly aware of the extremely terrifying means of this demonic flower. This is a 1,000-feather sword flower, an ancient species nurtured by the heavens and earth. It has been famous since ancient times, and it only needs an opportunity to step into the Emperor realm. Its combat strength is extremely terrifying, and it is one of the creatures in the mulberry forest that cannot be provoked. Zhao Tailai's voice sounded in Lin Sun's ears. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed, but he sneered, "A shameless rotten flower dares to mock me as grass, who gave you the courage?" All the quasi-emperors were stunned, almost unable to believe their ears. Throughout the ages, even the quasi-emperors did not dare to slander the 1,000-feather sword flower. But now, what did they hear? A young man who had not become a saint was scolding the 1,000-feather sword flower. The scene was a little silent for a moment. The 1,000-feather sword flower swayed, hundreds of millions of sword chi flowing around it, clanging, as if it was angry, and a terrible killing intent of sword Tao surged to the 9th heaven. At the same time, the heart that was riddled with holes appeared over Lin Sun, sprinkling invisible power to protect him. Bang bang bang, in front of Lin Sun, the void was torn by the invisible pressure of a quasi-emperor, but the place where Lin Sun stood was calm. Everyone was shocked, even the power of the 1,000-feather sword flower was blocked. That broken heart, could it be that it came from a figure in the Emperor realm? Rotten flower. Lin Sun sneered. Surprisingly, the 1,000-feather sword flower became calm, its voice cold and low. "This time, you can't escape." Dong, between heaven and earth, there was a sudden tremor, and a white bull with snow-white fur, bathed in a sacred luster, broke through the air. On the back of the white bull sat a child in colorful clothes, with a blood-red lotus leaf on his head. His face was young, but his eyes were filled with a fierce and terrifying aura, incomparably frightening. He rode the white bull to the field, glanced at the crowd, and said unhappily, "The great opportunity has come, but you are wasting time. What's more, don't you think it's beneath your dignity to quarrel with a little thing who hasn't reached the Tao?" A child on the back of the white bull reprimanded the quasi-emperors, but surprisingly, neither Wu Jiucheng nor the 1,000-feather sword flower retorted, remaining silent. Zhao Yuanji's face changed slightly, and his whole body seemed to tense up. How could it be him? A haze appeared between the brows of the dean of Green Deer School. Ancestor Blood Lotus. This fellow is an extremely terrifying existence. His true form is a blood lotus that was born in this chaotic land, and he'd already awakened and attained the Tao countless years ago. He seems to be like a child, yet he's actually extremely bloodthirsty, and he kills without batting an eyelid and is cruel to the extreme. Zhao Tailai suppressed the palpitation in his heart, and transmitted his voice to Lin Sun. "Even if I am not injured, I can only fight against Ancestor Blood Lotus if I join forces with my brother, but now..." Alas! In the end, he couldn't help sighing, his expression uncertain. A child in colorful clothes riding a white bull with a blood-red lotus leaf on his head turned out to be a powerful and bloody old demon, which surprised Lin Sun a little. "Don't talk nonsense, let's start fighting. Let's go together and destroy them." On the white bull, the child crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes cold. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the field was tense. As these words fell, 1,000-feather sword flower, Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianxing, and nearly 20 other quasi-emperors all revealed cold killing intent. Boom, in the sky, the wind and clouds changed color, and all directions shook. This piece of heaven and earth seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifying killing intent of the quasi-emperors, wailing incessantly. There were also all kinds of strange phenomena emerging between heaven and earth. There were bursts of thunder and lightning, flowing wind and fire, and stars falling. Mountains and rivers were burning. Just that scene alone was like the arrival of doomsday. Forget it, I'll withdraw from this competition. Zhao Yuanji suddenly let out a long sigh, his expression indescribably lonely, and a deep sense of frustration welled up in his heart. He had been waiting for this great opportunity for too long, and had planned for too long, but in the end, he had to choose to give up before he saw this great opportunity. This feeling was too unreconciled. For this great opportunity, he would rather choose to withdraw, in order to save the lives of everyone. In the distance, Wu Jiucheng and the others couldn't help sneering. This was the general trend. Zhao Yuanji had no choice but to bow his head. If you had known this earlier, why did you have to make such a fuss just now? Go Tianqing said slowly, his words with a hint of mockery. Brother! Why do you want to give up? Zhao Tailai glared angrily. The dean of Green Deer School sighed, while the emperor and empress revealed a bitter expression. Lin Sun had originally planned to use the token given by Du So as soon as possible, and if he was really forced into a desperate situation where even the 7 monsters behind him couldn't protect him, he would definitely not hesitate to use his biggest trump card. But who would have thought that Zhao Yuanji would say that he wanted to give up? At this moment, looking at the faces of the quasi-emperors in the distance, looking at their confident attitudes, Lin Sun felt an indescribable sense of depression in his heart. You want to withdraw? Suddenly, the Blood Lotus ancestor, who was riding on the white bull, said coldly, It's very simple, you can end it yourself, and we won't argue with you anymore. His words caused the atmosphere to suddenly become tense again. Zhao Yuanji's face was gloomy, and his eyes were surging with divine light. He was obviously extremely angry, but he was trying his best to suppress it. No. The expressions of Zhao Tailai, the emperor and the dean of Green Deer School all changed, and they tried to dissuade him. Lin Sun was already gnashing his teeth in hatred. So what if he retreated? They would only take a yard when given an inch. A cold light flashed in his black eyes, and he was about to crush the token in his hand, but at this moment, a magnificent blood-red light suddenly surged from afar. The momentum was so shocking that all the quasi-emperors present could not help but look. The blood-red light that suddenly blotted out the sky and covered the earth was not gloomy at all. Instead, it gave off a magnificent, holy, and brilliant atmosphere. The white bull was agitated, its hoofs trembling. Ancestor Blood Lotus frowned and patted its head to calm it down. The 1,000-feather sword swayed, its sword sheath flowing ceaselessly as if it was afraid of it. Wu Jiucheng and the others were all palpitating. This aura was too terrifying. Here comes another one, Zhao Yuanji sighed in his heart, his expression gloomy. Zhao Tailai and the others all looked solemn, their eyebrows full of gloom that could not be erased. Only Lin Sun's eyes widened in surprise and shock. How could it be here? A blood-red moth fluttered in the blood-red sky. Its tiny body seemed as if it was carved from the most perfect blood jade in the world, and it was agile and pure. As it flapped its wings, the nearby space silently collapsed and sank into oblivion before transforming into a horrifying black hole. It looked small, but its aura was like that of a ruler, covering the universe and oppressing the universe. Lin Sun was in a trance. He had seen this blood-red moth when he first entered the mulberry forest. Lin Sun would not forget that the blood-red moth and the white cicada had a great battle over the divine tree of ice and snow to save him. Why are you here? Let me tell you, you don't need to intervene in this battle. We can end it by ourselves. On the white bull, the childlike ancestor Blood Lotus spoke coldly, revealing a trace of hostility towards the blood-red moth. Wu Jiucheng and the others were silent. The aura of this blood-red moth was too terrifying, making them, the quasi-emperors, feel oppressed and uncomfortable. I'm here to return a favor to an old friend. The blood-red moth fluttered in the air, its figure ethereal and bright. Its voice had a unique rhythm, appearing unrestrained and calm. Return a favor? Everyone could not help but be stunned. Immediately, whether it was Ancestor Blood Lotus or Wu Jiucheng, their faces darkened. In their vision, the blood-red moth had already appeared in front of Lin Sun. You're not going to protect that little thing, are you? Ancestor Blood Lotus's voice was frighteningly cold. Why not? The blood-red moth's voice was calm. Wu Jiucheng and the others were shocked. They didn't expect that the blood-colored moth would stand on Lin Sun's side after it appeared. This was a terrifying existence that could threaten the Blood Lotus ancestor. His presence would add another variable to the situation. Even Zhao Yuanji and the others were stunned. They were quasi-emperors, who were very knowledgeable and experienced. But no matter how hard they racked their brains, they didn't expect that the scarlet moth, whose aura was enough to make them tremble, would show up and stand beside Lin Sun. To be honest, Lin Sun felt a little confused at this moment. He was completely caught off guard. Do you really want to be our enemy? You should know how serious the consequences are. In the distance, the Blood Lotus ancestor's voice grew colder, as if he had been infuriated. There's no harm in trying. The blood-colored moth appeared to be very calm. From the beginning to the end, it gave off a leisurely, calm, and carefree aura. Then it looked at Lin Sun. If you believe me, give me the insignificant bow. Lin Sun was stunned and took out the bow without hesitation. When he came to the mulberry forest for the first time, the blood-colored moth had saved his life. Now it chose to stand on his side. He had no reason not to believe it. The blood-colored moth took a deep look at him and didn't say much. Buzz, the insignificant bough suddenly made a strange buzzing sound, which shook the sky. The bough made of white bones and skeletons was full of fierce chi, as if it was cheering excitedly and eager to drink blood. Insignificant, I finally see you again. There was a trace of sadness in the voice of the blood-colored moth. Immediately, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Suddenly, it turned into a man in snow-white clothes with a bearing like an immortal. His blood-red hair was fluttering and his eyes were deep. At this moment, he was like a bloody overlord, standing in the sky, exuding an imposing manner. Buzz, the insignificant bough fell into his slender white palm, and the aura it emitted became more and more terrifying, making the nearby void burst with a roar. Lin Sun was shocked. In the past, the insignificant bough had never exerted such a terrible aura in his hands. Even in the hands of Xianxia, its power was far less than this. Whoever wants to fight, just come over. The blood-haired young man in white who was transformed by the blood-colored moth said indifferently. His words shocked all directions, making many emperor-to-be's blood boil and their faces change. Fei Lan, have you had enough? Suddenly, Ancestor Blood Lotus got up from the back of the white bull, exuding a terrible killing intent, and the blood-colored lotus leaf on the top of his head was flowing with a strong bloody light. I think he is determined to fight against us. Thousand Feathers Demonic Flower said faintly, in my opinion, there is no need to talk nonsense. Let's fight. Buzz, suddenly, the man in white, who was called Fei Lan, pulled up the insignificant bough, and a fierce spirit arrow burst out. Lin Sun felt a stabbing pain in front of his eyes and couldn't see clearly at all. He only heard a deafening roar, as well as a shocked and furious shout. When his vision recovered, he saw a petal of Thousand Feathers Demonic Flower in the distance was pierced and was about to wither, and Wu Jiucheng and other emperor-to-be all looked gloomy and their eyes were full of fear. Obviously, Thousand Feathers Demonic Flower was injured by just one arrow. This was incredible. Zhao Yuanji and others around him were all shocked. They all saw the scene just now clearly. An arrow shot through the air, fast to the extreme, vicious to the extreme. Although Thousand Feathers Demonic Flower tried its best to resolve it, it was still stabbed. Fight? Believe it or not, I will kill you first. High in the sky, Fei Lan, the white-robed man, said indifferently, holding the insignificant bough in his hand. His momentum was overwhelming and incomparable. It should be known that he was facing a group of emperor-to-be, but he didn't seem to be afraid at all. His peerless style made Lin Sun's mood surge. At this point, Ancestor Blood Lotus, Wu Jiucheng and others were completely sure that Fei Lan was determined to help Lin Sun. This made all of them feel tricky. If they started a war, the outcome would be a little uncertain. After all, in addition to Fei Lan, there were the 7 terrifying monsters around Lin Sun, as well as Zhao Yuanji and others. These people were not to be trifled with. Damn it. Zhu Tianxing gritted his teeth, feeling depressed. Originally, there were not so many variables at all. They were only a hair's breadth away from killing Zhao Yuanji. But with the arrival of Lin Sun, who they regarded as an ant, everything had changed. First, Zhao Yuanji and others had escaped. Then, even Fei Lan stood up and wanted to be their enemy. the situation was now completely out of their control. It had become extremely grim and terrible. How could Zhu Tianqing not hate, and Lin Sun had been regarded as the culprit? It was because of his appearance that Zhao Yuanji and others had escaped. It was also because of his protection that Fei Lan had appeared. Not only Zhu Tianqing, but Wu Jiuchong and other emperor-to-be also looked very gloomy. They hated Lin Sun, who had disrupted the situation, to the bone. What made them most depressed was that Lin Sun was merely a young man who had not become a martial saint. In the past, they could not even be bothered to look at him. But it was this fellow who had made them, the emperor-to-be, very passive. They felt very aggrieved and even had the urge to vomit blood. Clang, just at this oppressive moment when swords were drawn and a fight could break out at any moment, suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out from the grand and ancient palace behind them. That sound seemed to resound in everyone's heart, sacred and solemn. At the same time, the tightly shut doors of the palace slowly opened and endless light of the way shot out from the doors. This expanse of the heavens and the earth was filled with a peaceful aura, and strands of wispy sounds that were like the sound of nature curled up and reverberated through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, everyone, be it friend or foe, was shocked. Was it finally time to unveil the mysterious veil of this great creation? Whoosh, rays of divine rainbows of the Great Way appeared on the 9,999 steps and shot up into the sky. Swoosh, before Zhao Yuanji could react, his body was enveloped by a divine rainbow and he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Then, the Blood Lotus ancestor, who was standing on the back of the white bull, roared, "Damn it, he was the first to be chosen to enter the 10,000 Tribulations Emperor Palace." His words made everyone recall that Zhao Yuanji had used his own aura to create a certain resonance with the aura of this palace. It was also because of this that they saw Zhao Yuanji as their enemy and could not tolerate his survival. But who would have thought that such a thing would happen? They did not even have time to stop it. All of a sudden, the faces of the Blood Lotus ancestor, Wu Jiuchong, and the others turned extremely ugly. Lin Sun, Zhao Tailai, and the others looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. This was indeed too unexpected. A bell rang and the ancient 10,000 Tribulations Emperor Palace seemed to awaken from its silence. Zhao Yuanji, who was originally trapped here, was the first to be chosen and moved away. No one had expected this, however. Before they could celebrate too early, they saw streaks of divine rainbow sweep out from the stone steps and cover the figures of the quasi-emperors. Then, these quasi-emperors all disappeared. The Blood Lotus ancestor, Thousand Feather Sword Flower, Wu Jiuchong, Go Tianqing, and the other terrifying beings were all gone. "Wait for me to return your treasures." Even Fei Lan, who was standing high in the void, only had time to utter a word to Lin Sun before he disappeared. Before Lin Sun could react, Zhao Tailai, the Empress, and the Dean of Green Deer School were also taken away by the divine light of the Great Path. Whoosh! 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 There were still many terrifying beings lurking in the distance. When they saw this scene, they all teleported over as fast as they could. As soon as they got close, they were taken away by the divine light of the Great Path and disappeared into thin air. In just a moment, Lin Sun was the only one left in front of this magnificent ancient palace. Accompanying him was a group of terrifying beings. They had been silent all this time. Although they did not have the combat strength of a quasi-emperor, the strange thing was that they were not chosen. Lin Sun was stunned. Originally, it was a stalemate with turbulent undercurrents and a state of mutual hostility, but just like that, it silently collapsed and disappeared. He could not even react. After a while, Lin Sun looked up at the majestic ancient palace and could not help but smile bitterly. In the end, all those old guys had gone in, but he was not chosen and stayed where he was. Wasn't this too unfair? Heaven and earth returned to silence, and auspicious and sacred atmosphere filled the air. The ancient emperor palace of 10,000 Tribulations stood tall, exuding a magnificent atmosphere. Looking at this scene from a distance, the barefoot young man in linen clothes turned his eyes to Lin Sun standing in front of the steps of the Emperor Palace of 10,000 Tribulations. He smiled and said, "You saw everything that happened just now. There are 50 great Daos and 49 heavenly evolutions. Now that one of them has escaped, this little fellow who is ranked as the 50th true disciple of Mount Innerheart is a variable." Next to him, the white-clothed beautiful girl who was transformed by a white cicada looked very impatient. Those guys have already gone in, why are you still nagging? Even if that young man is a variable, what does it have to do with us? The golden cicada young man sighed, well, you go. The white cicada girl said, you don't want to go? I want to talk to that little friend first. The golden cicada young man looked at Lin's son in the distance. So long-winded. The white cicada girl frowned, and her figure flashed and disappeared. The golden cicada young man smiled and didn't take it seriously. In front of the steps, Lin's son sighed. It was conceivable how great this great opportunity was to make a group of quasi-emperors so crazy. It was very likely to be related to becoming an emperor. With his cultivation, he hadn't become a saint yet. Even if he entered the emperor palace of 10,000 tribulations, he was doomed to not get such an opportunity. Don't sigh, it's just an opportunity. As long as the time is right, there will be opportunities to fight for it. Suddenly, a clear and gentle voice sounded in his ear. Lin's son looked up and saw a barefoot young man in linen clothes standing beside him. What was inconceivable was that the 7 ferocious beasts following behind him did not react at all. Lin's son's eyelids twitched, and he carefully looked at the young man beside him. The voice gave him a familiar feeling. Have you forgotten that we had a chat in the past? The golden cicada young man smiled, his eyes gentle, and there was no trace of eye-catching aura around him. It's you. Lin's son suddenly came to his senses, and a touch of surprise appeared between his eyebrows. If I'm not mistaken, you are also here for this great opportunity? The golden cicada youth smiled and said, yes and no. I'm here because I'm about to leave. I'm not here to fight for a fortuitous encounter. As he spoke, he casually sat on the first step and said, I'm truly happy to be able to meet you again before I leave. This is fate, it's too wonderful for words. Lin's son didn't know what this guy wanted to do for a while, but he didn't want to think too much about it. He said perfunctorily, you said the same words in those years. The young man with the golden cicada smiled and said, are you worried about your friends? I don't think that's necessary. This great opportunity has already been decided. No matter who comes, it can't be forced. Lin raised his eyebrows, really? The golden cicada youth shrugged. I never lie. This palace was left behind by the 1,000 Tribulations Emperor. Originally, he wanted to establish an orthodoxy in the source of chaos and pass down his cultivation here. However, due to the sudden arrival of a great battle, he had no choice but to hastily set up a trap before his death. With his death as the price, he left behind this opportunity to become a martial monarch. Myriad Tribulation Great Emperor, hearing this, Lin's son's heart shook fiercely as he remembered something. The bloodthirsty battlefield in the night was a world formed by the corpses of martial monarchs. It was mysterious, vast, and terrifying like a forbidden place. The mysterious woman once said that the world of night would disappear completely and a great opportunity would appear. Now, standing in front of the 1,000 Tribulations Emperor Palace and listening to the words of the golden cicada youth, Lin's son had a bold conjecture. Could the corpses of martial monarchs that turned into the world of night be left behind by the fallen 1,000 Tribulations Emperor? The 1,000 Tribulations Emperor was a peerless genius. With a humble body, he defied the heavens and went through the hardships of thousands of tribulations to finally become a martial monarch. Unfortunately, the golden cicada youth sighed. The path he pursued was too taboo, so when he was about to establish an orthodoxy and preach to the world, he met with a disaster. Back then, I brought Abai here to find out the truth behind the Myriad Tribulations Great Emperor's death. If I don't find out what happened to the Myriad Tribulations Great Emperor, then I might end up like him in the future. If that's the case, I won't be able to accept it. Speaking of this, he looked at Lin's son and said with a smile, I told you that I once made a great wish to seek a way that could make all living beings in the world become saints. This road is not easy to walk. There was a trace of emotion in his voice. For countless years, he had been dormant here, calculating, pondering, sensing, and experiencing. Up until now, he'd finally faintly seen a trace of hope before the arrival of this great era, so how could he not sigh with emotion? The pursuit of the great way always needed to endure loneliness and the torment of loneliness in the passage of time. Senior, I'm afraid you're playing the lute to a cow by telling me this. Lin's son was stunned for a moment and then laughed at himself. He hadn't become a saint yet, so he naturally couldn't understand the difficulties and dangers of the emperor realm. You don't understand now, but you will understand in the future. When I talked to you about the Saint Realm, you didn't understand it either. Look at you now, you are not far from the Saint Realm. The golden cicada youth's words were casual, gentle, and clear, with a kind of power that calmed people's mind. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the past. Indeed, you said that a saint without a saint is a true saint, and a Tao without a Tao is a Tao, which made me understand that if I want to reach the top, I must seek an unprecedented way. The golden cicada youth nodded. The divine way is like the backbone of a man, which supports the torso. It can reach the sky and the earth, and it has the means to preach and educate all living beings. If you don't become a true saint, you can't talk about the divine way, and it's even more useless to want to become an emperor in the future. After thinking about it, the golden cicada youth said, the 5 realms of cultivation temper the foundation of cultivation. In these 5 realms, a practitioner leaps from an ordinary person to a Taoist, and begins to understand the truth of heaven and earth and see the wonders of the Tao. The path towards immortality establishes the foundation of the Tao. The soul is like a lamp that cannot be extinguished and exists eternally. Only by possessing the ability to attain immortality would one be able to resist the slaughter of time and possess even more time and opportunities to seek the grand Tao that is even higher. As for the Saint Realm, you have the real power of proving the Tao, and the way you seek for the Tao has begun to touch the essential rules of the Tao of heaven and earth. Only by mastering the essential rules of the Tao of heaven and earth can you seek the eternal road to the Emperor Realm. This is the known way of cultivation since ancient times. But you also know that it's easy to know but difficult to do. Embarking on the road of seeking is equivalent to embarking on the road of no return. You can't make a wrong step. Speaking of this, the golden cicada youth was silent for a moment, and then he said, but no one can give a clear answer to what is right and what is wrong. That's why the path to seek the grand Tao seems to be so dangerous and difficult. Everyone thinks that the path they've taken is correct, but when they notice that there's no path ahead, they'll understand that the path they've been seeking in the past was a wrong path. Back then, the Thousand Tribulations' great emperor violated some sort of taboo in his pursuit of the Tao, so he suffered a calamity. Perhaps his Tao was correct, but in my opinion, his Tao was a wrong path. Hearing this, Lin suddenly asked, since it is wrong, why do you still hide here all these years to explore the truth of the death of the great emperor of calamity? It's very simple. I want to know where he went wrong. The golden cicada youth said frankly. Do you know now? It's hard to say. The golden cicada youth thought for a moment and said, but I will try. At this point, the golden cicada youth suddenly said, since you asked me, let me ask you, have you ever doubted whether the road you seek is right or wrong? Lin Sun smiled and said, I have before. He recalled the scenes he had experienced in the night test of Green Cloud Path, samsara. After more than 20 years of meditation and contemplation in that samsara, he finally understood the true meaning of one thing. When the false is true, the true is false. When there is nothing, there is nothing. If I am true, then the Tao is true, therefore, the golden cicada youth's question naturally wouldn't make him feel confused. Looking at Lin Sun's clear and calm eyes, the golden cicada youth couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Good, good, no wonder you dare to cultivate the 3 paths at the same time. It turns out that you have already seen through them. He stood up from the stone steps and said, you must come here to pass the Forbidden Tao test, and even to become a sage. Lin Sun was moved and said, Senior, please give me some advice. I can't give you any pointers. Our paths towards the Tao are different, said Yi Shiwen. The golden cicada youth said, you might as well go to the Emperor Palace of Calamity by yourself. Lin Sun immediately understood that he might not be able to reach the great opportunity to become an emperor, but in the Emperor Palace of Calamity, there was an opportunity for him to pass the test. Immediately, he frowned, but, I haven't been chosen. The golden cicada youth smiled and pointed to the 9,999 steps, saying, the road is in front of you, why not go? Lin Sun came to his senses and laughed at himself, it's just like this. My young friend, please borrow this lamp. The golden cicada youth looked at the lamp of no blame. Lin Sun handed it over. The golden cicada youth smiled and gently flicked his fingertips. The wick suddenly shone brightly, and the dim shadow of the lamp became as dazzling as the sun. Vaguely, there was a vague and distorted door in the bright shadow of the lamp. Go. You were oppressed by the taboo for guarding the Emperor Palace of Calamity. Today, I will use this treasure to guide you back. The golden cicada youth looked at the 7 fierce creatures nearby and said in a low voice. Boom! First, the heart that was riddled with holes moved. In an instant, it transformed into an old man in a Taoist robe with hair as black as ink. Thank you, my fellow practitioner. At this moment, the old man in a Taoist robe obviously had some consciousness. After a while, he cupped his hands to the golden cicada youth. Then he looked at Lin Sun with a trace of gratitude and said, My young friend, please accept this thing. I will repay you for today's kindness in the future. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and a wisp of green light condensed into a jade plate. He handed it to Lin Sun with both hands. P.S. The golden fish has gone out, and it will be updated automatically in the future. Please don't forget to vote for it. When the annual meeting comes back, the golden fish will definitely burst out. The token was engraved with an ancient character U in bird seal script. There was nothing special about it in his hand, but the young man with golden cicada showed a strange expression. He smiled and said nothing. Goodbye. The old man turned around and stepped into the depths of the bright light and shadow of the innocent lamp. This is an ancestor of the Yu family, an imperial family on the starry sky ancient path. His temperament is the most aloof and cold. He is a good friend of the Emperor of innumerable tribulations. If one day you are in trouble on the starry sky ancient path, you can take out this token. The young man with golden cicada couldn't help reminding Lin Sun. An imperial family, and it was from the starry sky ancient path. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and put away the token. Whoosh, the white-boned fairy phoenix flew and turned into a beautiful woman with her hair tied up in a bun. She looked holy and aloof. However, she bowed slightly and said to Lin Sun and the young man in golden robe, Thank you for your help. This is a feather of my clan. Please accept it. Whoosh, a piece of colorful and illusory feather appeared in the woman's palm. She handed it to Lin Sun. Lin Sun looked at the young man with golden cicada, who said with a smile, You helped them get out of trouble. It's natural for them to repay you. Lin Sun put away the priceless feather of the immortal phoenix and said, Thank you. It didn't take long for the woman to leave. You can probably tell that this woman comes from the bloodline of the immortal phoenix. In her clan, her seniority isn't considered high, but her cultivation base and foundation are second to none. Unfortunately, if she wasn't trapped in this place by that forbidden power, with her talent, it shouldn't be difficult for her to step into the martial emperor realm. The young man with golden cicada sighed. Next, the white-boned giant with a broken sword on his back turned into a bearded man from the giant K clan. He gave Lin Sun a 7-inch cyan scabbard. The scorched tree turned into a beautiful woman with a hairpin and plain clothes. She was a Tao tree of fire. She gave Lin Sun a fiery red leaf. The white-boned fox turned into a cyan fox with 8 tails. Her face was soft and charming. She came from the 9 orifices fox clan and gave Lin Sun a string of glittering sapphire bells. White-boned snake turned into a middle-aged man with a ferocious face and a gloomy aura. He came from the dark-winged snake clan and gave Lin Sun a snow-white tusk. White-boned turtle turned into an honest short old man from the great void dragon turtle clan. He gave Lin Sun a white shell the size of a baby's palm. In the process, they thanked Lin Sun and the golden cicada youth one after another, and then walked into the bright light of the no-blame lamp one by one and disappeared. The young man with golden cicada stood beside him and introduced them to Lin from time to time. It was not until then that Lin Sun realized that almost none of the 7 horrible monsters following him along the way was simple. For example, the elder of the Yu clan was a martial emperor in name only, the others were also terrifying big shots from various clans. All those years ago, they protected the myriad tribulations emperor in the origin of chaos. However, they'd been implicated and suppressed by the forbidden energy. Their cultivations had been damaged, and that was why they'd become like this. The appearance of the no-blame lamp helped them resolve the suppression of the forbidden power and free themselves from the great abyss of innumerable tribulations. To them, the lamp of no blame was a hope that would allow them to return to where they came from. Otherwise, they, whose bodies had been destroyed by the forbidden power, could only be lost in the world like wandering ghosts. They would be neither human nor ghost, unable to awaken their consciousnesses. Take good care of the things they gave you. They will be useful in the future. The young man with golden cicada said and returned the no-blame lamp to Lin Sun. The most important thing is to protect this lamp. It's the painstaking effort of a great emperor. Lin Sun thought of the skeleton boatman on the Styx River. Was that also an emperor realm expert? He put away the no-blame lamp carefully. He'd completely witnessed the miraculousness of this lamp, and he was very clearly aware of what sort of miraculous treasure it was. Let's go and have a look. The young man with golden cicada took the lead and stepped on the stone steps. Lin Sun followed closely. There were 9,999 steps. As soon as he stepped on it, Lin Sun felt a strange vibration force spreading, which made his body tremble. Clatter, he silently circulated his body refinement cultivation, and only then was he able to resolve this strange vibrating force. The young man with golden cicada walked leisurely as if he was walking on the ground. Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and continued to follow. As he took a step, the higher he went, the stronger the strange vibrating power became. At the beginning, it was like a murmur. Although there was vibration force, it didn't affect Lin Sun at all. But soon, this trickle gradually turned into a surging wave, and the vibration force began to become stronger and stronger. Later on, the wave started to become turbulent, and it was as if a small stream had transformed into a great river. The raging waves beat against the shore, and the current was rapid and incomparably ferocious. But Lin Sun still couldn't do anything. In the process of climbing the steps, he just ran his body refining cultivation to become stronger and stronger, and then he resolved the vibration force. However, when he set foot on the 1,000th stone step, Lin Sun's expression became a little dignified. When he stepped forward, he seemed to be going against the rolling torrent. The terrible shock force oppressed him as if thousands of troops and horses were charging at the enemy line. The young man with golden cicada walking in front of him didn't look back, as if he was unaware of Lin's situation behind him. He looked very leisurely and calm, and his pace was very stable from beginning to end. Lin Sun took a deep breath and ran his body refining power to about 50%, so that he could keep up with the pace of the young man with golden cicada. When he set foot on the 2,000th step, Lin Sun's blood and qi seemed to be boiling and surging, and his whole body was bathed in the 9 pure Tao light. At this time, he had run his body refining power to the extreme to resolve and offset the vibration force spreading on the stone steps. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling shocked. It should be known that he had reached the fulfillment of the 8th retribution of longevity in body refining, and he was a real top king. But he had to go all out when he just set foot on the 2,000th step, and there were still 7,999 steps in front of him. The meaning of this number was enough to make any strong man desperate. Even Lin Sun's expression was extremely solemn. In front of him, the young man with golden cicada was barefoot and dressed in linen, with a leisurely manner. He didn't intend to stop and wait for Lin Sun. Whoosh! Lin Sun took a deep breath, got rid of distractions, and continued to move forward. In the following time, he even had to run the Fury of Yazi. Later, when the Fury of Yazi was not enough, he ran the Fighting Saint method. When he set foot on the 300th stone step, Lin Sun had already exerted the full strength of the art of permanence and leakage. He seemed to be fighting with all his strength, and the sound of Tao was extremely dazzling. At this moment, Lin Sun finally felt tired. If it was in ordinary times, he wouldn't feel so difficult even if he met a fake sage. But now, he was just climbing the steps. Do you want to take a break? At this moment, the young man with golden cicada stopped and asked Lin Sun in a gentle voice. No need. Lin Sun shook his head. The young man with golden cicada didn't insist and continued to move forward. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and followed step by step. Boom. Boom. Boom, the terrible shock force, like a landslide and a tsunami, smashed at Lin Sun. There was no way to hide or avoid it. If he wanted to move forward, he had to face it head-on. By the time he set foot on the 3,300th step, Lin Sun was already panting, with cold sweat on his forehead, and every inch of his muscles was trembling. But he didn't stop. The confrontation along the way aroused a fierce spirit in Lin Sun's heart. The most important thing was that the young man with golden cicada never stopped. Lin Sun didn't want to be left far behind by this guy. Even if he knew that his cultivation was far inferior to the young man, Lin Sun didn't think that his future achievements would be inferior to the young man. However, Lin Sun didn't know that as early as he set foot on the 3000th step, the young man with golden cicada walking in front of him showed a trace of surprise. It seemed that he didn't expect that Lin Sun could go so far. Until Lin Sun set foot on the 3300th step by step, the young man with golden cicada seemed to be very surprised, with a strange look in his eyes. He knew very well how incredible it was to be able to go to this step on the Taoist ladder arranged by the Emperor realm on the way to immortality. Even for the top figures, it was rare for them to come this far like Lin Sun. The young man with golden cicada smiled silently and didn't say anything more. He continued to move forward as if he wanted to see how long Lin Sun could hold on. When he reached the 3500th step, Lin Sun seemed to be carrying a holy mountain on his back, and his handsome face showed an extremely strenuous look. When he stepped on the 3600th step, Lin Sun's face was distorted because of the strenuous effort, and the blue veins on his forehead stood out. When he stepped on the 3700th step, his body shook with every step he took, as if he was about to collapse. When Lin Sun stepped on the 3900th step, the young man with golden cicada stopped for the first time and said, "Do you want to take a break? You are on the verge of exhaustion. If you go on like this, you will hurt yourself and damage your cultivation." His voice was serious. After thinking for a while, he said, "You don't have to be so stubborn. It's already an incredible feat for you to be able to make it this far. In the past, I've never seen a peerless figure who could perform as well as you in this realm." At the end of his words, he turned his head and looked at Lin Sun. "At this time, it's better to stop before going too far." Lin Sun was silent for a while and then shook his head, "No need." The young man with golden cicada was stunned. "You only practice body refining all the way. Isn't it to sharpen your physique? Now it's enough. If you continue to sharpen it, it's as bad as not doing enough." Lin Sun smiled and took a sudden step up to the next stone step. Then, like a dry riverbed ushering in a rainstorm, Lin Sun's aura began to rise steadily, becoming stronger and more blazing. The young man with golden cicada suddenly smiled with a strange look in his eyes. "I see." He had broken through the realm. The young man with golden cicada's eyesight could tell that Lin Sun's cultivation had entered the 9th retribution realm from the 8th retribution realm. One step and he had broken through the realm. Boom! Around Lin Sun, the 9 pure lights flowed, sweeping away the discomfort and fatigue in his body. He was in high spirits and his aura was strong. The young man with golden cicada smiled and sighed, then turned around and continued to move forward. Behind him, Lin Sun also smiled and followed him. The 5000th step. The 6000th step, the 7000th step. Along the way, Lin Sun's mentality had completely changed. His cultivation of the 9th retribution realm had been constantly tempered by the repeated confrontations. This was, in fact, a huge gain. The most taboo for a newly promoted cultivation was the instability of the realm and the shaking of the foundation. The confrontation on the stone steps was like a whetstone, which not only stabilized Lin Sun's realm, but also mastered the transformed power of body refining in the shortest time to the point that he could use it freely. For those big shots, the great opportunity in the hall is a must-fight for the opportunity to become an emperor, but for me, the training in front of me is actually an opportunity. Lin Sun came to a realization. Indeed, he couldn't get that great opportunity. But at the same time, there was a suitable opportunity for him in front of the Emperor Palace of 10,000 tribulations, but soon, Lin Sun had no time to think about it. When he set foot on the 7600th step, he felt the signs of difficulty again. Moreover, the power of the body refining had been consumed again in the previous confrontation and was about to be exhausted. This time, Lin Sun didn't insist. He quietly ran his qi refining cultivation, and his pace became steady again. Along the way, the young man with golden cicada didn't make a sound. Lin Sun didn't say anything more. He devoted himself to fighting against the increasingly terrifying vibration force. The higher he went, the more terrifying the vibration force was. Even if he ran his qi refining cultivation, it was still very difficult for Lin Sun. It was like at the beginning, his opponents were just ordinary people, and the higher he went, the stronger the opponents he met. Until now, he even felt that he was fighting against a group of fake sages. The pressure doubled, without any hesitation, when he stepped onto the 8200th step. He circulated his soul refinement cultivation to its fullest. However, in just 10 minutes, Lin Sun felt strenuous again. There were 9,990 steps in total. The higher he went, the stronger the shock was. Especially when he stepped on the 9,000th step, Lin Sun's body shook and he was almost shaken back. He gritted his teeth and prepared himself for battle with all his might. In the following time, Lin Sun's expression became more and more serious, and his steps became heavier and heavier. His whole body was like a burning furnace of chaos, shining to the extreme. 9,100, 9,200, 9,300. In the end, his entire body was trembling while his bones emitted sounds of being unable to endure the heavy load. Moreover, the veins on his face had bulged up and warped. It was too difficult. This was more difficult than any battle Lin Sun had ever encountered, and his will was under unprecedented pressure. In fact, from the moment he set foot on the 9,000th step, the Golden Cicada youth had been ready to give Lin a hand when he couldn't hold on any longer. But up to now, Lin Sun had already set foot on the 9,700th step, and he still persisted. Every time he took a step, his body was shaking like a candle in the wind, which would fall down and go out at any time. However, he miraculously persevered every single time. His hurried breathing was like a bellows being pulled. Sweat flowed out of his body like a stream, and his face was already pale. Many times, the Golden Cicada youth wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He almost couldn't help but help Lin Sun several times. But in the end, he didn't do so. Lin Sun was still persisting. Why should he give up at this time? The Golden Cicada youth suddenly thought of Calamity Emperor. In those days, Calamity Emperor went against the heaven and became an emperor after thousands of tribulations. How could he do it without great perseverance and willpower? But Lin Sun in front of him, at least in perseverance and willpower, was not inferior to Calamity Emperor at all, and even surpassed him. In ancient times, those who made great achievements not only had extraordinary talent, but also had indomitable will. Fangsuan Mountain has added a great successor. The Golden Cicada youth sighed with emotion. Very embarrassed, unprecedentedly embarrassed. For the first time since returning to the mortal world, Lin Sun almost couldn't hold on. This was not a battle. But it was more torturous and difficult than a battle. In the end, Lin Sun's body was numb, and his consciousness was blank. He supported himself with his unyielding willpower. All thoughts were gone. The sky, the earth, and the man, everything was empty. Moving forward had become an eternal instinct. The origin spirit vein in his chest had become boiling hot. It was like a blazing sun that was burning in his body, emitting dazzling and strange fluctuations. The original spiritual vein was trembling and buzzing, like a seed buried in the ground, showing signs of bursting out. Lin Sun didn't notice all this. The 9,900th step. The 9,990th step. Arriving here, the Golden Cicada youth was shocked. He hadn't had this kind of emotion for a long time. But at this time, he was touched by Lin Sun. With his knowledge and wisdom, he could infer most things in the world. But this time even he didn't expect that Lin Sun could hold on until now. This was an accident. Accidents often shocked people. The Golden Cicada youth couldn't even remember when was the last time something like this had happened, and what had shocked and surprised him. Therefore, his mood was a little unsettled at this moment. I have been dormant and meditated for countless years. Now I am about to leave, but I got such an accident. This young man is really a variable. There was a trace of surprise between the Golden Cicada youth's eyebrows. There were 50 Tao and 49 heavenly evolutions, but one escaped. Fangsuan Mountain hadn't chosen a disciple for many years, but in this life, it chose this young man, and the number of its disciples was 55. In this way, could it be that there was some sort of secret hidden in the darkness? What was more, it happened to be a great era, and the great era was full of variables. When a young man, like a variable, sought Tao in this great era where everything was possible, what kind of path could he take? At this moment, the Golden Cicada youth couldn't help but have an impulse to stay and see Lin Sun's future. But in the end, he held back. Because if he didn't leave this time, there would be no chance in the future. As he was thinking, he heard a flop. The Golden Cicada youth turned his head and saw Lin Sun take a step forward and fall down on the 9,999th step. This was the gate of the Emperor Palace of 10 Tribulations. No matter how many nines there were, they would all return to one in the end. And among the 50 Tao, one escaped from the number of heavenly evolutions. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to be sitting there miserably, but in the eyes of the golden cicada youth, he couldn't hide his surprise. Surprise, surprise. Strange, strange. The appearance of the golden cicada youth at this moment was like watching a miraculous accident, which puzzled him and made him feel an indescribable joy. After a long time, he gradually calmed down and said to himself, "Interesting, it turns out that I haven't seen through him before. It's rare, it's really rare." At this time, Lin Sun, who was sitting on the ground, didn't completely relax, nor did he fall asleep because of excessive fatigue and weakness. He didn't know where the strength came from. He gritted his teeth, moved his numb body with difficulty, and sat down cross-legged little by little. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. It was obvious that his face was pale and tired, but at this moment, he looked solemn and impressive. The golden cicada youth stared at Lin Sun. In the depths of his eyes, which were as clear as a baby's, infinite mysterious light was reflected, which seemed to be able to see through everything. But in merely a few breaths of time, he withdrew his gaze and revealed a startled expression. He could see that Lin Sun's cultivation had gained immeasurable benefits after being tempered by the power of 9,999 stone steps. He also saw that although Lin Sun's strength was exhausted at the moment, he had awakened the talent in his bloodline under extreme tempering. But, even he couldn't detect the aura of that kind of innate divine ability. This could only prove that the power of the talent awakened by Lin Sun was extraordinary. This was the reason why the golden cicada youth was stunned. The swallowing abyss. The talent mastered by the fierce guy named Xianxia was the star-submerging skill. With one strike, he could destroy the stars and the moon and annihilate the vitality. It was extremely powerful. There was a trace of reminiscence in the eyes of the golden cicada youth. However, the talent awakened by Lin Sun seems to be completely different from that of Xianxia. It's interesting that the talent awakened by the same bloodline power is different. This kind of bloodline power is very rare. When the golden cicada youth was meditating, a strange and blazing wave appeared on Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His originally blank consciousness suddenly felt as if he was wandering in a vast and long river, the waves rolling and surging endlessly. As for his consciousness, it drifted along with the waves. He saw many incredible scenes. Time passed, the 4 seasons changed, the longitude and latitude evolved, the rise and fall of history, all living beings experienced birth, old age, sickness, and death, the world experienced vicissitudes of life, mountains and rivers were destroyed and reborn in an orderly manner. In a trance, spring and autumn had passed. In a snap of fingers, a light year passed. It was as if he had experienced a bizarre and dazzling journey through the years. Boom, immediately, everything burst into pieces. A corner of the vast river was swallowed by a big abyss, which suddenly produced an indescribable scene of collapse and turbulence. At this moment, Lin Sun's body produced a kind of instinct. A stream of destiny dark force originally sealed in his sea of consciousness gushed out and poured into his heart. The destiny dark energy was one of the rewards obtained after passing the test in the heaven accessing place. It had the magical power to stimulate one's talent and awaken the original power. At this moment, this force was completely swallowed by Lin's spiritual vein. Then, in Lin Sun's consciousness, he saw a peerless scene. In the vast river, a wisp of the aura of time was swallowed by the abyss. Time, it was the supreme order of the heavens, it was a power that even Emperor Realm experts could only sigh at. At this moment, a wisp of the aura of time was left behind in a large abyss. Lin Sun felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. Everything he saw and felt was like broken glass, turning into fragments and disappearing. Boom, after that, his consciousness returned to his body, and his entire body suddenly started trembling. His apertures, skin, meridians, sea of consciousness, internal organs. Every single area of his body was filled with a strand of strange and surging blazing energy. In the place of the heart vein, a section of the spiritual vein had undergone a complete transformation. It was as illusory as a touch of light, in which a strange Taoist pattern was floating. This Tao marking was too unique. It was shaped like a feather, and it was jade white and dazzling. It was suffused with strands of a mysterious and obscure aura, and it faintly seemed as if the marks of time were flowing within the Tao marking and flickered indeterminately. Forbidden Death, Lin Sun came to a realization. This was the talent that he had awakened. As the name suggested, it was to confine the power that passed away. However, he couldn't calm down. Because the power confined by Forbidden Death was too shocking, too appalling, and too incredible. Confine time in an instant, this was the greatest power of the talent, Forbidden Death. Only when one reached the Saint Realm could he master the mystery of space and have the means of space shifting. But even Emperor Realm experts couldn't touch or resist the law of time, no matter Emperor Realm experts or ants. Once they died, they were destined to be eroded by the power of time and then erased. Emperor Realm experts wanted to be immortal, but the biggest threat they faced was time. The power of Forbidden Death could confine the passage of time for a moment. This power was so horrible that Lin Sun couldn't believe it. After a long time, he calmed down a little and sensed it carefully. It was an illusory white and magnificent strange Taoist pattern like a flying feather, obscure and mysterious. But when Lin Sun tried to sense it, he felt that he had entered into a vast and unfathomable abyss. Apart from this, he got nothing. Lin Sun was stunned and laughed at himself in his heart. Even he couldn't feel the mystery of his talent. This was really strange. But after thinking about it, Lin Sun felt relieved. The time-forbidding divine power could confine time for an instant, and it involved the law of time. Even martial emperors might not be able to understand its mysteries. He had yet to become a martial saint, and was far from being a martial emperor, so how could he understand the secrets of the law of time? It could only be said that Forbidden Death was an innate method, a kind of power that could be used and controlled. Its essence was not something that Lin Sun could touch and control at the moment. Even so, Lin Sun felt a burst of heat in his heart. How could he not understand the power of Forbidden Death? Although it could only confine time for a moment, this moment was enough to change too many things. In a battle, the outcome and life and death could be determined in a moment. Before long, Lin Sun opened his eyes. "You're awake." Beside him, the young man with golden cicada said. When Lin Sun was about to get up, he felt so tired and exhausted that he couldn't even lift a finger. In the end, he only showed a wry smile. The young man with golden cicada seemed to understand and patted Lin Sun on the shoulder. Suddenly, a strong and pure force poured into Lin Sun's body like a river. In just a few breaths, Lin Sun's fatigue was swept away, and his cultivation was restored to its original state. Lin Sun was stunned. He knew that the young man with golden cicada was an unfathomable existence, but he didn't expect that his means were so powerful. The young man with golden cicada smiled and said, "Don't you understand why I didn't give you a hand when you climbed the stone steps before?" Lin Sun got up and said, "Now I understand. It's for practice." The young man with golden cicada laughed heartily and said, "Yes, this is the pursuit of Tao. When you can walk on your own, the most taboo is to be pulled by others. It's harmful." At this time, standing in front of the gate of the Emperor Palace of 10,000 Tribulations, Lin Sun felt like standing in the sky. In front of him were layers of stone steps that extended down, and the field of vision was extremely vast. Behind him, the gate of the Emperor Palace had been open, with vast light diffusing out, which looked extremely mysterious. "Let's go." Judging from the time, the outcome of this battle for the great opportunity is about to be decided. The young man with golden cicada turned around and walked towards the gate of the Emperor Palace. From beginning to end, he didn't ask about Lin Sun's talent. Lin Sun was stunned, but he didn't say much and followed him in. The Emperor Palace, in Lin Sun's expectation, must be magical and full of mystery, with a scene that was enough to make any practitioner marvel and awe. But to Lin Sun's surprise, the Emperor Palace was empty, with only a desk and a futon. The old color of the desk was made of the most common pear wood, and the futon was also made of the most common cattail leaves. These two items could be seen everywhere in ordinary people's homes. Now, they were displayed in the Emperor Palace of 10,000 Tribulations. In this way, these seemingly ordinary things were very unusual. An ordinary rock, if a saint sits on it to comprehend the Tao, after being immersed in the saint's aura for many years, this rock is destined to become different. If the later generations study it, they might even be able to pry into some of the mysteries of the divine Tao. For example, this table and meditation cushion were prepared by the myriad tribulations Emperor's mother for him when he was young, and they accompanied him throughout his youth. Later on, when he attained the Tao, he always carried them with him, and he took them to be the most important things in his life. Even when he perished, he couldn't bear to see them destroyed along with him. The young man with golden cicada sighed with emotion. No matter how ordinary the desk and futon are, they are no longer ordinary when accompanied by a great emperor seeking Tao. Lin Sun was moved and shocked. This desk and futon might not be earth-shattering treasures, but they were branded with the complete experience of a great emperor. Of course, other treasures couldn't compare with them. You'd better not try to sense these two items. The young man with golden cicada reminded, no one can resist the power in it except for those in the emperor realm. Lin Sun was shocked and immediately asked, what's the origin of that bowl? A rough ceramic bowl stood alone on the table. It was pitch black and seemed to be very ordinary. Come with me. The young man with golden cicada walked to the desk, looked down at the ceramic bowl, and said, look, those strong people who are fighting for the great opportunity are all in it. What? Lin Sun's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly stepped forward. He looked down and saw that the ceramic bowl was filled with chaotic air. It seemed to contain a vast world. This ceramic bowl was only the size of a palm, but the bottom of the bowl carried a universe. This made Lin Sun stunned. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Even a grain of sand can contain a universe. The young man with golden cicada said, this is the means of the emperor realm. Making something out of nothing? Lin Sun blurted out. The young man with golden cicada was stunned, which was rare for him. He looked up at Lin Sun and said, do you also know this realm? Lin Sun shook his head, it's just a glimpse. The young man with golden cicada sighed and looked away. In fact, he was a little uneasy in his heart. The realm of making something out of nothing was a realm that even many emperors couldn't see. But now, it was seen by a young man who hadn't become a saint. This almost subverted the young man's cognition. This is not making something out of nothing. It's just a means of putting a mountain in a mustard seed. It's the extreme use of the law of space. The young man with golden cicada said and looked at the black ceramic bowl again. P.S. Golden Fish is going abroad today, and many writers of Zonghing are with her. As for the update, Golden Fish pretentiously said, you can see how many writers don't update and how many writers don't update. But Golden Fish could guarantee that before the 17th, there would be 2 updates a day. Golden Fish also brought a computer to go abroad. She would try to update on the 19th and 20th. He also hoped that when the children read, they wouldn't forget to cast their monthly votes to support Goldfish, who was so diligent and never forgot to type. The world in the bowl was very strange, divided into 9,999 secret realms. Each secret realm presented a different scene. Wind, thunder, earth, fire, metal, wood, swamp. Different scenes of the great Tao filled each secret realm, evolving into mountains, rivers, plants, the sun, the moon, and the stars. At a glance, Lin Sun saw that this world was like the steps in front of the gate of the Emperor of 10,000 Tribulations. The 9,999 secret realms were superimposed in the world in the bowl, looking very unique. This bowl is called Heaven of 10,000 Tribulations, and the world in the bowl is called Purgatory of 10,000 Tribulations, which is divided into 9,999 levels. The golden cicada youth explained, this is the life weapon of the Emperor of 10,000 Tribulations, which once accompanied the Emperor to conquer the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, now this bowl has become the birthplace of a great opportunity. Soon, Lin Sun saw many figures. There were Wu Jiuchong and others of the voodoo barbarian Jin Yuan, Go Tianqing and others of the alliance of 10,000 races. There were also terrifying creatures living in the mulberry forest, such as the 1,000-feather sword flower, blood lotus ancestor, blood-colored moths, green flood dragons, bronze ants, and so on. Zhao Yuanji and the others were also among them. However, the fierce battle Lin Sun expected did not happen. These important figures of the quasi-emperor realm were almost distributed in different secret realms, just like in different interfaces. Zhao Tailai, the empress, and the dean of Green Deer School were located in the secret realms closest to the bottom. Further up were the voodoo barbarian camp, the alliance of 10,000 races, and those terrifying creatures. And Zhao Yuanji was now in the lead, standing in the upper area of many secret realms. Every secret realm in the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations is full of a tribulation, just like a purgatory. The way to seize this great opportunity is very simple. Dissolve the tribulation, break the purgatory, and go up layer by layer. The golden cicada youth smiled. In fact, it's similar to climbing the stone steps just now, but only the quasi-emperor has the ability to resolve the tribulation in the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations. Lin Sun suddenly understood. He saw Zhao Tailai standing in the 1,300th secret realm, panting, looking very gloomy. And the tribulation he faced was a blue light rainstorm. The rain of azure light was gorgeous and beautiful, like a group of azure comets dancing in the sky. But it was this beautiful rain of light that caused Zhao Tailai to cover his head and flee like a rat. He dodged in a sorry state and cursed from time to time. Immediately, Lin Sun saw the 1,000-feather sword swaying, bursting out hundreds of millions of misty sword chi, and instantly smashed a towering mountain in front of him. After that, its figure flashed, and it arrived at an even higher secret realm. Lin Sun gasped in astonishment at the unparalleled fierceness of his posture. Before long, Lin Sun saw another quasi-emperor of Voodoo Barbarian branch, struck by a wisp of black lightning, fell to the ground, hair disheveled, and uttered an unwilling scream. Then, the quasi-emperor of Voodoo Barbarian branch disappeared instantly. If you fail to transcend the tribulation, you will lose the right to fight for this great opportunity. However, he won't die. Given the 1,000 tribulations emperor's breadth of mind and boldness, he wouldn't go so far as to kill those quasi-emperors. Lin Sun finally understood it thoroughly. In this purgatory of 10,000 tribulations, every quasi-emperor had the opportunity to fight for the great opportunity, provided that they had to break through the purgatory-like secret realms. If they wanted to break through the secret realms, they must break through the tribulation distributed in the secret realms. If they were weak, they would be eliminated if they failed to transcend the tribulation. If they were strong, they could go up layer by layer. Lin Sun noticed that Zhao Tailai, the Empress, and the Dean of Green Deer School had been in the lowest secret realms of the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations because they were seriously injured before. According to this situation, it was doomed to be impossible for them to fight for this great opportunity. But Lin Sun also learned that they came here to help Zhao Yuanji fight for the opportunity, so even if they failed, they wouldn't care much. To Lin Sun's surprise, Zhao Yuanji was also seriously injured, but he was now far ahead of them and was now in the 9,900th secret realm. The strongest person closest to him was the childlike Blood Lotus ancestor, who was also more than 300 secret realms away from him. Closely behind Blood Lotus ancestor was the Blood Red Moth. However, in terms of the speed of transcending the tribulation, the Blood Red Moth was obviously a little better than Blood Lotus ancestor, and it was gradually narrowing the gap between them. The young man with golden cicada seemed to see through Lin Sun's doubts. Zhao Yuanji is the first one to be selected. As soon as he entered the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations, he was far ahead of the others and had all the advantages. After thinking for a while, the young man with golden cicada added, however, Zhao Yuanji's advantage is diminishing. None of his opponents are ordinary. No wonder those old monsters didn't hesitate to beseech him at the beginning to kill him. His advantage is really too obvious. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. The young man with golden cicada laughed. Do you think only the first one to break through all the secret realms of the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations can win this great opportunity? Lin Sun was stunned. Is there any other mystery? The eyes of the young man with golden cicada were clear, and he said in a gentle voice, to become an emperor, you can't break through power by force. You need a real invincible willpower, who is not afraid of all tribulations, not afraid of the past and the future, not constrained by the great way, and not regretting your own Taoist heart. If you think you can seize the opportunity by only relying on your strong combat power, you underestimate the difficulty of becoming an emperor. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. It's really difficult for me to understand these things. He hadn't even become a saint, so it was naturally impossible for him to understand the difficulty of becoming an emperor. It doesn't matter. You will understand it in the future. From beginning to end, the young man with golden cicada never laughed at or despised Lin Sun, nor did he show a superior or domineering attitude. He seemed very peaceful, like a gentle friend. From the outside of the palace of 10,000 tribulations to now, he had been chatting with Lin Sun. But Lin Sun knew that the so-called chatting was also a kind of guidance. Along the way, what the young man with golden cicada explained was like opening a door for Lin Sun, letting him see a higher, farther, and bigger world. At this moment, Lin Sun really felt that listening to the words of a wise man was better than reading books for 10 years. At this moment, the young man with golden cicada was stunned. He shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Bai really doesn't give up." Following his gaze, Lin Sun saw a girl in white breaking through the tribulation on the 8990th floor of the secret realm. Her hair was black, and her eyebrows were as beautiful as a young girl's. Her whole body was flowing with spirit. But when she fought, she was extremely fierce and tyrannical. Those tribulations were simply nothing to her, and she dealt with them one by one. Her white clothes fluttered as she rose up into the sky, and she seemed like a peerless female celestial of war. In just a moment, the girl had broken through more than 10 floors of the secret realm and set foot on the 9000th floor of the secret realm. This shocked Lin Sun. Compared with the speed of Zhao Yuanji, Blood Lotus Ancestor, the Blood Red Moth, and the girl in white. In an instant, he concluded that if it continued, not only the Blood Red Moth and Blood Lotus Ancestor would be surpassed, but even Zhao Yuanji might be surpassed by the girl in white. This is too fierce, Lin Sun smacked his lips. The young man with golden cicada shook his head. That's because her foundation and talent occupy a great advantage. Well, she is Bai. But if you see her in the future, you can't call her like this, or she will go crazy. Lin Sun was stunned and thought to himself, how dare he call such a fierce and messy quasi-emperor Bai to his face, and this title, indeed seemed to be very inconsistent with the identity of a quasi-emperor. It was just like the nickname of a cat or dog. Well, her name is Emperor Bai. She has been determined to be an emperor for a long time. The reason why she came here with me and was willing to stay dormant for so many years was to become an emperor. Speaking of this, the young man with golden cicada sighed softly. Originally, I wanted to help her, but unfortunately, even if this great opportunity is given to her, she is doomed to not get what she wants. Why is that? Lin Sun was curious. The young man with golden cicada didn't explain too much, but just said, her opportunity to become an emperor is not here. Lin Sun nodded and suddenly said, is that white cicada? The young man with golden cicada laughed and said, do you still remember the killing intent she showed to you when you first met her? Lin Sun said frankly, no one can forget this kind of experience. At that time, he wanted to get close to the holy tree of ice and snow, but he felt a terrible killing intent from a white cicada. At that time, thanks to the help of the blood-colored moth, Lin Sun escaped the disaster unscathed. The young man with golden cicada said, in fact, even if Phylan didn't help you at that time, the white cicada couldn't kill you. She just felt conflicted about your identity. Lin Sun was stunned. What identity? The successor of Mount Mind, the young man with golden cicada said. Lin Sun was shocked. Only now did he realize that the young man with golden cicada had seen a lot of things about him when they first met. Does this Emperor Bai have a grudge against Mount Mind? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. The young man with golden cicada laughed. She just suffered a loss in the hands of a successor of Mount Mind, so she has always been very unconvinced. Who? Lin Sun became more and more curious. In his view, the white cicada was already terrible enough, and the combat power it showed seemed to be more ferocious than that of the blood-red moth and ancestor blood. Lotus. But there was a successor of Mount Mind who made the white cicada suffer a loss, which was incredible. That person has practiced the Saint method, just like you. The young man with golden cicada said casually. In an instant, Lin Sun thought of a stalwart figure full of unruly aura and overwhelming combat power. When he obtained the Saint method at the top of Mount Mind, Lin Sun had also seen some strange phenomena. At that time, the arrogant figure knelt alone in front of the collapsed and dilapidated gate of Mount Mind, silent like a stubborn stone. Then, the arrogant figure rose to the sky and fought fiercely with the enemy who suddenly came to kill him. Like a god of war, his figure filled the world and illuminated eternity. Was it him? My young friend, do you know the origin of the Tao test? Suddenly, the young man with golden cicada looked at Lin Sun. Yes. Lin Sun nodded. He had heard from the mysterious woman that there were 3 kinds of tribulations in the ancient desolation realm after primitive times. The first one was the Tao-cutting tribulation for the sage realm. From then on, the sages could no longer break through and step into the emperor realm. The second one was the prohibition of trapping, which made the ancient desolation realm like a cage, and trapped all the strong to explore the way of the outside world. The third one was the prohibition of trapping. From then on, the three paths of body refining, soul refining, and chi refining couldn't be practiced at the same time. Otherwise, they would die before becoming sages. Thinking of this, Lin Sun blurted out, in this competition for the great opportunity, if someone wants to become an emperor, he will also have to go through the Tao-cutting tribulation. The young man with golden cicada smiled, it seems that you know more than I thought. Yes, whoever seizes this great opportunity will face the Tao-cutting tribulation when he becomes an emperor. After a pause, he continued, however, you also know that now the great era is coming, and this is the origin of chaos. Even if the Tao-cutting tribulation comes, there is hope to solve it. I see. Lin Sun understood. No wonder those quasi-emperors had been dormant in the lower world for so many years. They were not only waiting for the coming of the great era, but more importantly, they wanted to seize this great opportunity to break the Tao-cutting tribulation in the great era and become an emperor. At this time, Lin Sun fully realized how difficult it was to become an emperor. In order to wait for the great era, they had to stay dormant and endure the passage of time. In order to become an emperor, they had to face the threat of the Tao-cutting tribulation. Every single step seemed to be so difficult and so dangerous. In fact, there is one thing you don't understand. After this great opportunity, all the creatures who want to leave here will also face a tribulation. The young man with golden cicada said calmly, that's the prohibition of trapping over the whole ancient desolation realm. Lin Sun was shocked. This great opportunity had actually gathered three types of forbidden tribulations that had only appeared after the primeval age. It seemed incredible. But after thinking about it carefully, it was the truth. He came here to break the prohibition of trapping. In order to become a martial monarch, those quasi-martial monarchs would definitely trigger the Tao-severing tribulation. On the other hand, experts like the golden cicada young man who wanted to leave the source of chaos were bound to face the binding restriction. This is a great opportunity. Everyone has their own desires, and no one is able to escape the tribulation they will face. However, this tribulation gives everyone hope. Even though the myriad tribulation's great emperor died back then, he still spent a lot of effort to set up this trap. It can be said that he put a lot of thought into it. The golden cicada youth sighed with a hint of admiration. A great emperor who could look down on all the heavens was still seeking a great opportunity for the future generations before his death. How many people in the world could compare to such a breadth of mind and boldness? This was the true demeanor of an emperor. At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't help but admire him. At this moment, the young man turned to look at Lin Sun and said, little friend, you can take action now. Me? Lin Sun was stunned. Isn't it said that only martial artists in the quasi-emperor realm can enter the world of the heaven-transforming bowl? The tribulation has been resolved by those quasi-emperors. You will be fine if you go there. The young man with the golden cicada smiled, and then reminded, the forbidden Tao tribulation is not a tribulation that you triggered yourself, but a calamity that targets cultivators. Such a tribulation is like a sinister enemy, and you alone are bound to be unable to resist it. Only when you enter the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations and face this tribulation will be triggered by the whole purgatory of 10,000 tribulations. At that time, other quasi-emperors distributed in the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations will inevitably share this tribulation with you. In this way, your chance of success will be much greater. After hearing this, Lin Sun looked strange. Isn't this tantamount to framing those old monsters? The golden cicada youth laughed, why, you don't want to? Lin Sun couldn't help laughing, and then cupped his hands to salute, Senior, thank you for your guidance. The golden cicada youth said, go ahead. Put your consciousness into this bowl, and you can enter the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations. Now the time is ripe. It will be a pity if you miss it. Lin Sun no longer hesitated and started to take action. Buzz, as soon as his consciousness touched the myriad tribulation heaven transformation bowl, his entire body suddenly vanished on the spot. 3 taboo tribulations in a trap set by the great emperor of 10,000 tribulations, plus this boy is a variable. It can be said that there are many tribulations, and there are changes in the tribulations. The golden cicada youth's clear eyes glowed with wisdom, and he murmured in his heart, without this boy, I'm afraid this variable will not be so easily triggered. Thinking of this, the golden cicada youth smiled silently. The so-called fate is really wonderful. What a magical place. Lin Sun showed a look of surprise. At this time, he stood in a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was magnificent, covering the mountains and rivers between heaven and earth. The fog was constantly rolling and evaporating. In the sea of clouds, the breath was full of the taste of tribulation, as if it was everywhere. Standing here, Lin Sun keenly felt a kind of danger. Like a sudden impulse, it became difficult to breathe, and there was a feeling of fear in his mind, body, and even cultivation. It was as if a strange and terrifying power had already locked onto him from the unseen world. Lin Sun's expression became solemn. He knew that this was probably a sign that the forbidden Tao tribulation was coming. However, he was not afraid in his heart. After a month of enlightenment in front of the Taoist mountain, he attracted the ninth tribulation of longevity, and his cultivation of qi refining and body refining entered the ninth tribulation of longevity at one stroke. At the same time, the power of body refining with the help of thunder tribulation, produced a transformation, and reached the eighth tribulation of longevity. Not long ago, he had stepped onto the 9,999 stone steps. After going through a series of tempering, his body tempering cultivation had already entered the longevity ninth retribution realm. He had truly advanced side by side with his qi refinement and soul tempering cultivation. That was to say, his cultivation was only one big threshold away from becoming a sage. Therefore, the arrival of the forbidden Tao tribulation at this time was within Lin Sun's expectation. And he had made enough preparations for it. Suddenly, the sky suddenly darkened. Lin Sun looked up and saw that there was a strange crack in the sky. It was as if the curtain of the sky had been torn apart, revealing a boundlessly deep and bizarre pitch-black color. An oppressive and suffocating aura of the forbidden tribulation began to spread out from the crack in the sky. The world was dead silent, and the air seemed to be stagnant. Lin Sun's hair stood on end. His mind, soul, and body all had a fatal sense of cold danger in an instant. In the past, Lin Sun had gone through many tribulations and seen all kinds of peerless, strange, and abnormal tribulation thunder. But he had never seen such a strange and terrible tribulation power like the one in front of him. This reminded him of the power of cutting Tao sealed in the Bodhi wood, and the terrible taboo power that descended when Holy Monk Du Ji and Black Phoenix Holy Empress were killed. He also remembered that every time the mysterious woman appeared in the world, she would be targeted by the spear of cutting Tao. Then, Lin Sun was completely sure that the forbidden Tao tribulation, the restriction of trapping, and the tribulation of cutting Tao should be from the same source as the mysterious woman said, but the target was different, so the power should be different. At this time, Lin Sun found it difficult to breathe, and his whole body was stiff. The three kinds of Tao power that he cultivated simultaneously were all suppressed when running, and there was a slight feeling of sluggishness. This made Lin Sun look more and more serious. The forbidden Tao tribulation was really not simple. At the same time, the golden cicada youth in the imperial palace of 10,000 tribulations looked out of the gate of the imperial palace and saw a crack in the sky above the mulberry forest. The tribulation has come. Just wait for the variable to happen. A frightening light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the golden cicada youth. His linen clothes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. And in different secret realms of the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations, strange taboo aura also appeared, which aroused the vigilance of many quasi-emperors. Has someone seized a great opportunity and ushered in the tribulation of cutting Tao before becoming an emperor? The face of the childlike blood lotus ancestor darkened, and he was extremely shocked and angry. How could this be? Zhao Yuanji was stunned and extremely surprised. Presently, he was standing at the 9,997th secret realm, and he wasn't far away from the last secret realm. Could it be that white cicada? He thought of the white-clothed girl who had leaped in front of him, and his heart sank. No, why can't it be me? The white cicada girl was also astonished at this moment. She was in the last secret realm, but she had not yet broken through. But she was already convinced that she would be the first person to break through the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations and seize this great opportunity, but now, something like this had actually happened. This caught her completely off guard. Damn it! It can't be, why is this happening? At the same time, the expressions of the quasi-emperors who had not been eliminated in the other secret realms changed, and their hearts surged with indignation. For example, the thousand-feather sword flower, Wu Jiucheng, Zhu Tianqing, the dark green flood dragon, and so on. Many people even roared loudly, unable to accept this reality. They had bitterly endured for so long, but in the end, it was all for naught. Even as quasi-emperors, they could not bear such a blow. Everyone, don't be alarmed. This is not the arrival of the tribulation of cutting Tao. Suddenly, the clear and gentle voice of the golden cicada youth resounded in the purgatory of 10,000 realms, and every quasi-emperor heard it clearly. Immediately, many quasi-emperors realized who the speaker was, and their expressions all relaxed. It was that golden cicada. What he said naturally could not be false. And did this mean that this great opportunity had not been seized by anyone? Thinking of this, many people could not help but feel a glimmer of hope in their hearts. The anger, indignation, bitterness, and helplessness from before were swept away. Many quasi-emperors could not help but reveal a joyful and relaxed smile. In the face of the hope of becoming an emperor that they had been longing for countless years, no one could remain indifferent. It was precisely because they were too nervous and focused on it that their mood fluctuated greatly. I knew that you, golden cicada, would not leave me alone. A smile appeared on the young girl's picturesque face. She knew that as long as golden cicada helped her, this great opportunity would definitely be hers. It's not the Tao-cutting tribulation. Zhao Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, that's great. Blood Lotus ancestor laughed. However, there was still a trace of doubt in their hearts. Since it was not the Tao-cutting tribulation, why would there be such a taboo aura in this world? At this moment, the voice of the young man with golden cicada sounded again. However, this is indeed a great tribulation known as the Tao-cutting tribulation. It comes from a young friend, but it needs to be shared by all of you. I believe that with your noble character and unquestionable integrity, you will certainly be very happy to help the younger generation. I, golden cicada, thank you in advance. His words stunned all the quasi-emperors. The Tao-cutting tribulation, they all thought of one person at the same time, Lin Sun. All of a sudden, the faces of many quasi-emperors darkened. Share, this was clearly framing them and using their strength to help that boy overcome the tribulation. The faces of some quasi-emperors darkened at the thought of being inexplicably schemed against. Like Wu Jiucheng, Thousand Feather Sword Flower, and other old monsters who had been scolded by Lin Sun, they were so angry that their noses were smoking. Even some quasi-emperors who had never had a grudge against Lin Sun felt very uncomfortable. They had been schemed against by an ant who did not even take them seriously. This feeling was too disgusting and irritating. Zhao Yuanji, the Empress, Zhao Tailai, and the Dean of Green Deer School wore strange expressions. They did not expect that Lin Sun would do such a thing at this time. He actually wanted to use the hands of a group of quasi-emperors to resolve the Tao-cutting tribulation. This method caused Zhao Yuanji and the others to sigh with admiration, and they clicked their tongues in admiration. It must be golden cicada's idea. Fei Lan, the man in white that the blood-colored moth had transformed into, immediately guessed the truth. In the countless years he had spent in the mulberry forest, the one thing he could not see through the most was the golden cicada. In fact, in the eyes of all the living beings in the mulberry forest, the golden cicada was the only unfathomable existence. What dogs hit noble character and unquestionable integrity? Helping the younger generation? I really want to kill this brat, yet he wants me to help him? No way. The Thousand Feather Sword Flower howled. Humph, I won't agree to this either. Ancestor Blood Lotus snorted. I'm afraid you can't refuse. After this tribulation descends, it will trigger all kinds of tribulations in the entire 10,000 tribulations purgatory. You have no choice but to face it. If that's the case, why don't you just accept it? The voice of the golden cicada youth rang out again. The Thousand Feather Sword Flower, the Blood Lotus ancestor, Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianqing, and the other old monsters all had ugly expressions on their faces. Submit to adversity? What did he take them, quasi-emperors, for? Forming good karma. Did he think that they were good people who repaid evil with good? This was really too depressing. Previously, in front of the 10,000 Tribulations Emperor Palace, Lin Sun alone had destroyed their plan to besiege Zhao Yuanji and the others, so that Zhao Yuanji now had the upper hand in the 10,000 Tribulations Purgatory. It was also because of Lin Sun that Fei Lan was lured out and pierced a petal of the 1,000 feather sword flower with the insignificant spiritual bow, which shocked the crowd. But no matter how angry they were, they couldn't do anything to Lin Sun, because not only was Fei Lan around, but Lin Sun was also protected by 7 terrifying monsters, so they couldn't even pinch this ant to death. And now, this kid actually dared to plot against them, and wanted to use their strength to resolve the Tao tribulation of the broken Tao. Didn't he put quasi-emperors in his eyes, since when did an ant dare to provoke them again and plot against them, in his heart? What did he take quasi-emperors for? The more these old monsters thought about it, the more annoyed they felt, as if they had eaten a dead fly. The most unbearable thing was that they had no choice but to accept it passively. No matter how good-tempered they were, how well-bred they were, how tenacious they were, they couldn't help but have an impulse to go crazy at this moment. And Zhao Yuanji and the others were all smiling happily. Speaking of which, since the appearance of Lin Sun, their luck seemed to have turned for the better. Not only did he solve the predicament, but he also came all the way to the present. How could they not be happy? Quasi-emperors were also living people, with 7 emotions and 6 desires, good and evil likes and dislikes. The higher their cultivation and strength, the less they would hide their emotions, likes and dislikes. Because they were strong enough, they had no scruples. If one were to think that those great figures that stood high up above treated humiliation and provocation as nothing, that they were emotionless, and that they didn't have any emotions, then that would be a huge mistake. At this time, Lin Sun had no time to think too much. His mind was tense, and his expression was unprecedentedly dignified and vigilant. In the long and narrow crack in the sky, the obscure and terrible taboo power was constantly accumulating, becoming more and more terrifying. Only then did Lin Sun realize that even if he had made full preparations, he still far underestimated the horror of the Tao tribulation of the broken Tao. This tribulation was simply not something that any strong man on the road of immortality could resolve. Boom! Suddenly, a battle spear formed from the taboo tribulation aura condensed from the crack. It was filled with the destructive taboo order power. As soon as it appeared, Lin Sun's expression changed. I can't block it, this was his instinctive feeling, and it was extremely strong. However, as soon as this battle spear appeared, the 10,000 purgatory realms that had evolved into a bull gave off a roar. Tens of thousands of tribulation auras surged out of every secret realm, like a turbulent, tumbling net of tribulation. When the taboo battle spear fell, it instantly collided with the endless tribulation aura. Rumble, the deafening roar sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The terrible taboo aura of destruction began to rush into the different secret realms of the 10,000 purgatory realms. Damn it! Someone roared angrily. So it's really like this. Someone's expression changed, and he believed the golden cicada youth's words. Damn it, I can't believe I was tricked by something lower than an ant. Someone was flustered and exasperated. Especially Thousand Feather Sword Flower, Blood Lotus Ancestor, Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianxing, and the others. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and they were so angry that they almost coughed up blood. But no matter how unwilling and depressed they were, they didn't dare to be careless at this time. They could only resist. This was because the secret realms they were in were all suffering from the attacks of the taboo power of destruction. Lin Sun's black eyes brightened, and he heaved a long sigh of relief from his extreme nervousness and depression. He had already sensed that the taboo tribulation power had been broken down into many turbulent flows. When it descended in front of him, it had less than 1,000th of its original power. It seemed extremely weak, no different from an ordinary tribulation lightning. But because this taboo power was extremely strange and special, Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless. He circulated the energy in his body and used his cultivation method to resist. Boom! In an instant, the taboo power of destruction was shattered, turning into a rain of light that scattered and disappeared. Lin Sun didn't relax because more and more taboo power was surging out of the crack in the sky and descending, but compared to before, Lin Sun had recovered absolute confidence. He used his Tao and cultivation method, soared into the sky, and killed to his heart's content. Of course, he knew very well that the reason for this was that most of the power of the Tao tribulation had been shared by the other quasi-emperors. This time I really have to thank all of you. Lin Sun sighed. He didn't know that in the other secret realms, the old quasi-emperors who hated him to the bone had already cursed him, and their faces were so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. They had been tricked by an ant and succeeded. This was an unprecedented shame and humiliation for the high and mighty quasi-emperors who were superior to all saints. This is the variable. All tribulations are destined to change according to the variable. In the 10,000 Tribulation Emperor Palace, the young man with the golden cicada clapped his hands and laughed. He was very pleased to witness all this, because this was what he was happy to see. I feel it. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanji, who was standing in the 9,998th secret realm and fighting against the power of the Tao Tribulation, suddenly trembled, and a dazzling light shot out of his eyes. His face was full of surprise. It was the power of the great opportunity. As a quasi-emperor, a strange scene appeared in Zhao Yuanji's mind. He saw a path that led to the heavens. That path was so dazzling, sacred, supreme, mysterious, and unfathomable that it made his mind tremble. At the same time, the 10,000 Tribulation Purgatory Palace trembled. In the 10,000 Tribulation Emperor Palace, the 10,000 Tribulation Heaven Transformation Bowl that was quietly placed on the table also began to buzz and tremble, and mysterious ripples appeared on its rough black surface. Tribulation after tribulation, change after change. The young man with the golden cicada's eyes shone brightly, and his body exuded a shocking aura. At this moment, in the 10,000 Tribulation Purgatory, the quasi-emperors who were fighting against the Tao Tribulation sensed something, and their expressions changed drastically. The power of the great opportunity had been snatched away by someone. Who was it? They were all shocked and furious, and their hearts surged with unspeakable indignation. Originally, they were extremely depressed because they had been tricked by Lin Sun, and now that they sensed that the great opportunity had been snatched away, this heavy blow made them so angry that they almost vomited blood. Fei Lan frowned and let out a long sigh. The Blood Lotus ancestor let out a hoarse roar and went completely crazy. The aura of the 1,000-feather sword flower suddenly became extremely violent. The other quasi-emperors such as Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianxing, and the other quasi-emperors almost went crazy. Why did this happen? They had waited bitterly for countless years, and this was the result they got. Indignation. No one knew better than them how great the blow they would suffer from missing such a great opportunity. Golden Cicada, you said that you would help me. Why did this happen? The white cicada girl was furious. Her beautiful face was full of violence and coldness. She was only one step away from breaking through the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations. She thought that with the help of the golden cicada youth, this great opportunity was destined to be at her fingertips. Who would have thought that this great opportunity would be snatched away by someone in advance? I have been dormant with you for countless years. Is this how you treat me? The white cicada girl shouted angrily. She called herself Emperor Bai. Naturally, she had been longing to become an emperor. But now, the hope that she had been waiting for countless years was completely lost. How could she be reconciled to this? She knew that the golden cicada youth must have heard it. I said that this great opportunity does not belong to you. This time I brought you here to prove this point, so that you will not be obsessed with it. Sure enough, before long, the golden cicada youth sighed. Bai, if you still believe in me as before, when we leave here, I will find an opportunity for you to become an emperor. The white cicada girl gnashed her teeth and trembled with hatred. The next opportunity to become an emperor? Do I have to wait for countless years? No, it will be soon. The golden cicada youth's voice was firm. In today's great world, it is completely different from the past. The white cicada girl was silent for a long time, barely suppressing her anger and disappointment, and said coldly, from today on, before I become an emperor, you are not allowed to call me Bai. The golden cicada youth also stood in the palace of 10,000 tribulations and was silent for a moment. Finally, he sighed softly and said nothing. Lin Sun was unaware of all the changes. He was fighting against the Tao test with all his strength. Although he knew that most of the power of this great tribulation was shared by the other quasi-emperors, he did not dare to have any carelessness. Different from the tribulation of cultivation, passing the Tao test would not bring any benefits to Lin Sun's own cultivation. But as long as he broke through this tribulation, he could continue to cultivate the top 3 paths, and he could pursue the three paths of qi refining, soul refining, and body refining, and set foot on the road to the top of the Saint Realm. This was what Lin Sun longed for. However, this great tribulation was like a sudden disaster for the quasi-emperors who were distributed in different secret realms of the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and they cursed Lin Sun's ancestors in their hearts. It was too aggrieving. They would absolutely not be so infuriated if they were schemed against by an opponent of the same level, but when an ant that they didn't take seriously stepped on their heads and pissed on them, that feeling was beyond disgusting. Don't let me catch you. The Blood Lotus ancestors' eyes were spitting fire. Damn it. Some of the more good-tempered and tenacious quasi-emperors could not help cursing out loud. How can this kid jump around like this? Why didn't the Dao tribulation of the Severing Dao strike him to death? Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianxing and the rest were flustered and exasperated. In fact, the most fundamental reason was that they were not only set up by Lin Sun this time, but also missed a great opportunity to become an emperor. This was the root cause of their rage and unwillingness. However, all of them attributed the reason to Lin Sun. They felt that if Lin Sun hadn't suddenly brought down the Dao tribulation, causing them to have no choice but to resist it passively, then they would definitely not have missed this great opportunity right before their eyes. In the end, the Severing Dao tribulation disappeared, neutralized without any mishaps. There were no accidents. It would be abnormal if they still could not survive the tribulation in a special and mysterious world like the 10,000 tribulations purgatory, with a group of quasi-emperors sharing the power of the Great Tribulation. However, before those quasi-emperors could heave a sigh of relief, they suddenly realized that the huge tear in the sky had not disappeared. The terrifying forbidden tribulation aura that filled the tear was 100 or even 1,000 times more terrifying than before. Even with their quasi-emperor cultivation, they felt their hearts tremble and their hair stand on end. This, the Severing Dao tribulation. This is actually true. That great opportunity has been snatched away by someone. For a moment, the expressions of the group of quasi-emperors changed drastically, their expressions alternating between green and white. They felt depressed, as if thousands of horses were galloping in their hearts, and they were so angry that they almost coughed up blood. The Severing Dao tribulation was the most terrifying forbidden tribulation that every Saint Realm expert would encounter before becoming an emperor. From ancient times until now, it was unknown how many amazing experts had been stopped at this stage, not fated to become an emperor. Although the quasi-emperor was above the Saint Realm, in the final analysis, it was between the Saint Realm and the Emperor Realm, and they also had to face the Severing Dao tribulation. Moreover, if these quasi-emperors didn't guess wrong, the power of this Severing Dao tribulation would probably be shared by them, just like the previous Severing Dao tribulation. For a moment, they all wanted to cry but had no tears. This was not just a trap, but a wedding dress for others. They were sad and resentful that they didn't get the great opportunity, and now they had to help the guy who got the great opportunity share the risk of crossing the tribulation. It was really too depressing. After so long, it's finally coming. At the same time, Zhao Yuanji's purple robe was fluttering, and his eyebrows were full of disdain. He knew that after this tribulation, there would be no obstacle for him to become an emperor. My little friend, it's time to come back. In the palace of 10,000 tribulations, the young man with golden cicada reached out his hand and scooped up the heaven-transforming bowl. Buzz with a strange fluctuation, Lin Sun's figure suddenly returned to the hall. Lin Sun was in a trance. Until now, he couldn't believe that he had crossed the Severing Dao tribulation in this way. It was not too easy, but too incredible. The corner of the golden cicada young man's mouth raised into a strange curve, probably guessing Lin's thoughts. He thought to himself that if Lin could see how badly those quasi-emperors scolded him, he would understand how difficult it was to pass this tribulation. After a while, Lin Sun completely sobered up and said, "Senior, thank you for your guidance." He knew that the reason why he could cross the Severing Dao tribulation in such an incredible way was completely inseparable from the guidance of the young man with golden cicada. The young man with golden cicada smiled and said, "Even if I didn't give you guidance, Zhao Yuanji would help you fight for this opportunity. I just pushed the boat with the current to help you, Zhao Yuanji, and me." Lin Sun was stunned. The young man with golden cicada pointed to the heaven-transforming bowl and said, "You see, this great opportunity was obtained by Zhao Yuanji. At this time, it has aroused the hostility of the Severing Dao tribulation. However, like you, when Zhao Yuanji crosses this tribulation, the other quasi-emperors can only passively share the power of the tribulation. Lin Sun's expression also became strange. At this time, he was already a bystander, and he had a panoramic view of what was happening in the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations. He also saw that whether it was the ancestor of Blood Lotus, Thousand Feather Sword Flower, Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianqing, or the others, they all looked very terrible and were shouting and cursing. They didn't look like a group of quasi-emperors, but a group of shrews cursing in the street. Lin Sun's eyes widened, and he couldn't help laughing. However, when he noticed the severing Dao tribulation triggered by Zhao Yuanji, the smile on Lin Sun's face suddenly disappeared, and he became surprised and doubtful. Above the sky, a huge crack appeared in the void, and a spear of severing Dao emerged. It was full of the forbidden power that could destroy the world, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Sun was sure that he had seen such a tribulation. In the temple under the sticks, he had seen the scene of the holy monk Du Ji and the Black Phoenix Holy Empress crossing the tribulation. At that time, these two powerful figures had gone through countless years of deduction, meditation, and communication, and together, they wrote a scripture of tranquility under the Bodhi tree. At that time, the holy monk Du Ji once said that he had seen a higher realm, and said, "If I am a devil, I will redeem all the Buddhas in the world as devils." But then, he said another sentence, "If I am a Buddha, there will be no devils in the world." Then, a great taboo tribulation came. This tribulation turned into a taboo spear, and in the end, a golden figure even appeared in the huge crack in the sky, like a ruler descending to the world, and his power shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the end, the holy monk Du Ji and the Black Phoenix Holy Empress both suffered a tribulation. Lin Sun clearly remembered that the Black Phoenix Holy Empress had said to the holy monk Du Ji at that time, "When we take this step, we are destined to be like this. All the sages of ancient times are like this." Now, when he saw the scene of this severing Dao tribulation targeting Zhao Yuanji, Lin Sun finally confirmed one thing. The great tribulation that made the holy monk Du Ji and the Black Phoenix Holy Empress suffer was the tribulation of severing Dao. It turns out that the two seniors were already in the realm of quasi-emperor when they wrote the scripture of tranquility. Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. Look, this is the true face of the tribulation of severing Dao. The eyes of the young man with golden cicada glowed with a frightening light, and his voice was low. Lin Sun looked up, and suddenly his scalp was numb. In the tribulation of severing Dao that Zhao Yuanji and the others were facing, the golden figure appeared again. The golden figure seemed thin, but it gave people a sense of infinity. It filled the world and oppressed the earth, as if it was the only ruler of all the heavens. In his palm, there was a golden halberd full of forbidden and destructive aura. Just by looking at it, Lin Sun's blood seemed to freeze, his soul was about to collapse, and a great fear arose in his heart. It was him, the culprit who made the holy monk Du Ji and the Black Phoenix Holy Empress fail to pass the tribulation. "Senior, is this a creature formed by the tribulation of severing Dao?" Lin Sun suppressed the fear in his heart and asked in a low voice. The young man with golden cicada shook his head. "It should be said that this creature is just formed by the power of the law of will, and this power comes from an extremely powerful existence. You must have wondered why the ancient desolation realm was shrouded by 3 kinds of taboo tribulations after the primitive times. The reason is very simple. The 3 taboo tribulations came from the master of the law of will." Hearing this, Lin Sun trembled all over and almost couldn't believe his ears. The 3 taboo tribulations of severing Dao, trapping Dao, and severing Dao, which had shrouded the ancient desolation realm since ancient times, were actually created by one person. Who was he? What kind of terrible power did he have to turn the power of the law of will into the 3 taboo tribulations and cover the whole ancient desolation realm? Because of his power, since ancient times, countless practitioners dared not to practice 3 kinds of Tao at the same time. So that all the saints in the ancient desolation realm would be erased before they became emperors. So that billions of creatures in the ancient desolation realm were trapped in a cage and lost the opportunity to explore the outside world. The power of one person suppressed the ancient desolation realm for countless years. Who could believe it? The more Lin Sun thought about it, the colder he felt. From ancient times to the present, there were no strong cultivators who could cultivate 3 ways at the same time. Even the way to the outside world was blocked. All of this was done by one person. Who could believe it? In any case, we must remember him. He is the culprit of the decline of the ancient desolation realm among the 9 regions. The voice of the young man with golden cicada was low. He had always been gentle, calm and composed, but now there was a touch of coldness between his eyebrows. Deep in his clear eyes, there was a flame burning. Of course I won't forget, Lin Sun murmured. He remembered the imprint left by Holy Monk Du Ji and Black Phoenix Holy Queen, who also reminded him not to forget. Moreover, in his hand there was a piece of scorched Bodhi wood, in which a taboo golden power was sealed. Now, Lin Sun finally understood the source of this power. Senior, do you know who he is? Lin Sun took a deep breath and couldn't help asking. I only know that the person who has the ability to set up such a catastrophe is at least in the Emperor realm. The young man with golden cicada said calmly. Reigning in the Emperor realm, Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. Such a person's name is like a taboo. Otherwise, it would be a kind of blasphemy. You can call him the nameless Supreme Emperor. The young man with golden cicada said. It suddenly occurred to Lin Sun that when he asked Xiankong Ghost King about his master's name in the City of Vain Death in the Forbidden Land of Styx, Lin Sun also heard the same words from Xiankong Ghost King. Master's Dharma name is like the Great Way. It can be understood by the heart, but not by the will. A Dharma name was like the Great Way. At that time, Lin Sun was shocked. How powerful was the cultivation of the master to have such power, now, compared with the nameless Supreme Emperor, Lin Sun vaguely understood something. He couldn't help but be stunned. Was the master of Mind Mountain also a supreme existence in the Emperor realm? At this time, the inexorable calamity bowl on the table suddenly shook violently, and the dark and rough bowl gave off a terrible pressure of Emperor realm. Just a wisp of aura was enough to kill any saint realm, however, Lin Sun couldn't feel it because it was all blocked by the aura of the young man with golden cicada. Even so, Lin Sun noticed the abnormality. As the bowl trembled violently, the whole table began to tremble as well. Then, the praying mat on the ground began to tremble. Then, the entire myriad tribulation emperor palace shook violently, producing rumbling noises. A strange light flashed between the brows of the golden cicada young man as he said, Look, this is the backup plan that the myriad tribulations emperor has set up. When someone encounters a great opportunity and faces the Tao-severing tribulation, not only will the quasi-emperors scattered throughout the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations passively help resolve the tribulation, even the myriad tribulations heaven transformation bowl, the table, the meditation cushion, and even the power of the myriad tribulations emperor palace will help resolve the Tao-severing tribulation. Lin Sun couldn't feel the mystery because his realm was too low. He could see it, but he couldn't feel it or understand it. In the 10,000 tribulations purgatory, he saw Zhao Yuanji in his purple robe like a peerless god of war, standing proudly in the air and fighting against the golden figure. Moreover, Zhao Yuanji became braver the more he fought. As for the golden figure, it was gradually being suppressed, and the power around its body was weakening and dimming. It wouldn't be long before the Tao-severing tribulation would be broken. At that time, Zhao Yuanji would have swept away the biggest obstacle before becoming an emperor, and becoming an emperor was just around the corner. If the myriad tribulations emperor hadn't fallen, with his skill and wisdom, he should have been able to completely eradicate the 3 great taboos from the ancient desolation realm in this great era. Unfortunately, he was just one step away. The golden cicada young man sighed softly. However, the kindling he left behind has been passed down. Sooner or later, there will be hope to change all this. Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Sun and said, I will also leave later, and I don't know when I will see you again. Before I leave, I have something to remind you. Lin Sun was shocked and said, Senior, please give me some advice. According to my speculation, the Battle of the 9 Regions is bound to break out in a few years. If you want to become a sage, the opportunity may be in the battlefield of the 9 regions. The young man said, At that time, you have to be careful. The absolute paths towards the Tao and the other 8 regions have never been severed since the primeval times, and they continue until now. This also means that you'll encounter some enemies that are similarly formidable in the 9-region battlefield. He thought for a moment and said, However, the stronger the opponent, the better it is for you. You can regard it as a whetstone, so that you can grow as fast as possible. The Great Era is unprecedented. It is an extremely brilliant cultivation flourishing age that countless pioneers have sought for the ancient desolation realm at the cost of their blood and lives. If we don't seize this opportunity, the ancient desolation realm is doomed to have no chance to reverse the trend of decline in the future. My young friend, you still need to walk the road by yourself. In the future, I very much hope that I can meet you again. Speaking of this, he patted Lin Sun on the shoulder with a rather encouraging look. Thank you for your advice, senior. Lin Sun bowed seriously and then said with a smile, I also hope that I can have a chance to chat with you like today. The golden cicada young man laughed heartily and said, later, I will use the power of this place to break a path to the starry sky ancient path. But before that, I hope you can do one thing for me. What is it? To add some strength to the upcoming battle of the 9 regions. As the golden cicada young man said, he took out an ice leaf about the size of a palm. Which divine tree is this? Lin Sun could tell at a glance that this ice leaf came from the divine tree of ice and snow. When he first saw the golden cicada, the latter was dormant on the divine tree of ice and snow. The golden cicada young man nodded, stretched out a hand, and scooped up the heaven-transforming bowl. But suddenly, a figure of a quasi-emperor was scooped up from the hell of 10,000 tribulations as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Golden cicada, what are you doing? This quasi-emperor was the green dragon. As soon as it appeared, it was stunned at first, and then showed a touch of anger. And when it saw Lin Sun, a cold killing intent flashed in the depths of its green eyes. Crack, the golden cicada young man did not answer. He stretched out his hand, and his palm, like a universe, covered the whole body of the green dragon. In Lin Sun's eyes, it seemed that the green dragon was suddenly turned into a small earthworm, and its body shrunk countless times. This was the application of the law of space. The body of the green dragon did not shrink, but because of the palm of the golden cicada young man, it turned into a huge world. Golden cicada. You. The green dragon was shocked and roared. But everything was to no avail. Under the control of the golden cicada young man, its body was stuffed into the ice leaf. Lin Sun was stunned. This was a horrible creature at the level of quasi-emperor, but in the hands of the golden cicada young man, it was manipulated like an earthworm. It was so horrible that Lin Sun was shocked. He realized that the golden cicada young man in front of him was far more powerful than he had imagined. This dragon proved the Tao in ancient times. It is a variant of the green flame flood dragon. It is violent and bloodthirsty and sinful. If it can do something for the ancient desolation realm, it will be a good deed to atone for its sins. As the golden cicada young man said, he stretched out his hand again. Buzz, with a strange wave, the figure of thousand feather sword flower appeared. It seemed to feel something was wrong. As soon as it appeared, it suddenly attacked. Hundreds of millions of sword chi flowed out of its petals, clanging and killing the golden cicada young man. The golden cicada young man's palm was full of Taoist light. It looked like a hand, but it was like a vast universe, completely covering the thousand feather sword flower and its attack. But the golden cicada young man was not hurt at all. Golden cicada, I have never provoked you. Why do you attack me? Thousand feather sword flower was furious. If I hadn't saved you back then, you would have been killed by Emperor Bai. This time, I need you to do one thing to repay the favor you owe me. As the golden cicada young man said, he had stuffed this amazing demonic flower quasi-emperor into the ice and snow leaf. Lin Sun looked at this scene in a daze, his heart surging. He remembered a sentence that the mysterious woman once said, both body and mind are transformed into a universe. Only with such cultivation can one be called a real emperor realm. Now, after seeing the process of the golden cicada turning into a universe between his palm and fingers, and subduing the green dragon and the thousand feather sword flower one by one, there was only one thought in Lin Sun's mind: was this golden cicada young man a real living great emperor? Next, the golden cicada young man constantly fished from the heaven-transforming bowl, taking out the quasi-emperor creatures one by one. There were bronze ants that were as large as calves and possessed unparalleled conquering power. There were also mystical birds that were snow-white in color and possessed divine steeds. There were also some rare variant quasi-emperor creatures, such as a flame thorn, a natural ice spirit born in the cold land of the earth's core, and so on. In the end, even several quasi-emperors of the voodoo barbarians and the alliance of 10,000 races were fished out and stuffed into the ice and snow leaf. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun's eyes widened and he was completely shocked, speechless. Those were all quasi-emperors, but now, they were fished out like fish and stuffed into the ice and snow leaf without any explanation. Some struggled, some resisted, some begged, and some went crazy. But in the end, they were all at the mercy of the golden cicada young man. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Sun would have suspected that he was dreaming. After all, this was truly inconceivable. Almost. Before long, the golden cicada young man stopped and looked at Lin Sun, who was in a daze. He couldn't help laughing. It's just a little trick. I won't be so surprised when I see it more in the future. Lin Sun smiled bitterly after a while. How could it be called a little trick to take in? Subdue, and suppress quasi-emperors one by one? I'm going to take the rest of them away. Do you have anything to say to them? The golden cicada youth looked at Zhao Yuanji, the empress, Zhao Tailai, and the dean of Green Deer School. Lin Sun also noticed that the quasi-emperor experts in the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations included the blood lotus ancestor, the blood-colored moth, Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianxing, and a dozen other powerful figures. The Tao-cutting tribulation had been completely resolved at some point, and these quasi-emperors were now healing themselves. They were completely unaware that the other quasi-emperors had been captured and subdued by the golden cicada youth. Senior, where are you taking them? Lin Sun could not help asking. The starry sky ancient path, the golden cicada youth said. The golden cicada youth said that Zhao Yuanji has already passed the Tao severing tribulation, and it won't be long before he will be able to step into the true emperor realm. If he can make a breakthrough in the starry sky ancient path, he might even be recommended into the Ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance. The Ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance is made up of Emperor Realm experts, and each Emperor Realm expert can bring 3 to 5 quasi-emperors as his followers. Nominally, they are followers, but if they can join the Ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance and follow an Emperor Realm expert to cultivate, it will be much easier for them to pass the tribulation and become Emperor Realm experts in the future. Hearing this, Lin Sun was shocked. Ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance? The golden cicada youth smiled. When you step onto the starry sky ancient path, you will learn more about the Ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance. Only then did Lin realize that the action of the young man with golden cicada was a good thing for Zhao Yuanji, Queen, Zhao Tailai, and others. But, those guys. Lin Sun looked at the blood lotus ancestor, Wu Jiucheng, Go Tianxing, and the others, somewhat puzzled. To you, they are enemies, but no matter what, they are quasi-emperors and have a high chance of becoming emperors in the future. I'm taking them with me to give them a chance, and also to give the ancient desolation a chance, the golden cicada youth said. The golden cicada youth said, furthermore, many of their ancestors are currently in the Ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance. If I bring them along, their ancestors will definitely owe me a favor. At this point, Lin Sun completely understood the golden cicada youth's thoughts. Every move of his had a deep meaning, and he was plotting for the future. Then those quasi-emperors suppressed by you. Before Lin Sun could ask, the young man with the golden cicada smiled and said, the battle of the 9 regions is coming. As quasi-emperors, they should do their part for the ancient desolation region. This is also what I want to ask of you. As he spoke, he handed the snow leaf to Lin Sun and said, when you go to the 9 regions battlefield, if you have the chance, take this with you to the frontline battlefield guarded by quasi-emperor realm experts. At that time, if these quasi-emperors want to be freed, they will have to make up for their crimes and serve the ancient desolation region. A sense of respect arose in Lin Sun's heart, and he took the magical ice leaf with both hands. Cicada Lin Long Yuan Long and I Clan Palace King Clan Ancient Yu, and you. Said, and Ancestor Yu, and said. The cicada youth said, you, the golden cicada youth said. You, and Buddha, and you, dragon, cicada, and said, you, emperor, and the golden cicada youth said, time is almost up. Say goodbye to them. Lin Sun was shocked. He stopped thinking and looked at Zhao Yuanji and Zhao Tailai in the heaven-transforming bowl. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuanji and the others seemed to have been instructed by the golden cicada youth, and they all said something at this moment. I can break the tribulation of Tao today because of Lu Boya's guidance. Lin Sun, I owe Lu Boya a favor, and I will pay it back in the future. Lin Sun, you should also work hard to cultivate, and strive to set foot on the starry ancient path as soon as possible. Zhao Yuanji looked gentle and sighed with emotion. I won't say anything else. I only have 8 words for you. The Great Way is difficult, and you have to temper yourself. Boy, take care. Lin Sun felt warm in his heart. From the first time he entered the Forbidden City when he was young to the present, he rarely met the man who held the supreme power of the empire. But he knew that the man had been watching him silently. At that time, it was under Zhao Yuanji's instruction that Zhao Tailai, the bloodthirsty king, helped him and the Lin family many times. Thank you for your teachings. Lin Sun responded solemnly. Green Deer School also has Lu Boya's painstaking efforts. Lin Sun, if you want to find the truth, you must be fully prepared. Green Deer School also said in a warm voice. Ha ha ha, boy, I hope we can fight side by side and kill to our heart's content when we meet again in the future. Zhao Tailai laughed. In the future, the affairs of the empire will be controlled by the old priest in the observatory. Speaking of this, the queen suddenly showed a strange look. Also, take good care of Xianxia. If I know you dare to bully her, I won't spare you. Lin Sun was caught off guard. Was she going to entrust Xianxia to him? Is this your answer? The queen was a little dissatisfied. Senior, don't worry. I will take good care of Xianxia and won't let her suffer. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said seriously. You still call me senior? The queen snorted. Lin Sun was a little embarrassed, but he still said, don't worry, auntie. The queen nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, a touch of sadness appeared between her eyebrows and she said, in fact, I really want to arrange a marriage for you two before I leave. Lin Sun was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. At this time, Zhao Yuanji said, well, let the young people arrange their own affairs. Don't make trouble for them. The queen said angrily, what do you mean by making trouble? Can't parents care about their daughter's marriage? Zhao Yuanji was stunned and smiled helplessly. Lin Sun was speechless. Little friend, don't forget Sunset Tang Valley. Suddenly, the young man in white named Fei Lan, who was transformed by the bloody moth, said, since my old friend has recognized your identity, don't let him down. Golden Cicada, please return this bow to this little friend. Fei Lan waved his sleeve, and Insignificance Bow rose into the air. Insignificance Bow, the young man with Golden Cicada stretched out his hand, and Insignificance Bow appeared out of thin air. He looked at it for a moment and said with a strange light in his eyes, the guy who built this bow was a great figure. Of course, the spirit of this bow is also great. As he said, he handed Insignificance Bow to Lin Sun and said, the owner of this bow is Tian Ke, a sworn enemy of an ancestor of Golden Crow. Later, Tian Ke disappeared strangely when exploring the Kunlun ruins, and only this bow came back to the world. From then on, the spirit of this bow made a great vow to destroy Golden Crow. Unfortunately, the power of this bow alone was not enough to defeat the ancestor of the Golden Crow bloodline. Hence, in the ultimate, the weapon spirit of the bow was suppressed by the ancestor of the Golden Crow bloodline and brought back to Sunset Tang Valley, while the bow was accidentally lost in the ultimate. Lin Sun immediately learned some of the origin of Insignificance Bow, and his mood couldn't help fluctuating. Only then did he know that the owner of Insignificance Bow was a big shot named Tian Ke. Senior, who is the ancestor of Golden Crow? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. The young man with Golden Cicada thought for a moment and said, when you find the spirit of Insignificance Bow, you will naturally understand. This grievance involved too many people. If it was not necessary, he didn't want Lin Sun to get involved now. Golden Cicada, why don't you tell him that the ancestor of Golden Crow is Dark Crow Emperor, who is now the chief deacon of Battle League of Ancient Desolation? Suddenly, the white cicada girl sneered, that old guy is surly and vengeful. If he knows that Insignificance Bow is in the hands of this boy, hee. The young man with Golden Cicada frowned and said, bye, I said you are not allowed to call me that again. The white cicada girl's beautiful face was covered with a gloomy expression. Forget it. The young man with Golden Cicada sighed and waved his sleeve to cut off the connection with the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations. At this time, Lin Sun asked, Senior, is Dark Crow Emperor the murderer who suppressed the spirit of Insignificance Bow? The young man with Golden Cicada nodded, however, these things have nothing to do with you. Even if Dark Crow Emperor knows that Insignificance Bow is in your hands, he can't return from the starry ancient path. But what if I enter the starry ancient path in the future? Lin Sun asked. The young man with golden cicada was silent for a moment and said, then regard Dark Crow Emperor as the #1 enemy and be vigilant. This sentence made Lin Sun's heart tremble. He realized that the ancestor of Golden Crow was destined to be a terrible emperor. It's time to go. The young man with golden cicada seemed to notice something and suddenly looked up. My little friend, it's time for you to leave. Take care. Then, the young man with golden cicada turned around, showed a warm smile, and then waved his sleeve. Whoosh, in an instant, Lin Sun's eyes moved. When his vision recovered, he had been moved outside the Emperor Palace of 10,000 Tribulations. All good things must come to an end. My little friend, go quickly. The clear voice of Golden Cicada came from the gate of the Emperor Palace. Then, the whole Emperor Palace of 10,000 Tribulations shook violently. Cracks appeared in the sky, exuding a terrible taboo aura, which made all directions pale. This was the tribulation of interruption. From ancient times to the present, the ancient desolation territory had been turned into a cage, blocking the way of practitioners to explore the outside world. Whoosh, suddenly, high up in the myriad tribulations Emperor Palace, the young man with the golden cicada was walking barefoot in the air with the myriad tribulations heaven transformation bowl in his hand. He looked at the void as if it was a flight of stairs, walking step by step towards the crack that appeared in the sky. He looked calm and composed, and his whole body exuded a terrible and boundless pressure of the Emperor realm, rushing up to the sky. Before the power of the taboo tribulation came, it was broken, crushed, and disappeared in the cracks. Lin Sun's eyes widened, and his pupils were full of shock. The Emperor realm, he was really a great emperor. Boom! When Lin Sun woke up from the shock, he saw that the figure of the young man with golden cicada had become extremely tall and filled the sky. Then, like a trapped dragon rising to the sky, he flew away. Boom! With the departure of the golden cicada youth, the towering and ancient Emperor of Calamity Palace also collapsed, turning into smoke and dust. Lin Sun stood there, watching all this, his mood fluctuating. The experience of entering the mulberry forest this time was like a bizarre, dazzling, and unbelievable dream that seemed so unreal. First, he fell into the abyss of calamity and attracted 7 terrible monsters with the no-blame lamp. Later, Lin Sun knew that these 7 monsters were the guardians of the Emperor of innumerable tribulations in those days. Each of them had a great background. It was only because of the suppression of the forbidden power that they became neither human nor ghost, unable to awaken their own consciousness. It was also with the help of the no-blame lamp that they regained a trace of consciousness and found the way home. Before leaving, they each gave Lin Sun a token. The golden cicada youth said that these tokens would be of great use in the future. Until arriving at the Emperor of Calamity Palace, Lin Sun saw the real battle of the quasi-emperors, and also saw many terrible big shots. The blood-colored moth that turned into a young man in white named Fei Lan, the ancestor of Blood Lotus who looked like a child with a blood lotus leaf on his head, and the 1,000-feather sword flower that emitted hundreds of millions of sword chi, all of these shocked Lin Sun, and his mind was impacted. Until the appearance of the golden cicada youth, Lin Sun felt that listening to the words of a wise man was better than reading books for 10 years. Explaining the state of cultivation and the way to become a sage, it seemed to be a casual chat, but in fact, it was no less than a preaching and dispelling of doubts. Then, climbing the 9,999 stone steps, the cultivation of body refining was transformed in the heavy training, and he entered the 9 retribution of longevity. Finally, in front of the gate of the Emperor of Calamity Palace, he awakened the supernatural power Forbidden Death. It could be said that the awakening of the supernatural power of Forbidden Death was one of Lin Sun's biggest gains this time, because the power of this supernatural power was really too amazing and terrifying. Then, under the guidance of the golden cicada youth, Lin Sun saw the desk and the futon that accompanied the Emperor of Calamity all his life, and also learned some of the past stories of the Emperor of Calamity. It was not until he saw the heaven-transforming bowl that Lin Sun knew that a real imperial weapon could evolve such a magical and incredible world, 10,000 Tribulations Purgatory. It was also in the 10,000 Tribulations Purgatory, with the help of a group of quasi-emperors, that he managed to resolve the Tao tribulation that had been hanging over his heart. Zhao Yuanji also used this opportunity to seize a great opportunity and resolve the Tao-severing tribulation. Becoming a martial emperor was just around the corner. The golden cicada youth also took this opportunity to break through the tribulation of imprisonment in one fell swoop. He broke through the void and soared into the sky, stepping onto the mysterious ancient path of the starry sky. All of this seemed so inconceivable. But when Lin thought about it at this time, he vaguely felt that since the appearance of the young man with golden cicada, all these things seemed to have been under the young man's influence and control, giving people a feeling that everything was natural and logical. Lin Sun had never felt a trace of nervousness or unsteadiness, nor had he felt any panic or abruptness. That in itself was incredible. Some people would give others a sense of peace of mind just by standing there. It was as if anything that happened would no longer be a problem. What an incredible person! Yi Zichen muttered. After a long silence, Lin Sun couldn't help murmuring. There was a kind of unconsciously subduing and calming power in the young man with golden cicada. It had nothing to do with whether he was in the martial emperor realm or not. Senior, I will definitely do what you asked me to do. Lin Sun took a deep breath and carefully put an ice and snow leaf in his palm into the wordless pagoda. This leaf would play its due role in the Battle of the Nine Regions. After a while, Lin Sun turned around and left. It was time to leave. The big opportunity in the mulberry forest had come to an end. It was meaningless to stay. Lin Sun sneaked along the original road. Carefully. Before coming here, Lin Sun was safe and sound with the protection of the 7 terrifying monsters. But now, Lin Sun was not sure whether he would encounter any tricky dangers along the way. However, as he moved forward, Lin Sun clearly found that the gray mist that enveloped the mulberry forest was gradually fading. This mysterious and unpredictable world seemed to have lost a kind of palpitating power and became calm. It seems that the token given by Du So won't be of any use. Lin Sun couldn't help smiling as he played with the token in his hand. It would be better if he didn't have to use it. He would definitely have a chance to use it in the future. Suddenly, there was a fierce sound of fighting in the distance. Lin Sun was shocked and his whole body tightened. Without hesitation, he held the insignificant bow and blue arrow in his hands. He didn't forget that Xianxia once said that in the mulberry forest, there were not only quasi-emperors, but also creatures at the level of saints, great saints, and king of saints. However, just as Lin Sun was about to detour around the fighting area, he heard a familiar voice. His face suddenly showed a touch of surprise. It turned out to be them. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun quietly approached. It was a gray and hazy desert, and the corpse of an enormous beast lay on the ground. Obviously, it had died not long ago, and its enormous body was still dripping with blood. Ha ha ha, those quasi-emperors ushered in the tribulation of Tao cutting. But because of this tribulation, all the powerful creatures dormant in the mulberry forest suffered and were killed by the power of this tribulation. Niu Jinyu laughed. These are all ruthless characters comparable to great saints and king of saints. They died, but I got lucky. Greed was written all over his face. The huge corpse in front of him was left by a horrible creature at the level of king of saints who died in the tribulation not long ago. It seemed to be a corpse, but for Niu Jinyu, it was a priceless treasure. Every inch of the body of the king of saints, every inch of flesh, every inch of skin and hair was branded with the power of the law of saints. If it could be extracted, it could not only be used to refine elixirs, but also to refine treasures. It had immeasurable magical effects. Next to him, Niu Tunchen also looked envious and covetous. We've been searching for a long time before we finally found a corpse that's still relatively intact. It's really too rare. In the opposite position, Dark Blood Divine Shaman said in a hoarse voice. His face was pale and he still looked very weak, but his eyebrows were full of excitement. Before, when the tribulation of Tao cutting came, they were so scared that their souls almost came out and they were extremely frightened. But later they found that perhaps because they were too weak, they were not killed by the taboo tribulation. Only the powerful creatures that were scattered throughout the mulberry forest were almost all killed by the taboo tribulation, and most of them did not even leave behind their corpses. So one could imagine how terrifying the tribulation of Tao cutting was. It was clearly targeted at quasi-emperors, but under the power of this tribulation, other creatures were also affected. For example, the corpse of a king of saints in front of them did not die too tragically. At least, it left behind a corpse that was relatively complete. This was also the reason why Niu Jinyu and Dark Blood Divine Shaman were so excited. They naturally did not dare to have extravagant hopes of competing with those quasi-emperors for great opportunities, but they could use this opportunity to collect some opportunities that tempted them. For example, this corpse of a king of saints in front of them. I want this corpse. Does Daoist and Shui have any objections? Suddenly, Niu Jinyu stopped smiling and looked at Dark Blood Divine Shaman not far away. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of threat in it. The smile on Dark Blood Divine Shaman's old face suddenly froze. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Guang Fucking and Dark Spirit, who were standing next to Dark Blood Divine Shaman, also looked uncertain. They were shocked and angry. Brother, we found this corpse first. If you want it, you can have it, but you should at least give us half of it, right? After a long while, Dark Blood Divine Shaman took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression. Niu Jinyu sneered and said with a cold expression, Old man, if it wasn't for the fact that our two camps had worked together before, do you think I would discuss with you again? After a pause, he said expressionlessly, if we fight, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to leave this place, let alone obtain the treasure. Dark Blood Divine Shaman's expression became increasingly ugly. He secretly gritted his teeth and finally forced a smile. Forget it, this corpse belongs to you. As soon as he said this, his heart bled and he was extremely resentful. If it wasn't for him being heavily injured by that stinking bitch, Xianxia, and then suffering a surprise attack from that little bastard surnamed Lin, causing the foundation of his Grand Dao to be injured and his vitality to be greatly damaged, how could he possibly be threatened by Niu Jinyu now? A wise man submits to circumstances. Old man, you are very smart. Niu Jinyu laughed again, very proud. Although he had also been seriously injured by Xianxia, he had absolute confidence to suppress Dark Blood Divine Shaman. This was also the reason why he dared to take the opportunity in front of him. In the dark, Lin Sun almost couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. It was really interesting that the two sages were putting on a dog-eat-dog show. In particular, Dark Blood Divine Shaman's expression at this moment was extremely ugly, as if his parents had died. But the next moment, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. He saw Niu Jinyu wave his sleeve, and a ray of light covered the corpse of the King of Saints. When he was about to put it away, there was a sudden change. The corpse of the King of Saints suddenly exploded, and blood rained everywhere. A taboo aura of disaster also spread. Niu Jinyu was shocked. Although he subconsciously dodged, he was still contaminated by some of the taboo aura. He immediately let out a shrill scream. One of his arms turned into ashes in an instant and drifted away. This sudden scene caused the Dark Blood Sacred Shaman to be shocked as well. Shortly after, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Looks like this fortuitous encounter isn't easy to get. Old man, are you courting death? Niu Jinyu was furious. He didn't get a chance, but instead lost an arm. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have almost lost his life. How could Niu Jinyu not be angry at this sudden disaster? I've lost an arm. At this time, you still want to threaten me? Dark Blood Divine Shaman's expression was gloomy as he spoke coldly. P.S. Thank you young man Qing Yuli for your gifts and support. Congratulations on being promoted to the leader. Thank you for voting and gifting when Goldfish was not at home. Niu Jinyu could not help but laugh out of anger when he saw how fearless the Dark Blood Divine Shaman was. So what if I lost an arm? Do you think I can't kill you? The Dark Blood Divine Shaman was expressionless. You want both of us to suffer? Sure, bring it on. Boom, a terrifying dark light emerged from Niu Jinyu's body and rose into the sky with terrifying power. Almost at the same time, wisps of bloody light flowed around the skinny figure of the Dark Blood Divine Shaman. They evolved into the Divine Tao and undulated like a tide. Woo-woo-woo, the world was oppressive and the void shook, producing a deafening roar. Although the two true saints were seriously injured, the power they exuded was still terrifying. Niu Tunshin, Dark Spirit, and Guang Fucking all turned pale and retreated in horror. Kill. Go to hell. Niu Jinyu and the Dark Blood Divine Shaman rushed up almost at the same time. However, to everyone's surprise, when the two of them were still halfway there, their figures suddenly flashed, and they used a teleportation technique to vanish. The next moment, they both appeared in the area where Lin Sun had been hiding. Boom, Niu Jinyu slapped down without hesitation. It was so powerful that the void collapsed, and the terrifying power of the divine Tao was like a landslide and tsunami. The dark blood divine shaman took out the white bone hammer, which turned into a white light and hammered down fiercely. All of this happened very suddenly. From the conflict to the fight, it was only a split second. It was incredibly fast. But they did not kill each other. Instead, they attacked Lin Sun together. Obviously, the two true saints had noticed Lin Sun's existence. They pretended not to know, but in fact, they had already communicated with each other in secret. And the conflict between the two just now was just an act. It could not be taken seriously. Boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. How could the long-planned attack of the two true saints be ordinary? The land within 1,000 miles seemed to have collapsed and was destroyed. The terrible turbulence of the holy light swept across, shining with a light that could chill the hearts of the people. This, Niao Tunchen, Dark Spirit, and the others were shocked. Only then did they realize that the situation was not right. The two true saints were not going to kill each other, but to deal with another opponent. But who was the opponent? They suppressed the shock in their hearts and looked towards the battlefield. At the same time, Niao Zhenyu and the dark blood divine sorcerer's expressions changed at the same time. The joint attack that they were confident in had failed. They found it hard to believe. Old bastard, since I dared to come here, do you really think I'm here to seek death? In the distance, there was a sneer. In the rolling smoke and dust, Lin Sun's tall figure appeared. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, spotless. Behind him, a pair of black burning god wings flickered with an illusory luster. Earlier, it was precisely by relying on the power of the burning god wings that he was able to safely avoid this premeditated slaughter. Lin, Niao Tunchen, Dark Soul Zhen, and Light Floating Qing cried out involuntarily in disbelief. They had never imagined that the target of the two saints would be him. Anyone below the saint state was like an ant. But now, there were two saints working together to plot against and kill an ant. This was naturally too surprising. Niao Zhenyu and the dark blood divine sorcerer's faces sank. Before, the dark blood divine sorcerer had secretly told Niao Zhenyu that although Lin Sun was an ant, he should not be underestimated at all. He had a treasure that could threaten a saint. That was why Niao Zhenyu, as a saint, chose to join hands with the dark blood divine sorcerer to deal with a young man like Lin Sun, who was like an ant in his eyes. At first, Niao Zhenyu thought it was making a mountain out of a molehill. But now, Niao Zhenyu found that he was wrong. The killing blow that the two sages had planned for a long time had been dodged. How could an ordinary ant do this? You've already guessed that we would attack? The dark blood divine sorcerer was still in disbelief, and his expression was very ugly. I didn't guess it. However, I am very sure that with my cultivation level, it is impossible for me to hide from the senses of two true divines. However, you two old bastards are so funny. You even pretended to not know anything. You are true divines. Don't you think that using such a method is embarrassing? Lin Sun sneered. Yes, from the very beginning, he was sure that when he got close, even if he had the aura of swan venom to cover his breath, he couldn't hide from the saints. So when he saw Niao Zhenyu and the dark blood divine sorcerer's pretentious act, he felt it was ridiculous. At the same time, he had long been vigilant. That was why he could avoid the joint attack of the two saints at the first moment with the power of the burning god wing. Hearing Lin Sun's undisguised sarcasm, the faces of Niao Zhenyu and the dark blood divine sorcerer became even more gloomy and livid. It was embarrassing enough for them to be dodged by an ant, but now they were being ridiculed in such a way. How could they not be angry? Oh, you're sharp-tongued. Do you think you can escape this time, little bastard? The dark blood divine sorcerer's voice was cold and murderous. The chi around him was like a sharp blade, firmly locking on Lin Sun in the distance. Lin Sun didn't escape, and even seemed to see through the dark blood divine sorcerer's thoughts. He said indifferently, "Cut the crap, you old beast. Don't worry. I won't use the bottle that makes you uneasy this time, nor will I ask for anyone's help." The dark blood divine sorcerer was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. On the other hand, Niao Zhenyu was a little surprised. Usually, an ant like Lin Sun would be scared out of his wits even if he faced a true saint. But at this time, Lin Sun looked extremely calm, and that calmness was definitely not a pretense. For a moment, Niu Jinyu felt indecisive. His expression was uncertain as he tried to examine the young man in the distance, as if trying to find some flaws in his expression. But to his disappointment, Lin Sun's calm and composed attitude had absolutely no trace of pretense. The dark blood divine sorcerer was also stunned. He glanced at the indifferent Niu Jinyu beside him, and he was also surprised. This seemed extremely inconceivable, at least for Niu Tunshan, the dark spirit sorcerer, and Guang Fucking. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. Two true saints, even though they were already seriously injured, how could they have doubts when facing an ant? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Niu Tunshan and the rest would never have believed that there was such a crazy and unreasonable thing in this world. What on earth do you want to do? With a bang, the dark blood divine sorcerer gritted his teeth, and the power emitted from his body became more and more terrifying, causing the sky and earth to change color. Of course, I want to fight with you. Lin Sun smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. Of course, it would be best if I could kill you. Niu Jinyu was so angry that he laughed. This little bastard was too insolent. Do it. The dark blood divine sorcerer paused between each word, overflowing with killing intent. All right. Niu Jinyu nodded without hesitation. In the current situation, if they continued to hesitate, it would only make them look more embarrassed and humiliated. But at this moment, Lin Sun let out a loud laugh. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and a terrifying divine light shot out from his cold eyes. You should have done this long ago. Boom! Before he finished speaking, under the shocked gazes of Niu Tunshan and the rest, Lin Sun actually took the initiative to attack. And he was attacking the two true sages. Such a scene had never happened before, but now it was happening right before their eyes. Niu Tunshan and the rest opened their mouths wide, and their minds went blank. Wasn't this 2F** king crazy? But no matter what they thought, the battle had already begun. Boom, heaven and earth shook, and the sound was like thunder. At this moment, Lin Sun's body was shining brilliantly, surging with the bright and holy 9 pristine Tao light, which evolved into the strange phenomenon of a rotating abyss. And his divine soul and chi refinement power also reached their peak in an instant, and his entire body was burning fiercely like a huge furnace. The Wrath of Yazi, the Battle Saint technique, the Everlasting Leakless. All the secret martial arts techniques were also used with full force. It could be said that Lin Sun had reached the 9 retributions of the longevity realm in chi refinement, body refining, and soul refining. After passing the most dangerous and merciless Dao tribulation, Lin Sun attacked with full force at this moment, but in the eyes of the two true sages, his stance was like the greatest provocation in the world, and it made them gnash their teeth in hatred. Without hesitation, they attacked brazenly. Rumble! For a moment, the sky and earth were turned upside down, and the land within 1,000 miles turned into a dangerous battlefield that seemed like the end of the world. The terrifying aura made Niu Tunshan, Dark Spirit, and Guang Fucking retreat far away subconsciously, their faces filled with shock. Bang! 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 On the battlefield, Lin Sun's aura was like a rainbow. But even so, under the two true sages' furious attacks, he was still pushed back and sent flying again and again. His entire body was like a sandbag, and he seemed to have no strength to fight back. This made Niu Tunshan and the others secretly heave a sigh of relief, and a hint of relief appeared on their faces. This was normal. After all, Lin Sun had not become a saint, so how could he fight a true sage of a higher level? And there were 2 of them. The current battle had already shown that Lin Sun's provocation was completely overestimating himself, like a moth flying into a flame. It was extremely laughable. Arrogant and forgetful. Who does he really think he is, that he can challenge the dignity of a saint? Niu Tunshan sneered. Let's see how he dies. Dark Spirit gritted his teeth, his expression ruthless. Only Guang Fucking's expression of ecstasy and relief was gradually replaced by a touch of fear, horror, and solemnity. Lin Sun was indeed losing ground. But he was not killed. There were 2 true sages, but they could not crush an ant to death at the first moment. This itself was too abnormal, too shocking. Guang Fucking could not think of a single strong person who could fight a saint like Lin Sun, who could fight a true sage with his immortal level cultivation. Similarly, there were 2 true sages. Bang! On the battlefield, Niu Jinyu waved his fist, which was like a mountain across the sky. Lin Sun was pushed back again, and his entire body flew out violently. Almost at the same time, the dark blood divine shaman's white bone hammer swept out, trying to take this opportunity to kill Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun narrowly avoided it with the burning god wings. Damn it! The dark blood divine shaman's face was gloomy. It was already very embarrassing for two sages to join forces to kill a young man who had not become a sage. It would be shameful. However, what embarrassed them now was that Lin Sun, a non-entity who seemed to be defenseless, could not kill him in a short time. This was undoubtedly too unbelievable. Since when did a non-entity who had not become a sage have the right to fight against a true sage? Admittedly, both of them were seriously injured, but no matter what, they were sages after all. In the past, they could easily crush someone like Lin Sun with one finger, but today, everything seemed to have changed. Niu Jinyu and the dark blood divine shaman could see that the reason why Lin Sun was able to struggle until now was partly because of the magical holy feather treasure. But more importantly, Lin Sun's foundation was too strong. Among the three cultivation paths of qi refining, soul refining, and body refining, any one of them was enough to surpass his peers and have invincible power. The two true sages almost could not believe it. How could there be such a heaven-defying monster in this world? Boom, the battle continued. Looking from afar, the world seemed to be sinking. Divine light flowed like a waterfall and Taoist light poured like a torrent. The scene was extremely terrifying. Lin Sun's entire body seemed to be burning. All his cultivation and strength were reduced to the extreme. Taoist light roared and flowed all over his body. Although he was repeatedly defeated and was in a dangerous situation, surprisingly, he was not seriously injured from the beginning to the end. Moreover, as time went by, he became braver and braver. In the past, he had indeed killed many true sages, but that was with the power of the Buddha heart of slaughter. But now, he was completely relying on his own cultivation and strength to fight against two true sages. Even if the two true sages were seriously injured, it was still a shocking problem. After all, in the past years, no one could fight against the saints with the power of the longevity realm like Lin Sun. For Lin Sun, being able to achieve this also made him excited. After returning to the mortal world, Lin Sun did not slacken his cultivation, but the opponents he met along the way could only be described as too weak. Even Niu Tunchen and Meng Lianqing were nothing in Lin Sun's eyes. After entering the mulberry forest, the opponents he encountered were too powerful and terrifying. Every one of them was a terrifying existence with the cultivation of a quasi-emperor. All this made Lin Sun have no chance to test his current cultivation and how powerful he was. After fighting with the two true saints, Niu Jinyu and the dark blood holy sorcerer, Lin Sun finally knew what level his combat power had reached. It could be said that the reason why Lin Sun rashly showed up this time and didn't hesitate to confront the two sages head-on was that he regarded them as whetstones to test his combat strength. Little bastard, die! Niu Jinyu roared, his voice like a clap of thunder. Just this roar alone was enough to crush some of the kings of the longevity realm. But Lin Sun's mind was steady, and his soul was like a rock. He was not shaken at all. Boom, Niu Jinyu seemed to be completely enraged. He used his killer move and turned into a black divine bull with a body of 3,000 feet tall, like a black mountain. Its 4 hooves were like pillars supporting the sky, flashing with the terrifying luster of the law of the divine way. Ancestor is going to fight with his life? Niu Tunchen was shocked. He was originally excited, thinking that Lin Sun, who was completely suppressed, could not escape. He never thought that he would see such a scene. This made him feel that something was wrong at the first moment, and his body felt cold. The smile on the lips of the dark spirit holy sorcerer also froze. He also realized that something was wrong like Niu Tunchen. Die! With a loud roar, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers collapsed and exploded under the pressure of Niu Jinyu's huge and boundless body like a piece of paper. Lin Sun's heart also tightened, and his expression was solemn. He repeatedly activated the burning god wings, and his figure was like a ray of light, shuttling through the terrifying turbulence. Even so, he was under omnipresent pressure. The terrifying power of the divine way was too turbulent, making him feel like a lone boat in the vast ocean, in danger of being destroyed at any time. Old man, why are you still not attacking? Niu Jinyu roared, his beard and hair standing on end. He was already seriously injured, and this attack had already exhausted all his strength. If he still could not kill Lin Sun, he did not even dare to think about the consequences. Whoosh, before he could finish speaking, the dark blood divine shaman had already attacked. A white bone hammer suddenly grew to a length of 10,000 feet. Shadows that looked like god of barbarians appeared on the bone hammer. They shone with a dark light and caused the world to darken. It was as if they had returned to the ancient, chaotic times. One could clearly see that the skinny old face of the dark blood holy sorcerer turned pale in an instant, and became much dimmer. There was no doubt that this attack also used all the strength of the dark blood holy sorcerer. If we don't kill this guy, he'll be an unimaginable threat in the future. Luckily, he's destined to die. Guang fucking clenched her fists tightly, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. When she saw Lin Sun's performance previously, she felt as if she was about to collapse from the pressure. She could not imagine how terrifying someone like Lin Sun would be if he became a sage. But now, Guang fucking was sure that Lin Sun was destined to die in the face of the furious attack of two true sages. Niao Tunchen and Dark Soul Jin also revealed nervous and expectant expressions. Their thoughts were similar to Guang fucking's. At this moment, it was undoubtedly the moment to determine the victor. Even though the two true sages were seriously injured, their attacks with their lives on the line were something that even true sages of the same level would have to avoid, let alone Lin Sun. At this moment, the vast universe and the surrounding mountains and rivers seemed to be covered in a layer of terrifying destructive aura, and an aura of collapse and annihilation appeared. At this moment, Niao Tunchen and Guang fucking, Dark Soul Jin was filled with anticipation, and he paid close attention. At this moment, no one noticed that there was a strange and obscure esoteric power suddenly erupting from Lin Sun's body. Swish, an illusory and magnificent light, like a flying feather, suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Then, there was a moment of stillness. It was a real stillness. The power, aura, light, and everything in this world all showed a strange pause in their operation. For all living beings in the world, this moment seemed extremely inconspicuous, like a flick of a finger. But in the eyes of practitioners, a moment of life and death could be decided. This was the order of time. The operation of heaven and earth, the birth and death of all things, and the thoughts, and actions of living beings all operated in time. Even for the Emperor realm, what they diligently pursued was to break the shackles of the order of time, to achieve a state of great freedom, so as to achieve the goal of immortality. It could be imagined how terrifying the rule of time was. But now, at this moment, he was imprisoned. Then, at this moment, Lin Sun narrowly avoided Niao Jinyu's killing attack and the bone hammer of dark blood divine sorcerer. It was also at this moment that the insignificant bow was fully drawn, and the blue sky arrow burst out. For the Emperor realm, time could be said to be a supreme power like a shackle. For the true saint, it was destined that he couldn't escape the shackles of time. At this moment, Niao Jinyu didn't realize that everything had changed after the time imprisonment. He was rushing to kill Lin Sun with this blow. But suddenly, an incomparably sharp arrow was right in front of his eyes. The horrible breath emitted by the arrow scared him out of his wits. His face changed in horror, but it was too late for him to dodge. Bang, the place between his eyebrows, which was as huge as a house, was pierced by an arrow, bringing out a string of scarlet waterfall of blood. At this moment, Dark Blood Divine Sorcerer glanced at this scene. He was so shocked that his scalp was numb, and he cried out involuntarily, "How could it be possible?" There was incomparable horror in his roar. At that moment, time was imprisoned, and all the scenes seemed to be forbidden. It looked extremely strange and horrifying. For the first time, Dark Blood Divine Sorcerer felt a sense of panic and despair of being as small as an ant, and death was everywhere. This was the power of time. Even if time was imprisoned for a moment, it was still too terrifying for a big shot like the Saint Realm. Boom! In the sound of the explosion, Niao Tunchen's huge body suddenly exploded. His head, neck, chest, limbs, were all torn and smashed by the monstrous and fierce arrow. Looking from afar, the rolling scarlet flesh and blood fell from the void like a thick river of blood. At the same time, above the sky, there was a burst of Taoist sound that sounded like a mournful wail, surging in all directions. It was said that every time a saint died, heaven and earth would mourn for him. Dark Blood Divine Sorcerer suddenly woke up, and his skinny old face was covered with a horrified expression. Dead, in an instant, such a powerful true saint like Niu Jinyu died in this world. For the first time since he started cultivating, Dark Blood Divine Sorcerer felt a real great fear. In the distance, Niu Tunshin, Guan Fucking, and Dark Spirit were all stunned, their minds completely blank. At the moment when they were imprisoned, they didn't feel anything unusual at all, because the time was too short, just a moment. But in such a moment, such a bloody and horrible scene happened, which directly shocked their minds and thoughts, making them completely sluggish. Whoosh! The blood of the saint fell, scarlet and poignant. This was the power of the innate supernatural power, forbidden death. It was also the first time that Lin Sun used this supernatural power that was innate and branded in his blood. That kind of power was really like the legendary taboo power. It was so horrible that Lin Sun couldn't help feeling shocked and in a trance. This was a kind of power that even the Emperor Realm was extremely afraid of. Lin Sun only knew this before, but he couldn't understand its deep meaning. But now he understood. The power of time was indeed too terrible. P.S. I'm going back to my country today, so I can only do one chapter. Please excuse me. If a true saint's soul and body were not completely erased, it was impossible to kill him. This was the power of the Saint Realm. But now, Niu Jinyu was killed in an instant. This caused the Dark Blood Grand Shaman to be utterly shocked, and his mind was in chaos. He finally understood why Lin Sun seemed so calm and composed earlier. It turned out that he already had the ability to kill a saint, and this time, without the help of any holy treasure, he broke through the barrier of realms and killed Niu Jinyu with an extremely incredible secret method. It was not rare to kill a saint in the past years. But with the cultivation of the longevity 9th retribution realm, he crossed the barrier of the saint realm and killed a saint. This was simply unheard of and unseen, at least as far as the Dark Blood Grand Shaman knew. Such a terrible thing had never happened before. He was even sure that if this matter was spread out, no one in the world would believe that such a crazy thing could happen. What secret method is this? The Dark Blood Grand Shaman screamed like a frightened beast, and his face was full of horror. Lin Sun answered him with an arrow without hesitation. Buzz, the blood-red bowstring of the insignificant's bow was pulled to the fullest, and the dark and dull blue sky arrow turned into a ray of light and burst out. The Dark Blood Grand Shaman wanted to teleport and dodge, but he was shocked to find that the blue sky arrow was like a shadow, firmly locked on him, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. Go to heaven and go to hell, boom! In the deafening roar, half of the Dark Blood Grand Shaman's body exploded, and he screamed miserably. At the beginning, he was seriously injured by Xianxia and his vitality was greatly damaged. Then he was hit by Lin Sun with the power of the infinite Tao bottle in front of the white bone ropeway, which almost killed him and seriously injured his Tao foundation. It was not easy for him to hold on until now. In order to kill Lin Sun just now, he tried his best, but unfortunately, it was broken by Lin Sun's forbidden death, so the Dark Blood Grand Shaman had long lost the capital to deter Lin Sun. On the other hand, Lin Sun had never used the insignificant's bow and the blue sky arrow before. He was waiting for such a moment, which immediately caught the Dark Blood Grand Shaman off guard. Damn it! Amidst the shrill screams, the Dark Blood Divine Shaman's broken body was on the verge of being completely destroyed. He was badly mutilated and looked extremely miserable. Puff! With a flash of the wings of Burning God, Lin Sun had already arrived in front of the Dark Blood Holy Shaman. He raised the saber in his hand and completely minced the Dark Blood Holy Shaman's broken body and spirit. At the same time, Little Silver dashed out and used the innate power of the God-devouring bug bloodline to completely wipe out the Dark Blood Divine Shaman's shattered primordial spirit, leaving nothing behind. All of this seemed to be slow, yet it actually came to an end in an instant. When Niu Tunshin and the others came to their senses, they saw a rain of blood pouring down from the sky, and the sorrowful voice of the Tao once again rang out in the sky. The Dark Blood Divine Shaman had fallen. In the distance, Lin Sun's figure was tall and straight, holding the insignificant's bow made of white bones. A pair of black Burning God wings flashed behind him, making him look like a demon that didn't belong to the world. Niu Tunshin and the others shivered as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their morale and fighting spirit had completely collapsed. They couldn't imagine that two true saints would be defeated and killed so easily. And the opponent was just a young man who had not yet become a saint. This was too horrible. Now, it's your turn. Lin Sun's voice rang out in the field. It seemed calm, but it was like a life-threatening note, completely waking Yao Tunshan and the others up from the shock. Run! Without hesitation, they subconsciously chose to escape. Even 2 true saints had been killed. How could they have the courage to challenge Lin Sun again? But Lin Sun didn't intend to let them go. He waved his sleeve. 3,000 Taishan sword qi, like a dense torrent, swept through the world. The sword qi was as dense as lightning, shooting in all directions. From a distance, the sword qi was like a rainbow, peerless, without any accident. In just a few breaths, Niao Tunshan, Guang Fucking, and Dark Spirit were all killed. They had struggled, escaped, and begged, but all their efforts were in vain. They were completely killed by the fierce and dense sword qi. The world returned to silence, and the previous peace was restored. Lin Sun took a long breath and suddenly felt exhausted. His vision darkened and he staggered, almost falling from the void. He quickly took out a magical medicine and began to chew it to replenish his strength. Although the forbidden death was so powerful that it could be said to be against the natural order, it almost completely drained his spirit in this short moment. Coupled with the continuous use of insignificant bow and blue arrow, it could be imagined how much Lin Sun's physical strength was consumed. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. After a little recovery, Lin Sun cleaned up the spoils and disappeared from the battlefield in a flash. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Sun hid in an underground cave and began to meditate quietly. This battle seemed to be under control, but for Lin Sun, it was of great significance. This was because he had relied on his own strength to kill 2 true sages. Even though they were already heavily injured, they were still sages, for the strong under the saint realm was like a natural moat. Since ancient times, there had almost never been a thing like Lin Sun killing a saint across the realm. It was also this battle that let Lin Sun know how strong his current combat power was. More importantly, he understood the terrible power of the forbidden death. According to Lin Sun's speculation, if used properly, it should not be a problem to kill an uninjured true saint with the power of the forbidden death. 2 days later, Lin Sun, who had completely recovered his strength, left for the outside of the mulberry forest. The gray mist that originally enveloped the mulberry forest disappeared completely. The scene between heaven and earth was extremely clear, but it seemed extremely barren and lifeless. Along the way, Lin Sun found the skeletons of some horrible creatures. Obviously, they had died not long ago. Most of them died in a disaster, and there was still a trace of the terrifying power of the forbidden disaster left in the corpses. Only then did Lin Sun realize that it wasn't that there were no great saints or king saints in the mulberry forest. It was because the 3 forbidden disasters in the purgatory of 10,000 tribulations had also affected the terrifying creatures in the mulberry forest. The bloodthirsty battlefield is the place where the Emperor of 10,000 tribulations died, and it is also the place where he laid out his plan. Now that a great opportunity has come to an end, this place has also lost the power it used to have. Lin Sun was lost in thought. In the bloodthirsty battlefield, Mount Song Cloud. Brother Lin is back. Seeing Lin Sun's figure in the distance, a strong man of the Empire stationed in front of the camp gate shouted excitedly. Then, the whole Mount Song Cloud was boiling. Many figures rushed out, including bloodthirsty Queen Zhao Xianxia, Shi Yu, Ning Meng, Li Duxing, Yi Qi, Gong Ming. Every single familiar face carried a wisp of a heartfelt smile, and they were extremely excited. When Lin Sun saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. However, when he shifted his gaze towards a certain area, he was immediately taken aback. In that area, there stood a beautiful figure. She was a woman dressed as a man. Her figure was graceful, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her smile was sweet. She exuded a pure and beautiful charm. Beside him stood an extremely handsome young man in a green robe. They were Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad. Why are you here? Lin Sun was surprised and rushed over. Old Toad shook his head and sighed. Alas, do you think I want to come here? It's because Miss Jingxian is worried about your safety. Before he finished his words, he was kicked away by Zhao Jingxian. Are you worried about me? Lin Sun's eyes were bright. He looked at the beautiful woman beside him and saw her eyes were clear as water. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, revealing a touch of indescribable charm. There are so many people here. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Jingxian glared at him fiercely and said angrily, this time I have something urgent to talk to you about. What's the matter? Lin Sun was surprised. Child Lin, long time no see. Suddenly, a strand of rain of light sprayed down from the sky, and it transformed into a young girl in a yellow dress with a graceful figure. Her black eyebrows were curved, her chin was pointed, her eyes were crystal clear, and her appearance was as beautiful as a fairy. There was a trace of a playful smile on her lips. Miss Ahu. Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then he suddenly recognized the girl in a light yellow dress in front of him. She was the mysterious girl who gave him a vast universe arc when he left the ultimate ruins and helped him and Old Toad avoid the pursuit of a group of old monsters in the King realm. It turns out that child still remembers me. Ahu smiled. She had a delicate and beautiful face. Her dress fluttered in the wind, outlining her graceful snow-white body. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, Lin Sun was still amazed when he saw Ahu at this time. She had a very unique kind of beauty. Her temperament was otherworldly, like a fairy that didn't eat the food of the mortal world. However, her figure was graceful, with exquisite curves and a small waist that could be grasped with one hand. She also had an indescribable charm. Especially when she smiled, her big eyes were intelligent, and her red lips were moist. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Sun smiled and said, "If it weren't for Miss Ahu's help, it would have been difficult for me to leave the Soul Oblivion Sea safely." With that, they came to the top of the mountain under the leadership of Xianxia. Everyone could see that Ahu had something to discuss with Lin Sun, so they all left tacitly. Calamity Emperor's plan has come to fruition. I wonder if Child is ready to go to the 9 regions battlefield? In the stone house where Lin Sun practiced in seclusion, Ahu said with a smile. Her starry eyes were full of hope, and her white and beautiful face was ethereal. Are you here for the 9 regions battle this time? Lin Sun asked with a thought. Ahu nodded and said, yes. Speaking of which, I want to ask you for a favor. Lin Sun said, Miss Ahu, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Flying Immortal Token. Lin Sun immediately remembered that he had obtained a Flying Immortal Token from Lin Wenjun, who came from the Xianxia Heavenly Fox lineage, not long after he entered the ancient wasteland for the first time. It was a secret treasure left behind by the ancestor of the Xianxia Heavenly Fox lineage. It was related to the Kunlun ruins, one of the 4 ancient Tao ruins. It was priceless. One should know that the Kunlun ruins was extremely mysterious and ethereal. It was rumored to be related to the true immortal and eternal path. It hid opportunities and treasures that were enough to make any sage go crazy. According to Lin Wenjun, there were a total of 9 flying immortal tokens in the world. One was in the hands of the Xianxia Heavenly Fox, one was in the hands of the Black Sea Dog tribe, and one was in the hands of the ancient Orthodoxy Fahua Pure Land in the Dongxing world. As for the other flying immortal tokens, no one knew who held them. Is it this thing? Lin Sun flipped his palm, and a palm-sized token that looked like it was polished from white jade appeared. It was suffused with wisps of light green halo. One could vaguely see that the inside of the token was enshrouded with immortal chi and a rain of light. It was filled with a kind of sacred charm, looking extremely mysterious and extraordinary. Ahu was very surprised, and her pair of watery eyes flashed with a strange splendor. You actually have a flying immortal token in your hands. That's easy. The thing I want to ask for your help is related to the flying immortal token. Before Lin Sun could ask, Ahu said, the flying immortal token is related to the Kunlun ruins, one of the 4 ancient god ruins. Only with this token can one have the chance to enter the Kunlun ruins. Among the 9 regions, other than the ancient Desolation region, the other 8 regions also have 9 flying immortal tokens. In other words, there are a total of 81 flying immortal tokens in this world. Before the Battle of the 9 regions broke out, these flying immortal tokens were useless because only when the Battle of the 9 regions broke out would one have the chance to enter the Kunlun ruins in the battlefield between the 9 regions. But you also know that the Battle of the 9 territories has only broken out twice since the Archaeozoic era. The first time was before the end of the Archaeozoic era. The Battle of the 9 territories caused the ancient desolation to completely decline. Since then, the path of cultivation has ceased to exist. The 3 great taboo calamities turned into an invisible shackle that covered the sky of the ancient desolation. The second Battle of the 9 regions happened before the end of the ancient era. the other 8 regions invaded and a great war broke out. From then on, the ancient Desolation region was broken into 4 regions: Eastern Victory region, Western Horizontal region, Southern Profound region, and Northern Dipper region. After every battle between the 9 regions, the Kunlun ruins will appear once. Only those who possess the Flying Immortal token have the opportunity to enter. And in this world, it won't be long before the 3rd battle of the 9 regions begins. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help feeling surprised. It was the first time he knew that the Battle of the 9 Regions was actually related to the Kunlun ruins. It was unbelievable. Lin Sun could not help but ask, what exactly is hidden in the Kunlun ruins? Why would it appear in the 9 Regions battlefield? Ahu thought for a moment and said, you should know that in the beginning, the ancient Desolation region was powerful enough to rank first in the 9 regions. At that time, the forces and cultivators of the other 8 regions could only bow down to the ancient Desolation region. But do you know why the ancient Desolation region declined so quickly? Lin Sun frowned. Isn't it related to the Battle of the 9 regions? Ahu said, of course it's related to the Battle of the 9 regions. But do you know what the Battle of the 9 regions is about? Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. Is it the opportunity to enter the Kunlun ruins? Ahu nodded, that's right. In the first 2 Battle of the 9 regions, the ancient Desolation region, which was originally extremely powerful, was suppressed by the other 8 regions. It suffered a crushing defeat and lost the opportunity to enter the Kunlun ruins. It was also because of these 2 crushing defeats that the ancient Desolation region was unable to recover and has been declining to this day. It has become a bottom-ranked region in the eyes of the other 8 regions. On the other hand, the other 8 regions have seized the opportunity to enter the Kunlun ruins in the Battle of the 9 regions. Their foundations and strength have become more and more powerful in these countless years. At the end of his sentence, Ahu could not help but sigh. Lin Sun was stunned. He really could not imagine that just because of the 2 Battle of the 9 regions and just because they did not seize the opportunity to enter the Kunlun ruins, it would have such a huge impact on the ancient Desolation region. You asked me what's hidden in the Kunlun ruins and how it can affect the situation of the 9 regions. It's actually very simple. At this moment, Ahu took a deep breath and explained the reason. Anyone who enters Kunlun and returns can become an emperor. Become an emperor. Lin Sun's body trembled as he completely understood. If one had the chance to become an emperor after entering the Kunlun ruins, it could be foreseen that in the last 2 Battle of the 9 regions, the powerhouses from the other 8 regions who had seized the opportunity to enter the Kunlun ruins would definitely have a large number of Emperor stage existences in these endless years. An Emperor stage powerhouse had the supreme power to look down on the heavens and roar proudly in the void. It was enough to affect the rise and fall of a world. Let alone a group of Emperor stage powerhouses. There were a total of 81 Flying Immortal tokens in the world, which meant that 81 powerhouses had the chance to enter the Kunlun ruins. If they could return safely from the Kunlun ruins, wouldn't it mean that in the future, as long as they didn't encounter any mishaps, there would be 81 Emperor stage powerhouses? When the other 8 regions had more and more Emperor stage powerhouses, how could the ancient Desolation region fight against them? It was no wonder that it had declined to such a state. Entering the Kunlun ruins and returning gives one the chance to become an emperor in the future. It's just like obtaining the qualification to become an emperor on the path of seeking the Great Tao. One can imagine how magical the Kunlun ruins is. A hint of longing appeared in Ahu's eyes as he sighed emotionally. The other 8 regions seized the opportunity and their strength and foundation rose steadily. On the other hand, the ancient Desolation region missed the opportunity and fell into continuous decline. For example, the 3 great taboo calamities that enveloped the ancient Desolation region appeared after the first Battle of the 9 regions. However, Ahu changed the topic. It won't be long before the 3rd Battle of the 9 regions begins. This time, it's different from before. A group of top figures has appeared in the ancient Desolation region. Although their foundation is still weak compared to the powerhouses of the other 8 regions, they still have some foundation to fight. And the favor I want to ask you is related to entering the Kunlun ruins. At this point, Ahu looked at Lin Sun. It's not enough to have the Flying Immortal token. You also need to collect battle merits and Dao luck in the 9 regions battlefield. When you collect 1,000 types of battle merits and Dao luck, you can activate a Dao pattern in the Flying Immortal token and embark on the path to enter the Kunlun ruins. What are battle merits and Dao luck? Lin Sun asked. It's very simple. Kill the enemy. Hu said, killing the opponent will allow you to seize the opponent's Dao luck. It's like a merit that is collected in the Flying Immortal token. However, weak opponents don't have Dao luck at all. Only two types of people have battle merits and Dao luck. One is those talented and powerful geniuses, and the other is those who have become saints. This also means that if you want to collect battle merits and Dao luck, you have to kill geniuses or saints. Moreover, the number is extremely shocking. In the past 2 9 regions battles, in order to collect battle merits and Dao luck, the most outstanding powerhouses in the ancient Desolation region were almost all captured by the other 8 regions. The losses were so heavy that you can't imagine it. When Lin Sun heard this, he already understood. Those who could enter the 9 regions battlefield were almost all the most outstanding powerhouses in each region. They had an extremely bright future. If they were killed, it would be equivalent to wiping out the most promising batch of cultivation seeds in the ancient Desolation region. And without this batch of cultivation seeds that could lead the trend in the future, how could the ancient Desolation region rise? It was no wonder that after the 2 9 regions battles, the ancient Desolation region would decline to such a state in the endless years. It was also because of the arrival of this great era that a group of young people who had become kings rose. Otherwise, once the 9 regions battle broke out, the ancient Desolation region would not have the qualifications to compete with the other 8 regions. And what I want you to help me with is to give me a Flying Immortal token that can collect 1,000 kinds of battle merits and Dao luck. At this moment, Hu took a deep breath and said seriously, I know this is very difficult, and even the hope is extremely slim. But if I don't fight for it, I won't give up. Then, she said, however, I won't let young Master Lin work for nothing. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, I'll give you something that'll allow you to obtain an unexpected benefit after entering the Kunlun ruins. Lin Sun was silent for a moment before he said with a smile, back then, you helped me escape from the Soul Oblivion Sea and even gave me a vast universe arc, allowing me to escape danger time and time again. Now that you've asked, I will naturally do my best. As for the reward, there's no need to mention it. Hu's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, just this sentence alone makes this trip worthwhile for me. That night, Xianxia held a banquet to entertain Hu, Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, and the others. Big brother, Hu's background is very mysterious. After I returned to the Burial Sea tomb, she found me and gave me some pointers, allowing me to find some news and clues related to my background. At the banquet, Old Toad drank as he quickly sent a voice transmission. Later, she gave Miss Zhao some pointers. In a mystic realm near the sinkhole, Miss Zhao obtained a fortuitous encounter that allowed her strength to advance by leaps and bounds. It can be said that both Miss Zhao and I owe her a big favor. But the strange thing is, I still don't know why she did this. After hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. After thinking for a moment, he vaguely understood that Hu's purpose for doing this was probably related to the help she wanted from him. After all, he was not the only one who could participate in the Battle of the 9 Regions. Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad also had the opportunity to participate. At the end of the banquet, Lin Sun knew that Hu had come to take him, Zhao Jingxian, and Old Toad back to the ancient Desolation, because she had a secret map of the route to the ancient Desolation, which was enough for Lin Sun and the others to cross the world barrier and enter the ancient Desolation again. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. This Miss Hu was really not simple. Goldfish returned to Beijing yesterday and rushed all the way home tonight. She was exhausted both physically and mentally. Tonight, there would be a temporary break for Goldfish to take a rest and catch her breath. Then, she would start to prepare for more updates and more updates. It was time to leave. In the night, Lin Sun was alone, lying on the top of a vigorous old pine tree on the edge of the cliff at the top of the mountain. He rested his head on his arms in a lazy manner. The mountain wind blew, lifting his clothes and long black hair. In the distance, the sea of clouds was rolling and steaming under the night starlight. All was quiet. The 2 major forces, the Voodoo Barbarian Camp and the Alliance of 10,000 Races, had already collapsed and ceased to exist. The great opportunity in the mulberry forest had also come to an end. Zhao Yuanji and others had all got what they wanted. They left for the ancient road in the starry sky with the young man with golden cicada. Even the two sages, Niu Jinyu and Dark Blood Holy Shaman, had been killed. For Lin Sun, the three paths of body refining, chi refining, and soul refining had all reached the level of the ninth retribution of longevity. He successfully broke through the forbidden Tao test and completely swept away all the obstacles before becoming a sage. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed time to leave this trip to the bloodthirsty battlefield. However, Lin Sun was a little disappointed. He took out the wine gourd and took a sip on the treetop on the edge of the cliff. Lin Sun was a little worried about his relatives and friends in Heart-Cleansing Peak. This time, he would return to the ancient Desolation territory to participate in the Battle of Nine Regions. He didn't know when he would return again. Fortunately, before I came to the bloodthirsty battlefield, I had arranged everything properly. As long as I am alive, Lin family will never be destroyed. After a long time, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. In the depths of his eyes, there was a touch of calmness and firmness flashing. This was the way to seek Tao. The higher one went, the farther he went, the farther he would be from the fetters of the past. In the night, the camp of Cloud Mountain was brightly lit. The noisy and lively voice filled the air. Many people gathered together, drinking and chatting. This time, without Child Lin's efforts, how could our imperial camp have the chance to sweep away the decline and destroy the other two camps? It's so exciting. When I return to the Empire this time, I must publicize Child Lin's great achievements and let all the people in the world remember his name. Yes, Child Lin is our great benefactor. In the future, whoever dares to be an enemy of Heart-Cleansing Peak Lin in the Empire will be against us. Hearing these comments, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. Then he raised his head and drank up the wine in the pot. Then he got up from the treetop and landed on the ground. Since it wasn't a separation of life and death, it naturally wasn't a true separation. After leaving this time, there would naturally be a time when they would meet again in the future. With his hands behind his back, Lin Sun turned around and entered his room. The next morning, under the gazes of Zhao Xianxia, Shi Yu, Ning Meng, Li Duxing, Yi Qi, and other powerful figures of the empire, Hu drove a green lotus boat, carrying Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad through the void. Take care. The eyes of Shi Yu and the others couldn't help but flash with a trace of sadness and disappointment. Who knew when they would be able to meet again after this parting? Take care. Zhao Xingya's expression carried a hint of anticipation. She firmly believed that with Lin's background and talent, his future achievements were bound to be limitless. Take care. The Empire's experts in the camp were filled with mixed emotions. Being acquainted with Lin Sun was destined to be a rich and colorful stroke in their cultivation lives. It was like a brand that could not be forgotten. Take care. Lin Sun also said silently in his heart. This time, he was going to the ancient Desolation territory for the competition of the 9 regions and to become a sage. Dongxing World, ancient Desolation territory in a vast and majestic mountain. Buzz accompanied by a strange fluctuation of the void suddenly exploded like a piece of cloth being torn apart. Then a green lotus boat broke through the void. I'm back again. Looking around, Old Toad felt the aura of the law of heaven and earth, which was completely different from that in the mortal world. He immediately beamed with joy and laughed. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian looked at each other and smiled. They were indeed back. Thinking about it, they had originally planned to spend 10 years in the mortal world to concentrate on cultivation, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Now, only 2 years had passed, and they stepped into the ancient Desolation territory again. Everyone, I can only send you here. Hu spoke abruptly. She wore a light yellow dress, had curved black brows, a jade-white body, and watery eyes that were large and charming. Moreover, her pure and holy aura added a soul-stirring charm to her. Are you going back to the mortal world? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes, when the competition of the 9 regions comes to an end, I will come to see you again. Hu nodded with a smile. She handed a flying fairy token to Lin Sun and said, "Goodbye, everyone." As soon as she finished speaking, she steered the azure lotus boat and tore through the sky. This Miss Hu is really a mysterious and strange woman. Zhao Jingxian said thoughtfully. Lin Sun nodded. This Hu was really mysterious. From the first time they met in the Soul Oblivion Sea, Lin Sun felt that he couldn't see through her. Her beauty was like an otherworldly fairy, but she also had a fatal charm, like a devil who could bring disaster to a country and people. His way of doing things was also very unexpected, causing others to be unable to guess or understand him. But Lin Sun was sure that she didn't have any hostility, which was enough. "Big brother, should we go?" Old Toad rubbed his hands and looked expectant. "I don't know how the ancient Desolation territory has changed in the past 2 years. Among those who entered the Absolute Summit territory with us, has anyone stepped into the Sage Realm? Let's go and have a look." Lin Sun smiled. This time returning to the ancient Desolation territory, Lin Sun was very relaxed. Before the start of the competition of the 9 regions, he only needed to calm down and sharpen his cultivation. Immediately, the group of people set out. In the following period of time, Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian and Old Toad traveled to some famous mountains and rivers. The places they went had a great history, such as some scenic spots and historical sites in the Dongxing territory, holy places for cultivation, and some legendary famous mountains and rivers. Occasionally, they would enter different cities to listen and understand all kinds of news in the world. Now that Lin Sun's cultivation was in the 9 retribution of longevity, if he wanted to become a sage, he couldn't just rely on hard work. Traveling and comprehending between the world's mountains and rivers was greatly beneficial to his cultivation. The beauty of heaven and earth didn't need words. Only by seeing more can one know more. To become a sage, in addition to the perfection of one's own cultivation, one also needed to sublimate and sharpen his state of mind, spirit, and will. Famous mountains and rivers were unworldly places, where one could comprehend the way to come out of the world. The boundless secular world was a secular place, where one could comprehend the way to enter the world. Be it coming out of the world or entering the world, both had different benefits to cultivation. Over the past few days, Lin Sun and the others had traveled between mountains and rivers and walked in the secular world. They were used to the beauty of heaven and earth and the various forms of the mortal world. Their cultivation also underwent a rare consolidation during such travels. They only ended their travels several months later. Because unknowingly, they had approached the Star Chess Sea. The Star Chess Sea was set up with the heavenly cycle stars formation. After crossing this sea, they would reach the famous Undying Mountain. Back then, the minor giants ranking battle had begun at the Undying Mountain. Similarly, the Undying Mountain was also an entrance to the 9 regions battlefield. "Big brother, I've recently gained many insights and wish to cultivate in the Star Chess Sea for a period of time," Old Toad suddenly said at the shore of the Star Chess Sea. Back then, he, Lin Sun, and Alu had once cultivated in the Star Chess Sea. To them, the Star Chess Sea was like their home in the ancient Desolation territory. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. The Star Chess Sea was enveloped by the heavenly cycle stars formation. To other cultivators, it was a forbidden ground that they did not dare to enter. However, to Lin Sun, the heavenly cycle stars formation was a layer of protection that he could control. After Old Toad stayed behind, Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian set off once again. They headed for the numinous treasure Sacred Lands Mabai province. "I've already set foot in the longevity 9th tribulation realm and am qualified to take the proving holiness test of the sect. If I can pass it, I'll be able to obtain a supreme legacy. This legacy is very helpful to my cultivation. I don't want to miss it," Zhao Jingxian explained along the way. Lin Sun nodded. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Zhao Jingxian pursed her lips and smiled. "Forget it. If those old monsters of the sect discover you, they'll definitely be enraged and start a massacre." Lin Sun could not help but laugh. Speaking of which, the numinous treasure Sacred Land was not the only ancient orthodoxy that hated Lin Sun in the ancient Desolation territory. In the past, he might have been wary of such things. However, his mental state was no longer the same now. Of course, some hatred was destined to be insignificant. Lin Sun believed that if he really appeared in front of the numinous treasure Sacred Land, those old monsters would definitely kill him immediately. "How about this? I'll go to the Star Chess Sea to find you after I obtain the legacy from the sect," Zhao Jingxian said after thinking for a while. Lin Sun naturally had no objections. He said, "All right, but before that, let me send you off. I'll leave when we reach the Mabai province." It was also at this time that they heard some rumors. They were shocked that there was another wave in the ancient Desolation territory. An envoy from the Blood Demon ancient territory has crossed the territory barrier and arrived in the ancient Desolation territory. He's now a guest in the Divine Secret Pavilion of the Saint Hermit grounds. Blood Demon ancient territory. This was one of the other 8 territories. Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were both shocked. As far as they knew, be it the Blood Demon ancient territory or the other territories, they were all enemies of the ancient Desolation territory. There was a blood feud that could not be resolved. Now, an envoy from the Blood Demon ancient territory had actually arrived. This was extremely rare. What are these foreign enemies going to do by sending envoys here? Lin Sun frowned. He vaguely sensed that a wave was about to set off in the ancient Desolation territory. In the past, there were no signs of foreign enemies appearing in the ancient Desolation territory. After that, Lin Sun and the others continued to inquire about the news. Soon, they learned that the purpose of the envoy from the Blood Demon ancient territory was very likely related to the Battle of the 9 territories. Unfortunately, there was no other news other than that. When they arrived at the Mabai province, Lin Sun personally saw Zhao Jingxian return to the numinous treasure sacred land. Then, he turned around and floated away. He planned to continue walking around. However, not long after Lin Sun left the Mabai province, an extremely sensational news came out from the Divine Secret Pavilion of the Saint Hermit grounds, causing a huge uproar in the ancient Desolation territory. I'm going to start writing about the Battle of the 9 territories, which is also the most crucial plot for Lin Sun to become a saint. There are so many clues that it's taking me longer to write. One of the messengers of the Blood Demon ancient region, a peerless figure called Lang Qianheng, wanted to challenge all the powerhouses in the ancient Desolation. When this news came out, the entire ancient Desolation was in an uproar. What a reckless and arrogant person. This was the first reaction of most people. He was just one person, but he dared to say that he wanted to challenge all the top figures in the world. This attitude was too arrogant, and he obviously didn't take the ancient Desolation seriously. Since this news came from the Divine Secret Pavilion, it can't be fake. Since Lang Qianheng dares to be so arrogant, he must have something to rely on. I'm very worried that if the top figures of the ancient Desolation perform badly and lose to this person, it won't just be a humiliation, it will also have a great impact on the morale of the ancient Desolation. There were also many people who were deeply worried. As the messenger of the Blood Demon ancient region, how could Lang Qianheng be an arrogant and ignorant person? Since he dared to make such a threat, he must have absolute confidence. Lin Sun was stunned when he heard this news, and he thought in his heart. The Battle of the 9 regions hasn't even begun, yet the emissary of the Blood Demon ancient region has come to flaunt his strength. No matter what his motive is, at the bottom of it all, he obviously looks down on the peerless figures of the ancient Desolation region. What interested Lin Sun was what kind of person Lang Qianheng was. How strong did he have to be to dare to make such a challenge? If it was someone else, Lin Sun couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. But Lang Qianheng was different. He came from the Blood Demon ancient region, one of the 8 regions. This naturally attracted Lin Sun's attention. When the Battle of the 9 regions started in the future, he was destined to fight with such enemies. If he could know more about them in advance, it would naturally not be a bad thing. Forget it, I'll wait for a while and see how capable this guy is. Lin Sun shook his head and no longer paid attention to these things. He continued to travel the world alone. He was very relaxed and empty, like a passerby who was experiencing the beauty of all things in the world and the wonders of the mortal world. Up until now, all his cultivation had reached the peak of the path to immortality. There was only one hurdle in front of him, becoming a sage. It was merely 2 words, yet it was like a natural chasm that had obstructed the paths of countless cultivators since the ancient times until now. And Lin Sun's path to sainthood was different from that of others. He cultivated 3 kinds of peerless ways at the same time, so the peak of the saint realm he wanted to reach was naturally different from others. This path was extremely difficult to tread. It couldn't be said to be covered in thistles and thorns, but it could be said to be different from the world, different from the masses. There were great unknowns. And the unknown often meant great terror and great danger. However, Lin Sun's state of mind was not affected by this. His previous cultivation experience had already tempered his will and state of mind to be as tough as a rock. His Taoist heart was like a sword that could cut the sun, moon, ghosts, and gods. So, it was impossible for him to be afraid of the hardships and dangers ahead. On this day, like an ordinary tourist, Lin Sun walked into a bustling tea house full of market atmosphere, ordered a cup of hot tea, and began to enjoy it. The mortal world represented the myriad of living beings, and it flowed with an aura that belonged to the boundless mortal world. Only by entering the mortal world would one understand the meaning of the word living beings. Lin Sun turned his hand and took out a bronze box about the size of a palm, which was like a heavy bronze flying sword, exuding a vast and mysterious aura. This was the Saint's Guide that Lin Sun obtained in the domain of extinction, which was given by Taishan Sword Emperor. What was sealed in it was the experience and understanding of becoming a saint. Not long ago, Lin Sun began to study this object. He knew that the Saint's Guide sealed in this bronze box was the complete understanding of Taishan Sword Emperor and Wuyang War Emperor, two great figures who had become emperors in primitive times, when they were at their peak. Although it was just some experience and understanding, its value was immeasurable. After all, Taishan Sword Emperor was known as the first Sword Emperor in the primitive times. He was a supreme figure who had led the world in the primitive times. And Wuyang War Emperor was not inferior to him. If the ancient orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm knew the experience and understanding of Saint's Guide left by the two emperors, they would definitely be crazy enough to take it away from Lin Sun at all costs. These days, when Lin Sun was free, he would comprehend and figure out the essence of Saint's Guide, which benefited him a lot. It also made him more and more clear and firm about his pursuit of the path of Saint's Guide. In the primitive times, the path of extinction still existed. Like Taishan Sword Emperor, he rose to the top with Sword Tao and became a sword sage. His sword Tao was in the word Taishan. Like Wuyang War Emperor, she took a different path. She proved her Tao by force and became a saint by killing. Her Tao was to stop war by killing. Stopping war meant no disaster. Lin Sun often felt enlightened by observing the two's experience of becoming saints. Lin Sun now knew that although ordinary true saints had the power to preach to the world and establish a sect, they did not have the foundation to support them to this step. The most important thing was that it was almost impossible for ordinary true saints to touch the threshold of the emperor realm in their lifetime. Only those who became saints at the top could have these foundations. In addition, in this Saint's Guide, there were also some experiences and preparations made by the two emperors when they became saints in detail. It couldn't be said to be obscure or difficult, but it made Lin Ping feel as if the clouds were dispelling and the sun was suddenly awakened. He was deeply inspired. The tea house was very lively, with people from all walks of life gathered. Lin Sun sat among them, sipping tea and understanding the mystery recorded in the Saint's Guide, which was not conspicuous. Defeated again. This time, a supreme figure of the Sun Moon Divine Hall was defeated by Lang Qianheng. The outcome of the battle was decided in 10 moves. This is already the 13th supreme figure that has been defeated by Lang Qianheng. Suddenly, a strong man of Wen tribe hurried into the tea house and sighed, causing an uproar among the people present. What? In less than half a month, so many peerless figures have been defeated? Some people found it unbelievable. Is Lang Qianheng really so powerful? I heard that none of the peerless figures who fought with him could last 10 moves. My God, isn't it too terrible? How powerful are the peerless figures of our ancient Desolation realm? How could they be so weak? Everyone was talking about it. Some were angry, some were surprised, and some couldn't believe it. Only Lin Sun looked as calm as before. He'd heard of this information in the past, and he even knew that those peak figures that lost at the hands of Lang Qianheng couldn't be said to be very dazzling in the extinction domain all those years ago, and it was even to the extent that they weren't able to be ranked in the ranks of the Genius Gold rankings. In Lin Sun's view, these people were defeated by Lang Qianheng. Although it was unacceptable for the practitioners in the ancient Desolation realm, it was reasonable. It would be surprising if Lang Qianheng, who dared to challenge all the peerless figures in the ancient Desolation realm, was weak. Before long, Lin Sun got up and floated away. At present, Lang Qianheng's performance still couldn't arouse his interest and fighting spirit. As time went by, Lin Sun traveled around the world, meditating at night, watching the beauty of mountains and rivers on the top of mountains, experiencing the appearance of all living beings in the mortal world, or concentrating on figuring out the mystery of the Saint's Guide. At the same time, the waves caused by Lang Qianheng became more and more turbulent, and he received more and more attention. A month passed. Lang Qianheng defeated all his opponents and was invincible. He fought 37 battles, big and small, and never lost. He was so powerful and arrogant that it made people speechless. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but notice it, because almost all the cities he went to were discussing and analyzing Lang Qianheng's achievements. It was no exaggeration to say that the whole ancient Desolation realm couldn't be calm. Many practitioners felt ashamed and couldn't lift their heads. A foreign enemy came to the ancient Desolation realm, but no one could stop him. He defeated many peerless figures, which was a big blow to people. Even some old monsters started to worry, because the battle of the 9 regions was coming. Lang Qianheng alone was already so powerful. If all the peerless figures from the other 8 regions appeared together, how could the experts in the ancient Desolation region be a match for them? Oh no, even Xianxia, who has the strength of the 9th retribution of longevity in the spiritual treasure Holy Land, was defeated. When this news came out, Lin Sun had just arrived at Qianlu City in the Purple Moon province of the Dongxing world. As soon as he entered the city, he heard a lot of discussion on the way. This time, Lin Sun finally had a little interest. He was very clear about Xianxia's background and talent. Although he couldn't compare with peerless figures like Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Yuan Fatian, and Mingzi, he was still a first-class figure among the peerless figures. However, Xianxia was defeated as well, and he was defeated within 10 moves. From this, it could be inferred that Lang Qianheng, who came from the Blood Demon ancient domain, should be an overlord-like existence in terms of achievements in the Absolute Tao. However, it was only a little interest. Lang Qianheng's performance was not enough to make Lin Sun have a desire to understand him. On the bustling street, Lin Sun was wandering. He had been to Qianlu City before. The Qianlu Grand Gathering was held on the Qianlu Mountain in the city. That grand gathering was organized by Mi Hingzhen, who invited a group of young geniuses to discuss and learn from each other. After so many years, coming to this city again could be considered as revisiting an old place. Hey, it's so lively here. When passing by the Qianlu Mountain, Lin Sun saw many gorgeous chariots and extraordinary mounts parked in front of the foot of the mountain. At first glance, he could tell that their owners were extremely extraordinary. On top of the mountain, many figures could be seen gathering there. Seeing Lin Sun standing here, in front of the Qianlu Mountain, a beautiful woman suddenly came over and asked, "Child, are you also here to participate in the Qianlu Grand Gathering?" Qianlu Grand Gathering? Lin Sun was stunned. He didn't expect that after so many years, there would be a similar grand gathering held on the Qianlu Mountain. The beautiful woman said, "Child, this grand gathering is led by Tian Lin, a top master of the Origin sect. The discussion is about Lang Qianheng. Haven't you heard of it?" But in the end, Lin Sun nodded and agreed. He was traveling around the world, so it was okay for him to participate in a grand meeting. "Child, please." The pretty girl smiled sweetly. At this time, Lin Sun noticed that the pretty girl in front of him was quite beautiful. She was petite and lovely, with big watery eyes and moist and white skin, which was quite eye-catching. The pretty girl took the initiative to lead the way in front. Lin Sun smiled and didn't say much. Now, although his breath was as plain as a flowing cloud, his bearing, which had been cultivated through many years of cultivation, was as outstanding as an abyss and a mountain, which suppressed all the other practitioners nearby. This was one of the reasons why the pretty girl was so enthusiastic and active. "Child, my name is Xiaowei, and I come from Green Toon Sword Sect in Bottle Province." On the way, Xiaowei blinked her big eyes and asked happily, "What about you?" Lin Sun said casually, "The name is not important. If we meet again in the future, we will know each other." It was not that he deliberately concealed his identity, but once his identity was exposed, it was bound to attract a lot of unnecessary attention. In this way, he was afraid that he would steal the limelight of the host who organized this grand meeting. What's more, he just came to have a look. "Then you should also be a peerless figure, right?" Xiaowei asked curiously. Lin Sun nodded. Seeing him admit it, Xiaowei's watery eyes suddenly brightened, and she said, "No wonder I think you are so extraordinary. It turns out that you have entered the Absolute Summit domain. Those who can enter the Absolute Summit domain are all peerless figures, such as Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Yuan Fatian, Little Golden-Winged Rock, and many more. There was a trace of admiration between Xiaowei's eyebrows. For example, Yi Tianlin, the host of this Thousand Streams Grand Meeting, has entered the Absolute Summit domain. Yi Tianlin is very great. His senior brother is the most famous Shi Mo of the Origin sect. By the way, child, do you know them? Xiaowei blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Sun. Them? Lin Sun was stunned and immediately smiled. There should be few people in this world who don't know them. As they talked, they had already set foot on Thousand Streams Mountain. This mountain stood towering at the center of the city, and it was extremely beautiful. Waterfalls poured down from the peak of the mountain, and it revealed the magnificent spectacle of 1,000 streams racing and a Milky Way flowing in reverse. At this moment, a woman in a purple dress with a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Xiaowei, who asked you to welcome senior brother Xiao Luchuan? The woman in purple said and looked at Lin Sun suspiciously. This woman had a tall and slender figure, her gaze was piercingly cold, and her expression was icy cold like frost. Moreover, she carried a haughty and arrogant aura. As expected, Xiaowei's aura immediately weakened by 30%. She stammered, Senior Sister Gu, this young master is also here to participate in the grand meeting. Oh right, he's also a peerless character. Senior Sister Gu was stunned. Although Lin Sun's breath was calm, his bearing was really extraordinary. She couldn't help showing a trace of hesitation on her face. For example, the Thousand Flow meet this time had invited all the top-notch geniuses in the world, especially people like Yi Tianlin. He was a famous peak longevity tribulation king. If the person in front of her was a peerless figure, she really couldn't neglect him. Thinking of this, Senior Sister Gu was about to say something when suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. A silver-robed young man was surrounded by a group of people as he walked up the mountain. Senior brother Yi Tianlin is here. Quick, get up and welcome him. Haha, I've finally seen senior brother Yi Tianlin's true appearance. He's indeed a peerless figure from the Origin sect. Immediately, many powerhouses on the mountain were alarmed. They stood up and looked at the silver-robed young man who was surrounded by stars. Seeing this, Senior Sister Gu seemed very excited. She hurriedly instructed, Xiaowei, bring this young master over. As she spoke, she took the initiative to step forward. A bright smile appeared on her originally cold face as she bowed to the silver-robed young man. As for Lin Sun, he was quickly forgotten by her. Young master, don't mind him. One day, you will be like senior brother Yi Tianlin. After all, you are also a peerless figure with a limitless future. Xiaowei whispered to Lin Sun to cheer him up. Thank you for your kind words. Lin Sun smiled in his heart. With his current vision and experience, how could he care about these things? What amused him was that Xiaowei actually compared him to Yi Tianlin. This really caused him to not know whether to laugh or cry. It should be known that Lin Sun remembered the Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Mingzi, Yi Mo, and so on in the territory of extinction. But Yi Tianlin was not remembered. If he guessed correctly, Yi Tianlin might not even be on the Tianjiao Golden List. However, Lin Sun's current state of mind was indeed different from before. It was not that he didn't bother to pay attention to them, but that he didn't care about these things at all. Xiaowei didn't know what to say. Compared with Yi Tianlin's popularity, Lin Sun, who was also a peerless figure, was a bit dazzling. Let's go. Don't comfort me. I'm just here to have a look and we'll leave soon. Lin Sun smiled. Xiaowei nodded and led the way in front. On the Thousand Flow Mountain, pavilions were built with tables, futons, fruits, tea and wine for the strong who came to participate in the grand meeting to rest. Lin Sun chose a seat near the corner at random and sat down. Then he began to figure out the mystery of the Saint's Guide. Occasionally, he would pay attention to the content of the conversations of other strong people, but most of them were idle chatter and there was nothing worth paying attention to. Seeing this, Xiaowei was sure that Lin Sun really didn't care about this kind of cold treatment. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sat beside Lin Sun at random, pouring wine and tea for him. Lin Sun accepted it calmly and didn't refuse. Having such a charming and beautiful woman pour wine for him was also a pleasing thing to see. Before long, Yi Tianlin and his companions came up, and Yi Tianlin sat on the main seat in the center. As he sat down, the originally lively atmosphere in the field suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Yi Tianlin. This treatment of being the center of attention caused Yi Tianlin to be unable to help but lightly smile, and he said in a clear voice, "I've made everyone wait for a long time. The reason why I came late is actually to gather information related to Lang Qianheng." Lang Qianheng, many people held their breaths. Presently, the person in the limelight in the ancient desolation region was Lang Qianheng, a peerless figure from the blood-fiend ancient region. During this period of time, countless peak figures had lost at his hands, and his combat strength was formidable to the point it caused the hearts of others to tremble. "Brother Yi, could it be that you found out about Lang Qianheng's trump card?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Yi Tianlin nodded. "He's from the Nether Spring Devil sect in the blood-fiend ancient region. He's born with the Nether Devil body, possesses the innate divine ability, the 800 Devil territory, and possesses a cultivation at the 9th Tribulation realm. His treasures are a pair of Sky Devil blades, a pair of peerlessly formidable saint treasures of the Devil Dao. His disposition is overbearing, proud, and cold, and his combat methods are extremely ferocious and overbearing. If you go against him, then you must go all out." Moreover, according to the analysis of some seniors, Lang Qianheng's combat strength is at least not inferior to the ferocious figures that are ranked in the top 30 of the Genius Gold rankings. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings were deathly silent, perfectly silent. The expressions of everyone carried a wisp of seriousness and shock, and their hearts had even become heavy. There was no doubt that Lang Qianheng was absolutely a top figure, and his resources and reserves were formidable to the point it caused one's heart to go cold. Ranked in the top 30 of the Genius Gold rankings? Lin Sun thought for a moment, and he said in his heart, "It's around the same level as the Nether Child and Bai Long Ting from all those years ago." Of course, no one is able to give a clear answer to exactly how strong Lang Qianheng is. Because all of you are clearly aware that not a single expert that has fought this person during this period of time has been able to endure 10 moves from him. Yi Tianlin's voice carried a wisp of a heavy tone as well. This also means that if we want to figure out his ability, then we have to at least find a formidable figure that's capable of fighting Lang Qianheng as an equal. The atmosphere in the surroundings grew even quieter. Everyone looked at each other while their hearts felt heavy, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. The Bloodfiend ancient region had always been one of the great enemies of the ancient desolation region, and a blood enmity that couldn't be resolved had been formed between them in the countless years of the past. But now, Lang Qianheng had crossed realms and descended upon the ancient desolation region, threatening to challenge all the supreme figures of the ancient desolation region. This was already infuriating, and it seemed like he was too arrogant and condescending. But recently, along with Lang Qianheng's successive victories, it was like a heavy blow that caused the ancient desolation region to be in an uproar, and they were somewhat unable to raise their heads. "Everyone, there's no need to worry. According to what I know, most of the true supreme figures of our ancient desolation region are in secluded cultivation to prepare for the Battle of the 9 Realms, and they haven't come out yet. If they were to find out about Lang Qianheng, there would definitely be someone who would stand out." When Yi Tianlin spoke up to hear, he couldn't help but smile lightly. "For example, when I came here this time, I heard that senior brother he is about to come out of secluded cultivation." Instantly, the spirits of everyone present were refreshed. He. This was a peerless figure that was as dazzling as the sun in the sky, and he had once made a name for himself in the domain of extinction. If he were to make a move, then perhaps he would be able to fiercely suppress Lang Qianheng's arrogance. However, according to what I know, Lang Qianheng isn't the only emissary that has come to the ancient desolation region this time. Suddenly, someone said. Lang Qianheng nodded. "That's right. This is also the second thing I want to tell you. This time, besides Lang Qianheng from the Blood Demon Ancient Realm, there are 7 other peerless figures from the other 7 realms." After a pause, he continued, "Although we can't know their purpose for coming here, we can be sure that it's definitely not a good thing." For a moment, everyone present had different thoughts. Even Lin Sun was slightly stunned. Only now did he know that among the emissaries that had come to the ancient desolation region this time, Lang Qianheng was not the only peerless figure. The Battle of the 9 Realms was coming, but at this time, experts from the other 8 realms had formed an emissary group and come to the ancient desolation region. What did they want to do? Who cares? We'll deal with it when it comes. Someone said coldly. At this moment, a sneer suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. It seemed to be low, but it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. Although it was just a sneer, the strong disdain in the voice couldn't be concealed at all. In other words, the owner of the voice didn't intend to conceal it at all. Tianlin frowned. Everyone's face darkened. Under everyone's gaze, a black-clothed, red-haired, green-eyed woman with a long and narrow blood sword on her back paced towards them from the mountain road. She was slender and straight, with her blood-red hair tied into a ponytail. Her fair face showed a kind of enchanting beauty, but her expression was too aloof and cold. As she strode forward, an oppressive and sharp aura spread out. It was like an invisible torrent that engulfed the entire place. Immediately, many people changed their expressions and breathed hard. Tianlin's eyes flashed a touch of seriousness. He felt a kind of pressure from this strange and cold woman with a sword on her back. Xiaowei's body stiffened, and her jade-like hand that was pouring wine for Lin trembled. The wine was about to spill, but Lin caught it firmly. Xiaowei suddenly came to her senses and showed a touch of shame. Lin Sun smiled and didn't say anything. Who are you? Are you also coming to participate in the event? Tianlin stood up and asked in a deep voice. The black-clothed woman with blood-red hair turned a deaf ear to him. She came to the field and then stopped. She crossed her arms over her chest, raised her white chin slightly, and glanced at the people in the field with her green eyes. Immediately, there was a touch of disappointment on her cold face, and she said, I heard that the fellow called demonic god Lin had appeared here many years ago to participate in the Thousand Flow banquet. I originally thought that such a banquet would be filled with experts and geniuses, but now it seems like, what do you think? There was a touch of coldness between Tianlin's eyebrows. He had seen that the woman came with bad intentions. The voice of the black-clothed woman with blood-red hair carried a unique pride. It's nothing more than a group of people bragging together. It's not worthy of its name. It's disappointing. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the field, and many people looked angry. Are you here to make trouble? The woman called Senior Sister Gu stood up and said coldly. Make trouble? Do you deserve it? The black-clothed, crimson-haired woman said expressionlessly, since you've mentioned how to deal with the situation, I just want to see which one of you can stop me. Sure enough, he was looking for trouble. Everyone immediately made a judgment. Miss, we are talking about the foreign envoys. Does it have nothing to do with you? What? Could it be that you've surrendered to those enemies and are planning to become a traitor of the ancient Desolation realm? Someone shouted angrily. The black-clothed red-haired woman said with a mocking smile, countless years have passed. Why haven't the cultivators of the ancient Desolation realm made any progress? Can't you recognize your opponent? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Are you a foreign cultivator? Tianlin's eyelid twitched. Not bad. My name is Bai Hen, and I'm currently serving by Master Lang Qianheng's side. Only now did everyone realize that this woman with an icy cold and fierce aura was actually a servant girl by Lang Qianheng's side. Senior Sister Gu snorted coldly and said, Humph, you're just a maidservant, yet you don't know any etiquette, barging in as you please. Don't you feel ashamed for your master? Bai Hen said indifferently, you're not convinced? If you defeat me, I'll immediately kowtow to you and apologize. You can even chop off my head. Her words were calm, but they seemed extremely domineering. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a beautiful woman with an icy cold aura was just a maidservant. But if I win, I won't kill you. Whoever loses will kneel on the ground and slap himself in the face, admitting that he's not as good as me. When these words left Bai Hen's mouth, the atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly became oppressive and strained, and a storm was brewing. Many people looked at Tianlin with gloomy faces. This grand meeting was initiated by Tianlin. When encountering such a thing, they naturally had to act according to Tianlin's will. Tianlin didn't expect that such a twist would happen in a grand meeting. His face instantly became gloomy and cold. You're just a maidservant from the ancient Desolation realm. It's understandable that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As the host, we won't argue with you. If you want to fight with us, let your master come. Tianlin's words immediately won the applause of the crowd. Bai Hen sneered and said, the practitioners of the ancient desolation realm are still the same as before. You're obviously weak, but you're so stubborn. Speaking of this, she stopped smiling and glanced at the crowd with her green eyes like lightning. I just want to ask one question. Who dares to fight with me? He was overbearing. The experts in the field were all irritated and their faces darkened. I'll do it. A burly man stood out with a powerful and intimidating aura. Clang, without hesitation, Bai Hen drew out the blood sword on his back and slashed at him. He didn't say any nonsense at all. Whoosh, a blood-red sword chi suddenly appeared, tearing the air like a piece of cloth. It was dazzling like a blood-red lightning, cutting through the sky. With a puff, the burly man was sent flying. Although he tried his best to resist, his chest was still torn open. He smashed hard on a stone wall and screamed. Everyone in the field shrank their eyes and their hearts twitched. Lin Sun drank a cup of wine thoughtfully. This kind of swordsmanship was not only fast, but also extremely fierce and domineering. It was filled with the extremely pure longevity law. Although Bai Hen was a maidservant, she was also a top-notch swordsman in swordsmanship. Despicable. This is a sneak attack. Someone shouted. Holding the blood sword, Bai Hen said indifferently, the real battlefield is only about life and death. I'm already merciful enough not to kill. Although this friend from the extraterritorial area is a little arrogant, he's a top-notch figure after all. Let me fight this battle. An elegant young man stood up, causing a commotion in the field. Everyone recognized that he was a top-notch figure, extremely famous, and a good friend of Yi Tianlin. The battle broke out as expected. But in just a moment, the winner was decided. The elegant young man's chest was pierced by a sword, and his body was sent flying. He fell to the ground and coughed up blood. His face was extremely pale, and there was a trace of disappointment between his brows. It seemed that he couldn't accept that he would be defeated by a maidservant like Bai Hen. This blow was undoubtedly too heavy. On the other hand, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings were unsightly to the extreme, and they revealed expressions of disbelief. The defeat of the refined young man was like a sledgehammer that smashed fiercely onto their hearts, and it caused them to suffer a blow. Even a maidservant is so terrifying, so exactly how formidable is Lang Qianheng? Moreover, if news of this were to spread that no one was able to subdue this maidservant, then all of them would definitely become the laughingstock of the world. It was an extreme humiliation. In a moment, all the losers must kneel obediently. If you don't admit that your skills are inferior, then I won't stop. Bai Hen spoke slowly. Her blood-red hair fluttered while the blood-red sword in her palm droned and emitted a clear howl. She seemed like a peerless female sword cultivator that was terrifyingly fierce. Her words were like salt that was poured onto a wound, and it caused the faces of everyone present to flush red while they felt indescribably furious, and they felt indescribably humiliated. You're going too far. Senior Sister Gu spoke furiously. Slap, as soon as she finished speaking, her beautiful face was struck fiercely by a sword image, and it left behind a bloody injury. Bai Hen said indifferently, yes, I'm bullying you. What can you do about it? This was extremely terrifying. Senior Sister Gu was in existence at the King realm as well, yet she was actually unable to react before she was struck by someone. Damn it. Xiaowei's delicate body trembled with anger. Senior Sister Gu came from the same sect as her. Although they didn't have a good relationship, how could Xiaowei not be angry when she saw Bai Hen being humiliated? Bai Hen squinted at her and said, little sister, only a coward will be angry, and a brave man will draw his sword long ago. Since you spoke rudely to me, I should punish you. Enough. Yi Tianlin shouted with a gloomy face. But Bai Hen turned a deaf ear to him. When Yi Tianlin spoke, she had already taken action. Whoosh, a blood-red sword image swept out like a dazzling and enchanting whip, and it whipped towards Xiaowei's cheek. What was strong, that was it. A maidservant broke into this place alone, treated all the heroes as nothing, and started a fight at the slightest disagreement. However, when the sword swept out, Lin Sun shook his wrist, and the wine in the cup swept out like a ray of light rain, easily wiping out the sword. Wow, no wonder you dare to speak rudely to me. It turns out that there is a master sitting beside you. Bai Hen was a little surprised, but there was a trace of mockery in his voice. The others in the field also looked at him. Being able to block the blow of Bai Hen, it undoubtedly proved that the man beside Xia Wei should be extremely powerful. However, they were all confused, because they didn't know Lin Sun and felt that he was very strange. Etienne Lin vaguely felt that Lin Sun was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. At this moment, Lin Sun put down the cup and patted Xia Wei on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality. In return, I will help you vent your anger before I leave." As he spoke, he had already stood up and looked at Bai Hen with an indifferent expression. He looked as calm as water without any ostentatious momentum. "Vent others' anger?" Bai Hen looked playful. "It seems that you are extremely confident in your strength. But aren't you worried about being beaten to death by me?" Lin Sun smiled. "I might as well give it a try." Bai Hen frowned. She couldn't see through the depth of the man in front of her, which made her feel that something was wrong. At this moment, all the people in the field also looked at Lin Sun. Especially senior sister Gu, who had seen Lin Sun before, didn't expect that he would stand up for Xia Wei at this time. Was he not afraid of death? "Taoism pure, let me do it." In the distance, Etienne Lin spoke. He was the initiator of this event. Now that it had come to this, if he still didn't take action, he would seem too incompetent. "It's easy to die. Don't worry, it will be your turn later." Bai Hen's voice was leisurely. He raised the blood sword in his hand and pointed it directly at Lin Sun, full of provocation. "Now, let me play with you first." A terrible and fierce momentum suddenly spread out from Bai Hen, and the terrible bright Taoist light steamed around him, which made the wind and clouds in the sky pale. At this moment, everyone noticed that Bai Hen had used her real strength. It could be seen that in her eyes, Lin Sun was much more worthy of her attention than the others before. But at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly laughed. "Play? You are not qualified enough." As soon as his voice died away, he took a step forward. It was a very casual movement, without any momentum, just like a wanderer taking a leisurely stroll. But in Bai Hen's eyes, Lin Sun seemed to become another person. Boom, like a thunderbolt, it exploded in Bijan's heart lake. In her field of vision, the man who took a step forward was like a great abyss, swallowing the starry sky, full of eternal majesty that could suppress all living beings. Compared with him, Bizhen felt like an ant that could only look up and crawl, unable to know his height. In an instant, Bijan's pretty face turned pale, and every inch of her muscles was stiff. A horrible breath rushed over her body like a cold current. Almost at the same time, Etienne Lin noticed something wrong at the first moment. He had planned to help Lin Sun immediately if he couldn't hold on. But he found that with this step, Bizhen seemed to have encountered great terror, and she was no longer strong, fierce, and proud as before. It was as if this one step had caused her to feel an unbearable pressure. "Child," Xia Wei opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She was also surprised and moved that Lin stood up for her, but she didn't want Lin to repeat the same mistake and be injured by the woman from the outer region. But at this moment, she was also keenly aware that something was wrong. After this step, Bizhen seemed to be possessed and didn't make a move. Immediately, other people in the field also noticed that something was wrong, and they were all surprised and doubtful. Bang, then, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Bijan's straight body knelt on the ground. She prostrated herself on the ground, as if she was kneeling. The ground shook fiercely as she knelt down, and the rocks and plants trembled. One step, the woman from the outer region, who had ignored the crowd with fierce means, knelt on the ground. Such a scene was simply earth-shattering, which shocked all the people present. They stared with their eyes wide open, and even stopped breathing for a moment. They couldn't believe it. It should be known that this woman was not an ordinary person, but a female swordsman who had set foot on the ultimate path of cultivation. Her combat power was so strong that it made everyone in the field feel desperate. But now, Lin Sun took a casual step, and she knelt down. Looking at Lin Sun again, he was still as calm as before, and his expression was calm without any ripple, as if he thought all this was supposed to be like this. Many people swallowed their saliva, and their hearts trembled. They realized that the young man they had ignored was actually a terrifying existence. Etienne Lin was in a daze. He was also shocked by what he had just witnessed, and couldn't calm down. How could he expect that such a ruthless man like Lin Sun would show up at the party he hosted? Xiaowei covered her mouth, her almond-shaped eyes widened. The first time she saw Lin Sun, she felt that he was extraordinary, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Senior sister Gu was also stunned. When she first saw Lin Sun, she didn't take him seriously and even almost refused him to participate in this grand meeting. But because of Yi Tianlin's arrival, she forgot about Lin Sun and didn't pay attention to him anymore. But at this moment, a feeling of regret suddenly gushed out from her heart. If she was able to be like Xiaowei earlier and give this person attention, then perhaps that sword image wouldn't have slapped onto her face. Who are you? A cold and furious voice came from Bai Hen, who was kneeling on the ground, breaking the silence. That's right, who is this man? Yi Tianlin and the others were also curious. Do prisoners have the right to ask questions? Lin Sun looked down at her and said indifferently. But his words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Bai Hen's heart, making her feel extremely angry and humiliated. Since she came to the ancient desolation realm, she had never taken the practitioners of this realm seriously. She had a sense of superiority in her heart. But now, she was forced to kneel, and her dignity was trampled on. At this moment, Yi Tianlin and the others had an indescribable sense of joy in their hearts. Bai Hen's arrogance and domineering made them angry. Now, they could finally vent their anger. I'm not interested in bullying a maid like you. Go back and tell your master that if he's not satisfied, he can come to me. I can give him a chance to challenge me. As Lin Sun said, he withdrew his gaze, put his hands behind his back, and walked down the mountain. Remember, my name is Lin Sun. Before his voice died away, he had already disappeared. And on the mountain top, because of the two words Lin Sun, there was a complete uproar. Lin Sun, Demon Lin. For the practitioners of the entire ancient desolation realm, this name was like a legend, a living legend on the peerless path. Who didn't know? It's him. Yi Tianlin was in a trance. Just as he was about to ask Lin Sun to stay, he could no longer see Lin Sun. So he's Demon Lin. Xiaowei's breathing became rapid, and her pretty face glowed. Only then did she realize that she had interacted with Demon Lin unknowingly. It was like a dream. Senior sister Gu regretted it even more, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She had neglected Demon Lin. This made her so regretful that her intestines turned green. As for the others present, they only had one reaction. No wonder he could force his opponent to kneel in one move. Wasn't this normal for Demon Lin? Bai Hen, who was kneeling on the ground, was speechless. Her heart was shaken, and she even felt a sense of relief. Losing to Demon Lin didn't seem so shameful. On this day, the news of Demon Lin's appearance at the Thousand Flow Grand Gathering spread like wildfire, causing a sensation. After 2 years, that invincible legend has appeared once again. Many cultivators were excited. 2 years ago, Lin Sun returned to the mortal world, but to the cultivators of the ancient desolation region, Lin Sun seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In the past 2 years, no one had heard any news about him, and because of this, it led to many speculations and discussions. Some said that Demon Lin had met with misfortune. He had offended too many ancient orthodoxies, and it was very likely that he had been killed without leaving a trace. Some said that Demon Lin was in seclusion to break through to the peerless saint realm. Of course, there were also people who suspected that he had left the ancient desolation region and returned to his hometown. But no matter what, Demon Lin had appeared once again today. If he was just an ordinary cultivator, he naturally wouldn't have attracted much attention, but Lin Sun was different. Back then, he had dominated the peerless domain, ranked first on the Heavenly Sun's golden ranking, and defeated all his enemies. Back then, he had been besieged by many saints outside Snow Mulberry City, but he had slain all of them in a fit of rage, shocking and angering many ancient orthodoxies. But now, he had returned. This kid has appeared again. On this day, countless ancient orthodoxies were alarmed, and even some old monsters couldn't help but pay attention to it. Because back then, Lin Sun had killed more than one saint. Our generation is no longer lonely. Some peerless figures, such as Yimo, Mi Hingzhen, Wang Xuanyu, and so on, sighed with emotion when they heard the news. Ha ha ha, I knew it. The Battle of the 9 Regions is coming, and Lin Sun definitely wouldn't miss it. Some people who were close to Lin Sun, such as Xianxia, laughing at the heavens, and Ye Chen, were happy about Lin Sun's strong return. The ancient desolation region is going to be lively again. Every time Demon Lin appears, it's bound to cause a stir. During this period of time, those extraterrestrial enemies have descended and treated our ancient desolation region as if there's no one there. But now, Demon Lin has stood firm, and he's destined to change everything. This time, Demon God Lin forced Lang Chanhing's female servant to kneel with a single step. He even said that he would give Lang Chanhing a chance to challenge him. I'm very curious. Will Lang Chanhing dare to challenge Demon God Lin when he finds out about this? Let's wait and see. On this day, countless discussions spread in different areas of the ancient desolation region. The reason why the news spread so fast was related to Lin Sun's reputation and the Wind Whisperer clan. This clan controlled the message trees all over the world. When they learned of Lin Sun's appearance, they immediately spread the news to different areas with the leaves of the golden message tree. In this way, the news of Lin Sun's appearance could be known by cultivators in different places of the ancient desolation region in less than a day. A few days later. Dongxing Territory, White Jade Capital. In front of the Soul Refining Tower on the first floor of the 12th floor, a young man in a golden robe stood. His bearing was like a dragon or a tiger, and he exuded a disdainful aura. His thick blood-red hair hung loosely down to his waist, and his facial features were sharp as if they were chiseled by a knife or axe. His pair of green eyes glowed with a strange luster. One step, and you'll be forced to kneel. The young man in a golden robe withdrew his gaze from the Soul Refining Tower and sighed with emotion. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the ancient desolation region, which has been cut off for countless years. Beside him, Bai Hen's face turned pale. She lowered her head and said, I'm useless. Without a doubt, this young man in a golden robe was Lang Chanhing, a peerless figure from the blood demon ancient realm. It was also him who threatened to challenge all the top figures in the ancient desolation region. Recently, he had defeated all his enemies and never lost. He had caused an uproar in the ancient desolation region, and many cultivators in the ancient desolation region couldn't raise their heads. Useless? Haha, although you're my maid, everyone in the blood demon ancient realm knows that you, Bai Hen, are extraordinarily talented. Lang Chanhing glanced at Bai Hen and said, otherwise, how could I choose you and keep you by my side to serve me? Bai Hen felt bitter in her heart, but I was defeated in the end. I couldn't even block one step from him. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to avenge this humiliation in this life. She knew very well how big the gap between her and Lin Sun was. If you can't avenge it, I'll help you. A cold and frightening luster appeared between Lang Chanhing's eyebrows. You should look at the owner before beating a dog. You're my maid. Isn't it a slap in my face if you're humiliated? Bai Hen was stunned and said, Master, are you going to challenge Lin Sun? Lang Chanhing said indifferently, no, I want him to come to me and help me spread the news. 1 month later, in front of the Soul Refining Tower in White Jade Capital, I, Lang Chanhing, will fight with him. Bai Hen was shocked and nodded in agreement. Along with the voice, a slender woman in a black robe walked over from nearby. Her skin was fair and smooth, her eyes were misty, and her lips were red like fire. Her long, dark purple hair was casually tied up, revealing her snow-white neck. Her curvaceous figure was abnormally hot, and she exuded a soul-stirring temptation. Bai Hen's eyes revealed a hint of fear. The enchanting and sexy woman was called Xianxia. She came from the Illumination Dragon bloodline of the ancient Ying territory and was a top-notch noble. One should know that the Illumination Dragon bloodline was a well-deserved imperial clan in the ancient Ying territory. Their foundation was so terrifying that it could be counted on one hand. Xianxia was a direct descendant of this bloodline. She had a terrifying cultivation of the 9th retribution of the longevity realm, which was comparable to Lang Chanhing. Different from the ancient desolation region, the other 8 regions frequently interacted with each other. Even though they came from different regions, Bai Hen had heard of the power of the Illumination Dragon bloodline. Lang Chanhing frowned. Xianxia, I don't need you to interfere in my affairs. That guy called Demon God Lin is a top overlord among the top figures in the ancient desolation region. He's famous. I'd like to see how capable he is, Xianxia said with a sweet smile. Her starry eyes sparkled, and she exuded an astonishing charm. A hint of fierceness flashed across Lang Qianheng's dark green eyes. What? Are you going to compete with me? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Hey, don't start fighting. Don't forget that we've come to the ancient desolation region together. If we start fighting, we'll be laughed at. A lazy voice could be heard as a young man wearing gray clothes and carrying 3 swords on his back walked over leisurely. His long hair was unkempt, and his skin was bronze in color as if it had been cast from iron. His entire person was sloppy, and his bearing was lazy. It wasn't strange for him to carry 1 sword on his back, but it was unusual for him to carry 3 swords on his back. But both Lang Qianheng and Xianxia's eyes narrowed when they saw the lazy sword cultivator who looked like a young man. Mu Zhaixing, a sword cultivator from the Great Luo ancient region. He seemed lazy and sloppy, but he actually had a murderous and cold Dao heart. The 3 swords on his back represented 3 supreme sword Dao inheritances. The ancient All-Heaven region had always been a world of sword cultivators, and sects in the sword Dao stood in great numbers. Since Mu Zhaixing was able to become eminent in the younger generation, his strength absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, even Lang Qianheng and Xianxia didn't dare to be careless before Mu Zhaixing. Our purpose for coming here is simple. First, we want to make a deal with those old monsters in the ancient desolation realm. Second, we want to test the strength of the young experts in the ancient desolation realm, so as to prepare for the upcoming battle of the 9 regions. Mu Zhaixing said with a smile, of course, I know that you all look down on the ancient desolation realm from the bottom of your heart. You think that the cultivation path of this territory has been cut off for countless years, and it is impossible for any worthy opponent to emerge. But now you also know that a few years ago, when the absolute peak region descended, a batch of outstanding talents emerged in the ancient desolation realm. This also means that we might have another batch of opponents. When he spoke up to here, he smiled and said, yes, someone has stepped onto the severed path towards the Dao. Even though in terms of overall strength, they're still far from being able to compare to all of us experts from the 8 regions, but it's better than nothing. If the opponents are too weak, it will be boring instead, isn't it? Hearing this, Lang Qianheng couldn't help but frown. What exactly are you trying to say? Mu Zhaixing sighed, can't you tell? You can still look down on what you should look down on, but you must also pay attention to what you should pay attention to. The ancient desolation realm is different from before. You can look down on them and think that the ancient desolation realm isn't worthy to be compared to the other 8 regions. However, you should pay attention to the experts of the ancient desolation realm who have stepped onto the peak. After saying this, Mu Zhaixing took out a flagon and drank to his heart's content. Lang Qianheng sneered, these days, I have defeated dozens of peerless figures in the ancient desolation realm, and none of them could withstand more than 10 moves. How dare you remind me to pay attention to them? His voice was full of deep disdain. Mu Zhaixing grinned and said, but your maid was defeated. She was forced to kneel down in 1 step. What he said was like a slap in the face. Lang Qianheng's face darkened at once, and Bijan's face darkened even more. Don't mind me. I didn't mean to mock you. Mu Zhaixing was still smiling very brightly. He shook his head and said, I just want to say that there are many peerless figures in the ancient desolation realm who haven't appeared yet, such as Xiaohao, Rua Wu, Yuan Fadian, Young Golden-Winged Rock King, Bai Long Ting. Xianxia suddenly interrupted, you're wrong. Bai Long Ting was defeated not long ago. Mu Zhaixing was stunned and asked in surprise, why didn't I hear about it? Xianxia smiled charmingly and said in a soft voice, because I defeated him. Unfortunately, there is a rule before the battle that the result of the battle cannot be publicized. Mu Zhaixing said with a smile, are you afraid of losing face? You really want to lose face. In the 9-region battlefield, you will not only lose face, but also lose your life. So, I really don't have any interest in those peerless figures in the ancient desolation realm when you ask me to pay attention to them. Weaklings are weaklings. In the past years, the ancient desolation realm suffered a crushing defeat in the 2 battles between the 9 regions. Xianxia said leisurely, this time, it will be no exception. Mu Zhaixing grinned and said, of course there will be no exception. When the 8 regions join hands, no matter how many peerless figures appear in the ancient desolation realm, they can't reverse the defeat. But speaking of this, Mu Zhaixing thought for a while and said, the defeat of the ancient desolation realm is irreversible, but it's not good if we suffer too much loss. Lang Qianheng sneered, too much loss? Is it possible? Mu Zhaixing said, that depends on whether you can defeat Lin Sun. Seriously speaking, this person, Xiao Hao and Ruowu can all be called the leaders of the peerless experts in the ancient desolation realm. As long as we test their strength, we can know how much loss they can cause us when the battle between the 9 regions breaks out. Haha, that's why I want to fight with this person. After all, during this period of time, almost all the other peerless figures in the ancient desolation realm have stayed in seclusion, dormant, or watched coldly. Only Lin Sun stood out. Xianxia said with a smile, in this case, we should start with him. Think about it, a leader of the peerless experts in the ancient desolation realm is about to be stepped on by me. It must be a wonderful feeling, but for the ancient desolation realm, it will be a heavy blow. The more she said, the brighter her eyes became, with a sense of eagerness. In this case, when the battle between the 9 regions comes, will they still have the courage to fight with us? Lang Qianheng snorted coldly, Lin Sun is mine. Xianxia brushed her hair behind her ears and said slowly, he belongs to whoever grabs him first. Mu Zhaixing, who saw this scene, chuckled and suddenly said, we will leave in a month's time. If you want to deal with this person, all of you better make good use of your time. At that time, I will personally come to watch the battle and see exactly how all of you will trample this person under your feet. After saying that, he swayed and floated away. The 3 swords on his back were very eye-catching. A month later, Lang Qianheng will challenge Lin Sun in the Soul Refining Tower in White Jade Capital. On this day, a piece of news came out, like a thunder, exploding over the ancient desolation realm, attracting the attention of the world. Is he going to avenge his maidservant? How dare he challenge demon god Lin? He is overconfident. White Jade Capital? That's the territory of the heaven-reaching sword sect. Everyone knows that Lin Sun killed Yan Qingbai and has long been a thorn in the eyes of the heaven-reaching sword sect. But Lang Qianheng set the battle in White Jade Capital. How despicable. Yes, although demon god Lin is strong, he doesn't have the power to wrestle with the heaven-reaching sword sect. How could he accept the challenge and go to White Jade Capital? For a moment, countless discussions and uproars sounded everywhere in the ancient desolation realm. Even the ancient orthodoxies were alarmed. Are these outsiders going to take this opportunity to defeat Lin Sun and give the cultivation world of the ancient desolation a heavy blow? Whether they admit it or not, Lin Sun is a top leader among the top figures. If he is defeated in this battle, it will be a heavy blow to the ancient desolation realm. It is very likely to affect the morale of the ancient desolation realm in the battle of the 9 regions. I knew these outsiders didn't come with good intentions. The discussions were fermenting, and the eyes of the world were also looking at White Jade Capital. Everyone was concerned. Would Lin Sun accept the challenge? When the news spread, Lin Sun walked into an old and remote town. It was drizzling. White apricot flowers bloomed in the misty rain beside the bluestone street, which was full of the vicissitudes of time. Pedestrians were shuttling through the rows of ancient buildings in 2s and 3s. Walking into the town was like walking into a splashing landscape painting, which gave people an ancient, quiet, and tranquil feeling. Lin Sun, dressed in a moon-white robe, strolled leisurely in the town with his hands clasped behind his back, enjoying the scenery along the way. He didn't know that the world had been boiling in the ancient desolation realm because of Lang Qianheng's challenge. The cultivation of the 3 paths of Tao has reached the extreme, and the comprehension of the Tao has reached the end of the Tao law. Lin Sun calmly perceived his own situation. Like a passerby, he strolled on the old street in the drizzling rain. Although I have reached the level of God in martial Tao, if I want to become a sage, I should consider establishing my own inheritance and creating my own Tao. Now, Lin Sun had many martial inheritances, such as Taishan Sword Sutra, Void-Breaking Finger of Divination, 6 Cuts of Tian Yuan, 9 Changes of Calamity Dragon, and the martial power of Dharma Scripture of Tranquility. Every single martial Dao inheritance possessed unique profundities and unfathomable might. But Lin Sun knew that all those who had supreme attainments in divine Tao had created their own Tao. Creating one's own Tao with one's own Tao, this was the foundation of every Saint Realm figure. My friend reminded me that there was a bug in yesterday's chapter. Bai Longting died and was replaced by Mo Tianhe. I'm really sorry. I'll be more careful in the future. The rain was hazy, and the apricot flowers were as white as snow. Lin Sun strolled leisurely on the old and quiet street. There was a low exclamation. A group of people were gathered around a message tree in front of him, talking about it. Lin Sun walked up to it, looked it up and down, and then understood. White Jade Capital. You, a stranger from another place, are really good at choosing a place. Lin Sun shook his head and ignored them. He didn't mean to underestimate Lang Qianheng, but he thought that the place he chose was a bit shameless. However, it also proved that Lang Qianheng didn't have absolute confidence to win. Otherwise, how could he spend so much effort on the place? What really made Lin Sun curious was that, for the ancient Desolation realm, Lang Qianheng represented the camp of the enemy from another place. Since the heaven-reaching sword sect could tolerate Lang Qianheng challenging him in White Jade Capital, could they tolerate him going there to fight? Lin Sun wanted to have a try. But now was not the time. It was just a duel, which was not a big deal for Lin Sun. Tut, tut, tut. A burst of intensive knocking came from a low old shop on the side of the street. Lin Sun glanced at the shop inadvertently and saw a plaque hanging on the shop, Stone Pavilion. In the shop sat an ordinary-looking man in a coarse robe, holding a carving knife and carving a piece of stone in his hand. A palm-sized piece of stone was quickly carved into the shape of a human figure. Lin Sun unconsciously went forward and looked around. There were all kinds of stone statues in the shop. There were human beings, gods, ghosts, demons, birds, beasts, plants, insects, and fish. All of them were vivid and lifelike. To Lin Sun's surprise, there were many of them that even he couldn't recognize, but they seemed to be creatures and food that existed in the world. For example, there was a kind of fish swimming in the clouds. When its tail swayed, it looked like its wings were dancing, eating the clouds and drinking the dew. Wait a moment, my guest. In the shop, the linen-clothed man raised his head and smiled with a gentle expression. Then, he lowered his head and focused on carving. Stone fragments fluttered in the air. In his long, broad palm, a carving knife was nimbly rotating. The edge of the knife could not be said to be very profound, but it gave off a natural and unconstrained charm. Lin Sun watched with relish and was not in a hurry to leave. A moment later, a stone statue of a young child riding on a cow appeared under the man's carving knife. The young child was charmingly naive, and the veins of the green cow bulged out, looking majestic and strong. The seemingly simple chiseled image actually gave Lin Sun a kind of charm of coming to life. It seemed that the next moment, the child would ride the green ox and fly away, full of spirituality. Lin Sun was amazed, interesting. The plain-clothed man put down the carving knife in his hand and said, "It's just a small toy." Lin thought for a moment and said, "Can I have a try?" The plain-clothed man smiled and handed over the carving knife in his hand. "Go ahead and try. These stones aren't worth much." Lin Sun took the carving knife, selected a stone at random, and started to work after a short pause. Puff. Puff, the intensive inscribing sound rang out, and the stone fragments rustled in the air. Soon, the image of a girl gradually emerged. The girl was slender, with a hat covering her face and a spear in her hand. It was Xianxia. At first, Lin Sun was just interested in it and wanted to have a try. But when he was immersed in the carving, he unconsciously poured his inner feelings into it. Xianxia left before the domain of Absolute Summit came. Now it had been more than 10 years. Usually, even if Lin Sun thought of Xianxia, he would suppress this emotion in the bottom of his heart. But at this moment, it naturally emerged in his heart. Lin Sun knew that he really missed Xianxia. "Lin Sun, you can't die before I come back." Many years ago, when Xianxia was taken away by the Queen of Dark Night, she said to him calmly, "Except for the things related to you, I forget everything else." That year, Xianxia woke up from the silence of 9 turns of nirvana and forgot everything except Lin Sun. If there are good things in the future, I can't enjoy them alone. Anyway, if you want to marry a wife in the future, you have to pass me first. Because it will be very difficult to accommodate a second person other than you in my world. Until the last time she left, Xianxia only said 4 words, "Wait for me to come back." Her clothes fluttered, and she held the bone spear in her hand. As she stepped out, a path condensed by darkness emerged in the void and went straight to the sky. Without looking back or hesitating, she stepped into a dark portal in the depths of the sky. Crack! Suddenly, the stone statue in his hand cracked into several pieces. Lin Sun woke up with a start, and his expression changed. After a while, he took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Next to him, the linen man smiled gently, picked up a piece of stone and handed it to Lin Sun. "Try again." Lin Sun nodded. This time, he sat on the futon with a focused look. After a long silence, he began to carve again. The carving knife was very common. The stone was also very common. But Lin Sun already knew that it was not easy to carve a satisfactory stone statue. Sitting on one side, the linen man took out a yellowed scroll and flipped through it at will. He looked calm and serene, and occasionally looked at Lin Sun. Outside the shop, the old streets were quiet and empty in the misty rain and gloomy sky. Within the shop, an oil lamp flickered, and the lifelike stone statues bathed in the mottled light were like solemn gods that stood towering over the years, looking at the various forms of life in the world. Crack! Before long, the stone that was about to take shape cracked again and turned into a pile of stone chips in the palm. Lin Sun was stunned, and his face was cloudy. Again. A piece of stone was handed to Lin Sun, and the linen man looked gentle. Lin Sun took it and said, "Thank you." He sat silently alone for a long time, and then began to carve. But compared with the previous 2 times, his strength and speed were much slower, and his eyebrows were full of concentration and seriousness. Crack! After half an hour, the stone statue cracked again. This time, Lin Sun picked up another piece of stone and put it into carving again. From this time on, his movements became slower and slower. The carving knife that was as light as a feather seemed to be very heavy in his hand. It was raining outside the window, and the sky was getting darker. The linen man got up, opened an oil paper umbrella, and went to the street to buy half a kilo of freshly brewed apricot wine. When he returned to the shop, he couldn't help but smile when he saw Lin Sun concentrating on carving. Without disturbing Lin Sun, the linen man sat in a chair, took out 2 wooden wine cups, and poured 2 cups of fragrant plum wine. He left 1 cup for Lin Sun, and picked up the other one to taste carefully. Then, he opened the yellowed scroll, and a line of words came into view: "With no worries in your heart, you can walk, sit, or lie freely." The linen man smiled and drank a cup of wine. Late at night, the linen man got up and closed the shop door and window. He glanced at Lin Sun, but still didn't say anything. In the following days, this scene continued. The linen man opened the shop early in the morning and closed it late at night. When he was free, he read and drank, and when he was busy, he greeted the guests. Lin Sun seemed to be completely immersed in carving all the time. Around him, stone chips gradually piled up on the ground. The outside world was turbulent. Will Demon Lin Sun agree to fight? This was the focus of countless people's attention. The White Jade capital had become a place where many people gathered. It attracted a lot of attention. Because the meaning of this battle was too unusual, on one side, there was a peerless figure from the outer region. Since he began to travel in the ancient Desolation realm, he had never been defeated, which made the overmatches in the ancient Desolation realm feel ashamed. On the other side, there was Lin Sun, a legendary figure who was like a leader on the path of peerless wilderness. Who wouldn't pay attention to such a battle? If Lin Sun lost, it would be a heavy blow to the ancient Desolation realm and affect the morale. On the contrary, if Lin Sun won, it would give confidence to the practitioners in the world. However, the Sky-Reaching Sword sect was in a terrible situation. Because the location of the battle was in their territory. If possible, they naturally wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Sun. But now that the battle was under the attention of the world, if they dared to do so, they would definitely risk the world's condemnation and become the target of public criticism. After all, if Lin Sun accepted the battle, he would be fighting on behalf of the ancient Desolation realm. At such a time, the Sky-Reaching Sword sect could tolerate an enemy from the outer region challenging them on their territory, but they couldn't tolerate Lin Sun accepting the battle. Then, they would definitely be condemned by the world, and their reputation would be ruined. Therefore, recently, the Sky-Reaching Sword sect announced to the world that they would never interfere in this battle. As soon as the news came out, the world was excited. They all praised the Sky-Reaching Sword sect for their righteousness. But the Sky-Reaching Sword sect was not happy at all. No one knew how much they wanted to kill Lin Sun to vent their hatred. But under the current situation, they had no choice but to accept it. In this regard, the Divine Secret Pavilion also spoke highly of the Sky-Reaching Sword sect, saying that the Sky-Reaching Sword sect deserved to be a big sect in the ancient Desolation realm. It was a blessing for all living beings in the world to take responsibility. Under such high praise, the Sky-Reaching Sword sect completely gave up the idea of killing Lin Sun. They even began to worry that Lin Sun would be safe in the White Jade capital. Otherwise, the Sky-Reaching Sword sect would definitely be blamed. This was the general trend. In front of the general trend of the world, even the Sky-Reaching Sword sect had to bow their heads. Because compared with the enemies from the outer region, no matter how unpopular Lin Sun was, he was one of them after all. The outside world was in an uproar, but Lin Sun didn't notice all this. Half a month later, late at night. After closing the shop, the man in linen clothes opened the scroll and was about to read it. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Lin Sun. In his palm, a lifelike stone statue was gradually taking shape. Tut, when the last cut was made, the statue seemed to have gained an indescribable spirituality in an instant, as if it was about to come to life. The stone statue was slender, with a hat covering its face and a spear in its hand. Its head was slightly raised, revealing a perfect chin. It was just an ordinary stone, but at this time, it glowed with spirituality as if it were a living thing. In a trance, it seemed that the real Xianxia was standing in front of him and saying seriously, "Lin Sun, I'm hungry." Lin Sun was stunned. After a long time, he showed a knowing smile and murmured in his heart, "When you come back, I will make you a lot of delicious food." "I will." Beside him, the linen man also smiled. It seemed simple to carve a stone statue, but it was not. Most stone statues in the world were cold stones after all, with craftsmanship. But in the hands of practitioners, they could turn stone into spirit. In half a month, Lin Sun didn't know how many stones he had carved. Every failure didn't depend on his skill. It depended on whether his inner feelings could be poured out. It could be said that every process of carving was an experience of facing one's own heart and feelings. Humans were not plants and trees. How could they be emotionless? Even saints and emperors had their own joy, anger, sorrow, joy, hatred, resentment, and fear. And the higher one's cultivation was, the less he could hide his emotions and feelings. Because he was strong enough, there was no need to hide. For Lin Sun, he had experienced a lot of killing over the years and rose all the way in the tempering of blood and fire. But when he asked himself honestly, he had never looked at the various emotions in his heart like he did today. The process of carving the stone statue was like pouring out his feelings again and again, so that Lin Sun could remember, and face his own feelings. Finally, he was relieved. Only when he could let go, could he carry it up. He was not paranoid. If he followed his heart, he would get what he wanted. The stone statue in front of him revealed a kind of deep longing. This was Lin Sun's original heart and a portrayal of his feelings. Immediately, Lin Sun picked up another stone and waved the carving knife. This time, he was carving the image of Zhao Jingxian. Watching all this quietly, the linen man sighed with emotion in his heart, nothing to worry about, neither rain nor shine. A few days later, there were more stone statues around Lin Sun. There were Xianxia, Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Alu, Ning Meng, Shiyu, Yi Qi, Lin Zhong, Vulture. There were his friends and family that he cared about. There were also enemies that he hated, for example, Yun Qingbai. Every single stone statue revealed a different aura, but all of them were filled with spirituality, and they were lifelike as if they were alive. Every time he carved a stone statue, Lin Sun's state of mind seemed to undergo a transformation. Until now, he had become more and more transparent and peaceful. That was because every single stone statue represented one of his emotions. Some were big, some were small, some were strong, some were weak. In the end, Lin Sun put down the carving knife in his hand and glanced at the stone statues. He was calm and tranquil, ethereal and clear. The heart has no worries, only the original intention remains. But there was still love in the heartless. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Sun raised his eyes and cupped his hands. The linen-clothed man smiled faintly and said, "My name is Shen." I come from the Divine Secret Pavilion and Miao Xian is my junior brother. Lin Sun was in a daze, and then he was in awe. When Miao Xian of the Divine Secret Pavilion arrived outside the snow mulberry city with the spring and autumn brush and the Book of Annals, he showed the demeanor of a real master, which made Lin Sun admire him. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that he would meet Miao Xian's senior brother in this shop in a small town. Nice to meet you, Mr. Shen. This time, Lin Sun got up and saluted. Don't stand on ceremony. Sit down. The linen-clothed man waved his hand with a smile, motioned Lin Sun to sit down, and poured a cup of apricot wine for him. Then, he said, when the skill is achieved in Tao, it can reach the heart of Tao. Just like the skill of stone carving, it seems to be a small thing, but it is like a cone that can help you sort out your emotions and make your state of mind like a lake. Even if the sky and clouds are reflected on the surface of the lake, they can't set off any ripples. On the contrary, they will add a magnificent picture to the lake. Hearing this, Lin Sun nodded in agreement. The linen-clothed man raised his cup with a smile and drank with Lin Sun. Then he said, It's my intention to meet you this time. I just want to see you. Lin Sun was stunned. Immediately, the linen-clothed man said with a smile, Now, I have the answer in my heart. I can't judge your path of Tao, so I can only teach you the skill of stone carving. Thank you, senior. Lin Sun felt warm in his heart. Whether it was Miao Xian or Mr. Shen in front of him, they both gave him a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. They had a real demeanor of a master, which was admirable. If there is no accident, after entering the 9 regions battlefield, you will face the divine tribulation. Before that, you might as well try to carve your own Tao into the stone statue. Mr. Shen pointed out, doing so is like looking at your own path of Tao. You can check and fill in the gaps and verify your own Tao. Lin Sun nodded. In the next few days, as Mr. Shen said, Lin Sun began to pour his own cultivation into the carving knife and the stone statue when he was carving the stone statue. Lin Sun always felt a little dissatisfied with the stone statue he carved every time, although it was completed smoothly in the end. Therefore, these stone statues were all destroyed by him without hesitation. In the process, Mr. Shen didn't ask anything, just drank occasionally, read books, and lived a carefree life. When there were only 3 days left before the appointed battle, Lin Sun carved a stone statue of his own image. It was easy to observe others, but difficult to observe oneself. Carving the stone statue was like carving one's own Tao, depicting a great universe and a great atmosphere in a small place. However, every time Lin Sun carved the stone statue, only a pair of eyes was missing. The finishing touch of the dragon made the dragon come alive with spirit. For Lin Sun, the perfection of the Tao in carving his own stone statue also depended on a pair of eyes, but he couldn't do it. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if the opportunity had not come yet, and there was no feeling of spontaneity. Just as Lin Sun was about to destroy the stone statue, Mr. Shen suddenly said, Don't force it if the opportunity hasn't come yet. Your Tao is not here, but in the 9 regions battlefield. Lin Sun was startled, as if waking up from a dream, and laughed at himself, I'm being paranoid. However, he finally understood why he always felt that he couldn't do it. It was because this finishing touch was the turning point for him to become a saint. If the opportunity didn't come, it would be like drawing legs on a snake, and it would be incomplete. Goodbye, senior. That day, Lin Sun didn't stay any longer and got up to leave. Mr. Shen seemed to know what he was going to do. After thinking for a while, he said, The hatred between the ancient Desolation region and the other 8 regions can only be resolved through killing and blood. Don't forget that the opportunity for you to set foot on the top was left by countless sages with all their efforts. Don't let them down. Lin Sun nodded and then turned away. Watching Lin Sun leave, Mr. Shen smiled and put away the scroll in his hand. He also planned to return to the Divine Secret Pavilion. Hey, this stone statue is interesting. How much is it, boss? At this time, a young man walked into the shop and saw the stone statue that Lin Sun had just carved at a glance. The young man was dressed in brocade clothes and a marten coat, surrounded by a group of retainers. Naturally, he was rich or noble. If you can take it, I'll give it to you. Mr. Shen said casually. The young man was stunned as if he was despised. He snorted and said, "That's what you said. Don't regret it." As he said, he raised his hand to grab the stone statue. The fact that he could see the uniqueness of this stone statue among the other stone statues at a glance proved that this young man had extremely sharp eyes. But to his surprise, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grab the stone statue, which was only as high as a palm. "I don't believe it." The young man gritted his teeth, and his whole body was steaming with terrible Taoist light. But when his cheeks turned red, the stone statue still didn't move. Mr. Xian thought to himself, "This stone statue is the embodiment of that boy's cultivation. Few people under the Saint realm can lift it, let alone a silly boy like you." Thinking of this, he waved his sleeves. Boom, the young man and his companions only felt dizzy, and everything changed as if the stars had moved. When their vision became clear, there was only an empty attic, which had obviously been abandoned for a long time. It was covered with dust and cobwebs. The young man was stunned and gasped. He knew that he had met a legendary master this time, and he couldn't help feeling scared. His entourage was even more dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, he had stolen the sky. At the same time, Lin Sun appeared outside the small town. "Child, are you also going to White Jade Jing?" An enormous treasured ship that was like a palace slowly crushed the clouds in the sky and cast a shadow on the ground. On the treasure ship, a graceful, tall, and beautiful woman was waving at Lin Sun. "Yes." Lin Sun nodded. "Let's go together. Many practitioners on this treasure ship are also going to White Jade Jing to watch the battle between Demon God Lin and Lang Qianheng, just like you." The woman was obviously cheerful and enthusiastic. She invited Lin Sun to go with her. "Okay." Lin Sun agreed after thinking for a while. During this period of almost a month, he'd always stayed in the Stone Point Pavilion to carve the stone statues, and he knew nothing about the outside world. He could take this opportunity to learn more about it. Whoosh, Lin Sun boarded the ship and walked into the attic, only to find that there were many men and women sitting there. Seeing Lin Sun, they all greeted him with a smile, and no one stopped them. "Child, sit here." The woman waved her hand, indicating that there was an empty seat next to her. Lin Sun walked over and sat down, saying, "Thank you." The woman smiled sweetly, "Child, you're welcome." Her hair was like clouds, her facial features were beautiful, and her skin was as white as sheep fat. She had a very graceful figure, especially a pair of straight and slender legs. She was also a very beautiful woman. She looked quite valiant, and it was easy for people to like her. Opposite the woman sat a handsome young man in a jade robe, with a jade belt around his waist and a feather crown on his head. When he noticed that Lin Sun was sitting next to the woman, the young man showed displeasure in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. The treasure ship soon flew away in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Lin Sun sat there with his eyes closed, recalling the experience of carving the stone statue in the past month. "I don't lack anything except an opportunity." At this moment, Lin Sun had a very clear understanding of how to become a saint at the peak. His path of cultivation was different from others. It was unprecedented, so he could only rely on himself to explore step by step. Even people like Mr. Xian couldn't give him any advice. "With my current state of mind and cultivation, I have the power to fight even those above the Saint realm, not to mention those below it." Lin Sun made a judgment. This judgment came from his precise understanding of his own strength and the absolute confidence brought by his talent. The reason why Lin Sun went to the battle this time was that he didn't have a strong desire. He just couldn't stand the arrogance of those foreign enemies. In the pavilion of the treasure ship, many cultivators were talking excitedly. Most of the content of the discussion was related to the battle between Lin Sun and Lang Qianheng. It was also in the conversation that Lin Sun learned that the heaven-reaching sword sect had to bow to the pressure of the world and announced that they would not stop him. Lin Sun finally understood that the heaven-reaching sword sect at least kept a bottom line in the face of the world's general trend. That was enough. For this reason, Lin Sun wouldn't be too ruthless even if he fought against the heaven-reaching sword sect in the future. While Lin Sun was thinking, a clear voice suddenly sounded beside him, "Child, my name is Wei Linka. Are you also going to watch the battle?" Lin Sun opened his eyes and saw the beautiful girl sitting next to him looking at him with a smile. She sat cross-legged with a pair of slender legs and a straight back, which set off a spectacular view of her chest. Her exposed collarbone was white and delicate. Yes. Lin Sun nodded and withdrew his gaze. Seeing Lin Sun's cold attitude, Wei Linka's smile froze slightly. However, she was cheerful and valiant, so she didn't care. Instead, she leaned over and whispered in Lin Sun's ear, "Child, I can see at a glance that you are not simple, but I won't tell others." As she spoke, she winked at Lin Sun playfully, exhaling a fragrant breath. On the opposite seat, the young man in the jade robe was a little displeased with Lin Sun sitting next to Wei Linka. Seeing this scene, he couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Linka. What's wrong? Do I need you to control what I say?" Wei Linka rolled her eyes and snapped, "Ran Xing, just mind your own business. You'd better not poke your nose into my business." The expression of the young man in jade robe suddenly froze, and he felt a little embarrassed. He didn't say anything more, but he looked at Lin Sun more and more unfriendly. It was as if she was looking at an eyesore. Seeing this, Lin Sun vaguely understood the relationship between the two. It was estimated that the man liked the woman wishfully, but the woman didn't. Wei Linka ignored the jade-robed youth and looked at Lin Sun with interest. "Child, who do you think has a greater chance of winning this battle?" Lin asked casually, "Who do you want to win?" "Of course it's Demon God Lin." Wei Linka said without hesitation, "I can't wait for him to beat that Lang Chenhing to the ground." "Do you know that I'm going to the White Jade capital this time to cheer for demonic God Lin?" Lin Sun smiled. It felt a little weird to be talked about in front of him. However, feelings aside, I'm still a little worried. What if he loses? Wei Linka frowned, looking worried. "We'll know when the time comes." "It's unnecessary to worry now," Lin Sun said. "Humph, in the end, you're just talking nonsense." The jade-robed youth couldn't help but sneer, "If you can't analyze it, why don't you shut up? Don't make people laugh at you for no reason." Lin Sun glanced at him and ignored him. Wei Linka was a little annoyed and said, "Ran Xing, shut up." Once such a great beauty got angry, she looked very scary. The jade-robed youth was speechless. Although he looked embarrassed, he didn't say anything in the end. After this disturbance, Wei Linka also lost interest in talking. However, on the way, she compared Lin Sun with Ran Xing and felt increasingly uncomfortable in her heart. Ran Xing was introduced by her family, but Wei Linka didn't have any feelings for him. She was annoyed and decided to go to the White Jade capital to relax. Who would have thought that? Ran Xing would stick to her like a cowhide plaster and not let go? She was naturally even more annoyed, but because of the relationship between the two families, she could only endure it. After seeing Lin Sun, it didn't matter if she didn't compare him. Once she did, Lin Sun's calm, indifferent, and calm demeanor immediately put Ran Xing down. A day later, when they arrived at the White Jade capital, Lin Sun got off the treasure ship alone. Just as he was about to leave, Wei Linka caught up with him. Her pretty face was full of hope as she said, "Child, do you want a piece? We'll definitely meet again." Lin Sun waved his hand and left with his hands behind his back. It wasn't that he was unreasonable, but he knew very well that once the Heavenly Sword sect saw him with Wei Linka in the White Jade capital, there might be some trouble in the future that would implicate the latter. Wei Linka couldn't help but feel disappointed as she watched Lin Sun go further and further away. She firmly believed that her judgment was not wrong. Lin Sun was definitely not a simple person. Thinking of this, she suddenly slapped her forehead and groaned in annoyance, "It's over, it's over." How could I forget to ask for his name? Ran Xing, who had been following closely behind, could no longer control the jealousy and anger in his heart. He said, "Who does that guy think he is? He's been putting on a sour face and acting all cocky the whole time. He really thinks he's someone important. Linka, you can't be fooled by this kind of person." Humph. Wei Linka rolled her eyes at him and didn't bother to refute him. She only felt that compared to Lin Sun, Ran Xing's manners, demeanor, and style of speech were far inferior. The day of the battle soon arrived. The White Jade capital had long become a place where storms and winds gathered. During these days, countless strong cultivators came from all directions. Among them were not only the top figures of the ancient orthodoxies, but there were also some old monsters and even some sages. As for the ordinary strong cultivators, there were countless of them. As a result, the number of cultivators in the White Jade capital had skyrocketed in just 1 month, far exceeding what it had been in the past. Every day, people from the famous sects and clans would come. Conveyance lights flew over the white jade capital like rain. It was a magnificent sight. After all, this battle was too exciting. It had never happened in the past. Because one side was a peerless cultivator from the outer region, and Lin Sun represented the leader of the young generation of the ancient Desolation realm. It could be said that this battle had gathered almost all the top figures in the ancient Desolation realm. The Heavenly Sword sect was also very nervous. There were too many old monsters and sects gathered here. If something happened, the White Jade capital would be overturned. Therefore, no matter how unhappy the Heavenly Sword sect was, they could only send out all kinds of forces to help maintain order. In particular, the area where the Soul Refining Tower was located was heavily guarded. Not to mention the ordinary strong cultivators, even the strong cultivators from the big sects and clans were not qualified to get close if they were not of high status. There are too many people. Wei Linka's eyes widened. She had set off before the sun rose. She thought she could get close to the area where the Soul Refining Tower was and get a good spot. Who would have thought that by the time she arrived, the place was already crowded with people? "Miss, we've been waiting here for days." "You should be satisfied," a man said with a smile. "Besides, there are many people here. There are also many strong cultivators from other clans." A strong cultivator from the Qingyang clan said, shaking his head. Wei Linka rolled her eyes. She wanted to squeeze into the crowd, but she gave up in the end. There were too many people. As far as the eye could see, there were so many heads. Alas, I don't know if that child is here or not. Wei Linka sighed in despair. She had hoped to have a chance encounter with Lin Sun, but when she saw the magnificent scene before her, she was a little disheartened. She sighed because there were too many people and because Ran Xing had been following her since she arrived at the White Jade capital. She couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard she tried. Ran Xing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His heart was burning with jealousy. He swore to himself that if that guy dared to show up, he would teach him a lesson. At this moment, there was an uproar in the crowd. The dense crowd parted like a wave, creating a wide path for them to pass through. Then, a group of people arrived one after another. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. All of them gave off a strong and terrible aura. Along with their appearance, the clamorous atmosphere in the surroundings had strangely become much quieter. Countless people looked at them from all directions with curiosity, awe, fanaticism, and excitement. What a grand show! Wei Linka's eyes lit up. I don't know if we can follow them into the area near the Soul Refining Tower. Miss, please be careful with your words. The area near the Soul Refining Tower is guarded by the masters of the Heavenly Sword sect. Whoever dares to trespass will be in trouble. A practitioner next to her kindly reminded her. Wei Linka said oh and asked, who are they? Why does everyone have to make way for them? She was still a little unwilling. They are the geniuses of our ancient Desolation realm who have set foot on the peerless cultivation path. Look, the first one is Emperor Xiaohao. The second one is Fairy Ruo Wu from the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Following them are Yuan Fadian, the young golden-winged rock king, Yi Mo, Mi Hingzhen, Wang Xuanyu, Ji Xingyao. Wei Linka was dumbfounded when she heard a string of thunderous names being uttered. These peerless figures were like legends. Of course, she had heard of them, but it was the first time she had seen them with her own eyes. No wonder they are so powerful. It's them. Wei Linka said in shock. Haha, the most impressive one should be Demon God Lin. The reason why this arranged battle attracted the attention of the world and attracted so many top figures is all because of him. The practitioner next to her said with fanaticism and admiration. He is so powerful alone. Who in the world can compare to him? As time went by, more and more powerful cultivators gathered in the area around the Soul Refining Tower. The appearance of some legendary figures attracted the attention of the audience and caused an uproar. Originally, some of the old monsters could be considered as great figures whose names shook an entire region, and they would be respected wherever they went. However, in the current environment, they were actually somewhat lacking. Only when sage-level cultivators appeared could they cause such a commotion. Above the Soul Refining Tower, a cloud gathered, and Lang Qianhing stood on it. His tall figure was covered with a layer of dazzling light. He had blood-red hair and green eyes, and his appearance was devilish and handsome. Although he didn't say a word, he already attracted the attention of many people. He was waiting. I wonder if Lin Sun has the guts to fight. If he doesn't come, he will be humiliated this time. Lang Qianheng thought in his heart. On the other side, Mu Zhaixing from the Great Luo Ancient Realm, Xianxia from the Ancient Ying Realm, and several other men and women gathered together and watched. They stood towering in the sky and looked down from above. They could clearly see everything that was happening in the field. However, there was more or less a sense of arrogance between their brows. Since they started cultivating, they had been told that the ancient Desolation Realm was an abandoned and desolate realm, a barren land where even the path of cultivation had been lost. Therefore, subconsciously, they all had a sense of superiority. Only when Emperor Xiaohao, Rua Wu Fairy, and some other top figures appeared, they were a little interested. Apart from them, the other cultivators were no different from chickens and dogs in their eyes. Even the sages didn't attract too much attention, because they all knew that these sages hadn't set foot on the top. It wouldn't take long for them to become sages and surpass the sages in the field. How pitiful. If it weren't for the territory barrier, the ancient Desolation Realm would have been conquered by the cultivators of the 8 regions. Xianxia sighed. The others couldn't help but laugh and agree. In their eyes, it was a great tragedy that the ancient Desolation Realm didn't have many peerless experts in such a vast world. Mu Zhaixing frowned and reminded, "Be careful of the loose tongue. Although we are messengers, this is the ancient Desolation region. If we anger some powerful figures that we shouldn't offend, the consequences are not something we can bear." Xianxia pursed her lips in disapproval. The others didn't care either. They represented the other 8 regions as messengers. If the ancient Desolation Realm dared to attack them, the experts of the ancient Desolation Realm would have to bear the wrath of the other 8 regions. When the battle of the 9 regions began, many old monsters who were hiding in the dark nearby heard the conversation between Xianxia and the others, and their faces darkened. Being mocked and belittled by a group of juniors, the ancient Desolation Realm didn't feel good at all. Even a senior of the heaven-reaching sword sect couldn't help but have an impulse in his heart. He wished for nothing more than for Lin Sun to show up and give these visitors from outer space an unforgettable lesson, and teach them how to behave. Time passed in this chaotic atmosphere. Only when I arrived here did I realize how unbearable I am, Wei Linka sighed faintly. The gap was indeed too big. In the past, in the place where she lived, with her identity, she could get whatever she wanted. But now, she could only stay in the peripheral area and couldn't get close to the soul-refining tower. This was the gap of identity and cultivation. But Wei Linka had never experienced it so deeply before. Right at this moment, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure walking leisurely towards her from afar. He seemed to be very low-key, but he didn't mean to stop along the way. It seemed that he was going to keep moving forward. Some successors of the heaven-reaching sword sect who were maintaining order saw this and immediately came forward to drive him away. Someone next to them sneered, "Where does this guy come from? So many old monsters don't dare to go in rashly. How dare he swagger forward?" Wei Linka and Ran Xing both noticed Lin Sun and recognized him. "Hey, I'm here." Wei Linka was about to say hello and invite Lin Sun over. Suddenly, a purple-haired young man laughed out loud and greeted him, "Lin Sun, you finally showed up." Lin Sun, these 2 words were like a clap of thunder, causing all the nearby practitioners to turn their heads and look over. And those successors of the heaven-reaching sword sect who were about to stop Lin Sun shivered and stiffened. It was this guy. Their eyes widened and their faces turned green and white. Then, in the distant area, the eyes of Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Moha, Ji Xingyao, Qiliang Xiao, and other peerless figures, who were waiting, all lit up and walked towards Lin Sun. Immediately, the crowd in this area was separated, revealing a wide path that extended all the way to Lin Sun. The atmosphere in the surroundings was deathly silent. At this moment, Wei Linka's mouth was wide open. Her fair hand that had just waved froze in the air. Her beautiful eyes were wide open with an expression of disbelief. She had traveled a great distance just to witness Fiend God Lin's glory and cheer for him. However, she never expected that the man who accompanied her the entire way was actually Fiend God Lin. This seemed too inconceivable. It made Wei Linka feel as if she was in a dream. But she knew that it was all real. When Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, and other top figures appeared, they had attracted a lot of attention. But now, they had all come together to welcome him, who could be so honored to receive such treatment. Demon God Lin, of course, and it could only be Demon God Lin. Ran Xing, who was standing at the side, stared blankly. He had been burning with jealousy earlier, swearing that if Lin Sun appeared again, he would teach him a harsh lesson. But in the blink of an eye, this guy had become Demon God Lin. Thinking of this, Ran Xing shivered all over, and his face turned pale. He suddenly remembered that he had mocked Lin Sun on the way to White Jade Jing. The crowd nearby stirred. Wei Linka and Ran Xing came to their senses. They looked up and saw Lin Sun walking towards them from afar. "Brother Lin, what are you going to do?" Mi Hingzhen asked with a smile. "I saw a friend, so I went to say hello." As Lin Sun spoke, he came in front of Wei Linka and said with a smile, "I told you that we would meet again." Wei Linka said excitedly, "So you are Demon God Lin." She could clearly feel the gazes of the strong people around her, as well as the big shots in the field. They were all looking at her with surprise and confusion. The feeling of being the center of attention made Wei Linka tremble with excitement. She had never experienced such attention since she was a child. The whole world gathered in White Jade Jing, and at this moment, the focus of attention fell on her. This made Wei Linka look at Lin Sun with a touch of splendor. "Why are you standing here?" Lin Sun asked. Wei Linka blurted out, "I'm not qualified." Lin Sun smiled and said, "It's fate that we meet. Follow behind me." He didn't forget that this valiant and beautiful woman in front of him was wholeheartedly cheering for him. How could he spoil her mood? As he spoke, he walked forward. As for Ran Xing, he had been ignored from beginning to end. This kind of character was no longer worthy of his attention. Seeing this, Ran Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Sun didn't care about him, which made him feel lucky. But immediately, when he saw Wei Linka following Lin Sun and walking excitedly towards the area near the soul refining tower under the attention of tens of thousands of people, he suddenly felt an unspeakable frustration. Being humiliated wasn't scary. What was more frightening was that Lin Sun didn't even have the interest to humiliate him and treated him like air. When they arrived at the soul refining tower, Lin Sun stopped and said to Wei Linka with a smile, "You can stay here. It shouldn't hurt you." Wei Linka nodded and smiled brightly. Today was the proudest day of her life. Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, and the others couldn't help but look at each other and smile. They didn't say anything. Lin Sun didn't bother to explain. He glanced around and saw many familiar faces, including Xianxia, laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, Loka, and Shan Baixian. Only Zhao Jingxian and the old toad were missing. The old toad was in closed-door cultivation, and Zhao Jingxian must be accepting the inheritance of the sect, so it was understandable that she wasn't present. "You have to be careful. This Lang Chanhing is not simple," Ji Xingyao said to him. "This man is only one step away from becoming a saint. He is extremely talented and has mastered extremely powerful supernatural powers. He is a peerless enemy that can't be ignored." Lin Sun smiled at her and said casually, "Don't worry. Since I'm here, I'm confident." Ji Xingyao nodded, but she still couldn't hide the worry between her eyebrows. Many experts in the ancient desolation realm had great confidence in Lin Sun, but Ji Xingyao had read about Lang Chanhing in detail, so the more she read, the more frightened she became. This was an extremely powerful and exceptional heavenly talent. He hid himself extremely deeply, and no one could see through just how powerful he was. The more he was like this, the more people feared him. But it was useless to talk about this now. The battle that attracted the attention of the world was about to begin. It was like an arrow on a bowstring that had to be shot. Ji Xingyao could only pray that Lin Sun wouldn't be careless. At the same time, Lin Sun looked up at the sky. There was an auspicious cloud there, and a dignified figure stood on it. His blood-red hair was extremely eye-catching. It must be Lang Chanhing. "Lin Sun, are you not confident enough to come here so late? My master has been waiting for you for a long time." Not far away, Biz Hen, who had been forced to kneel by Lin Sun, walked over with a cold look, with undisguised hatred in his eyes. "Do you still want to have a taste of prostrating yourself?" Lin Sun glanced at Bizhen with a faint smile and took a step forward casually. Bijan's expression suddenly changed. She retreated almost instinctively. She knew very well how terrible Lin Sun's power was. But nothing unexpected happened. Lin Sun had already taken back his gaze. With this step, his figure rose into the air. Sarcastic laughter came from nearby, which made Bizhen feel ashamed and indignant. Above the soul-refining tower, Lang Qianheng, who had been waiting for a long time, turned around and looked at Lin Sun, who appeared in his sight. He said coldly, "Don't you think it's a bit dirty to bully a maid?" His voice was cold, and his killing intent soared into the sky. Lin Sun stood there and smiled, "I'm already very merciful not to kill her." As he spoke, he looked at Lang Qianheng. The latter was dressed in a golden robe and had a slender and dignified physique. He was full of perfection. His long blood-red hair fell to his waist like a waterfall, revealing a sharp and enchanting face. A pair of cold green eyes surged with terrible divine light. Arrogant. A sneer came from afar. Lin Sun looked up and saw a graceful and enchanting woman with snow-white skin and long dark purple hair. She crossed her arms in front of her towering breasts with a touch of sarcasm on her pretty face. "What are you looking at? If Lang Qianheng didn't come first, it would be me who suppressed you this time." Xianxia scolded. Beside her, some of her companions laughed. They noticed Lin Sun as soon as he appeared, but they didn't sense any threatening aura that made their hearts palpitate. In addition, they all looked down upon the ancient desolation realm subconsciously and had a sense of superiority. Even though they knew that Lin Sun was not as simple as they thought, they still had a kind of spontaneous arrogance when facing Lin Sun. "If you don't like it, you can come at me together. I promise I won't refuse anyone." Lin Sun's response was simple. His words were full of disdain. He seemed to be a plain person, but his words were so arrogant and sharp, which attracted the attention of all the people present. "This guy has always been like this." Laughing at the heavens laughed. The other peerless figures around him also deeply agreed, and they thought of Lin Sun's various performances in the domain of extinction. He seemed to be low-key and calm on the outside, but in fact, he had a firm and unyielding character. How laughable. A frog at the bottom of a well dares to be so arrogant. Could it be that you've forgotten about the 2 battles between the 9 regions in the past? At that time, the experts of the realm of ancient desolation were nothing but weeds that could be harvested at will. Isn't this bloody lesson enough for you to see your place? Xianxia's words silenced the entire place. Not a single sound could be heard. Countless years ago, the realm of ancient desolation had suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of the 9 Realms twice. Countless ancestors had been mercilessly slaughtered on the battlefield. It was a bloody scar in the ancient desolation realm. It was an unforgettable humiliation, yet now, an enemy from the Outerium had brazenly spoken these words and ridiculed them. This was simply like a slap to the face, and it was trampling on the dignity of all of them. The expressions of some of the old monsters turned extremely ugly, and their hearts burned with rage. On the other hand, some of the other experts were infuriated and cursed. Damn it! Insolence! The scene became chaotic for a while. Countless eyes were fixed on Xianxia with hatred, as if they wanted to eat her alive. But Xianxia ignored them and sneered, "What I said is the truth. Is there anything wrong with it? Unless, you don't even dare to admit your failure." What was arrogance? That was it. This was the realm of ancient desolation, the white jade capital, which now attracted the attention of the whole world. But as a messenger of the Outerium, Xianxia showed off her power and acted unscrupulously here. It could be seen how much she despised the realm of ancient desolation. For a moment, the crowd was furious, and their faces were livid. Who could forget the hatred and humiliation of the past? What Xianxia did was like pouring oil into the fire and rubbing salt into the wound. Especially some of the older generation, they were so angry that they almost couldn't restrain the urge to kill. Lin Sun's dark eyes were cold and surging with inexplicable emotions. He suddenly said, "Can we kill people in this battle?" His words shocked everyone present. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and was about to say something, but she was stopped by Mu Zhaixing next to her. "We are here as messengers to communicate with fellow practitioners in the realm of ancient desolation, not to fight for life and death. In the competition between the 9 regions, we don't kill messengers. Mu Zhaixing carried 3 swords on his back. He looked like a lazy person, but at this moment, he looked very serious. Lin Sun glanced at Mu Zhaixing and said, I said before that I will give you a chance to challenge, and I promise to accompany you to the end. But before the challenge, you'd better watch your mouth. Mu Zhaixing frowned and then smiled. Xianxia was furious, but she was stopped by Mu Zhaixing, who said, it's useless to say more. Let Lang Qianhing deal with it. At this moment, all eyes gathered on Lin Sun and Lang Qianhing in the sky above the Soul Refining Tower. I won't underestimate you. Lang Qianhing looked cold, standing on the auspicious clouds like a big flag in the sky. This sentence was very abrupt, but it could also be seen that he should know some of Lin Sun's past achievements and things, so he didn't show any contempt. Lin Sun's eyes were calm, and his expression was like an ancient well. He could feel the surging power in Lang Qianhing's body, which was like a vast ocean, turbulent and terrible. He could also feel that Lang Qianhing's state of mind and will were as solid and condensed as a rock. This peerless figure from the blood demon ancient realm was indeed an extremely powerful figure. No matter in which aspect, he was not inferior to Yi Mo, Mi Hingzhen, and Wang Xuanyu. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was only one step away from entering the realm of Saint. Since I came to the realm of ancient desolation, no one has been able to withstand more than 10 moves from me. I hope you can. Lang Qianhing's eyes flickered with killing intent, and an unparalleled fighting intent rose to the sky like a beacon of smoke. Many exclamations were heard in the field. Even some peerless figures narrowed their eyes. Only when they saw it with their own eyes could they know how terrifying Lang Qianhing's attainments on the peerless path were. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you're far from enough. If you come at me together, you might have a chance to compete with me. But now, speaking of this, Lin Sun sighed as if he was a little dispirited, and then stretched out 3 fingers, if I can't suppress you within 3 moves, I admit defeat. At this moment, the audience was stunned. Whether it was the old monster or the ordinary experts, they were all shocked. It was not that Lin Sun's performance was not strong enough, but that he was too strong, but it had to be said that Lin Sun's strong posture made everyone present feel as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they all became excited at once. As for Lang Qianhing, Xianxia, and the other guests from the outer area, they were stunned at first, as if they couldn't believe their ears. After that, their expressions became much colder. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. He wanted to defeat Lang Qianhing in 3 moves. Did he think he was a saint? Then, their expressions returned to calmness, and they took Lin Sun's words as a joke. Lang Qianhing, listen carefully. He said he would defeat you in 3 moves. Xianxia deliberately provoked Lang Qianhing. Lin Sun, you are too arrogant. Lang Qianhing's eyes were bursting with divine light, and he was furious in his heart. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he had never been looked down upon like this. This was simply like challenging his dignity. The first move. Lin Sun didn't want to waste any more time. He stretched out his right hand and pressed gently in the void. Buzz, the void within a radius of thousands of meters suddenly rolled violently, and turned into a dazzling seal, with a Swanee sitting on it. Around the seal, there were images of a big abyss rotating, the annihilation of the galaxy, and the roar of a real dragon. Boom, at this moment, the sky and earth seemed to be falling apart, and the place was filled with endless light. All the people present were shocked. Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Ruo Wu, and the others were all surprised. They hadn't seen Lin Sun for 2 years, and the power he showed was once again beyond their expectations, giving them a surprise. Mu Zhaixing and the others narrowed their eyes. As soon as Lin Sun made a move, they immediately restrained some of the contempt in their hearts, and felt that something was unusual, which made them awestruck. Even some old monsters distributed in the dark couldn't help but gasp. This kind of peerless power shocked them, which they had never seen before. As for ordinary strongmen, they only felt a sense of suffocation and despair. This level of power was too horrible for them to perceive at all. These were the feelings of outsiders. For Lang Qianhing, the feeling was completely different. When Lin Sun condensed this blow, he suddenly felt that all directions were like a cage, and there was no way to escape and no way to avoid it. In other words, he could only face it head-on. Open! Lang Qianhing shouted. His blood-red hair flew in the air, and the rolling devil chi on his body made him look like an ancient devil king. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. The void suddenly collapsed, and a black sun-like fist light rose into the air. Boom, the Swanee seal and the black fist light collided. An amazing scene appeared. The black fist light, like glass, was easily crushed in the deafening sound of the collision. The sound shook thousands of miles, and the power disturbed the ninth heaven, and the Swanee seal, which emitted a horrible aura, continued to press down. Lang Qianheng's face changed slightly, and he realized that something was wrong. He knew that since Lin Sun wanted to win in 3 moves, he must have used all his strength. At this time it would undoubtedly be very unwise for him to hold back. Open! He roared and ran his strength to the extreme. His dignified body was completely covered with devil chi, and his momentum was boundless. Then he punched out again. This punch was branded with his Tao and Dharma. It was as if the great way of devil domain had come and gathered in this punch. The vision was amazing. Boom, the sound of the collision was earth-shattering, and all directions were trembling. Countless torrents of Tao light flew like a rainstorm, which made the place turbulent and chaotic, and the scene was shocking. However, what made everyone swallow their saliva was that Lang Qianheng's punch was still crushed inch by inch, exploded in the void, and turned into a rain of light. The Swanee seal was like an immortal mountain. The Tao light roared, flowing with magnificent brilliance, and continued to attack. Poof, Lang Qianheng felt pain in his body and coughed up blood. His expression changed completely. He didn't expect Lin Sun's first attack to be so terrifying. The huge Swanee seal seemed to be sturdy and immortal. The nomological power it contained was also shocking and unimaginably powerful. Rumble, in the end, when the Swanee seal exploded, Lang Qianheng staggered and almost fell from the sky. He looked extremely pathetic. Dust and light filled the air. Outside the battlefield, there was silence. Many people gasped in shock. The power Lin Sun displayed in the first move was overwhelming. No matter how hard Lang Qianheng tried to resist, he was injured in the end. One should know that among the top figures in the longevity 9th retribution realm, Lang Qianheng had an extremely dazzling and terrifying foundation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted the attention of the whole world because of this battle. But such a peerless figure was defeated in the first move. At this moment, even those old monsters widened their eyes in shock. In their understanding, Lang Qianheng was a figure that could be valued and even feared by any top figure. But now, the power Lin Sun displayed had directly suppressed Lang Qianheng. Imperial Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, and the others felt this the most. All of them had stepped foot onto the extreme path towards the Tao, so they were the most clearly aware of how inconceivable it was for Lin Sun to be able to gain an absolute advantage in a single move. Wei Linka was already stunned. She had come to cheer for Lin Sun, but she didn't expect that there was no need to cheer at all. He's so powerful. She was in a trance. As for Mu Zhaixing, Zhu Yingxue, and the other guests from the outer realms, they were somewhat surprised. Previously, they subconsciously looked down on everyone in the ancient Desolation realm and had a sense of superiority. Even before the battle, they were extremely angry about Lin Sun's so-called 3 moves, thinking that it was a provocation to their dignity. But now, they were all speechless. Even the stupidest person knew that Lin Sun was not an ordinary top figure. In the silence, Lin Sun's figure didn't move at all. He only looked at Lang Qianheng with a trace of disdain. So, you're worse than I thought. All of a sudden, Lang Qianheng's expression became extremely gloomy. Being thwarted in the first move already made him lose face. Now he was ridiculed by Lin Sun, which made him completely furious. However, Lin Sun ignored him. Rise. A word came out of Lin Sun's lips. After that, 3,000 strands of profound sword chi soared into the sky like dense rays of light, and they transformed into a dense, profound, fierce, and ghastly sword formation. As soon as it appeared, the heavens and the earth were torn apart like a piece of cloth, and it was like a cracked spider web. Everyone had a feeling of amazement and shock in their hearts. What kind of sword formation was this? Whether it was the experts of the ancient Desolation realm or the guests from other domains, they all held their breaths and almost forgot to breathe. Kill. The sword formation seemed as if it was connected to the gods, and it deduced miraculous phenomena as it attacked. It just happened to be like numerous peerless sword cultivators had formed a formation to attack in midair. Break! Lang Qianheng suddenly took a deep breath. Suddenly, 3,000 demonic gates appeared around his body, and each gate showed the brand of a demon. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, with silver snakes hanging from their ears. Some were stepping on demonic flames, swallowing and spitting starlight. Some were carrying mountains, and throwing the universe. Each demonic gate seemed to lead to a strange and terrible demonic domain, and the aura they emitted covered the world with a layer of terror. 800 demonic domains. This was Lang Qianheng's talent, an unparalleled unique skill that was talked about and respected by countless demonic sages in the blood demon ancient realm. Zhu Yingxue and the others changed their faces slightly. They didn't expect that Lang Qianheng would use his trump card at this time. It could be imagined how much pressure Lin Sun's attack had caused him. Boom, in a flash, the sword formation and the 800 demonic domains collided, producing a terrible roar that seemed to make the sky collapse. A big shot of the sky-reaching sword sect wiped his cold sweat. If the sky-reaching sword sect hadn't set up a defensive formation near the soul-refining tower before the final battle, this destructive power alone could completely destroy this area. Rumble. The sword formation was fierce and overwhelming, causing the 800 demonic domains to shake and roar constantly. Seeing that his most proud magic could barely block the attack, Lang Qianheng's eyes couldn't help but shrink. How could this be possible? Lang Qianheng's heart was in turmoil. What was more terrible was that the sword formation had infinite mysteries, and each layer of sword chi was like a landslide, which made his 800 demonic domains on the verge of collapse. I don't believe it. Lang Qianheng let out a roar, and the might of the 800 demon domains suddenly rose. Indistinctly, one could see the figures of demon gods appearing, towering between heaven and earth, suppressing the universe and covering the sky. The power of each figure was enough to tear apart ordinary practitioners in the longevity tribulation realm, but under the attack of Lin Sun's sword chi, these figures soon couldn't hold on. Puff. Puff. Puff, the sword chi was so fierce that it seemed invincible. The phantoms of demons were torn apart and turned into demonic chi all over the sky. In the end, the 800 demonic domains were smashed to pieces. It was too strong. The Taishan sword chi was dazzling, resplendent, blazing, and flowing with peerless and sharp luster. It was invincible to kill the world. Lang Qianheng's eyes were red. He desperately resisted, but it was of no use. Instead, his body was swept by the sword chi, leaving bloody wounds. Finally, with an earth-shattering roar, the 800 demonic domains exploded. Then, Lang Qianheng coughed up blood and retreated. His body was bathed in blood and scarred, which made him look terrible. But all this was not over. Although the sword formation was worn down a lot, it still continued to attack. The sharp and frightening aura made the strong onlookers in the distance feel cold all over. No one expected that Lin Sun's second move would be more terrifying than the first. The sword formation seemed to be unstoppable, which was enough to make people desperate. Clang! Clang! In the face of a dilemma, 2 blood-red demonic blades, about 2 feet long and 3 fingers wide, appeared in Lang Qianheng's hands. Demonic double blades. Then, Lang Qianheng's skin was covered with a layer of dark scales that emitted a faint light, like a mysterious armor, covering his whole body. Demonic body. It could be said that at this moment, Lang Qianheng had exerted his most powerful strength without reservation. At that moment, looking from a distance, it was like an ancient demon descending to the world. Boom, in his hand, the demonic double blade swept out, and the bloody light swept out, crushing the sky and completely wiping out the sword formation. He blocked the second move. However, Lang Qianheng was not happy at all, because he was injured, and it was only the second move, but he was forced to use all his trump cards, which made him feel a kind of unspeakable shame. There was silence in the field. Everyone could see that Lang Qianheng was still frustrated in the second move. If the first time was due to his carelessness, then there was no such thing as luck the second time. As a result, Lin Sun's strength was more unfathomable. Just how powerful was he now? Prince Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu all had an impulse to know. Those old monsters were absent-minded and in a trance. It was not flattery that Lin Sun was regarded as the top leader of the young generation in the ancient Desolation realm. Even they felt shocked when they saw Lin Sun's power, As for Mu Zhaixing, Xianxia and others, their faces became serious. The contempt in their hearts was swept away, and they could no longer be proud. Lin Sun's achievements gave them a heavy impact, making them sober and realize the horror of their opponent. As I said, we can despise the ancient desolation realm, but we should also pay attention to those top figures like us. Mu Zhaixing sighed, and then said, fortunately, the 2 moves have passed. With Lang Qianheng's strength, it should not be difficult for him to block the 3rd move. Xianxia and others looked gloomy. Although they were not convinced, they knew what Mu Zhaixing said was right. Lin Sun, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. In the distance, Lang Qianheng gritted his teeth. His green pupils were bloodshot, and he looked particularly ferocious. You only have 1 chance to attack. The promise of 3 moves, all the overmatches were shocked and woke up from the excitement. They couldn't help but worry. If the 3rd move could not suppress Lang Qianheng, did it mean that Lin Sun would admit defeat? But Lin Sun said calmly, the first 2 moves were just to test your ability. Do you think I used my real strength? Lang Qianheng's face suddenly changed. You haven't used your real strength? The other people present were also stunned as if they were struck by lightning. How terrible the previous 2 moves were. But it was not Lin Sun's real strength? The meaning of this was too frightening. Lang Qianheng, don't be scared by this guy. He is not at the level of 8 skills of Green Abyss. It is impossible for him to do this. Xianxia sneered in the distance. 8 skills of Green Abyss, these mere 4 words represented the 8 supreme figures that stood at the peak of the other 8 regions beneath Qingming. Every single one of them possessed heaven-shocking prowess. Lang Qianheng naturally knew this, and he naturally wouldn't think that there would be such powerful figures in this abandoned ancient desolation. However, before he could think more, Lin Sun had attacked again. He flicked his finger gently. Buzz, a finger force condensed in the void, lying there, like a history of the spring and autumn period, with a general trend that those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Instant of spring and autumn, however, the power imprinted in this finger was different from before. It gathered Lin Sun's own comprehension and understanding of Tao and law, and poured his own will and spirit into it, it was pointed out. The world was turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. In Lang Qianheng's heart, there was an uncontrollable sense of horror, insignificance, despair, and helplessness. He was like an ant facing a great torrent that was about to sweep across the world. No matter how firm his state of mind and will was, at this instant, he still had a strong impulse to flee in panic. In the blood demon ancient realm, Lang Qianheng once fought with a true sage after he reached the fulfillment of the 9th retribution of longevity realm. At that time, he only had one feeling, despair. The gap was too big. It was like a small ant trying to shake a tree, or a firefly competing with the sun and the moon. Lang Qianheng never expected that in the ancient desolation realm, he would have such a feeling when facing an opponent in the same realm. The ghost body, the heavenly devil's double blades, all his reliance and foundation seemed so weak at this moment. The most terrible thing was that in the face of Lin Sun's finger, Lang Qianheng clearly felt that it was futile to escape. Boom, he didn't have time to think too much. The finger force that swept over like the spring and autumn annals was already pressing down. Lang Qianheng gritted his teeth and let out a beast-like roar. His blood-red hair flew in the air, and he rushed forward with all his strength. Even if he had to risk everything, he had to block the 3rd move. This was about the outcome. Bang, bang, bang. However, Lang Qianheng still underestimated the horror of this blow. In just a moment, his attack and the defensive force around his body were crushed inch by the vast finger force like paper. Then, the black scales covering his body began to sink, crack, and explode. His flesh was badly mutilated, and his tendons and bones were torn. When looked at from afar, he was like an ant that was being crushed, and he seemed so tiny before the boundless finger that seemed to have been recorded down in history. The terrible oppressive force made Lang Qianheng's tendons and bones unable to bear the heavy load and were about to break. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices like a spring. The whole audience was silent. Everyone's eyes were full of shock. Before, they didn't understand that Lin Sun didn't use his real strength in the first 2 moves. But now, when they witnessed the power of this finger, they believed it. This attack was completely different from before. The tyrannical power that could crush everything made some sage's hair stand on end. Mu Zhaixing, Xianxia and others couldn't help holding their breath, clenching their fists and looking unprecedentedly serious. Only then did they realize that they had underestimated Lin Sun from the beginning to the present. He was not a simple peerless figure, but a monster. Bang! Lang Qianheng's arm bones were broken by the pressure, and he let out a muffled groan. Bang! Then, his shoulders, chest, legs, and many other bones started to crack under the pressure of the finger force. Blood flowed out from different parts of his body like a fountain, and it dripped down into the sky while drawing out lines of blood that were horrifying, beautiful, and scarlet. He was obviously heavily injured, but he still persisted and roared, "I don't believe it. Open it." But his roars were futile. The boundless finger force was like an immovable boulder that pressed down. Not good. Mu Zhaixing's expression suddenly changed. He realized that if this went on, Lang Qianheng would definitely die. "Fellow Daoist, please show mercy. You've won this battle." Lin Sun turned a deaf ear as if he didn't hear it. He just looked at Lang Qianheng coldly. As long as Lang Qianheng did not speak, Mu Zhaixing's words did not count. Puff, Lang Qianheng coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his face was pale as a sheet. Anyone could tell that he was unable to hold on any longer. "Master, please stop." Bai Hen shouted anxiously. All eyes were focused on Lang Qianheng. They could see that Lang Qianheng was so unwilling and angry at the moment. But they also knew that under the absolute oppression of Lin Sun's finger force, no matter how unwilling and persistent he was, it was in vain. In the void, Lang Qianheng's back was bent by the pressure, and the muscles and bones in his knees were broken. He was like a cooked prawn, bent like a bow, and was about to be forced to kneel down. At this instant, he finally felt terrified, and he noticed the lethal aura of death. He didn't doubt in the slightest that the instant he was forced to kneel would be the moment he perished. Admit defeat. Mu Zhaixing's face was livid. Zhu Yingxue and other extraterrestrial visitors also looked gloomy. They were anxious, worried, and had an indescribable sense of humiliation. "Ah!" Lang Qianheng screamed, and his eyes were about to crack. But in the end, he opened his mouth hoarsely, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out of his chest. "I admit defeat." He spoke word by word and revealed boundless unwillingness. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. Originally, he planned to completely destroy Lang Qianheng and break his hard bones. But now, he could only give up. Clatter, the vast finger force was taken back by Lin Sun and disappeared in the void. Having suddenly lost the oppressive force, Lang Qianheng staggered and fell to the ground with a thump. He seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. His defeated posture was seen by thousands of people, which made Lang Qianheng feel ashamed and angry. There was silence in the field. He won. Lin Sun really suppressed Lang Qianheng in 3 moves. Even many people could see that if it weren't for Lang Qianheng's identity as an envoy, Lang Qianheng would definitely die in the 3rd move. Perhaps it was because Lin Sun's victory was so beautiful and shocking that the atmosphere in the field was in a kind of silence for a long time. "You can't even resist 3 moves from me. How dare you challenge all the top figures in the ancient Desolation territory?" Lin Sun said calmly. From the beginning of the battle to the present, he stood in the same place, motionless and unscathed, like the sun hanging in the sky for thousands of years. The indifferent voice exploded in the void, and the silent atmosphere was completely boiling at this moment. Countless excited voices exploded like a pot. "Great, Devil Lin. No matter what kind of demons and monsters you are, you can't defeat Child Lin." In the past, Lang Qianheng had never been defeated in the ancient Desolation territory, which made many people in the ancient Desolation territory feel ashamed. But today, Lang Qianheng was defeated. He was defeated in 3 moves and had to take the initiative to admit defeat. Who wouldn't be happy about this? Not only those ordinary strongmen, but also those old monsters in the ancient Desolation territory were grinning from ear to ear, feeling happy in their hearts. Xiao Hao, Fairy Rua Wu, and other people looked at each other with different expressions. They were all thinking about their chances of winning if they fought with Lin Sun. Wei Linka was so excited that she waved her snow-white arms and cheered. Above the void, Lin Sun no longer looked at Lang Qianheng, but turned his eyes to Mu Zhaixing, Zhu Yingxue, and others. "I said before that I would give you a chance to challenge me. No matter how many people come, I will suppress them all. Now do you dare to fight? His words suppressed the noise in the field. Countless people opened their mouths wide. Lin Sun still wanted to fight. Moreover, he wanted to challenge all the outsiders. There was a moment of silence, and everyone was shocked speechless. For Mu Zhaixing, Xianxia, and others, Lin Sun's words were like a fire that ignited the anger in their hearts. Their faces became gloomy. Did this guy really think that he could ignore any of them after defeating Lang Qianheng? How arrogant. Let me do it. Xianxia's eyes were full of killing intent. She felt greatly insulted. Don't argue. Let me do it. A man with a body of 30 feet, bathed in surging water, said in a deep voice. They couldn't restrain themselves and were full of killing intent. Even though they knew that Lin Sun's strength was unfathomable, they just couldn't swallow it. Mu Zhaixing's expression changed. He suddenly raised his hand and stopped everyone from talking. Then he looked at Lin Sun and said, "Are you sure you want to challenge all of us?" Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and he said indifferently, "Yes, if it's one-on-one, you can learn from Lang Qianheng's mistakes. So, you can come together and see if I can take it." The scene became more and more silent. Even those old monsters in the ancient desolation realm were shocked by Lin Sun's courage at this moment. Many people couldn't help but sigh with emotion that the new generation was better than the old. Prince Xiaohao and Fairy Ruawu couldn't calm down either. When Lin Sun was in the Forbidden Land, he did something similar. Even in the world's recognition, Lin Sun was famous for his courage and fearlessness. But this time, the opponents he was going to face were different. They were peerless figures from other realms. Could he really resist them alone? Even Xiaoqinghe, Laughing Heavens, and others who had absolute confidence in Lin Sun were a little uncertain at this moment. Mu Zhaixing was so angry that he laughed and said, "Lin Sun, you said it." If he asked himself honestly, he would absolutely refuse any challenge in a one-on-one situation, because Lang Qianheng's crushing defeat was still vivid in his mind. But if they fought together, it would be different. At least, Mu Zhaixing believed that Lin Sun would absolutely die a terrible death. Xianxia and others all looked gloomy. They were all extremely proud and had a sense of superiority. Asking them to fight Lin Sun together was undoubtedly admitting that none of them was as good as Lin Sun, and they could only rely on the advantage of numbers. This made them extremely unhappy, but they all knew that it was the wisest way to do so. Don't you feel very surprised? Very surprised? But for me, this is normal. Otherwise, it will be too boring to defeat you one by one. Lin Sun said leisurely with peerless elegance. You'll regret it. With a clang, a silver sword swept out of the 3 swords on Mu Zhaixing's back. Its sharpness made the sky dim. Xianxia and the others also emanated a terrifying aura that soared into the sky. They were all angry, the scene became tense again, and the swords were drawn. Countless people's faces changed, and they watched closely. Even the sound of discussion stopped, because the situation Lin Sun was facing this time was too dangerous. Lang Qianheng was only one person. But now, there were 7 terrible figures who were not inferior to Lang Qianheng, and even stronger than him. For example, Mu Zhaixing was a peerless figure from the great Luo ancient domain, the world of swordsmen. With 3 swords, he was much stronger than Lang Qianheng. For example, Xianxia came from the bloodline of Candle Dragon in the absolute ancient domain. She was talented and had an amazing foundation. The same was true of other visitors from other regions. Under such circumstances, where did Lin Sun get the confidence to suppress all enemies alone? No one knew. Because Lin Sun had disappeared from the ancient desolation domain for more than 2 years before. No one knew what he had experienced in these 2 years and what level his strength had reached. At this moment, all eyes were on him, and the war was about to break out. In the face of this scene, Lin Sun smiled and said, "That's interesting." Boom, his motionless figure suddenly stepped out at this moment. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his whole body was full of Taoist sounds. He had been invincible on the road of immortality for too long, not to mention ordinary battles. Even in a duel like the one with Lang Qianheng, Lin Sun didn't have the real fighting spirit. Now, he was finally interested. Boom, a thunderous sound came from the void. Lin Sun, who took the initiative to attack, seemed to have become another person. He was sharp and arrogant, with the momentum of looking up to the world. When he punched out, there was an indomitable charm that was enough to make the mountains and rivers lose their color. Do it. Mu Zhaixing's pupils shrank. Realizing the power, he took action without hesitation. Swish, the silver sword swept through the air, turned gently, and drew a round sword shadow of dozens of meters. A phantom of a demon sat cross-legged in the sword shadow. Starry rainbow sword, even some old monsters were moved by that sword. Buzz, Xianxia raised her hand and took out a purple bronze mirror. A strange and cold eye appeared in the mirror, and a beam of black and white light shot out from the pupil. The black represented the night. The white represented the day. The black and white blended, just like the day and night, covering the world and dividing life and death. In addition, several other peerless figures also took action together, or took out their secret treasures, or used the supreme inheritance. For a time, the sky was full of colorful lights, the sound of Taoist sounds vibrated, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared, which made the world tremble and fell into a great horror. Everyone could see that as soon as Mu Zhaixing and others took action, they used their real strength without reservation. Obviously, they knew that Lin Sun was extraordinary, so they didn't dare to hold back. Boom, in the sky full of attacks, Lin Sun didn't retreat, but moved forward. His figure was like lightning, illusion, and nothingness. He rushed up and waved his fist. It seemed crazy, but it was also extremely impassioned, with the attitude of fighting against thousands of enemies, which made people's blood boil. Clang, there was a sound like a big bell. Like an iron bar hitting a bronze bell, Lin Sun's fist collided with Mu Zhaixing's sword qi, and a dazzling light broke out between them. Many people couldn't even open their eyes. Their souls felt as if they were being cut by a knife. Crack, amidst a deafening explosion, the perfectly round sword image was forcefully crushed. Mu Zhaixing's expression changed slightly. He dodged abruptly, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Whoosh, a beam of black and white light shot out of Xianxia's purple copper mirror. It was as if the eternal night and the eternal day had spread out together. Wherever it passed, the void exploded like glass. Lin Sun didn't even look at it. Under his feet, an ice dragon rushed out with its head held high. With a wave of its tail, it broke the black and white light beam. At the same time, a golden ripple formed by Pu Lao's roar shattered a golden saber that came attacking from the side. Fu Lei's illusory figure flew out and smashed a Dao light that was flying toward him. A black lotus that burned with black phoenix divine flames enveloped a large halberd. In an instant, the attacks from all directions were resolved by Lin Sun's own Taoism. However, he did not frown, did not look back, and continued to kill towards the trees and pluck the stars. Although there were many targets, they should be defeated one by one. Use your full strength. The divine light in Mu Zhaixing's eyes was as sharp as a blade, which was extremely terrifying. There was no need to remind them. The others also knew that if they didn't use their full strength, not to mention defeating Lin Sun, it was very likely that they would be defeated by him one by one. This was absolutely unacceptable to them. Boom, behind Mu Zhaixing, the remaining two swords also flew out together. One was cyan lightning, and the other was purple frost. Together with the silver sword, they formed a sword formation, flashing and tearing the sky. The others also took out their treasures and unique skills. Each of these peerless figures from the outer region had a shocking background. The treasures they controlled were all holy treasures, and the inheritances they learned were all first-class ancient inheritances. Even their cultivation was at the peak of the 9 retribution of longevity realm. They attacked together with their full strength, and they were like gods that were carrying out an unprecedented campaign in the sky. How terrifying! Many strong cultivators in the ancient desolation realm were shocked, and their faces turned pale. Most of them could not see the scene in the field clearly, but they could clearly feel the terrifying aura, which made them feel suffocated and collapsed. If it were me, how long would I be able to resist? Prince Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, and the other peerless figures all looked solemn and focused. This battle made them tense up, and their emotions were incessant. The power of Mu Zhaixing and the others, and Lin Sun's bravery, all brought a strong and amazing visual impact to them. As peerless figures, there were too few people in the world who were worthy of their attention. On the other hand, the battle today could undoubtedly be said to be an unparalleled battle on the path to the ultimate abyss. Even if Lin Sun was defeated in the end, the courage he showed today was enough to make the strong cultivators in the world tremble, but at this moment, Lin Sun was not defeated, and he did not show any signs of defeat. Even under the siege from all directions, he became braver and braver. He was like a peerless immortal, showing off his peerless brilliance under the sky. Good. Finally something is going on. His black hair flew in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. He laughed out loud, and his fighting spirit was really boiling at this moment. He punched again. But whether it was the fist force or the profound meaning and power imprinted in it, it had become different from before. It was simple and magnificent, vast and empty, like an immortal practicing martial arts. Lin Sun moved with his fists, like a long-dormant dragon, roaring and dancing in the air. Mu Zhaixing's face changed again. He didn't expect that Lin Sun's combat power would improve again, which was unacceptable. Boom, without hesitation, Mu Zhaixing used his trump card. Whoosh! 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 The sword formation formed by the three divine swords, violet lightning, green frost, and silver white, created a dazzling arc. It was like the Tai Chi diagram, carrying with it a smooth, translucent, endless, and rhythmic Zen rhythm. But its power was so strong that some sages couldn't calm down. This kind of sword formation was simply unseen. Boom. However, when the fists and swords collided, the three swords were suddenly shaken and flew backward, buzzing and wailing. Naturally, the sword formation was destroyed. Mu Zhaixing retreated again and again. He was shaken so much that his qi and blood were rolling, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked again. How terrible was this person on earth? It should be noted that in the process, Lin Sun also fought with several other peerless figures at the same time, but he was still so powerful. How could Mu Zhaixing not be shocked? Not bad, come again. Lin Sun roared like a dragon roaring in the wild. His clothes were fluttering, and the light around him was boiling, as bright as the burning sun. He was running the mystery of the 9 strikes for shaking heaven, but in his hands, all the mysteries and the power of the Great Way had already been at his fingertips and interpreted into a new atmosphere. One punch shook the world, mixed with the invincible momentum of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Mu Zhaixing held his breath and chose to retreat for the first time. This punch was so powerful that even he didn't want to take it head-on, so he could only avoid it. At the same time, he couldn't help but be angry. From the beginning of the duel, Lin Sun specifically targeted him. Did he think he could be bullied? However, he wanted to retreat, but Lin Sun followed him like a shadow, pressing him step by step, leaving him no room to retreat or avoid. Xianxia and others also noticed Mu Zhaixing's predicament, so they attacked from other directions with all their strength, but their attacks were all resolved by Lin Sun. His whole body seemed to be invulnerable. As soon as he thought of it, all kinds of methods poured out, resolving the layers of attacks. It was true that in this battle, he alone conquered the enemies in all directions, but the situation of the whole battlefield had been affected by him alone. Instead of being suppressed, people who noticed this scene were all shocked. One person conquered and pushed forward, regarded the enemies as nothing, and his brilliance was so strong that no one could cover it. This scene made the sages in a trance. Again. Lin Sun was carefree. His only regret was that although these opponents could fight, they hadn't stimulated his extreme strength. For example, the cultivation of body refining. For example, the cultivation of soul refining. In short, at this moment, Lin Sun was only fighting with the cultivation of qi refining. Bang! In the terrible sound of collision, Mu Zhaixing, who was firmly stared at by Lin Sun, was finally shocked to fly out by a punch. His chest collapsed, and blood spurted from his mouth and nose. His face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper. There was a burst of exclamation in the field. Mu Zhaixing should be regarded as the leader of the enemies in the outer area, but since the beginning of the battle, he had been chased and suppressed by Lin Sun step by step. Until now, he was defeated and injured in just a moment. This was something that no one had thought of before. That's all? Lin Sun smiled faintly, and his black eyes were frightening. Mu Zhaixing took a deep breath and suddenly waved his sleeves. 3 swords swept up and hung upside down in a triangular shape, like an inverted sword mountain, pressing down. Of course, he was not convinced and still wanted to fight, bang, but in a moment, Mu Zhaixing's attack was smashed. Lin Sun, like a dragon coming out of the abyss, was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Mu Zhaixing was defeated step by step. He was suppressed and coughed up blood again and again. His face became paler and paler, almost transparent. In the process, Xianxia and other strong practitioners tried their best to stop Lin Sun, but all their attacks were resolved by Lin Sun. This made a trace of shock in their eyes. They didn't expect that Lin Sun's combat power was so fierce. He alone was like an unshakable mountain. You can't. Suddenly, Lin Sun opened his mouth, and his voice shook the whole field. In the distance, Mu Zhaixing was already bathed in blood, and his face was beyond recognition. His hair was disheveled, and his body was shaking. Obviously, he couldn't hold on any longer. He looked gloomy. The whole field was silent, and everyone couldn't help trembling in their hearts. Lin Sun's domineering posture was like that of a god. At this time, Lin Sun on the battlefield seemed to want to continue. Without hesitation, he abandoned Mu Zhaixing, who couldn't fight anymore, and rushed to Xianxia. Lin Sun would not be polite to this vicious and arrogant woman. In just a moment, Lin Sun raised his hand and slapped Xianxia, making her scream. The crisp slap resounded through the sky. Xianxia's charming and beautiful face was swollen like a pig's head, and her hair was disheveled. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. How could she not see that Lin Sun was deliberately humiliating her and trampling on her dignity, but she was powerless to resist. Even if she had many companions around her to attack together, it was useless. So fierce. The people in the field couldn't help but shout excitedly. Before, they were all very worried about Lin Sun, not sure whether Lin Sun would be a match for all the enemies. But now, as long as they were not fools, they knew that Lin Sun was invincible. Under his absolute strike, the number of opponents no longer mattered. The big shots in the ancient desolation realm only had one thought in their minds. How could a cultivator of the immortal realm have such a terrifying combat power on the road of cultivation? No matter how experienced they were, they couldn't understand it. But they all knew that Lin Sun's road of cultivation was different from the secular world, and different from their understanding and cognition. Slap, a crisp slap rang out on the battlefield. Xianxia let out a shriek of agony as she was sent flying. Then, she fainted, not knowing whether it was because she couldn't bear such humiliation or because she was too seriously injured. This unexpected scene caused everyone present to be flabbergasted. A peerless figure from the Candle Dragon was knocked out by Lin Sun's slap. So far, Lang Chanheng and Mu Zhaixing were seriously injured, and Xianxia fainted. Only the other 5 guests from the outer region were struggling to hold on. But Lin Sun was even more imposing and elegant. Who would believe it before the battle? Prince Xiaohao sighed with emotion. He couldn't calm down. As a prince, he was also the leader of the people on the road of cultivation in the ancient desolation realm, and his momentum was no weaker than Lin Sun's. Although he had never really fought with Lin Sun, he couldn't help but admire Lin Sun's elegance in this battle. Fairy Rua Wu and the others had the same idea, and they were all overwhelmed with emotions. At the same time, above the void, the other 5 strong cultivators from the outer region looked gloomy, and their eyebrows were full of surprise. Their fighting spirit was already shaken. Whoosh, Lin Sun did not stop there. After defeating Xianxia, his figure moved like lightning as he pushed forward. He stared at a handsome man who was 10 meters tall and had bulging muscles. His entire body was bathed in the surging light of water. His name was Kuan Xiaojun, and he came from the northern underworld ancient region's emperor clan, Kuan clan. His combat strength was not inferior to Mu Zhaixing and Xianxia at all. Moreover, his innate divine ability was the devouring vortex Dao, which was similar to the devouring abyss Dao. The Kuan race was a Kuan in the sea and a Ping in the sky. They towered over 90,000 miles, and their innate talent surpassed many ancient races. Their foundation was extremely deep and ancient. As for Kuan Xiaojun, he was one of the best amongst the younger generation. Lin, do you dare to compete with me in the power of the great Dao? Kuan Xiaojun shouted explosively when he saw Lin Sun charging over, and his voice was like a thunderclap that surged through the sky. Boom, as he spoke, an enormous vortex of water suddenly charged out from his body, and it covered the heavens and the earth as it tore apart the nearby space. An enormous kuan could be faintly seen swimming within the vortex of water, and it swallowed and spat out a myriad of streams while giving rise to waves. A wave of exclamations resounded in the surroundings. Many people seemed to have seen an enormous kuan swimming in the sky, and it blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, causing them to feel suffocated. Of course, this was only a phenomenon of the Great Tao. But even then, it still caused the hearts of others to tremble. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Sun's black pupils were like bolts of lightning while a bottomless abyss suddenly appeared around his tall figure. It was enormous, boundless, and unfathomable while stars were obliterated within it. For a time, the Vortex Tao and the Devouring Abyss Tao appeared at the same time. Two types of Great Tao that could be said to be unparalleled transformed into the laws of longevity that competed in the sky, rumble. For a time, a storm raged while water rumbled, and even space seemed as if it was collapsing. It revealed a scene of chaos, destruction, and oblivion. Many experts felt suffocated while their expressions turned pale with astonishment. A battle of the Great Tao was the simplest and most direct. It was a competition of two experts' attainments in the control of the Great Tao. But at the same time, this method of battle was the most dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cause one's cultivation to suffer a heavy setback. Young people nowadays are really ferocious. An old man who had lived for countless years sighed in secret. Suddenly, Lin Sun's laughter sounded amidst the deafening turbulence. It looks like you can't do it either. Before his voice had died away. Bang! The vortex of water that seemed to devour the sky exploded. At the same time, Kuan Xiaojun coughed up blood while his towering body staggered back, and he stabilized himself dozens of meters away. His face was ashen while there was unwillingness, astonishment, and bewilderment on his face. He seemed to be unable to believe that he would be defeated so quickly. It's your turn. Lin Sun paid no attention to Kuan Xiaojun, and he looked at the other opponents. It was originally a group attack, but the current situation was that these foreign experts were being suppressed by Lin Sun one by one. All the experts in the ancient desolation region were stimulated to the point that their blood was boiling. If the battle hadn't really ended, they would have probably cheered a long time ago. They're going to lose. A saint made a judgment, and many people agreed with him. With Lang Qianheng, Mu Zhaixing, Zhu Yingxue, and Kuan Xiaojun being severely injured, the fighting spirit of the other foreign guests had been shaken. At this moment, it would be very difficult for them to protect themselves. Sure enough, what happened next proved this point. First, a peerless figure from the eastern mulberry ancient region and the Shinto sect was pierced in the chest by Lin Sun's Taishan sword chi. He was so shocked that he took the initiative to admit defeat. Then, a peerless figure from the heavenly fire ancient region was suppressed by Lin Sun with the profound meaning of infinite world of divination finger. His skin cracked and blood flowed like a waterfall. Then, the two experts from the Star Fiend ancient region and the Jiuli ancient region were also suppressed by Lin Sun one by one. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun was invincible. It should be known that these foreign guests' attainments in the peerless cultivation path were all heavenly talents. But now, they were suppressed one by one without any accident. It seems that none of you can do it. Above the void, Lin Sun's figure stood, and the cyan Taoist light filled the air. Like an exiled immortal, he looked down at the audience. His indifferent voice rang out, but the entire place was silent. Everyone was shocked. They were in a trance and hadn't completely woken up. Because no one had expected that Lin Sun could win such a big victory in such a one versus many battle. Moreover, it was an extremely beautiful victory. He wasn't injured, and he wasn't suppressed. From the very beginning, he showed a crushing attitude. This was something that no one had expected. Looking at the 8 foreign guests, including Lang Qianheng, Mu Zhaixing, and Zhu Yingxue, they were all miserable and looked gloomy. They no longer had the arrogant attitude before. Instead, they looked extremely embarrassed and pitiful. This battle was originally initiated by Lang Qianheng to fight with Lin Sun in the soul-refining tower of White Jade Capital. But now, not only Lang Qianheng was defeated, but other foreign guests were also suppressed by Lin Sun. How could they expect such a fiasco? Under the watchful eyes of the public, they stood here as losers. Their dignity and face were trampled, and they were ashamed to show their faces. Yes, they couldn't, not even together, even if they wanted to refute, they were powerless. He won. Someone screamed excitedly at this moment, breaking the silence in the field and triggering the excitement in everyone's hearts. For a time, the noise in the field was like a volcanic eruption, resounding through the sky. Ha ha ha, Child Lin won. He suppressed all enemies alone. Aren't those foreign envoys very arrogant? But in the hands of demon god Lin, they are just SOSO. This time, Child Lin will teach them how to behave. I have to admit that those foreign guys are indeed very powerful, but they deserve to be unlucky to meet such a ruthless person like Lin Sun. The boiling voices echoed between heaven and earth as if they were venting their emotions. After today's battle, no one in the entire ancient Desolation realm can compare with Lin Sun's momentum. Xiao Hao and other top figures also had a kind of indescribable emotion at this moment. This man is really a demon-like character. Some old monsters sighed. This battle had shaken them to the core, but the final result was undoubtedly something they were happy to see. Lin Sun won, the morale of the ancient Desolation realm was boosted, and the arrogance of the foreign visitors was also dealt a blow. In the future, who would dare to say that the ancient Desolation realm was weak? He won, he won. He is so powerful. Wei Linka was so excited that she danced with joy, her eyes shining with pride. Next to her, Ran Xing looked numb. He knew that no matter how hard he cultivated in this life, he was destined to be unable to surpass Lin Sun. The gap was too big, only the overmatches of the sky-reaching swords sect were the most hesitant. Lin Sun did win, but they didn't know whether they should be happy or not. After all, they were enemies. How could they cheer for the enemy's victory? But no matter what, if the news of today's battle spread out, it would definitely shock the White Jade capital and even the entire ancient Desolation realm. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, all the foreign visitors were suppressed by Lin Sun alone. Such a result was destined to shock the world. I'm afraid that under the Saint Realm, this man will be the leader. Some old experts sighed. Everyone around sighed. Isn't it better? The battle of the 9 regions is about to begin. With this man, our ancient Desolation realm will have the hope to avenge our humiliation in the battle of the 9 regions. Someone's voice was sonorous and impassioned. Just him alone? I think it's very unlikely. Don't forget that he only defeated some messengers today, and the 9-region battlefield is the gathering place of the most powerful forces in the other 8 regions. Some people shook their heads. They didn't look down on Lin Sun, but they didn't think that Lin Sun alone could change the situation of the ancient Desolation realm in the upcoming 9-region battlefield. It's better to have hope than to have no hope. For countless years, our ancient Desolation realm has been humiliated for too long. An old expert gnashed his teeth in grief and indignation. Lin Sun won. On the same day, the news spread at an amazing speed under the publicity of the Wind Whisperer clan. The whole world was shocked. A month ago, Lang Qianheng proudly announced that he would challenge Lin Sun in the sky above the Soul Refining Tower in the White Jade capital, which caused an uproar in the entire ancient Desolation realm. Over the past month, all eyes had been on the White Jade capital because of this arranged battle. They were all paying attention to it. Most people were not sure. Lang Qianheng was too strong. He came from an alien region with a great talent and a great foundation. People were worried that Lin Sun would lose in the duel. But now, as the news spread, the whole world was boiling. There were uproars and cheers everywhere. Even those ancient sects that stood at the peak of the world heaved sighs of relief in unison, and they felt delighted in their hearts. The ancient Desolation realm had been suppressed by the other 8 regions for too long. Countless years ago, the ancient Desolation realm suffered a crushing defeat in the 2 battles of the 9 regions. Then, it declined and lost its glory as an overlord in the past. In the past, the ancient Desolation realm had tasted blood, tears, and humiliation. It had been suppressed by the other 8 regions. Therefore, Lin Sun's duel attracted a lot of attention. If Lin Sun lost, it would be a heavy blow to the cultivation world in the ancient Desolation realm. But if Lin Sun won, it would be like restoring the reputation of the ancient Desolation realm. This was the general trend of the world. Fortunately, Lin Sun won in the end. It was a direct and extremely beautiful victory. No matter which cultivator it was, their hearts surged and their blood boiled when they found out about this news. It was no exaggeration to say that the impact of this duel was so great that it could be recorded in the history of the ancient Desolation realm and be remembered by future generations. Lin Sun became the most famous person in the ancient Desolation realm. His name, his achievements, and all the things he had done in the past had become a hot topic in the ancient Desolation realm. This was prestige. In the past, Lin Sun had killed his way to fame and offended many orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm. Some people admired and supported him, while others hated and disliked him. But now, it was different. Even the orthodoxies that hated Lin Sun couldn't slander or attack him anymore. Otherwise, they would be against all living beings in the world. All in all, the impact of this duel on the ancient Desolation realm had just begun. Sacred Retreat Land, Divine Secret Pavilion. As a sacred land that was revered by countless experts in the ancient desolate region, the status of the Divine Secret Pavilion was extremely high. What the Divine Secret Pavilion was best at was deducing the general trend of the world and divining good or bad fortune. For example, the signs of the Great Era's arrival, the appearance of the absolute peak domain, and the battle of the 9 regions. The Divine Secret Pavilion had made predictions in advance and announced them to the world. The disciples of the Divine Secret Pavilion were also known as the officials of the cultivation world, and they possessed the Spring and Autumn Brush and the Book of Annals, 2 supreme divine treasures. They recorded the annals of history and remembered the changes of the world. However, the atmosphere in the Divine Secret Pavilion today was exceptionally oppressive. In a grand and ancient hall. I'll be leaving soon. Before I leave, shouldn't all of you give me a clear answer? A dignified and indifferent voice rang out. The one who spoke was a purple-robed man. His eyes were deep and his aura was oppressive. He came from the Jiuli ancient region, and his name was Xianxia. He was a terrifying existence in the Boundary Emperor realm. However, due to the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the ancient Desolation region, the aura he displayed was only at the saint stage. Xianxia was the leader of the envoy group that had come to the ancient Desolation region this time. Lang Qianheng and the rest of the younger generation had followed him here. The hall was silent, and only Nie Qianxia's slightly impatient voice reverberated through the hall. On the main seat, Miao Xian frowned and remained silent. On the other seats, the group of old people from the Divine Secret Pavilion were also silent. However, their slightly gloomy expressions showed that they were not calm. A while ago, Xianxia had brought Lang Qianheng and the rest of the younger generation to the ancient Desolation region. Their real purpose was to negotiate with the ancient Desolation region. The content of the negotiation was very simple. In the upcoming battle of the 9 regions, the ancient Desolation region had to hand over the 9 Flying Immortal tokens. The Flying Immortal token was related to the qualification to enter the Kunlun ruins. Every region had 9 of them. If they agreed to Xianxia's conditions, it would be equivalent to giving the powerhouses of the ancient Desolation region the qualification to enter the Kunlun ruins. In return, after the battle of the 9 regions began, the other 8 regions would choose to show mercy and not kill the powerhouses of the ancient Desolation region. How could the Divine Secret Pavilion possibly agree to such conditions that were filled with humiliation and inequality? Fellow cultivator, you're being too overbearing by doing this. Miao Xian sighed softly. Xianxia snorted coldly, overbearing? If it wasn't for the 9 Flying Immortal tokens, do you think I would come to negotiate with you? This was the Divine Secret Pavilion, the ancient Desolation region. However, Xianxia seemed to be fearless, and his attitude was extremely unyielding. The reason was very simple. In his opinion, the ancient Desolation region had long since declined, and it did not have the qualifications to go against the other 8 regions. If we agree to your conditions, won't the powerhouses of the other 8 regions deal with the powerhouses of the ancient Desolation region in the Battle of the 9 regions? Someone could not hold it in and spoke angrily. I've said that I'll show mercy and not kill them all. Xianxia was expressionless. All of you should know how many powerhouses your ancient Desolation region lost in the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions. Do you want to repeat the same mistakes? His voice was cold and filled with disdain, as well as an undisguised threat. For a moment, everyone's expressions were uncertain. In the past, the ancient Desolation region had suffered 2 crushing defeats in the Battle of the 9 Regions. Countless heroes had died in the 9 Regions battlefield. It was a bloody humiliation and hatred. It was also the 2 battles of the 9 regions that led to the decline of the ancient Desolation region, which caused the extinction of the path of cultivation. The losses were great. How could anyone here forget such a thing? The atmosphere in the hall became more and more oppressive. Many people felt sad and ashamed. They were the meat on the chopping block. This feeling was too humiliating and uncomfortable. The Divine Secret Pavilion cannot agree to this condition on behalf of the people of the ancient Desolation region. Miao Xian suddenly spoke. His tone was calm, but it was filled with determination. Xianxia was stunned, as if he could not believe it. Then, he laughed out of anger and said with a cold expression, "Is this what you call refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit?" Miao Xian said indifferently, "Whether you hand over the flying deity token or not, you can't avoid the slaughter in the 9 regions battlefield. If that's the case, why should we hand it over?" Xianxia's face was cold. It seems that the appearance of the zone of forsaken darkness has made the ancient Desolation region have more youngsters on the path of cultivation. That's why you dare to make such a decision. However, do you really think that these youngsters can change the fate of the ancient Desolation region? Ridiculous. He said to himself, "I can tell you that if the ancient Desolation region agrees to my conditions in the 9 regions battle, you may have a chance to survive. If you don't, what if we don't agree?" Miao Xian raised his eyes and looked at Xianxia. "If you don't agree, all the experts of the ancient Desolation region will become prey in the 9 regions battlefield and will be killed one by one. And your front lines will also be trampled in this battle of the 9 regions." Xianxia said each word with a murderous look. For a moment, the people in the hall became restless and their expressions changed. The front line was the only line of defense against the other 8 regions. Once it was destroyed, the experts of the other 8 regions would be able to march into the ancient Desolation region. By that time, the ancient Desolation region would become a piece of fat meat that would be occupied and divided by the other 8 regions. By that time, no one knew how many Taoist sects would be destroyed, how many experts would be enslaved, and how many lives would be plunged into misery and suffering. Would all of this really happen? All eyes were on Miao Xian. The atmosphere was heavy. "There's no need to discuss this. It's just a 9 regions battle. The people of the ancient Desolation region would rather die standing than live on our knees." All of a sudden, a warm voice came from outside the hall. Miao Xian, who was dressed in a plain robe, walked in without anyone noticing. Seeing him, Miao Xian let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Senior brother, you're finally back." Miao Xian also smiled. "If I didn't come back, you wouldn't have been able to handle this hot potato. I made the decision, and I will bear the consequences. No matter whether this decision is right or wrong, when the people of the ancient Desolation region ask about it one day, I will have a clear conscience." After a pause, he looked at Xianxia and said, "The juniors you brought here have all been defeated. I think you'd better take them away from here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know how much more ridicule they will suffer." "What?" Xianxia was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. Miao Xian waved his sleeve and a light screen appeared, showing the scenes of the battles that took place in the sky above the Soul Refining Tower in the White Jade capital. When he saw Lang Qianheng, Zhu Yingxue, Mu Zhaixing, and the others being easily defeated by Lin Sun, even Xianxiu, a quasi-emperor, couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look gloomy. "Who is this person?" When the light screen disappeared, Xianxiu asked in a low voice. "It doesn't matter who he is. What's important is that you really should leave," Miao Xian said indifferently. Xianxiu couldn't help but sneer. "Do you really think that such a small thing can do anything in the 9 regions battlefield? Childish." After a pause, he continued, "I'm not afraid to tell you that in the 8 regions, the young people who followed me here can at most be considered first-rate figures. There are many people who are more powerful than them, such as the 8 Absolutes of Green Darkness and the 8 Regions Immortals Peerless ranking. There are too many." Speaking of this, he looked coldly at Mr. Shen. "This is the foundation of the 8 regions. Don't forget, the peerless cultivation path of the 8 regions has never been severed. Even those who have stepped into the Saint Realm have absolute power. Let me ask you, what does the ancient desolation have to fight against the 8 regions? Just that small thing? Ridiculous. At the end of his words, there was a thick disdain in his voice. His voice shook the hall and reverberated. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and suffocating. What does the ancient desolation realm have to fight against the 8 regions? Such an overbearing question caused the expressions of every single senior of the Divine Secret Pavilion to become extremely unsightly and aggrieved. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned disdainfully. Countless years had passed, but these fellows who had struggled to survive in the ancient desolation realm were still so cowardly. At this moment, Mr. Shen smiled and gestured for them to leave. He didn't speak. But his meaning was clear. Xianxia was stunned at first, then his face turned red and he said in a low voice, "Do you really want to die?" His voice was filled with anger and murderous intent. Mr. Shen stopped gesturing and said indifferently, "You are a guest and we respect you. If you don't leave, don't blame us for closing the door and beating the dog." Closing the door and beating the dog? Xianxia suddenly stood up, his eyes glowing. He was a great emperor candidate who had come to the ancient desolation realm as an emissary, but now he was being treated as a dog. This was no longer a slap in the face, but a humiliation. All of a sudden, his face became extremely gloomy and murderous intent surged. Mr. Shen ignored him and said indifferently, "If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. At worst, I'll break your dog legs and smash your dog head. Then, I'll personally send you back." "How dare you?" Xianxia was enraged. Bang! In the next moment, Mr. Shen did not move, but Xianxia's body seemed to have been lifted up by someone and smashed onto the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Only Mr. Xian sighed and shook his head. His senior brother was indeed a good-tempered gentleman. But when it came to enemies, his senior brother was the coldest, toughest, and most domineering one, just like now. Xianxia felt dizzy and his body lay on the ground, his expression stiff. He didn't expect Mr. Shen to really dare to fight. Then, he saw Mr. Shen roll up his sleeves and walk forward, ordering, "Close the door and start beating the dog. He's just an emissary, but he's barked in our divine secret pavilion for so many days. If we don't break his dog legs, how will the divine secret pavilion have the face to stand in the ancient desolation realm?" Mr. Xian and the others couldn't help but laugh, their eyes unfriendly. Previously, they had endured silently and sullenly for too long. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he roared in anger. "Do you know the consequences of your actions? Can you bear it?" Bang! Mr. Shen stepped forward and punched him in the face. His movements were so rough that he looked like a hooligan fighting on the street. He didn't have the demeanor of a master at all. A single fist caused blood to spray out from Xianxia's mouth and nose, and his teeth fell out. He let out an enraged roar, and his eyes almost split apart. He was so hateful that he almost went mad. It was true that he was a quasi-emperor, but in the ancient desolation region, he was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, so he could only possess the cultivation of the saint realm. Under such circumstances, how could he have the strength to resist? Bang! Mr. Shen lifted his foot and stomped down. The bones in Xianxia's thigh were immediately broken, and fresh blood flowed out. Then, Mr. Shen sighed softly and said, "A guest should behave like a guest. If you make the host unhappy, he can't kill you, but can't he beat you up?" Xianxia was on the verge of going mad. He was angered to the point his lungs almost exploded, and he wanted to die from embarrassment and indignation. He was an emissary representing the 8 territories, and he was a sub-emperor who stood at the top of the sage realm, but now, he was being beaten like a dog. Crack! Before he could react, Mr. Shen slapped him hard on the back of his head, which made him see stars. He roared, "You're digging your own grave." Mr. Shen frowned and punched Xianxia on the ground. Soon, Xianxia's body was red and swollen, and his hair was disheveled. He was beyond recognition. In the end, Mr. Shen seemed to be satisfied. He let out a long sigh and murmured, "I haven't fought for a long time. I almost forget that I can fight too." If Lin Sun saw it, he would also be dumbfounded. Who could believe that Mr. Shen, a real senior in his heart, could be so rude to Lin Sun? Even Miao Xian and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. They felt that Mr. Shen's action seemed to be a little disgraceful. On the ground, Xianxia was already dying. Both of his legs had been broken, and many of his bones had been smashed into pieces. He looked incomparably miserable. Senior brother, Miao Xian stepped forward and seemed to be worried. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Mr. Shen smiled gently and said, "You want to beat him too? Sure, as long as you don't kill him, you can do whatever you want." Hearing this, Xianxia, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly trembled. He was really scared after being beaten. He was even a little worried that Mr. Shen would kill him at all costs. One had to know that a cornered dog would jump over a wall, and a cornered rabbit would bite. Once Mr. Shen disregarded all consequences and killed someone, he, Xianxia, would not be able to return alive. In the future, even if the 8 regions would avenge him, he would be a dead man by then. What's the use of revenge then? Before Miao Xian could speak again, Mr. Shen ordered, "Throw him out. He's just a quasi-emperor. He won't die from some superficial wounds." Immediately, an old man stepped forward and carried Xianxia out of the main hall like a pile of mud. "I know it's wrong to beat the messenger. But he made us unhappy. How can we let him be happy?" Mr. Shen glanced at Miao Xian and the others. "What's more, we, the ancient Desolation region, have no way out in the battle of the 9 regions. Since there is no way out, why should we tolerate it?" Everyone was silent. "We can't tolerate it anymore. We won't know the result until we fight." Mr. Shen's voice was calm but sonorous. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, "Of course, Xianxia suffered such a great humiliation. Do you think he will tell others about it when he goes back?" Everyone was stunned at first, and then they couldn't help laughing. But everyone knew that what Mr. Shen did today had decided that the ancient Desolation region only had one choice in the upcoming battle of the 9 regions, fight to the death. The battle above the Soul Refining Tower in the White Jade capital had come to an end. In the evening, Lang Chanheng, Mu Zhaixing, Zhu Yingxue, and the other 7 peerless young figures were taken away by Xianxia with a gloomy face. From the beginning to the end, they didn't stay at all. "Senior, on the way out," Mu Zhaixing was so ashamed that he couldn't even say a word. Because they were defeated so badly in the battle with Lin Sun. The others lowered their heads as well. They were suffering from the humiliation. Xianxia glanced at the dispirited, frustrated, and angry young people. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered in the Divine Secret Pavilion, his face became even gloomier. Not only did he not get what he wanted in this mission to the ancient Desolation region, but he was also humiliated one by one. Xianxia was so angry that he almost exploded. "Senior, how did it go with the Divine Secret Pavilion? Did they agree to hand over the Flying Fairy token? With you here, I don't think they would dare to refuse, right?" Zhu Yingxue said. She wanted to change the topic and stop talking about the battle. But her words immediately provoked Xianxia. Like rubbing salt on his wound, Xianxia's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. "You were defeated, but you still talk so much nonsense. Don't you feel ashamed?" Xianxia scolded. Zhu Yingxue immediately became silent. Her face turned green and white. Mu Zhaixing and the others vaguely sensed that Xianxia's mission didn't get what he wanted. Otherwise, his face wouldn't be so gloomy. But with Zhu Yingxue as an example, they didn't dare to ask any more. "Let's go." Xianxia snorted coldly. He suppressed his urge to vent his anger and left with the others at full speed. On that day, the group left the ancient Desolation region. But the ancient Desolation region didn't calm down just like that. Lin Sun's peerless demeanor in the battle and his brilliant achievements were still spreading and stirring up a sensation. After the Absolute Summit region ended, Lin Sun disappeared. After staying silent for more than 2 years, he reappeared with such a brilliant achievement. Who wouldn't be shocked? Many ancient orthodoxies started to think that among the top figures of the young generation in the ancient Desolation region, Lin Sun was probably invincible. He had the power to lead the group. Some orthodoxies even put Lin Sun on the list of people they should never provoke. This guy was too terrifying. From the beginning until now, he was just a person without a sect, but his rise had never stopped. Until now, his power was enough to lead the ancient Desolation region. What was more frightening was that no one knew where Lin Sun's real limit was. Even in the battle with Mu Zhaixing and the others, he didn't seem to be able to force out his full strength. The most obvious feature was that after Lin Sun suppressed all his opponents in the battle, he was still calm and composed. He was unscathed and elegant, only the forces that were once against Lin Sun had the most complicated feelings. They wanted Lin Sun to die, but they knew that in the current situation of the world, Lin Sun's prestige had risen to an unprecedented level. Whoever dared to go against him would be the enemy of the world. For example, the battle that happened in the White Jade Jing was the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. In the eyes of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lin Sun was their mortal enemy. But in the end, the Heavenly Sword sect could only tolerate the battle and didn't dare to go against Lin Sun. After the battle, when Lin Sun left the White Jade Jing, the Heavenly Sword sect even secretly protected him. There was no other way. If something happened to Lin Sun in their territory, their Heavenly Sword sect would definitely be pinned with a pot of sh*t that they could not get rid of. At this time, Lin Sun, who had caused a sensation in the world, was sitting in a beautiful restaurant far away from the White Jade Jing. The restaurant was called the Drunken Immortal. It was 3,000 feet high and had an antique atmosphere. On the top floor of the restaurant, Lin Sun was gathering with a group of good friends. Emperor Xiaohao, Fairy Rua Wu, Yuan Fadian, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, Wang Xuanyu, Ji Xingyao, Qi Lingxiao, and other top figures of the world were all there. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively and harmonious. No one was worried about any danger, because there were many sages guarding outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant. It should be known that among those present, apart from Lin Sun and a few others, the other top figures all had ancient orthodoxies standing behind them. How could these orthodoxies let the top figures under them be in danger? Outside the Drunken Immortal Tower, a sage exclaimed, "In the future, the ancient Desolation realm will belong to those young people in the tower." Those young people had reached the peak of immortality and surpassed their peers. They were like suns hanging in the sky above the ancient Desolation realm. When they became sages, even the sage realm monsters in the ancient Desolation realm wouldn't be able to compete with them. If the Battle of the Nine Zones didn't happen, it would. But now, everyone knows that the Battle of the Nine Zones is about to begin. Those young people are destined to enter the Nine Zones battlefield. Another sage suddenly said, "Let me ask you. How many of them do you think will come back alive from the Nine Zones battlefield?" His words silenced all the sages. Their hearts were heavy. The Battle of the Nine Zones, such a war had dealt a heavy blow to the realm of ancient desolation in the past. Countless heavens chosen had died on the battlefield, filled with blood, tears, and humiliation. In the upcoming Battle of the Nine Regions, would the ancient Desolation realm repeat the tragedy of the past? Inside the Drunken Immortal Tower, a group of top figures gathered. While drinking, they also talked about the Battle of the Nine Zones. If the Nine Zones battlefield opens, the ancient Desolation realm will be led by a group of true sages. Mi Hingzhen said, "This isn't a small matter. It's a matter of life and death for the ancient Desolation realm. Therefore, all ancient orthodoxies will send their strongest forces." But as you all know, the Battle of the Nine Zones is divided into two battlefields. One is the frontline battlefield. It's the stronghold of the ancient Desolation realm against the other 8 zones. Only experts above the Sage realm are qualified to enter. Others will die if they go. The other is the Nine Zones battlefield. It's located between the 9 territories and is made up of several continents. Because of the restrictions of the natural laws, the Nine Zones battlefield can only accommodate experts at the true Sage realm. But normally, experts below the King realm can't survive in the Nine Zones battlefield. Therefore, the Battle of the Nine Zones battlefield is probably a place for experts above the King realm but below the Sage realm. This time, we're going to the Nine Zones battlefield. Mi Hingzhen took a deep breath and continued, "At that time, the experts from the other 8 regions will swarm in as well. I'm sure that once the war breaks out, the experts from the other 8 realms will definitely target our ancient Desolation realm." Everyone's eyes narrowed when they heard this. Although the 8 regions are not an alliance, everyone knows that in the previous 2 battles between the 9 regions, they had reached an agreement. First, they would kill the ancient Desolation, and then they would compete. What do you mean? Mi Hingzhen sneered. Then they'll attack together and wipe out the experts of the ancient Desolation realm first. Then, the experts of the other 8 realms will compete with each other. The originally harmonious atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became silent. Every peerless figure had a gloomy expression on their faces. First kill the ancient desolation, then fight for supremacy. It was just a few words, but they were enough to enrage anyone in the realm of ancient desolation. This time it is destined to be different from the past. Someone gritted his teeth and swore. At that time, I'd like to see what gives them the confidence to target us like this. Most of them were silent. Being targeted by the experts of the 8 realms, it was conceivable how dangerous the situation would be after they entered the 9 regions battlefield. The most terrifying thing was that in the other 8 realms, the path of Jushou's cultivation had never been cut off, which meant that any random expert was very likely to be a peerless figure. There was no doubt that there were many experts at the level of true Saint Jushou. Under such circumstances, if they wanted to survive in the 9 regions battlefield, it was very likely that they would face extremely severe challenges. How much hope did they have to counterattack and defeat the invasion of the 8 realms? For a moment, everyone had different thoughts, and the wine was tasteless. Xiaohao suddenly chuckled and said, "This time, the 9 regions battle is destined to be different from the past. No matter how dangerous the situation is, after all, we still have hope." That's right. After entering the 9 regions battlefield, we should seek the way to become a saint as soon as possible. In this way, we won't be afraid of any opponents. Ruo Wu Fairy also said in a clear voice. They were all strong-willed people, so it was impossible for them to be affected by these things. What do you think, Brother Lin? Ruo Wu Fairy suddenly looked at Lin Sun, who had been silent all this while. Lin Sun was stunned and said, "I don't have any opinion. I'm just thinking about how many enemies I have to kill and how many battle merits and fortune I have to collect to activate the flying celestial token and have the qualifications to enter the Kunlun ruins." Everyone was stunned, and they could not help but laugh. Some people could not help but sigh in their hearts. As expected of Demon God Lin. While they were worried about the dangers they would face in the 9 regions battle, he was actually thinking about entering the Kunlun ruins. Haha, looks like Brother Lin must have a flying celestial token in your hands. Xiaohao laughed heartily. That's right. Lin Sun did not hide it. Brother Lin, you have to be careful. The enemies of the 8 realms are most concerned about the flying celestial token. If they find out about this, they'll definitely see you as a must-kill target. Yi Moha reminded. Lin Sun smiled casually, isn't that better? It's equivalent to a huge wave of battle merits and fortune coming to me. I'll just accept them one by one. Everyone burst into laughter again, and the atmosphere in the hall became much more harmonious. In the past, there would definitely be people who would criticize Lin Sun for being too arrogant and exaggerating. However, now, everyone took it for granted that Lin Sun's words were normal. Otherwise, they would be letting down the monstrous prestige he possessed now. Of course, this was just a joke. When the 9 regions battle really started, they were sure that even Lin Sun would not dare to be careless. The banquet only ended late at night. Lin Sun chatted with Laughing at the Heavens, Ye Chen, Ji Xingyao, and the other old friends for a long time before leaving alone. In the past few months, he had been like a passerby traveling the world, seeing the beauty of the mountains and rivers, and the various forms of the mortal world. He had also spent a month in the Tao of Stone inscriptions taught by Mr. Shen to sort out his state of mind, causing his state of mind to sublimate and transform. Now, he planned to return to the Star Chess Sea and wait for the 9 regions battle. Come out. It was late at night, and Lin Sun, who was walking alone in the sea of clouds above a vast mountain range, suddenly stopped and looked behind him. In the sea of clouds, a gray-haired, skinny old man in a black robe with a straight back suddenly appeared. Young friend, please don't misunderstand. I am from the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect, and I have only one thing to discuss with you. The old man in black spoke calmly, without any aggressive intention. He was obviously a sword saint. Although his aura was restrained, the invisible power was still there. Oh, what is it? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He stood there casually, but the chi in his body had been completely operated to the extreme. I have no other wish. I only hope that you will leave the heaven-reaching sword behind. The old man in black cupped his hands and said, if you agree, I can represent the heaven-reaching sword sect and resolve the old scores with you. Lin Sun asked in reply, what if I don't agree? The old man in black fell into silence. After a long time, he said, "Young friend, you should know that this is a good opportunity to resolve the score." Lin Sun sneered, "In the past, your heaven-reaching sword sect has dealt with me more than once. Logically speaking, it should be me who hates you. Why is it you who is forgiving me now?" The black-clothed old man's face sank. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Young friend, please reconsider. The prestige that you possess now is indeed unparalleled. However, if you think that you can disregard everything with just this prestige, then you are gravely mistaken." Lin Sun stopped smiling and said, "You should know that I am never afraid of any threat. You want the heaven-reaching sword? It's easy. Just do it." The old man in black looked uncertain. He stared at Lin Sun for a long time and finally sighed, "Well, you can go." Lin Sun's eyes narrowed, and he was a little surprised. "I obtained this sword from Bai. He is already dead now. However, I know that he died unwillingly." Given the old man's attitude, Lin Sun decided to explain again. He looked calm, neither sad nor happy. "Although he and I are mortal enemies, I will use this sword to pay tribute to his soul one day." After that, he floated away. In Lin Sun's mind, Bai was an opponent who deserved to die, but he was also an opponent whom Lin Sun had to respect. He was a tragic and peerless figure. Sometimes, if Lin Sun was in Bai's situation and had no choice from the first day of cultivation, he might not be able to do better than Bai. The old man in black watched Lin Sun's figure gradually go away. Finally, he resisted the urge to do it and sighed softly. "Ancestor, why didn't you stop him?" Some figures swept out from the nearby area, all looking puzzled. "Why do you think he dares to go alone?" the old man in black asked in reply. Everyone was stunned. "If he didn't have something to rely on, how could he dare to refuse me so forcefully?" The old man's expression was complicated. He was a sword sage who had been in seclusion for a long time, but for the first time in his life, he chose to forbear in front of a younger generation and gave up the intention to take action. It was not because he was too cautious, but because he had made a judgment that even if he took action, he had no confidence to stop Lin Sun. There are talents in every generation. It's a pity. If Bai was still alive, his achievements would not be inferior to Lin Sun's. What a pity. The old man in black strode away with his hands behind his back. His figure was bleak and his interest waned. Others looked at each other. They didn't understand and were still unwilling to accept it. This might be the gap between them and the old man in black. Several hours later, it was just before dawn. Lin Sun, who was walking over a mountain stream, stopped again. This time, he couldn't help frowning and muttering to himself, "It's really haunting." As he spoke, he turned around and looked into the darkness in the distance. His black eyes were like lightning, cold and frightening. In the darkness, a little light of Buddha lit up. Then, a skinny monk with white eyebrows hanging down from both sides of his face stepped out of the darkness. With one step, he came to Lin Sun about 30 meters away. "Fa Lin of Xianxia Temple greets you, my young friend." The old monk looked haggard. He put his palms together and showed no sadness or joy. Lin Sun's black hair and clothes were fluttering without wind. His chi rose to an unprecedented level at this moment. He said calmly, "Old monk, what are you going to do?" "My young friend, you are going to the 9 regions battlefield. Why don't you take this opportunity to leave the Dharma scripture and the Bodhi wood, so as not to lose them in the battlefield?" The old monk Farron spoke calmly. "Lose them? Do you think I can't come back alive from the 9 regions battlefield?" Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. Xianxia Temple, how could he forget this orthodoxy? In the past, he had been chased by the strong of this orthodoxy, such as Gufozi, Xianxia 18 Sons, and Fa Jing. The reason was simple. The Xianxia Temple regarded Lin Sun as a heretic and wanted to kill him. "No one can say whether I'm alive or not." Fa Lin's expression was calm and dignified. As he spoke, the heavens and the earth suddenly changed. It was as if the heavens and the earth had been transformed into a mystery realm that was isolated from the outside world. Here, the light of Buddha was vast and the sound of Sanskrit resounded. Fa Lin stood there like a Buddha that had descended to the world, and his entire body emanated boundless majesty. "My young friend, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha." He chanted the name of Buddha. His voice was like a bell, stirring people's hearts. If it were someone else, he would have been frightened and lost his mind. But Lin Sun didn't. The holy monk Duji once said, "If I am a Buddha, there will be no demons in the world. If I am a demon, I will make all Buddhas in the world a demon. Today, I want to see if I can make you transcend the world." Lin Sun looked calmer. Fa Lin was a figure of the saint realm, and the breath he exuded was more terrible than that of the saint realm. It was very likely that he was a great saint. But Lin Sun was still not afraid. As the black-clothed old man of the heaven-reaching sword sect speculated, Lin Sun dared to go alone, so he naturally had something to rely on. Fa Lin raised his eyes, looked at Lin Sun and said, "My young friend, if you have obsession in your heart, you will become a devil. There is no turning back. Please think twice." He looked solemn and dignified. But the more it was like this, the more disgusted Lin Sun was. These old bald donkeys of Xianxia temple could even talk about robbery in such a dignified and righteous way. They were shameless to the extreme. He frowned and said, "Since there's no turning back, there's no need to turn back. Be more straightforward, if you want to rob, just do it." Fa Lin sighed softly. Then, he stretched out a hand and held it in the air. This simple movement made Lin Sun stiff all over. Aware of the fatal danger, he exerted his strength without hesitation and was about to crush a token hidden in his hand. But at this moment, 5,000 kilometers away, a voice suddenly resounded high up in the sky. "Quick!" A wisp of sword light flashed out abruptly, and it was like a comet that dragged a green ray of light behind it as it tore through the sky. The sword chi was vast, and it slashed apart a part of the sky and a part of the mountains and rivers. Then, it broke the boundary of the secret realm. The sword light dragged by the sword chi tore a long crack in the sky, which didn't disappear for a long time. Fa Lin's white brows furrowed. He was the one who opened the barrier, and it represented his divine might. Yet now, an opening had been easily sliced open. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes and felt the terrible will imprinted in this sword. If he hadn't defended himself with his chi, the place where he stood would have been crushed and collapsed. Then, Fa Lin said in a deep voice, "Who interfered in the business of Xianxia temple? Don't you know the rule that intruders will be killed in the boundary? Old bald donkey, you don't look like a monk with such strong killing intent." Loud laughter came from a distance. But as soon as the voice sounded, an old man in a Taoist robe riding a green donkey appeared here. The green donkey was emaciated and lazy, and it frequently sneezed as it glanced at Fa Lin with its eyes. Its lips parted to reveal a mouthful of snow-white teeth, and it seemed to be ridiculing Fa Lin. The old man that sat on the green donkey had disheveled hair, dirty clothes, and an intoxicated expression, causing him to seem lazy and slovenly. He held a yellow-skinned gourd in his hand. As soon as he arrived, the green sword chi was like a swimming fish that flashed happily into the yellow-skinned gourd. Drunken sword senior? Fa Lin's expression had already become serious. A very long time ago, there was a peerlessly talented sword saint that rode a green donkey and carried a gourd as he wandered the world. He passed through 13 places of seclusion and defeated numerous great figures of the sword Tao. He was matchless. This person was addicted to the sword, wine, and battle. He had a wild disposition and acted in an unrestrained manner, yet no one knew his origins. All they knew was that his sword Tao could be described as being vast like the heavens and unstoppable. As an old man who had lived for countless years, Fa Lin had naturally heard of the deeds of drunken sword senior. The old man in the Taoist robe burped, and his eyes were blurred. He swayed on the green donkey and laughed. "Old bald donkey, you also know me? That's good, so I don't have to be long-winded. In short, disappear quickly, or my sword won't have eyes." Although it was a threat, his tone was lazy and weak, without the slightest bit of deterrence. But Fa Lin looked more and more solemn as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He put his palms together and said, "I heard that drunken sword senior's attainments in sword Tao were once the best in an era. I'd like to have a try." The old man in the Taoist robe turned his head to look at Lin Sun and said with a smile, "Little guy, just go ahead. Don't pay any attention to the demons and ghosts along the way." After thinking for a while, he added, "In this world, some people want you to die and can't tolerate you, but there are also people who won't let you die. You have to believe that there are still many good people, such as me. Ha 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 ha. He laughed and said, good people, just because of these 2 words, I have to drink to my heart's content. The old Taoist raised the yellow-skinned gourd and gulped it down. Thank you, Senior. Lin Sun put away the token in his hand and cupped his hands. Go ahead boldly. The old Taoist waved his sleeves. Lin Sun glanced at Fa Lin, who stared at the old man in the Taoist robe with a dignified look, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Lin Sun suddenly realized that Fa Lin had met a tough opponent. Senior, is Drunken Sword Senior really your name? Lin Sun couldn't help asking before leaving. Wrong, it's just a nickname. How about it? Don't you think it's awesome? The old Taoist was triumphant. The cheapest? Cheap mouth? This nickname is really awesome. Lin Sun murmured and turned away. The drunk old Taoist was stunned at first, and then his old face suddenly fell as black as the bottom of a pot. He roared, damn, no wonder those old guys always like to call my nickname from time to time. It turns out that they're all laughing at me. Immediately, he turned his face and stared at Fa Lin unkindly. He gnashed his teeth and said, when you called me by my nickname just now, were you also laughing at me? Before Fa Lin could say anything, the old Taoist had already stood up from the green donkey. I'll kill you, you bald donkey. Boom, a monstrous sword chi rushed out from his body, tearing the night sky and illuminating thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Far away, Lin Sun looked back and saw the scene. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself that although the Drunken Sword Senior's nickname was unpleasant to the ear, his sword chi was really frightening. While thinking, he walked forward and carefully pondered the words of the Drunken Sword Senior just now. Go ahead boldly without paying attention to the demons and ghosts along the way. Lin Sun vaguely guessed something and couldn't help sighing with emotion in his heart. Without any hesitation, he continued to move forward. 1 day later. In a city, Lin Sun was resting in a tea house. At the table beside him, there was a handsome young man in ancient clothes. I followed you all the way and seen the battle between the Drunken Sword Senior and Fa Lin of the Xidagarba Temple. Someone secretly stopped me on the way, but unfortunately, that guy failed to stop me. The man looked at Lin Sun with a smile, with loose sleeves and a wide belt. Now, it seems that no one can help you. Why don't you come with me? Who are you? Lin Sun asked. You'll know if you come with me. As he spoke, the man raised his right hand and tried to grab Lin Sun's arm. But halfway, his arm was blocked by a white and slender palm and couldn't move any further. He's Xiaoyao from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. He's an old bastard who has lived for many years, but he dresses like a young man. It can be seen how shameless he is. A low voice that was cold like ice and pleasing to the ear resounded out, and then a white-haired beautiful woman in azure clothes had suddenly appeared. The man called Xiaoyao was stunned and smiled bitterly. I thought there was no one else. I didn't expect that even the great-grandmother of the headmaster of the Wutian sect would come. Well, I admit defeat. I'll go now. The white-haired woman said coldly, you want to leave now? It's too late. If I don't beat you up, I'll feel sorry for chasing you all the way here. As she said, she grabbed the lapel of Xiaoyao's clothes and disappeared with a flash. Lin Sun watched all this in a daze. After a long time, he let out a long breath and said to himself, the Drunken Sword Senior is right. There are many good people in the world, Big Brother. Were they performing magic just now? They just disappeared in a flash. It's amazing. A little girl in the tea house ran over with a face full of amazement. Lin Sun smiled and said, is it amazing? Then I'll perform a magic trick for you too. Whoosh. As he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared as well. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl burst into tears after being stunned for a while. It's not a magic trick at all. Mother, is it because I always lie to you that I ran into ghosts today? And I even ran into 3 ghosts at once. It's too scary. Boo-hoo. At this time, Lin Sun had already left the small city. For the next period of time, he trekked through the mountains and rivers, approaching the area where the Star Chess Sea was. It was a peaceful journey. However, Lin Sun knew that along the way, many unusual things were destined to happen in the darkness that he couldn't detect. Someone wanted to deal with him. And someone was protecting him. Why was it like this? Someone wanted to deal with him, which had something to do with the battle in Soul Refining Tower in White Jade Capital and the upcoming battle between the 9 regions. This was Lin's inference. But what made him sigh with emotion was that the general trend of the world had changed. At least now there were people who didn't want to see him suffer. For example, the drunken sword old man who rode a green donkey and carried a gourd. For example, the white-haired beautiful woman who was called the great-grandmother of the headless sect by Xiaoyao of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. For example, the immortals who had been secretly resisting disasters for him along the way. His enemies were destined to be those who had made enemies with him in the past, such as the Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect, the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, the Black Sea Dog Tribe, the Golden Crow Tribe, the Sea Spirit Tribe, the Xuandu Taoism Sect, the Beast's Mountain and so on. But Lin couldn't make a specific judgment for the time being as to who helped him. Doing good deeds without leaving their names? Thinking of this, Lin couldn't help but think of what the drunken sword old man had said, just go forward boldly, Magic Pavilion. Mr. Shen opened the scroll and read leisurely, enjoying himself. On one side, Miao Xian let out a cold snort and said, as you expected, many idiots jumped out along the way. Do they want to kill him? Mr. Shen smiled and said, this is hatred. Those ancient orthodoxies don't think that Lin Sun can turn the tide in the 9 regions battlefield. If it weren't for the general trend of the world, they would be more unscrupulous. Miao Xian sighed softly, no egg can remain intact under the collapse of the nest. Even if there is a great hatred, can't it be solved later? Miao Xian closed the scroll in his hand and said with clear eyes, because they are in a hurry. If they don't kill him now, I'm afraid there won't be many chances in the future. Miao Xian was stunned and immediately understood. He nodded and said, that's true. Today, Lin Sun was almost invincible under the Saint Realm. He had a strong foundation and superb talent. He could influence the world by himself, which was enough to make those old monsters in the ancient Desolation Realm desperate. With Lin Sun's aptitude, he was destined to become a saint after entering the 9-region battlefield without any accident. The Saint Realm. The meaning of these 4 words was enough to make those Saint Realm old monsters in the ancient Desolation Realm tremble in fear. What was more, with the foundation and combat power Lin Sun showed now, even if he was at the peak of becoming a saint, he was definitely not an ordinary peak saint. At that time, who among the ancient sects in the ancient Desolation territory would dare to deal with Lin Sun like this? If we don't kill Lin Sun now, when he returns from the 9-region battlefield, these ancient orthodoxies will be unable to eat and sleep in peace. Mr. Shen said calmly, if they don't want to be punished by Lin Sun in the future, they can only seize this last opportunity and stake everything on one throw. Mr. Miao Xian let out a long sigh. He seemed to have thought of something and said, Senior brother, what do you think are the chances of this child returning alive from the 9-region battlefield? Mr. Shen thought for a while and said, it's hard to say. But I'm sure that if he can survive in the 9 zones battlefield, when he returns, even the sages in the ancient Desolation Realm will have to bow their heads to him. Miao Xian narrowed his eyes. He took out the spring and autumn brush and the book of annals, intending to record them down. Mr. Shen said helplessly, don't remember this. It's just a chat between you and me. Mr. Miao Xian thought for a while, put away the book and pen, and asked, Senior brother, will he really be safe along the way? Mr. Shen laughed and counted with his fingers, drunken sword old man, Lu Wutian, Yi Jiuxiao, Xiao Bugue, Wei Songyun. He read out a long list of names at once, and then said, with so many old guys working together, it's hard for him to lose even a hair. Miao Xian couldn't help laughing. He knew that all this was arranged by his senior brother. After the end of the battle in White Jade Capital, his senior brother seemed to have expected this, so he set up a lot of backup plans. Mr. Miao Xian asked, Senior brother, one last question. Why do you attach so much importance to this child? Mr. Shen was silent for a long time and then said, if there is a glimmer of hope to reverse the defeat of the ancient Desolation Realm in the 9-region battlefield, this glimmer of hope lies in this child. Miao Xian was stunned and shocked. A few days later, the vast star chess sea was shrouded in thick fog, and many islands were scattered on the surface of the sea, faintly discernible in the fog. When Lin Sun arrived here, the tightness in his heart loosened. He turned to look at the road he came from, and there was no one around. However, Lin Sun cupped his hands and said with a solemn expression, thank you, seniors, for seeing me off. I will remember this great kindness and will never forget it." After saying that, there was no response in the vast wilderness. Lin Sun smiled and turned to the distant star chassis. In the darkness that Lin Sun couldn't detect, an old man said to himself, "This can be considered as sowing good karma for all living beings in the ancient desolation realm. Take care, young master." When Lin Sun's figure entered the star chassis, the old man's figure suddenly blended into the void and disappeared. Failed? On this day, ancient orthodoxies such as the Heavens Pivot Holy Land, the Black Sea Dog race, the Golden Crow race, the Xuandu Orthodoxy, the Sacred Fire sect, and so on, learned that Lin Sun had returned to the star chassis safely. For a time, many important figures in these orthodoxies were enraged. "It's over. I'm afraid there won't be such a good opportunity to kill this lad in the future." Someone sighed. "I hope that this lad dies in the Nine Regions battlefield. Otherwise, if he returns alive, who will be able to deal with him in the future?" Someone was deeply worried. All of these things happened in the dark, and almost no one in the world noticed it. However, the ancient orthodoxies were well aware that the actions taken by those orthodoxies that wished for nothing more than Lin Sun's death had failed again. After returning to the star chassis, Lin Sun began to cultivate in silence. The old toad was still in seclusion, and Lin Sun didn't disturb it. However, he was a little worried. He didn't know when Zhao Jingxian would rush over to meet up with them. In the following days, Lin Sun honed his cultivation while using the Tao of stone carvings to demonstrate his own Tao. As the days passed, stone statues gradually piled up around him. These stone statues were lifelike and filled with the indescribable charm of the Great Way. Each of them could be seen as the embodiment of Lin Sun's own Tao. Carving the stone statues was like reconstructing one's Tao over and over again. They were filled with Lin Sun's understanding of the Great Way. Therefore, the aura of each stone statue was completely different. During this process, although Lin Sun's realm didn't change, his understanding of the Great Way was extremely precipitated. The stronger the accumulation, the more amazing the sublimation would be when it erupted. The only shortcoming was that each stone statue lacked a pair of eyes. That pair of eyes was the opportunity to prove Tao and become a saint. In short, Lin Sun had reached the peak of perfection on the path of immortality. Now, he only needed an opportunity. An opportunity to become a saint. 3 months later, news spread that Emperor Xiaohao triggered the Tao tribulation to become a saint. He slashed the 9 heavens' divine thunder, broke through thousands of miles of tribulation clouds, and became a saint at the peak. As soon as the news came out, the entire ancient desolation was shocked. It could be said that Emperor Xiaohao was the only person who had become a saint at the peak since the 3 taboo Tao tribulations descended above the ancient desolation. Who wouldn't pay attention to such a big event, compared with the disturbance caused by Lin Sun defeating the alien enemies in the White Jade Jing 3 months ago? Emperor Xiaohao's feat of becoming a saint at the peak was undoubtedly more sensational. Haha, as long as there is a saint at the peak, the ancient desolation will finally see some hope in this battle of the 9 regions. Many overmatches were cheering. Emperor Xiaohao suddenly became the sun in the world's eyes, with immeasurable power. Below the saint realm, everyone was like an ant. Compared with the path of immortality, the saint realm was completely different. Emperor Xiaohao became a saint at one stroke, which meant that he stood out among the top figures and was completely different from the others. However, before the uproar caused by Emperor Xiaohao died down, another news came out that Fairy Ruo Wu, a descendant of the vermilion bird, triggered the Tao tribulation to become a saint and stepped into the saint realm. For a moment, the entire ancient desolation was boiling. With the coming battle of the 9 regions, peerless figures like Emperor Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu stepped into the saint realm one after another. How could people not be excited? That's the second one. Some ancient orthodoxies sighed with emotion. They realized that the ancient desolation was indeed different from the past under such a great background. People couldn't help but look forward to whether the ancient desolation would be able to change its fate after the battle of the 9 regions. I wonder when Demon Lin will make a breakthrough and step into the saint realm. Many people thought of Lin Sun. Because in terms of foundation, combat capability, and talent, Lin Sun was not inferior to Emperor Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu at all. But it was a pity that no one became a saint in the future, and Lin Sun was no exception. In the past, Demon Lin was the most outstanding cultivator in the same realm. But now, Emperor Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu are the two peerless talents. They are neck and neck with each other. After all, Lin Sun is a whole realm lower than them. It's a world of difference. They can't be compared anymore. Indeed. When the Battle of the Nine Regions opens, the ancient desolation will definitely follow Emperor Xiaohao and Fairy Ruo Wu's lead. Such discussions took place in different areas of the ancient desolation. However, it didn't affect Lin Sun at all. He was cultivating in seclusion in the Star Chess Sea and was almost isolated from the world. Naturally, he didn't know about such news. Time passed. Unknowingly, a year had passed since he returned to the Star Chess Sea to cultivate. In this year, many major events happened in the ancient desolation. For example, all the ancient orthodoxies started to gather their strength to prepare for the upcoming Battle of the Nine Regions. For example, there were peerless figures who failed to reach the Saint Realm and died, causing many people to sigh. On this day, Lin Sun sat on the peak of an island and was carving a stone statue. He looked casual and relaxed. He held a carving knife in his hand and danced in the air. End of chapter 1506. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.